Chapter 34:16. The remaining group of origin kings was even more terrifying, numbering at least 100,000. What was the population of the entire half-dragon city? Although Yang Kai didn't know, he was certain it was less than 1,000,000, probably only a few 100,000. However, among these few 100,000 people, there were 100,000 origin kings. In other words, there was one origin king for every few people in Half-Dragon City. This kind of frightening ratio was impossible to appear in any city in the astral boundary. Only the Dragon Island of Eternal Peace would have this kind of abnormal phenomenon. With Fu Ling's shout, 1/6 of the entire population of Half-Dragon City was mobilized, and the city suddenly became much more lively. Such a scale naturally made Yang Kai extremely satisfied. The only flaw was that there were too few Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Of the 200 or so people in the Emperor Realm, only a few had reached the Third-Order Emperor Realm. Most of them were First-Order or Second-Order Emperor Realm Masters. This phenomenon was ultimately due to the Dragon Blood Flower. Before, Dragon Island cultivated the Dragon Blood Flower, mainly relying on the blood of the half-dragons in Half-Dragon City, especially the powerful half-dragons. If they lost too much of their blood essence, their strength would naturally be affected. If not for this, there would definitely be more Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Even so, Yang Kai had nothing to be picky about. With such a huge force, it was enough to change the direction of a war in a small area. Fu Ling transformed back into her human form and stood beside Yang Kai, saying, "Brother-in-law, everyone is here." Yang Kai nodded, "You can tell them." "Okay." Fu Ling responded, sweeping her beautiful eyes around as she shouted, "Everyone, listen up. The one standing beside me is Yang Kai, the Palace Master of the High Heaven Palace in the northern territory of the Star Boundary. He is also my brother-in-law. The Star Boundary is now under the invasion of the demon race and needs your help. This time, my brother-in-law and I will take you away from Dragon Island and go to the Star Boundary to support the demon race. Let me say the ugly words first. Once you leave Dragon Island, listen to my orders. I only have one request for you: be obedient. If I find anyone disobeying my orders, don't blame me for being merciless. Is that clear?" In front of Yang Kai, this woman was very flippant, but in front of the people of Half-Dragon City, she was very dignified. After she finished speaking, a thunderous response came from below, "Understood." Fu Ling nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Yang Kai. "Brother-in-law, do you have anything to say?" Yang Kai squinted at her. "I only have one question." "Yes." Fu Ling nodded. "You also want to leave Dragon Island? You still want to come with me?" "That's right." Fu Ling nodded as a trace of craftiness flashed through his eyes. He smiled like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Yang Kai chuckled, "Have you asked the Great Elder?" Because of Yang Kai's matter, this woman made a mistake and was punished to guard the entrance for 100 years. Only a dozen years had passed since then. It was far from 100 years. Yang Kai didn't believe that the Great Elder would let her leave the Dragon Island. "Of course I have asked." Fu Ling didn't panic at all. She winked at Yang Kai and said, "If you don't believe me, you can send a message and ask." Yang Kai snorted, "Of course I have to ask clearly." While speaking, he took out a communication compass and communicated with Zhu Qing. After a short while, he put away the compass and looked at Fu Ling in disbelief. "How is it?" Fu Ling had a complacent expression. She was simply fearless. Yang Kai nodded and didn't say anything else. Zhu Qing told him that it was indeed the Great Elder's idea for Fu Ling to leave Dragon Island with him. Of course, it was also the result of Fu Ling's initiative, saying that she wanted to atone for her crime. However, she also had a valid reason, and that was the people of Half-Dragon City. They had always lived on Dragon Island and had never been to the outside world. They had a lot of people and were very powerful. Even if they were handed over to Yang Kai, he might not be able to command them smoothly. If there was a dragon race accompanying him, these people wouldn't dare to act rashly. And Fu Ling's main task was to intimidate the 100,000 people of Half-Dragon City and make sure that they would obey orders. Yang Kai couldn't say anything about the Great Elder's approval. He reminded Fu Ling, "Don't cause trouble outside, otherwise I will immediately send you back here." Fu Ling nodded her head like a chick pecking rice. "Brother-in-law, don't worry, I won't cause trouble and will definitely be obedient. I will do whatever you tell me to and won't resist at all." The last sentence had a deep meaning, and Yang Kai gritted his teeth when he heard it. Turning his head and looking at the 100,000 people, Yang Kai opened his mouth and said, "Some of you might find me familiar or have already recognized me. That's right, I came to Dragon Island more than 10 years ago and also entered Half-Dragon City. I also snatched the dragon race's bride. Now, I have fallen in love with the dragon race's fifth elder and we are husband and wife." The 100,000 people were amazed by his words, but there were indeed many people who recognized Yang Kai. After all, there were many people who were captured to build Fu Chi's wedding palace, so they had met Yang Kai before. Yang Kai snatching the bride was also witnessed by everyone. As for what happened after that, they didn't know. Now that they heard Yang Kai say that he actually fell in love with the dragon race's fifth elder and they were husband and wife, they were immediately shocked. The current situation in the star boundary is very bad. Leaving Dragon Island, you might not be able to adapt to a lot of things, and you will also have to deal with all kinds of dangers. I only have one request for you. He looked around and said word by word, "Stay alive." The 100,000 people's expression turned cold. If anyone has any questions, you can ask now. If there are no questions, we will set off now. We obey Lord Yang's orders. Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. The 100,000 people shouted in unison, "We obey Lord Yang's orders." They were on the Dragon Island. Admittedly there wasn't much fighting and killing, but they were naturally inferior to the dragon race. Those half-dragons with decent strength were often on tenterhooks, wondering if they would be captured by the dragon race to cultivate the dragon blood flower. Now, there was a guy who actually subdued a dragoness. Moreover, it was the fifth elder of the dragon race. Naturally, they regarded him as a role model and held him in high esteem. With this kind of psychological recognition, even if it was the first time they saw Yang Kai, they didn't feel any repulsion, and they only felt admiration in their hearts. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction, and said loudly, "Good, then come in." As he spoke, he raised his hand and tapped the void in front of him, opening a gap in the sealed world bead, and an oval-shaped void corridor immediately appeared. After all, it wasn't very convenient for 100,000 people to move together, so they could only use the sealed world bead. The Emperor Realm Masters looked at each other in dismay, but none of them hesitated and stepped forward, disappearing into the void corridor. With the Emperor Realm taking the lead, the remaining Dao Source Realm and Origin King Realm cultivators naturally walked into the sealed world bead one by one. After half a day, Yang Kai collected all the 100,000 people. He called Fu Ling and flew towards the exit together. After leaving Dragon Island, they returned to Roaring Tiger City through the space array on the island. The city was bustling with activity. It had only been 3 days since Yang Kai left Roaring Tiger City, and the 5,000 reinforcements from High Heaven Palace were already in place. The army from the South Gate led a group of disciples to instruct the array masters in the city to rearrange the repair array. On the city walls and on the towers, cultivator patrols could be seen from time to time. A tense and uneasy atmosphere spread through the city. It was Fu Ling's first time leaving Dragon Island and coming to the outside world. She looked around and found everything strange. Several times, she almost lost track of him. Yang Kai grabbed her by the collar and took her to his side, guarding her strictly. After finding Gao Shueting, Li Jiao, Ma Yin, and the others to ask about the situation, they learned that the demon race had really made a comeback. In the main hall, a group of people from the Emperor Realm were worried. Although Roaring Tiger City had just won a battle and killed countless enemies a few days ago, it had not been long since the demon race attacked again. Not to mention that the demon race had sent out more people this time than last time, it was almost 1,000,000. Let's talk about the situation in Roaring Tiger City. Although they had the support of the 5,000 cultivator from High Heaven Palace, they only had a little more than 40,000 people who could fight. Most of them had just recovered from the aftereffects of the bloodlust technique and could not exert their full strength. A large part of the reason why they were able to win last time was because of the might of the Roaring Tiger City's great protective array. However, when the South Gate army arrived, they dismantled the great protective array. It would take at least a month for them to set it up again. It could be said that Roaring Tiger City had no array to rely on at all. It was equivalent to being in a completely defenseless state. The demon race's army was eyeing the city covetously, which naturally made the people in Roaring Tiger City panic. Fortunately, there were supervisors led by Chi Gui to supervise the city. Otherwise, there would have been deserters. Nevertheless, the situation was so bad that no matter who it was, they could not see any hope of winning. Not to mention winning, it was unknown whether they could survive the next demon race's invasion. Before Yang Kai returned, Gao Shueting and the others were discussing whether they should evacuate Roaring Tiger City and join the others in other cities. Li Jiao sighed and said, "Brother Yang, it's not that we're praising others and belittling ourselves, but the difference in numbers is too big. I'm afraid that Roaring Tiger City can't be saved this time. If we want to evacuate, we have to be quick. The demon race is already thousands of kilometers away, and they'll probably reach the city in a few hours. By then, it'll be too late to leave." Gao Shueting said, "That's right. Now that you've set up the interspatial array, it's easy to leave." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "There's no need to evacuate. I didn't hurt them last time, so I'll break their spines this time." The group of people stared at him, wondering where he got his confidence from. Gao Shueting's eyes lit up, and she asked, "You found reinforcements?" This was the only explanation that could explain why Yang Kai was so confident. Otherwise, where did his confidence come from? Yang Kai smiled and said, "Senior Sister Gao, you're smart. You really found reinforcements?" Li Jiao looked at him in surprise. "Where? When are they coming, and how many are there?" Yang Kai said, "Brother Li, don't be impatient. You'll know when the time comes. In any case, I guarantee that we'll give the demon race a big surprise this time." Chapter 34:17. The wind was howling, and the sand and dust were kicking up. The atmosphere was bleak. The army of the Devil clan was back, and this time, it was even larger and more numerous than a few days ago. The army was like an invincible torrent of iron that was going to crush Roaring Tiger City into smithereens. All the cultivators in the city were mobilized. However, the huge difference in the number of cultivators and the fact that the city was undefended made them feel uneasy. Everyone's eyes were focused on one person. That person was standing at the highest point of the city wall, facing the demon race's army. His clothes were fluttering in the wind. It was this person who had turned the tide in the battle a few days ago. It was this person who had led the cultivators in Roaring Tiger City to win the demon race in the last battle. He led the soldiers and set an example by killing countless enemies. If it were not for this person, the tens of thousands of cultivators in Roaring Tiger City would have lost their will to fight. However, at this moment, even though this person was standing at the highest point and everyone could see him clearly, he did not give them much of a sense of security. All the cultivators in the Emperor realm were mobilizing, trying to maintain the morale that could collapse at any time. Rumbling noises came from below the ground like muffled thunders, crushing everyone's hearts and putting tremendous mental pressure on them. It was the sound of the demon race's army approaching Roaring Tiger City. The marching of 1,000,000 soldiers made the ground tremble. The cultivators in Roaring Tiger City began to panic, and the people who were already restless became even more confused. The demon race's army was already 25 kilometers away. With such a short distance, it would only take one charge before they arrived at the city. It was at this moment that Yang Kai let out a thunderous roar and soared to the sky. He bent in midair and charged at the demon race's army. Exclamations were heard. All the cultivators in Roaring Tiger City were dumbfounded as they stared at the person who charged at them alone, not knowing what he was going to do. A war was not a one-on-one fight. No matter how strong an individual was, how could he fight against a million-strong army? Once one was surrounded and exhausted, one would be killed. Perhaps only pseudo-emperor level experts would be able to enter and exit freely under such circumstances. Yang Kai was obviously not a fake emperor. He was just a second-order emperor realm master. Not only was the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City sweating, but even Li Jiao, Gao Shueting, and the others could not help but clench their fists, secretly worried. Yang Kai had only told them that he had found reinforcements, but they didn't know where the reinforcements were or how many there were. Now that they saw Yang Kai taking the initiative to meet the enemy, they were naturally worried about his safety. Yang Kai was the flag of Roaring Tiger City. If he fell, Roaring Tiger City would immediately face a situation of collapse. At that time, not to mention a million demon race, even 100,000 demon race would be able to devour Roaring Tiger City. But at this moment, they had no other choice but to wait and see, so they secretly prayed in their hearts. It was impossible for the demon race army to not notice Yang Kai's blatant charge. A team of 1,000 people immediately separated from the army to meet the attack, led by a demon king. The demon king was wearing revealing clothes, with only a corset covering her upper body. Although she was wearing a long skirt, the skirt was split all the way to her thighs, revealing the beauty between her legs. Her delicate collarbones, flat belly, and slender legs were all exposed. Her figure was extremely hot, and her trembling breasts were like two peaks. Complex patterns could be seen on her snow-white flawless skin, giving her a wild feeling. Yang Kai knew at a glance that this demon king was a succubus demon. A few kilometers away, the succubus demon smiled at Yang Kai. She pointed her slender hand forward, and thousands of demon race swarmed over. The laws of space fluctuated. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he suddenly punched forward. There was no terrifying explosion of power, nor was there any burst of strength chi. However, following his punch, a small black dot suddenly appeared in the center of the thousands of demon race. When this black dot first appeared, it was only the size of a sesame seed. However, in the blink of an eye, it quickly expanded and exploded into a black hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters. An incomparably terrifying devouring power came out from the black hole. The nearby demon race were caught off guard and were directly sucked into the black hole, disappearing without a trace. The remaining demon race were also pulled by the huge suction force and were swallowed back in. As far as the eye could see, it was as if the entire world was collapsing into the black hole, giving off a very frightening feeling. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of demon race were completely devoured by the black hole. The black hole appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. After all the demon race had been banished, the black hole disappeared without a trace. Before the succubus demon could react, the people she had brought out had all been wiped out. Her vision blurred, and Yang Kai, who was originally several kilometers away, suddenly appeared in front of her. He was practically face to face with her, and an aggressive aura rushed towards her. The succubus demon's beautiful face paled as she opened her mouth and let out a sharp whistle. The whistle was sharp and ear-piercing, and the invisible spiritual energy turned into a sharp arrow and rushed towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The succubus demon was a special race among the 100 races in the demon territory. The fighting strength of this race was not too strong, but the strength of their spiritual energy was far beyond that of their peers. Therefore, they absolutely could not be underestimated just because their realm was not high. Perhaps at any time, a seemingly powerless succubus demon could launch a fatal blow. The spiritual energy arrow surged, causing ripples in the air, and directly blasted into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The succubus demon pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. Her slender jade-like hands were placed on Yang Kai's chest, and her sharp fingers poked out. Looking at her posture, it seemed that she wanted to dig out Yang Kai's heart. After poking, the succubus demon's brows wrinkled, because she found that the flesh of this human in front of her was incomparably tough. She was unable to break through his flesh defense. "Does it feel good to touch?" A voice suddenly sounded in her ear, and the succubus demon's expression changed greatly. She raised her head and saw Yang Kai looking at her with ridicule. There were no signs of his soul being attacked. The succubus demon immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Her first reaction was that it was impossible. The cultivation of this human in front of her was clearly not very high. She estimated that it was about the same as her own. How could he be fine after taking her soul attack? However, looking at his clear eyes, it was clear that this person's soul was unharmed. She wanted to retreat. Succubi were not suited for close combat. That would only expose their greatest weakness. Succubi liked to distance themselves and use their spiritual strength, which was far superior to those of the same level, to toy with their opponents in the palm of their hands. However, the surrounding space seemed to have frozen. No matter how hard the succubus demon tried, she could not move at all. The blood drained from her face, and she became incomparably pale. "It's impolite not to reciprocate." Yang Kai grinned at her, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Then, his large hand unceremoniously covered her towering breasts and squeezed hard. The succubus demon wrinkled her brows and revealed a delicate and pitiful look. Her eyes shone with a strange light. She even let out an "ah" and angrily looked at Yang Kai, saying, "You're hurting me." Every frown, every smile, every movement was blooming with a charming light, enough to make any man go crazy. However, Yang Kai was unmoved. Instead, the strength of his hand increased. "It hurts." The succubus demon looked a little flustered. She punched and kicked Yang Kai, but how could she break free from the restraints of Yang Kai's space imprisonment? From afar, this adulterous pair looked like they were flirting. There was no trace of the atmosphere of war between the two races. "What's Brother Yang doing?" On the city wall of Roaring Tiger City, the corner of Li Jiao's eyes twitched. He felt that this scene was a little ridiculous and envious at the same time. "Hooligan, scum." Gao Shueting gritted her teeth, and her face turned red. On the other hand, a group of cultivators standing on the city wall watched with relish. The originally nervous and uneasy atmosphere was washed away by this strange scene. Creaking sounds were heard. Gao Shueting turned her head and saw that Yu Rumeng and Fu Ling were grinding their teeth together. Not bad. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. A wicked smile appeared on his lips, and he seriously sized up her face. "But your appearance is a little worse than that person's." With a bang, something seemed to have been crushed. The succubus demon screamed and looked down. She saw blood flowing wildly from her right chest. The towering peak had disappeared, and blood dripped down from her abdomen. She screamed again and again as if she had gone crazy. A huge question appeared in her mind. Who is that person? Yang Kai punched down, and the screams came to an abrupt end. Blood rained down from the sky. A mid-tier demon king was crushed by his punch just like that. Even though it was a succubus demon that wasn't known for its combat strength, it was still unbelievable to all the members of the demon race. Yang Kai's figure had already rushed through the blood rain and met the demon race's army head-on. With a clap and a pull, a gigantic crescent blade was formed and slashed toward the demon race's army. Wherever the crescent blade passed, figures were split into two. All the members of the demon race retreated. The crescent blade flew for thousands of meters before it gradually lost its power and dissipated. However, its path was filled with the incomplete corpses of the demon race. The demon race's army was enraged. Under the command of several demon kings, troops approached Yang Kai and surrounded him. Yang Kai grinned and laughed wildly. He raised his hand and clenched it in the air. The myriad sword had already been summoned. At the same time, he waved his hand and the Dharmakaya appeared. There was no need for communication. The two figures, one big and one small, formed each other's horns and charged into the demon race's army like an indestructible sword. No one could stop them, no one could stop them. Although the demon race had millions of people, none of them could match Yonkai and the Dharmakaya. They couldn't stop their crazy slaughter. In the roaring tiger city, everyone was quietly watching. They saw that the army of millions of demon race had stopped advancing. There was chaos not far from the edge of the army. The chaos created by Yonkai and the Dharmakaya spread from the edge of the army to the center. Clouds of blood mist exploded in the air. One by one, the demon race's army was crushed into powder and would forever sleep on this land. The ground was gradually dyed red with blood. Chapter 34:18. There were too many people in the demon race, so the people of Roaring Tiger City couldn't see Yonkai and his embodiment, but they could infer their location from the various reactions of the demon race army. They continued to charge in and out of the demon race's army. With just the two of them, they were able to hold them in place, unable to move. A miracle was born again. Just like a few days ago, when everyone couldn't see any hope, when all the light in front of them was covered, it was Yonkai who tore open a corner of the sky and let the sun shine, reviving life. The shouts from Roaring Tiger City were like waves, each wave louder than the previous one. Ma Yin's blood was boiling. She turned to look at Li Jiao and said, "Master Li, I am willing to lend a hand to the city lord." Li Jiao stared ahead without turning his head and said in a deep voice, "Wait." Although Yonkai and his embodiment were like fish in water in the demon race army, it was because these two guys weren't ordinary people. Needless to say, the embodiment was an existence who could fight with a fake emperor and was much stronger than a third-layer emperor realm master. Yonkai was even more of a monster who was proficient in the law of space. If he sensed that something was wrong, he could withdraw at any time. If others rushed in rashly like this, they would only be courting death. Li Jiao didn't have the confidence to rush in and come back alive under such circumstances. Ma Yin wanted to help on a whim, so how could he allow it? Yonkai had previously said that they should act according to the situation, so now was obviously not the best time. Dozens of miles away, the demon race army was in chaos. Wherever Yonkai and his embodiment rushed, there would be a commotion, death, and slaughter. Li Jiao and the others clearly saw that Yonkai and his embodiment had shuttled back and forth several times in the demon race's army before suddenly turning around and charging into the center of the demon race army. The chaotic commotion suddenly calmed down. Millions of demon race formed a huge encirclement, surrounding Yonkai and the Dharmakaya in the center. However, there was no one within a radius of 1,000 feet around the two figures. Every member of the demon race was looking at them with terrified eyes. The demon kings were gnashing their teeth in hatred. They retreated into the army and didn't dare to act rashly. Yonkai held the myriad sword and leaned back to back with the avatar. He looked around coldly and grinned. "It's time," he muttered softly. As he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Buzz, a series of strange sounds came from all over the demon race's army. It sounded like some kind of flying insect was flapping its wings. However, it was definitely not just one or two flying insects. Instead, it was an endless swarm of insects. The members of the demon race looked around blankly. Soon, they knew where the sound was coming from. Suddenly, a black cloud of insects appeared on the ground. As soon as they appeared, they rushed toward the demon race. The demon race was shocked and tried to stop them. However, they were horrified to find that the life force of these insects was extremely tenacious. Even if they were sent flying, they wouldn't die. They only stayed on the ground for a while before flapping their wings and flying again. However, if they were infected by these insects, the demon race would scream miserably and fall to the ground in extreme pain. Soon, they would die on the spot. What was strange was that the dead demon race didn't have any wounds on their bodies. However, their souls would disappear. Soul-devouring insects. Yang Kai hadn't used the soul-devouring insects for a long time. However, the current situation was undoubtedly the best time for them to show their prowess. They had always been the best weapon to deal with such situations. Previously, he had been shuttling back and forth between the demon race's army with the Dharmakaya. First, it was to kill the enemy and distract the army. Second, it was to secretly plant the soul-devouring insects. Now that the soul-devouring insects were out, it was really effective. In an instant, the demon race's army was in chaos. Those low-level demon soldiers and even the demon general and demon commander couldn't stop the soul-devouring insects from attacking. One by one, they were devoured by the insects and died. Only the strong ones at the level of the demon king were not afraid of the soul-devouring insects. The situation was extremely chaotic. The demon race's army, which was originally in order, was no longer in order after the appearance of the soul-devouring insects. At least 1/5 of the demon race's army was distracted. Yang Kai took a deep breath and raised his hand again. Suddenly, one figure after another appeared in front of him. The cultivator from Half-Dragon City made a dazzling appearance. The first to appear were those from the Emperor Realm, followed by the Dao Source Realm, and finally, the Origin Kings. It would take a lot of time to put them into the sealed world bead, but it would only take a few breaths of time to release them. After all, Yang Kai was the master of everything in the sealed world bead. At the center of the demon race's army, over 100,000 people suddenly appeared. The few demon kings who had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements were dumbfounded. A feeling of uneasiness spread in their hearts. Profound and complex incantations resounded throughout the world as rays of light enveloped these 100,000 people. Bloodthirst technique, life chains, crimson light emerged from the bodies of these 100,000 people. Everyone's breathing became heavy as their blood boiled. Raising the myriad sword high, Yang Kai shouted, "Kill!" The 100,000 people immediately scattered and rushed in all directions. Led by those from the Emperor Realm, they turned into sharp arrows and rushed into the demon race's army. How could the demon race's army, which was already in a frenzy because of the soul-devouring insects, stop such a fierce army? As soon as the two sides came into contact, the demon race's army was routed. One after another, the 1,000-man teams led by the Emperor Realm rampaged through the demon race's army, slaughtering to their heart's content. It was as if they were venting all the grievances they had suffered on Dragon Island over the years. Yang Kai and the embodiment each had a team of several thousand people behind them. The demon race's army was in a complete mess, unable to fight back. In terms of numbers alone, the demon race had an absolute advantage. However, the direction of a war was never decided by numbers. The number of people from the Emperor Realm in Half-Dragon City was several times more than the number of Demon King in this demon race's army. Just this difference alone was enough to make up for the army of hundreds of thousands. Not to mention that the soul-devouring insects were still wreaking havoc, making the demon race exhausted. On the city wall of Roaring Tiger City, everyone looked at this sudden change in shock and excitement. Li Jiao shouted, "If we don't go now, when will we?" There was no need to wait any longer. This was obviously the best time. Under the leadership of Li Jiao, Gao Shueting, and the others, tens of thousands of people swarmed out of Roaring Tiger City to meet the demon race's army head-on. Just 2 hours ago, they were still worried about whether they could see the sun tomorrow. They never thought that they would take the initiative to meet the enemy head-on. This was simply unimaginable before. Roars shook the sky, and the universe trembled. In the wilderness, the two races fought in a chaotic battle. Figures fell one after another. In the blink of an eye, mountains of corpses were piled up, and rivers of blood flowed. The difference in numbers was still huge, but this was a war without any suspense. Fu Ling shouted and rushed forward. He did not transform into his true dragon form, but his dragon roar resounded in the world. Under the dragon's roar, a secret technique was released, and the demon race turned into sparkling statues without any signs of life. In less than 10 minutes, the demon race had lost more than 100,000 people, but Roaring Tiger City was still full of energy and was pressing forward step by step. The demon race's formation was in chaos, and their morale was low. The horn of retreat finally sounded, and they fled in panic. The cultivator from Roaring Tiger City and Half-Dragon City naturally chased after them and beat them when they were down. Countless corpses were left behind by the demon race. Some people were left to guard the city in case of accidents, while Yang Kai led the others to chase after them. It was not until dawn the next day that they returned to the city. After a war, people were always busy. However, Roaring Tiger City suddenly had more than 100,000 people, and there were even 100 to 200 people from the Emperor realm. This made everyone in Roaring Tiger City very excited. In the Western Territory, such a force was probably only comparable to those big cities that were guarded by pseudo-emperors. At noon, the statistics of the war were also released. In this war, 300,000 enemies were killed, and less than 10,000 people were injured or killed. The number of casualties was lower than the number of casualties in the previous battles, which was simply unbelievable. Nevertheless, the facts were right in front of them, so they had to believe it. The corpses outside the city needed to be dealt with. Otherwise, with so many corpses in the wild, they would definitely rot and stink. However, Yang Kai did not need to worry about these things. Li Jiao would organize people to deal with them. In just a few days, Roaring Tiger City had dealt with 2 batches of the demon race army, and they had won both victories. Yang Kai believed that the demon race would not have any ideas about Roaring Tiger City in a short time. After 2 consecutive defeats, the demon race would definitely need to rest and recuperate. However, when the next demon race came again, they would probably have to deal with it carefully. This time, Roaring Tiger City had won beautifully, but they had also exposed their trump card. When the demon race came again, they would definitely have a corresponding countermeasure. Perhaps there would be a real powerhouse leading the army to battle. In the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai was reclining on the couch with Yu Rumeng's slender and beautiful legs as his pillow. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and he had a contemplative look on his face. Yu Rumeng gently rubbed his head, acting like a good wife and loving mother. It was hard to believe that this woman would want to die together with Yang Kai at the slightest provocation. The room was silent, only the sound of the 2 people breathing could be heard. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. Rumeng. Yu Rumeng responded. I remember that you told me before that you would take me to a place. Now, can you tell me where you want to go? Why do you suddenly ask this? Yu Rumeng smiled and looked at him curiously. Yang Kai said, you didn't hesitate to use the heart seal secret technique to tie me up. I think you have some plans for me, but I can't figure out what you and the power behind you are planning, and why you have been biding your time. Rumeng, now that the war between the 2 worlds has begun, I have been entrusted by Lin Tong to protect Roaring Tiger City before his death. I don't want to be too distracted, so I think we should be honest with each other. Tell me where you want me to go and what you want me to do. If possible, I will cooperate well. Yu Rumeng smiled and shook her head. Now is not the time. When the time is right, I will tell you. Yang Kai looked up with indifferent eyes. Yu Rumeng frowned slightly, and inexplicably felt that Yang Kai was very far away from her again. Chapter 34:19. As expected, the demon race behaved themselves for a period of time. Since the last 1 million demon race troops were repelled, Roaring Tiger City spent a month in peace. A month later, the city defense array was activated again. When the light curtain of the array enveloped the city, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City finally felt safe. This array was set up by the South Gate Army, and its performance was several times better than the original array of Roaring Tiger City. With this array, even if another 1 million demon race troops came, Roaring Tiger City could rely on the power of the array to deal with them. Not only that, there was also good news from the High Heaven Palace. The first batch of cultivators who entered the Dream Realm Thousand Illusions had come out. Although only 1/10 of them cultivated the power of wizard, this undoubtedly showed that this method was feasible. As long as they continued to put cultivators into the Dream Realm Thousand Illusions, sooner or later, there would be a wizard in the astral boundary that could deal with the war of the two realms. These cultivators who cultivated the power of wizard and became wizards were assigned by Yang Inflammation. Perhaps because they were not able to help Yang Kai last time, Yang Inflammation felt guilty. This time, he directly assigned 2 great wizard-level existences to come over. 2 great wizard-level existences could only be regarded as icing on the cake in the current situation, but it was better than nothing. At least they could add some practical wizard skills to the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City, saving Yang Kai some effort. Roaring Tiger City had also been maintaining contact with other major cities in the Western Territory. In a month, the overall situation was not very optimistic. Many small and medium-sized cities had fallen, and many cultivators in the astral boundary had died. Those who were still alive were forced to flee to other cities and join other cultivators. Some people also came to Roaring Tiger City. They accepted tens of thousands of people and once again strengthened the defense of Roaring Tiger City. Since the beginning of the War of the Two Realms, more than 1 million people had died in the astral boundary. The demon race's casualties would only be higher. However, the demon race kept increasing their troops as if they could never kill them all. Everyone was mentally and physically exhausted. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was cultivating in seclusion in the City Lord Mansion, suddenly opened his eyes. He took out his communication compass and checked it. Then, he frowned, got up, and flashed out. On the city wall, Yang Kai suddenly appeared, and a group of people in the Emperor Realm saluted. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai looked into the distance and asked. "Li Jiao, the demon race again." "How many people?" "Not too many, I think." Qi Gui sneered, "If we can defeat an army of 1 million, what is a few 100,000? Last time, the Roaring Tiger City was able to achieve such a victory before the Great City Barrier Array was completed. This time, they had the Great City Barrier Array to rely on, and Roaring Tiger City had tens of thousands of people, so Qi Gui was naturally full of confidence. "Don't be careless," Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "since the demon race dares to come, they must have something to rely on." Suddenly, Gao Shueting seemed to have thought of something. She was slightly shocked as she said, "You mean, Yang Kai, I hope my guess is wrong, otherwise, this battle will be difficult to fight." He turned to Ma Yin and said, "Send people out to scout again. See if there are any other demon race armies nearby." Ma Yin nodded and quickly went down the city wall to make arrangements. Not long after, more than a dozen people rushed out of the Roaring Tiger City and rushed in different directions. Half an hour later, Ma Yin came to report, "City Lord, there is no other demon race army within 1,000 miles, only that one." Yang Kai nodded and shouted, "Send my order, prepare for battle." The horn sounded, and the Roaring Tiger City was operating at full speed. Nearly 200,000 cultivators were in charge of their own duties. Under the leadership of the people from the Emperor Realm, they were arranged in square formations to guard all directions of the city wall. They were waiting for the demon race army to arrive before they attacked with all their might. Information was sent back from the spies outside. The demon race army kept approaching the Roaring Tiger City. It was obvious that they were going straight for the Roaring Tiger City. On the city wall, the atmosphere was solemn. Many people from the Emperor Realm looked into the distance. The demon race army gradually appeared in their field of vision. Just as the information said, there were less than 1 million of them because they were much fewer than last time. They were probably the army of the demon race that was defeated last time. However, it was this army that had suffered a great loss in the Roaring Tiger City. This time, it was valiant and full of vigor. It was strange no matter how one looked at it. Time passed slowly. The demon race army suddenly stopped when they were 50 miles away from the roaring tiger city. The army separated to the left and right. A figure, a demon flame stallion, walked out of the army unhurriedly. The demon flame stallion's hooves were burning with evil fire. It was full of evil energy. At first glance, it looked like a horse, but it was a few heads taller than an ordinary horse. It was extremely ferocious and majestic. On the back of the horse, the demon race was swaying as if it was drunk. It closed its eyes and slowly approached the roaring tiger city with its mount. Everyone was looking at this demon race. Many people frowned because no one could see the depth of this demon race. At first glance, this demon race looked like an ordinary person. But at this time, why would an ordinary person come here to die? They could not see it because this demon race's cultivation was unusually high. It was not until this moment that the demon race yawned and slowly opened its eyes. There seemed to be a flash of lightning. As the tightly closed eyelids opened, the world suddenly trembled. A great power descended from the sky like an invisible mountain. It pressed down on the chests of many people in the emperor realm, making it difficult for them to breathe. A fake emperor. Li Jiao cried out in alarm. The faces of Gao Shueting and the others also changed. Yang Kai's expression was also very gloomy. Although he already knew that the demon race would be prepared and might send out a fake emperor-level powerhouse, when such a fake emperor really appeared in front of him, Yang Kai still had a headache. Roaring Tiger City was not a big city. Logically, the demon race would not pay too much attention to it. However, Roaring Tiger City had won the previous 2 battles and killed countless enemies. It probably attracted the attention of the demon race, which was why they sent out a fake emperor-level powerhouse to deal with it. Sure enough, a tall tree attracts the wind. A fake emperor? The demon race obviously heard Li Jiao's words. He looked over and chuckled. His smile was clean and hearty, and coupled with the vicissitudes of life on his chin, he had a different kind of charm. He raised a finger and slowly shook it. Wrong, 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 very wrong. A fake emperor is just a name here. In the demon territory, someone like me is called a half-saint. Whether it was a fake emperor or a half-saint, they were just different names. They were existences that were only one step away from the great emperors and demon saint. They were not existences that could be stopped by the ordinary people in the emperor realm. Yang Kai bared his teeth and cursed Xianxia 100 times in his heart. If this old man had not taken the initiative to bring Yang Shao and Yang Shui to the Four Seasons realm, he would not have lacked high-end combat power. With the strength of Xianxi and Lu Yan, the half-saint in front of him would not have an easy time. Now that the enemy had sent out a half-saint, he and his embodiment had to go all out to deal with it. Even if the remaining people of Roaring Tiger City could win against the demon race, they would probably suffer heavy casualties. What's more, whether they could win or not was still unknown. He had contributed a lot to the previous 2 victories. This time, without him, Roaring Tiger City's combat power would definitely be reduced sharply. The half-saint suddenly pointed at Li Jiao and laughed arrogantly. "Old man, since you have a lot to say, come out and die first. I can give you a quick death." Li Jiao's face darkened when he heard this. Just because he said something, he wanted to be the first to die. What kind of logic is this? Yang Kai said indifferently, "Your Excellency is really arrogant. Whether it's a fake emperor or a half-saint, if you want us to die, you have to show some real ability." Hearing this, the half-saint immediately tilted his head and looked over. His hawk-like eyes were extremely sharp, piercing people's skin. He gently nodded and said, "You will be the second to die." Then he reached out and pointed at the others one by one. "You will be the third, you will be the fourth." He chattered for a long time, making everyone angry. It was as if they were really going to die one by one under his command. As he pointed, the half-saint of demon race suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He raised his finger and couldn't point anymore. He squeezed his eyes hard and looked at a certain place on the city wall for a long time without saying a word. Everyone on the city wall was at a loss. They followed his gaze and didn't know what he saw. After a while, the half-saint withdrew his hand and said with an embarrassed smile, "I suddenly remembered that this king still has something important to do. I will leave first." After saying this, he turned his horse around and trotted back the way he came at an extremely fast speed. What the hell? Li Jiao and the others were all stunned. They all felt that there was something wrong with this half-saint of the demon race's brain. He came with such an aggressive aura and even said such big words, but in the end, it was all bark and no bite? Was this still a fucking half-saint? Could it be that he was pretending? But that aura that was not inferior to a fake emperor's could not be faked. The current situation was too strange. No one knew how to deal with it. They all turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he immediately made up his mind. He shouted, "Activate the array and kill the enemy." Gao Shueting hurriedly said, "Yang Kai, be careful of a trap." The half-saint's actions were too strange. It was easy to feel that he was doing this on purpose to lure everyone out of the city. A half-saint was already very difficult to deal with. If they lost the protection of the array, even the Emperor realm wouldn't be enough to kill him. Gao Shueting wasn't the only one who had this concern. Yang Kai stared at Gao Shueting and said in a deep voice, "Trust me." Gao Shueting hesitated for a moment before turning her head and shouting, "Activate the array." With a rumble, the great city barrier array was activated. Profound and complex incantations sounded, and the light of the bloodthirst technique and life chains shone, enveloping the army in the city. Chapter 34:20. Although it took some time to use bloodlust and life chains on the roaring tiger city cultivator, Yang Kai soon caught up with the half-saint of demon race. Under the shocked gazes of Li Jiao and the others, Yang Kai raised the myriad sword and slashed downwards. The half-saint of demon race didn't even raise his head, but it was as if he had eyes on the top of his head. With a flick of his finger, he accurately hit the back of the myriad sword. With a ding sound, a powerful force was transmitted, and the myriad sword almost flew out of his hand. Yang Kai was secretly shocked by the strength of this demon race. The law of space fluctuated, turning the space around the enemy into an invisible cage. The demonic flame colt's movements suddenly stopped, and flames erupted from its body. It struggled with all its might, but it was as slow as a turtle crawling. Under the solid space, even if this demonic beast was strong, it was difficult for it to regain its freedom. The pitch-black moon blade slashed down, but the half-saint of demon race grabbed the moon blade with a backhand grab, and with a slight force, the moon blade shattered. The next moment, he leapt up, completely unrestrained by the law of space, and soared into the sky. Yang Kai whispered, "Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream." Time seemed to stop at this moment, and the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal slammed down on the half-saint. The half-saint of demon race showed a rare look of surprise, and flames suddenly erupted from his body. The surrounding temperature rose sharply, and the space was distorted by the heat. He raised his hand, and a ball of flames met the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal head-on. The two collided in midair, producing a violent sound, and then disappeared. With a mournful cry, the demonic flame colt was shaken by the aftermath of the attack and fell to the ground, dead. The half-saint of demon race looked down at his mount and bared his teeth, a pained expression on his face. Clang! The clear sound of a bell rang out as the quaint mountains and rivers bell spun and flew out. It expanded in the wind and covered the half-saint demon with the power to suppress heaven and earth. Good treasure! The half-saint of demon race shouted. His eyesight was quite good, and he immediately saw through the mountains and rivers bell's extraordinary power. His figure turned into a mass of flames as he dodged left and right in the air, avoiding the suppression force of the mountains and rivers bell. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and with a flicker assault, he appeared above Huang Xiaolong's head. Then, he stretched out his hand, which transformed into a dragon claw shadow, and clawed at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's palm grasped at thin air. A half-saint was comparable to a fake emperor, so how could it be so easy to deal with him? However, after being attacked by Yang Kai again and again, the half-saint of demon race seemed to be a little angry. He stepped on the mountains and rivers bell and an irresistible force erupted. The mountains and rivers bell fell to the ground with a loud bang, causing cracks to appear one after another. The half-saint of demon race stood proudly in the air, looked at Yang Kai, and said, "Boy, that's enough. If you attack again, this king won't be polite to you anymore." Yang Kai grinned at him and waved his hand, releasing the embodiment, and looked at him meaningfully. "What are you worried about?" The half-saint laughed. "What does this king need to worry about? It's just that this king has something important to do, so he can't be bothered to deal with you. Since you have no scruples, then let's fight." Yang Kai roared, "Dragon transformation." A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky, and Yang Kai's figure suddenly swelled. Short horns grew on his head, and the exposed skin on his body was covered in dragon scales. His hands completely transformed into dragon claws, and a long dragon tail appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's body changed greatly, and he suddenly turned into a 300-meter-tall behemoth. His head reached the sky, his feet touched the ground, and his nostrils spewed hot air. His dragon breath swept out, and the wind and clouds changed color. The half-saint of demon race put his hand in front of his forehead and looked up, and his face twitched. "Good boy." Yang Kai opened his mouth and roared, and a golden ball of light shot towards the half-saint of demon race. The golden light was dazzling, and almost covered the light of the sun in the sky. When it hit the ground, it spread out with a loud bang, and the whole world lost its color. A deafening explosion sounded, and the earth trembled unceasingly. After the golden light disappeared, a large hole with a diameter of 300 meters appeared on the ground, and the half-saint of demon race was nowhere to be seen. In the distance, a voice sounded, "Remember, this king's name is Baizhua. I will teach you a lesson another day." Yang Kai turned his head and looked in the direction of the source of the voice, and his face became gloomy. He ran away. That half-saint unexpectedly ran away. Yang Kai immediately felt powerless, as if he had punched cotton. If they really fought, even if he transformed into a 300 meters long dragon and joined forces with his embodiment, he still wouldn't be his opponent. But this time, he was facing a half-saint, so Yang Kai didn't dare to hold back in the slightest. But what he didn't expect was that the other side would retreat so quickly, and didn't even pay attention to the hundreds of thousands of demon race's soldiers. What was the meaning of this? As such, he somewhat confirmed a guess in his heart. If the half-saint wanted to run away, even if Yang Kai had the space divine technique, he couldn't do anything. He had nowhere to vent his fighting spirit, so he could only turn his gaze to the hundreds of thousands of demon race's soldiers. This army of several 100,000 was indeed the one that had been crippled the last time. This time, they had come aggressively under the leadership of the semi-sage devil. They had wanted to avenge their previous disgrace. However, they hadn't expected that the semi-sage devil wouldn't care about their life and death, and would take the lead in withdrawing. Nearly 200,000 cultivators from Roaring Tiger City had already rushed up. In the wilderness, the two armies instantly clashed. History repeated itself. This demon race's army was already defeated by Roaring Tiger City, and they dared to come today because they had a half-saint with them. Now that the half-saint had openly left, they had completely lost their backbone, so how could they still have the will to fight? As soon as they came into contact with each other, they were defeated like a landslide, and were utterly defeated. On the other hand, Roaring Tiger City's army was full of vigor, and they were like wolves and tigers. Under the leadership of nearly 200 cultivators from the Emperor realm, they kept on killing. When Yang Kai and his Dharmakaya rushed into the battlefield, the outcome of the battle was even less suspenseful. His huge body was a very eye-catching landmark even in a battlefield of millions. The demon race all retreated, but Yang Kai rushed wherever there were the most people. With a casual slap or sweep of his tail, a demon race member would be killed. After a long time, the noisy battlefield finally quieted down. The cultivator who was still alive looked around and saw that the demon race was no longer around, and only their own people were bathed in blood. Cheers rang out, and went straight to the ninth heaven. Yang Kai had already dispersed his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. He stood in the void and looked around. In all directions, inexplicable forces were converging toward him. Each force was insignificant, but when hundreds of thousands of them gathered, they formed an extremely terrifying force wave. A tiger's roar was heard, and a giant tiger suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. It was very lifelike and had a gloomy aura. Yang Kai looked back and had a strange look on his face. The giant tiger was not a physical entity, so he could not explain it clearly, but he felt that he could mobilize the giant tiger's power for his own use. If he absorbed the giant tiger into his body at a critical moment, his strength would definitely increase explosively. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the giant tiger. Many people were confused and did not know what the illusory figure that suddenly appeared meant, but they felt that the illusory figure of the giant tiger was closely connected to them. Military momentum. Li Jiao raised his eyebrows and looked surprised. Yang Kai looked at him and asked, "What's military momentum?" Li Jiao replied excitedly, "It's the momentum that can only be gathered when the army is united. I've seen some records in an ancient book, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. Brother Yang, since the military momentum has appeared, it means that the 100,000 people in Roaring Tiger City have united as one. This is even rarer than a million-strong army." Gao Shueting nodded and said, "It's difficult for a military force to appear. Only when everyone has absolute confidence in the commander will there be a chance for it to appear." Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "I feel that I can use this giant tiger to increase my strength." Li Jiao nodded and said, "That's right. Military momentum is hard to come by, but it's also very useful. There hasn't been a large-scale battle in the astral boundary for so many years, so naturally, no military momentum has been born. My Roaring Tiger City is very likely to be the first place to give birth to a military momentum." Yang Kai said happily, "This is good news." Li Jiao laughed and said, "With Brother Yang's ability and such a military momentum, my Roaring Tiger City will have nothing to fear even if a half-saint comes next time." Yang Kai and his Dharmakaya were already very strong when they joined forces. Against that half-saint called Baizhua, even if they weren't a match for him, they wouldn't be too far behind. If this military momentum was also increased, they could at least be on par with Baizhua. They might even be slightly better. Roaring Tiger City won 3 battles, and all of them were great victories. This made everyone in Roaring Tiger City have a kind of bone-deep trust in Yang Kai. It was also natural for them to gather an military momentum. This was the recognition of more than 100,000 soldiers to Yang Kai. It was the convergence of more than 100,000 people's strength. How could he be underestimated? Just as Li Jiao said, having such a military momentum of more than 100,000 people was even rarer than an army of 1,000,000. The facts also proved this point. So what if the demon race had an army of 1,000,000 people? Weren't they still scared witless by the people of Roaring Tiger City? Last time, they killed 300,000 people. This time, it would be even more, because less than 200,000 people from the demon race fled miserably. Leaving some people to clean up the battlefield and count the casualties, Yang Kai went straight back to the mayor's mansion. Yu Rumeng came up to him and looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. "You have the bloodline of the dragon race?" If Yang Kai hadn't transformed into a 300-foot-long dragon this time, she wouldn't have known about it. However, when the 300-foot-long dragon swept across the battlefield, anyone who wasn't blind could see it. Naturally, Yu Rumeng also saw it clearly. Yang Kai grinned and reached out to pinch her smooth chin. He raised it slightly and said, "What's wrong? Are you having a crush on me?" Yu Rumeng slapped his big hand away and said angrily, "Stop it." Yang Kai bent down, picked her up, and strode inside. "What are you doing?" Yu Rumeng squirmed. "My husband has returned from a battle. Naturally, he needs you to help him bathe and change his clothes." Yu Rumeng couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Whose husband are you?" Yang Kai looked down at her. "You don't want to?" Yu Rumeng curled her lips. Yang Kai put her down and shouted, "Fu Ling." Fu Ling rushed over like a whirlwind, a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. "What orders does brother-in-law have?" Yu Rumeng hurriedly said, "Nothing, he just wants to ask if you are injured." Fu Ling pursed her lips and smiled. "Thank you brother-in-law for your concern. I am fine." Yu Rumeng nodded. "It's good that you are fine." After saying that, she held Yang Kai's hand and walked into the inner hall. Chapter 34-21. The situation in Roaring Tiger City became treacherous after this battle. For half a year, no army of the demon race visited. Perhaps they were afraid of Roaring Tiger City's power or for some other reason, but the demon race seemed to have forgotten about Roaring Tiger City. Instead, the nearby cities were constantly attacked by the demon race. In the first 2 months, Yang Kai did not dare to act rashly, lest he gave the demon race an opportunity. However, as time passed, after confirming that the demon race would never come to Roaring Tiger City again, Yang Kai took the initiative to attack with the army of Roaring Tiger City. "If the demon race doesn't attack the city, I can go out and fight them, right?" Thanks to the 200,000 soldiers of Roaring Tiger City, the nearby cities were in danger several times, but they survived the crisis with the support of Roaring Tiger City and killed countless enemies. The army of Roaring Tiger City was established, and there were as many as 100 to 200 soldiers in the Emperor realm. Wherever they went, they were invincible, and their fame spread far and wide. Nowadays, the major cities in the Western Territory would send a request for help to Roaring Tiger City as soon as possible if they were not able to defend themselves. With the space magic circle and the sealed world bead, Yang Kai's reinforcements came and went very quickly, turning the tide many times. Although the army of Roaring Tiger City performed well under the leadership of Yang Kai, the overall situation was not optimistic for the astral boundary. In half a year, the Western Territory had lost a lot of territory. Hundreds of cities had fallen, and countless people had died on the battlefield. The invasion of the demon race was unstoppable. At this rate, the entire Western Territory would fall in less than 5 years. By then, the demon race would use the Western Territory as a springboard, and the Eastern, Southern, and Northern territories would not be peaceful. The great emperors were now nowhere to be found. No one knew what they were doing or if they knew the current situation of the astral boundary. The defensive array of Roaring Tiger City was slowly activated, and the 200,000 soldiers returned in triumph. Although the army of Roaring Tiger City had suffered a lot of casualties during the half-year campaign, more cultivators joined the army every day. Therefore, the number of the army of Roaring Tiger City had been stable, if not growing. The residents of the city cheered and happily welcomed the return of the army. This time, Yang Kai had led the army out to provide support. It could be said that he had successfully retreated, protecting the city that he had been sent to provide support to, and repelling the attack of the million-strong demon race. Ma Yin, who stayed in Roaring Tiger City, came up to Yang Kai and whispered to him. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise. He waved his hand to the rear, and the army went to rest. Yang Kai took off his armor and strode into the mayor's mansion. In the main hall, a person was seated at the side. He seemed to have sensed the movement and turned his head to look. 4 pairs of eyes met, only to see that the newcomer's eyes were completely white, without a trace of black. It was a frightening sight. "Brother Gao." Yang Kai smiled faintly and walked to the head of the table and sat down. A maidservant served him tea before respectfully withdrawing. The newcomer was Gao Zhan. Yang Kai knew him, but he was not familiar with him. He could not help but feel a little strange. What was he doing here? This guy was the successor of the great emperors of Heaven's revelations. What was he doing here in Roaring Tiger City instead of serving the great emperors? You flatter me. Gao Zhan bowed slightly. Brother Yang, you are cultured and virtuous. When the Roaring Tiger army came out, the demon race was terrified. You have made a name for yourself these days. Yang Kai said, Brother Gao, you flatter me. May I know why you are here? Gao Zhan replied, I am here to invite Brother Yang to come with me under the order of my master. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, The Master of Heaven's Revelations wants to see me? Yes. Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay, let me prepare a little. Gao Zhan stretched out his hand. There was nothing to prepare. He just found Li Jiao and Gao Shueting and told them that he was going out for a while and asked them to be on guard. Although no demon soldiers had come to the Roaring Tiger City since that semi-sage demon came to make trouble, there was nothing wrong with being careful. What if the demon army really attacked the city when he was not here? After that, Yang Kai and Gao Zhan set off together. Through the space array in the city, they were sent directly to their destination. Zhang Xian's vision blurred, and the two of them found themselves in a valley. The spiritual energy in the valley was rich, and birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. There were pavilions and pavilions in the valley, and the scenery was unique. After spending so much time in the battlefield and the sounds of fighting, Zhang Xian was still a little unaccustomed to being in such a place. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, This is Divine Design Valley? He had long heard that the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations lived in Divine Design Valley, but few people knew where Divine Design Valley was in the star boundary. Yang Kai did not know either, but he did not expect that he would come to Divine Design Valley one day. Gao Zhan nodded and said, Senior Brother Yang is right, this is Heaven's secret valley. My master prefers peace and quiet, so there is only me and my master here. I hope Brother Yang can forgive us for any neglect. Brother Gao is too polite. Yang Kai said politely and looked around curiously. Gao Zhan led the way in front, crossing a small bridge and flowing water. Divine Design Valley was full of twists and turns, and the scenery was constantly changing. It was still spring and flowers were blooming somewhere, but when they stepped out, they might be in white snow. There was a very clever array here, which seemed to be able to adjust the aura of the 4 seasons. Until they were in front of a pavilion, Gao Zhan stopped and stretched out his hand. Raising his head, Kai Yang was shocked to discover that there were 2 people sitting in the pavilion, looking at him with smiles on their faces. Although he was looking around all the way, it did not mean that he did not perceive the surroundings. In front of the pavilion in front of him, there were 2 people he did not notice, which was really strange. However, if these 2 people were both great emperors, it made sense. One of them was naturally the master of this place, the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations, and the other was not unfamiliar to Yang Kai, it was the martial beast Mo Huang. At this moment, the 2 were sitting opposite each other, with a stone table in the middle. There was tea on the table, and the smell of tea was overflowing in the air. Yang Kai stepped forward and entered the pavilion, cupping his hands and saying, Greetings to the 2 master. Mo Huang smiled and said, Don't be polite, sit down. Kai Yang gave his thanks and sat down between the 2 of them. For a moment, there was silence. The great emperors of Heaven's Revelations and the martial beast did not say anything, as if they were waiting for the tea in front of them to boil. Yang Kai did not want to disturb this quiet atmosphere, but after all, he was sitting between the 2 great emperors, so he was somewhat uncomfortable, twisting his body from time to time and moving his arms and legs. Mo Huang turned his head and glanced at him, Are you a monkey? Yang Kai laughed awkwardly and immediately looked down, not moving at all. Chu Tianji chuckled, It's normal for young people to be lively and active, Brother Mo does not need to be so harsh on him. Mo Huang said, Brother Chu, don't be fooled by this little brat's appearance, he has never been a good person. Because of Mo Shaoqi, Mo Huang had always had a bad opinion of Yang Kai, so naturally he would not hesitate to attack him when he had the chance. Yang Kai complained, Master Martial Beast, this junior has not offended you, right? Back on Dragon Island, I could be considered to have helped you. Last time, I even took Xiaoqi to visit Auntie. Why are you saying this to me? Mo Huang snorted twice, picked up the teapot on the table, filled his own cup, and drank it in one gulp. Chu Tianji chuckled, took the teapot, and poured Yang Kai's cup. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly stood up. How could I dare trouble Senior? This junior can do it himself. This was the great emperor's of heaven's revelations, and he was actually pouring tea for him. No matter how arrogant Yang Kai was, he could not bear it. Chu Tianji did not ask, and only when Yang Kai's cup was filled did he pour a cup for himself, slowly saying, I have heard many things about you from Brother Mo. Sure enough, there are new talents in every generation, and a new generation replaces the old. Yang Kai's face turned red, and while sitting down again, he said awkwardly, Master of Heaven's revelations is too kind. Yang Kai knew that Mo Huang had some opinions about him, and nothing good came out of his mouth. He did not know what the great emperors of Heaven's revelations had heard. Chu Tianji laughed, extraordinary people do extraordinary things. At least when I was young, I did not have such a charming and colorful life like yours. Compared to you, I am far inferior. Yang Kai bared his teeth. How am I extraordinary? I was just young and impulsive. Master, you are the role models of the countless cultivator in the star world. Chu Tianji slowly shook his head. This old man has lived for many years, and I have seen many so-called young talents, rising stars, but I have never seen anyone as eye-catching and dazzling as you. Everyone says that this old man can see through the past, see through the future, and have the ability to discern the future, but this old man cannot see what your future is like. Yang Kai was shocked. Master, what you mean is that this junior's future is confusing? Chu Tianji slowly shook his head, but did not explain. Yang Kai was anxious, but his fist was not as big as Chu Tianji's, so he could not force him. He could only grab the tea in front of him and gulp it down. Mo Huang could not bear it any longer. Stop flattering him, hurry up and get to the point. Old Chu, you like to beat around the bush and drag your feet. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Yes, I wonder why the two seniors called this junior here. For the two great emperors to call him here, it was clearly not a small matter. Yang Kai suddenly realized what the great emperors of Heaven's revelations meant when they said, extraordinary people do extraordinary things. They had a mission for him, and it should be a very dangerous mission. Damn, the tea of the great emperors really was not that good to drink. This time, without waiting for Chu Tianji to speak, Mo Huang directly said, Yang Kai, we hope that you can make a trip to the demon territory. Enter the demon territory? Yang Kai was shocked. Enter the demon territory for what? Mo Huang's expression turned serious. I'm afraid that Bright Moon is in some danger. We need you to rescue him. Yang Kai was a little confused. He naturally knew that the Bright Moon Great Emperors had fallen into the demon territory. When the passage between the two worlds opened, several great emperors entered to investigate, but unexpectedly, they were ambushed by several demon saints in the demon territory. In the end, it was the Bright Moon Great Emperors who used his own strength to hold back those demon saints, giving Mo Huang and the others a chance to escape. Later, they also heard that the Bright Moon Great Emperors seemed to be trapped somewhere, but no one knew where exactly, and there was still no news. Now that Mo Huang suddenly wanted him to go to the demon territory to rescue the great emperors, Yang Kai was naturally confused. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai pulled the corner of his mouth and said, Master, are you joking? Chapter 34:22. Huh. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. How could this junior? Before he could finish, Mo Huang interrupted, I also think that it's a bit unreliable for you to handle this matter, but old Chu said that it has to be you. Why is that? Yang Kai frowned and looked at Chu Tianji curiously. Chu Tianji said leisurely, a few days ago, this old master suddenly felt uneasy and had a feeling that something big was about to happen, so he immediately made a divination and received a prophecy. Little friend Yang, do you know what that prophecy was? Yang Kai thought to himself, how would I know? If I knew that I was the great emperors of heaven's revelations, you wouldn't be able to do anything. He immediately shook his head and showed a curious look. Chu Tianji turned his head and looked to the side, saying neither too fast nor too slow, the moon sets and the crow cries, a ray of hope. Yang Kai racked his brains, but no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't figure out what this prophecy had to do with him, so he humbly asked for advice. I understand that the moon falls crying crow is a sign that Senior Ming Yu is in danger, but what does that slim chance of survival have to do with me? Why does it have to be me? Chu Tianji pointed, look over there, do you see anything? Following his gaze, Kai Yang immediately saw a poplar tree that was as thick as a person's arm and had lush branches. Chu Tianji continued, that day, this old master crushed jade here, and the divination corresponded to that poplar tree over there. Look again, where is that poplar tree? Yang Kai slightly identified the direction and hesitated, north? Chu Tianji nodded, the moon sets and the crow cries, a ray of hope lies in the north. Does little friend Yang understand? Yang Kai suddenly understood. North Yang, surnamed Yang, who else could it be other than him? But was this reliable? He didn't doubt the ability of the great emperors of heaven's revelations. Since they were called heaven's revelations and could see the past and the future, they naturally had their own abilities. But what kind of place was the demon territory? Several great emperors had joined forces, but one of them had fallen. What could a little second-order emperor realm master like him do if he ran in? Not to mention rescuing the great emperor's bright moon. Yang Kai immediately fell into hesitation. To be honest, although he was curious about what the demon domain was like, he had never thought about going there. In front of the two great emperors, he couldn't refuse directly, so he could only say, two seniors, even if this junior has the heart, I'm afraid he is powerless. Not to mention the situation in the demon domain, this junior doesn't know where Senior Ming Yu is trapped, but how to safely enter the demon domain is a big problem. Although the passage between the two worlds is open, this junior can't brazenly rush through it. If he really did, he would be torn apart by the demon race, but besides that passage, where else can we enter the demon domain? You have a way. Chu Tianji looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, what way do I have? Chu Tianji slowly shook his head, although this old master isn't too sure, this old master knows that you can become the demon race's territory, and there will be a tribulation in the demon territory. Once you pass this tribulation, you can soar to the heavens. Yang Kai stared, what tribulation? Chu Tianji smiled but didn't say anything. Mo Huang, on the other hand, was a little shocked, boy, do you really have a way to become the demon race's territory? Yang Kai smiled bitterly, how can I? Unless the great emperors join forces to escort me in, but if I do, the demon territory will know. At that time, even if this junior enters the demon territory, he won't be able to find peace. Who knows, he might even die there. With a solemn expression, he cupped his hands and said, this junior is really powerless. Please don't make things difficult for this junior. He really didn't want to go to the demon territory. Even though the great emperors of heaven's revelation said that the bright moon great emperor's survival depended on him, that was only a prophecy. Whether it was true or not was another matter. Even if it was true, if even the bright moon great emperors had no way to solve it, what could he do? Just as he was talking, he suddenly noticed someone walking into the pavilion from the corner of his eye. Yang Kai turned his head to look and said in surprise, Junior Sister Lan. The person who came was Lan Sun. He didn't know when she came to Heaven's secret valley, but after not seeing her for so long, Lan Sun was obviously a lot more haggard. Her eyes were slightly red, as if she had been crying. It was not difficult to understand. The bright moon great emperors had been trapped in the demon territory for so long without any news. As their daughter, she was naturally very worried. Lan Sun walked up to Yang Kai without saying a word, and under the stunned gaze of Yang Kai, she knelt down, leaned down, and kowtowed, trembling as she said, Brother Yang, please save my father. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly got up from the chair and took her arm. Junior sister Lan, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Lan Sun didn't move and just said, Brother Yang, please save my father. Get up first and talk. Yang Kai was anxious. Since he first met Lan Sun in the Four Seasons realm, they had been friends for many years and had a good relationship. When he was weak, Lan Sun took care of him many times. Lan Sun, as the daughter of the great emperors and the princess of Star Soul Palace, had never been arrogant or domineering. Instead, she treated people gently and politely. Yang Kai's impression of Lan Sun was very good, many times better than Yao Lin's. Now that this friend of his was kneeling in front of him, how could Yang Kai bear it? With this kneel, he was afraid that they couldn't be friends anymore. After pulling several times, Lan Sun refused to get up. Yang Kai was so angry that he directly pulled her up. Just as he was about to say a few words to her, he saw that the person in front of him was crying and looking at him with her beautiful eyes. He swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and smiled bitterly. Junior sister, why bother? Lan Sun shook her head bitterly. I have no other choice. After a pause, she said, I know that this is a bit difficult, and I know that the demon territory is very dangerous, but Uncle Chu said that only Brother Yang can save father, so this junior sister can only shamelessly ask. If brother can agree, this junior sister is willing to be a slave, a servant, an ox or a horse to repay brother's kindness. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and said, Junior sister Lan is too serious. She even said that she would be a slave, a servant, an ox or a horse. It was obvious that Lan Sun had already regarded Yang Kai as her only life-saving straw. But now that she had said this, Yang Kai would seem a bit unreasonable if he refused again. If it were someone else, it would be fine, but Lan Sun had taken care of him many times over the years, so he was not an ungrateful person. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai sighed, Junior sister Lan, please don't be impatient. This matter is of great importance. Can you let me think about it for a moment? Lan Sun nodded and said, Of course, if brother wants to refuse, please speak frankly. This time, this junior sister was rude. When she said this, she had a tangled look on her face. Obviously, she didn't want Yang Kai to take risks, but this matter was related to her father, and Chu Tianji said that Yang Kai was her only hope, so she could only try it with the mentality of treating a dead horse as if it were still alive. The pavilion was silent for a while. Yang Kai faced the poplar tree in silence, lost in thought. After a long time, he took a deep breath and turned around. The three people in the pavilion all looked at him, and Lan Sun's expression was even more uneasy. She hoped that Yang Kai would agree, but at the same time, she didn't want him to agree. Yang Kai grinned, Junior sister, I agree to this matter. The demon territory. I will go there. Chu Tianji and Mo Huang glanced at each other with an, as expected, look on their faces. They had long known that this boy would not agree so readily. Fortunately, they had found Lan Sun. Thank you, brother. Lan Sun lowered her head and whispered, but the future of this trip to the demon territory is uncertain. Whether or not you can save father, junior sister hopes that brother can return safely. Yang Kai nodded and said, Don't worry, I will definitely bring Bright Moon Master back safe and sound. Lan Sun said, I will wait for you. After that, she turned and left. Yang Kai scratched his head. This sentence seemed to be a bit unusual. After a while, Yang Kai glanced around and said in a muffled voice, Are the two of you satisfied now? Mo Huang said in surprise, Boy, you saw through it? Yang Kai snorted and said, There is no reason for junior sister Lan Sun to appear here. Obviously, the two of you have already arranged it. You know that I am indebted to junior sister, so if she asks, I can't refuse. Chu Tianji chuckled, We had no choice but to do this. Little friend, please forgive us. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Master of Heaven's revelations is too serious. This boy also knows that Bright Moon Master's safety is of great importance. If he can really be rescued from the demon territory, it will definitely help the situation in the star boundary. But with such an important task, this boy was afraid that he would fail to live up to your trust, so he declined. Mo Huang nodded and said, "It's good that you can think like this. But then again, how are you going to become the demon race's territory? After entering the territory of the demon race, how can you guarantee that you will not be eroded by the demonic qi and become the demon race?" Although Yang Kai had been fighting against the demon race these days, the demon territory was the demon race's territory. There were demonic qi everywhere. Yang Kai was not the great emperor's, so how could he guarantee that he would not become the demon race? Yang Kai said, "Master, you don't need to worry about these things. This boy has his own way of solving it." Everyone had their own secrets. Hearing him say this, Mo Huang naturally would not ask more. He nodded and said, "Is there anything that you need our help with? If there is, feel free to ask." Yang Kai said, "Once I leave, I'm afraid that I won't be able to come back in a short time. I only hope that Master can take good care of my High Heaven Palace and Roaring Tiger City's people." Mo Huang replied, "You don't have to worry about that. Although I can't guarantee that there won't be any casualties, I can guarantee that they won't suffer any serious injuries." "That's good." Chu Tianji said, "Don't you have any other requests? As long as you have any, we can satisfy you." Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "Would also like to ask the two of you to help me pass something to the Iron Blood Master." Mo Huang raised his eyebrows. He did not know what Yang Kai wanted to pass to Zhan Wuhen. Just as he was wondering, he saw Yang Kai take out a jade slip. His divine sense surged and poured information into it. After a short while, he handed the jade slip to Mo Huang. "Just this?" Mo Huang looked puzzled. "Yes," Yang Kai nodded, "I want to safely enter the territory of the demon race and become the demon race, but I still need the help of the Iron Blood Master." Mo Huang was even more puzzled. What can he help with? Yang Kai grinned at him but did not answer. Mo Huang said angrily, "You guys are so mysterious. I don't know what you guys are up to." Yang Kai picked up the tea in front of him and drank it in one gulp. He stood up and said, "I'll take my leave first. The next time we meet, I hope that I can fight side by side with the Master." Chapter 34-23. After returning to the High Heaven Palace from the Divine Design Valley, Yang Kai summoned Li Jiao and went straight to the point, "Brotherly, I may need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. You will be in charge of the Roaring Tiger City." Li Jiao was stunned. Cultivating in seclusion at this time? The war between the two realms was in full swing. Although the Roaring Tiger City had been peaceful for the past 6 months, no one could guarantee that there would not be another attack by the demon race. This was obviously not a good time to cultivate in seclusion. If the demon race really came, without Yang Kai as the commander, the Roaring Tiger City's combat power would definitely be greatly reduced. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "I have some enlightenment recently. I have no choice but to do this." Li Jiao nodded when he heard that. He also knew that the path of martial arts was not easy. If he really had some enlightenment, it was better to cultivate in seclusion as soon as possible. Once he lost this opportunity, he might not be able to make up for it even after dozens or hundreds of years. He could only say, "Well, I will try my best to take care of the Roaring Tiger City. But Brother Yang, those people in the Half-Dragon City and that Master Fu Ling, don't worry, I will tell them to listen to your arrangement." With Li Jiao's cultivation and identity, it was not a problem to command the Roaring Tiger City. The only problem was Fu Ling. Li Jiao might not be able to subdue a rank 6 pure-blood giant dragon. Fu Ling was not very reliable. When Yang Kai was here, she was obedient. If Yang Kai was not here, she would be the most powerful person in the world. She might not give Li Jiao any face. But since Yang Kai wanted to entrust the Roaring Tiger City to Li Jiao, he would naturally arrange everything in advance. After a while, he summoned Fu Ling and told her in front of Li Jiao to be obedient in the future. Otherwise, she would be sent back to the Dragon Island immediately. Fu Ling did not dare to disobey. She immediately nodded like a chicken pecking rice. For her, it was rare for her to leave the Dragon Island. Naturally, she was not willing to be sent back so soon. Then, Yang Kai sent a message to all the people in the Emperor realm and the city, informing them that he would be cultivating in seclusion today and was not to be disturbed unless there was something important. Only then did he enter the secret chamber of the city lord's mansion and close the door. Cultivating in seclusion was naturally a cover. Since he had promised the great emperors of heaven's revelations and martial beast to go to the demon territory, he had to make arrangements for the people of Roaring Tiger City in advance. Otherwise, when the day came, Roaring Tiger City would be leaderless. He had to let Li Jiao familiarize himself with it for a while. Even if he left, Roaring Tiger City would not be affected too much. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai activated the space spirit bead on his wrist. The space laws fluctuated and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a boudoir. "Who is it?" A delicate shout was heard. A cold light bloomed, and a sharp sword pierced his face. Yang Kai flicked his finger and flicked the sword to the side. Then, he reached out and grabbed a white wrist. With a slight twist, a soft and delicate body appeared in his arms. He leaned over and said with a smile, "Yao, your way of welcoming me is a little special." Ji Yao was startled. "Why are you here?" "I came to see you." Yang Kai stroked her hair and stared at her quietly. Ji Yao was a little embarrassed by his stare. She found that Yang Kai's eyes were especially gentle and reluctant today. She reclined in his broad arms and slowly moved her gaze away. However, Yang Kai reached out and pinched her chin, turning her head over to face him. Before she could react, a vigorous aura enveloped her. Their lips pressed together and Ji Yao slowly closed her eyes. The long sword in her hand fell to the ground with a tinkling sound as she wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck and hugged him tightly. After fiercely kissing her for a while, Kai Yang picked her up by the waist and gently placed her on the bed. Leaning over, he wantonly tasted her. Since that time in Iceheart Valley's secret art pavilion, the relationship between the two of them had made great progress, but they had never broken through the bottom line. Ji Yao seemed to enjoy this kind of surreptitious atmosphere and had never asked Yang Kai to do anything, nor did she want him to reveal their relationship to the world. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force her. After a long bout of passion, the two of them blended together. Their bodies intertwined and rolled around on the bed, causing the atmosphere in the boudoir to become enchanting. After a long time, Yang Kai let her go. Ji Yao's body was as soft as mud and she was panting heavily as she lay on Yang Kai's body. Suddenly, Yang Kai said, "Yao, no matter what happens to me, you don't have to worry, and don't hold grudges against anyone." These words were inexplicable, causing Ji Yao to suddenly raise her head, as if she had a premonition, her bright big eyes staring at Yang Kai as she asked, "What will happen?" Yang Kai pinched her nose and said, "Don't ask too much, you'll know when the time comes. Just remember my words." Ji Yao didn't say anything and just looked at him. Yang Kai asked, "Do you remember?" Ji Yao nodded gently, "I remember." Kai Yang looked at her with gratification, flipped over, and once again began to ravage her mercilessly. After spending the night with Ji Yao in her room, Yang Kai gave her a few words of advice and then quietly left. High Heaven Palace, Spirit Medicine Peak, Yang Kai walked in with a jar of wine. The several apprentices at the door immediately saluted him respectfully when they saw him, but the oldest apprentice blocked his way and said with a troubled expression, "Palace Master, Grand Master Chu and Madame Xia are refining pills and ordered that no one is to disturb them. Go away, go away, go away." Yang Kai reached out and pushed the apprentice to the side, directly breaking into the room, shouting as he walked, "Little senior sister, little senior sister." He walked all the way to the underground alchemy room and suddenly saw the door open with a bang. Ying rushed out with a disheveled face and a dark face. He reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's collar and said fiercely, "How many times have I told you not to disturb me when I'm refining pills? Don't think that I won't beat you just because you're the High Heaven Palace's palace master." Yang Kai grinned and reached out to pry his fingers away. "Brother Ji, calm down, it's just a furnace of pills, I'll just refine more." When Yang Kai saw him like this, he knew that his spirit pill furnace must have exploded, otherwise, his face would not be so dark. Yang Kai guessed that he must be quite angry, otherwise, how could an Emperor Realm alchemist explode his furnace so easily? Ying angrily said, "Refine more. Don't you want time and energy? What's more, this is a stain in my alchemy career. Heavens, how could I agree to come here to refine pills?" Behind the door, Xia Ningchang walked out with a smile on her face. Although her face was covered by a veil, her crescent-shaped eyes showed that she was laughing. "All right, I brought you a jar of good wine, look." Yang Kai raised the jar in his hand and blocked Ji Ying's saliva. "What bullshit wine, I don't want to drink, you have to compensate me with pills." Ji Ying swept the wine jar away. Yang Kai said, "Western Territory sword wine, and it's the highest grade sword wine. Ji Ying, don't you want to try it? This thing is very rare nowadays." Western Territory sword wine was famous all over the world. When Yang Kai and Zhu Qing met for the first time, he felt sorry for her and asked her to bring the sword wine from the Western Territory. Only then would he be willing to be friends with her. Who knew that Zhu Qing would really bring him the sword wine? Now that the Western Territory was suffering from the demon race, the mountain where this wine was brewed had been destroyed, making this wine even more precious. Ji Ying was startled when he heard this and quickly grabbed the wine jar. As he opened it, he said, "This Ji has seen the world. If you dare to lie to me, I won't let you off." Yang Kai said seriously, "I wouldn't dare lie to Brother Ji. And, that's right, I need to ask Brother Ji for leave on behalf of my little senior sister. She's going out for a while, and I don't know when she'll return. I'll have to trouble Brother Ji to refine pills." "Where are you going?" Brother Ji looked up and asked, but there was no sign of Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang. This guy actually took Xia Ningchang away as soon as he finished speaking. Ji Ying couldn't help but be startled for a moment before he gritted his teeth. At the space formation, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang leisurely appeared. The little senior sister looked at Yang Kai curiously and said, "How's the situation in the Western Territory? Why did you come back?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "There's someone there to take care of it. As for me, I just came back to see you guys." "Have you gone to see Big Sister and the others?" "Not yet." Yang Kai shook his head. Xia Ningchang reached out and straightened his clothes for him. Suddenly, her gaze paused for a moment. She pulled a long strand of hair from Yang Kai's collar and casually tossed it aside. She said gently, "You should go see Big Sister and the others first. I'll wait for you here. They're always fighting the demon race over there, so they're definitely not as comfortable as I am." Yang Kai's face twitched. He withdrew his gaze from the strand of hair floating in the wind and pulled Xia Ningchang into his arms. He kissed her forehead and said, "Little senior sister is the most considerate." Xia Ningchang said shyly, "Of course not." She lightly hit Yang Kai twice and said, "Someone's watching." There were disciples guarding the space array all year round. Naturally, this scene was clearly seen by everyone. However, the master and mistress of the palace were lovey-dovey, so no one dared to look. At this moment, all of them were either looking up at the sky or looking down at the ground, as if there were flowers in the sky. At this moment, the space array fluctuated. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared on the array. At a glance, a sour voice sounded, "Yo, you called us sisters back in such a hurry to watch a good show." Xia Ningchang's face became even redder. She hurriedly left Yang Kai's embrace and greeted the 3 women. Yang Kai looked back and said with a smile, "Ah Luo, are you jealous of your own sisters?" Xianxia Luo curled her lips and said, "Of course it's fine if we're sisters. It's just that who knows if you've been fooling around with some vixen outside." "How could that be?" Yang Kai hurriedly denied. Xianxia Luo snorted and said, "Is that so? Then please explain what's going on with that Li Shiqing." Shuiyu also nodded and said, "That's right, that woman isn't a good thing." Yang Kai's head was covered in cold sweat. He turned his gaze to Su Yan and revealed a pleading look. Senior sister was really considerate and changed the topic. "Why did you call us back?" The three of them had always been in the same city as the people from High Heaven Palace and Ice Heart Valley. This time, they had received a message from Ji Yao and rushed back together. Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to ask you to accompany me on a scenic tour." Chapter 34-24. The four girls thought that Yang Kai was just joking. After all, the demon race had yet to be eradicated, and the Western Territory was still in turmoil. Who would be in the mood to go sightseeing at this time? Who knew that he would really do it? Setting off from the High Heaven Palace, they directly teleported to the former site of Thousand Leaves sect in the Southern Territory. After identifying the direction, Yang Kai led the four girls on a sightseeing tour. Although the demon race's invasion had spread like wildfire in the Star Boundary, and the Western Territory was still embroiled in the flames of war. The Eastern, Southern, and Northern Territories were also mobilizing. The war was still too far away from the Southern Territory, so the people in the Southern Territory who had not gone to provide support were still living their lives. Traveling with the four beauties, Yang Kai leisurely passed through countless spirit mountains and rivers, entering every city he came across, allowing Su Yan and the others to truly experience the wonders of the Star Boundary. Having said that, although Su Yan and the others had been in the Star Boundary for a few years now, they had always been in retreat in the High Heaven Palace. When the War of the Two Realms broke out, they had followed the army to the Western Territory. Strictly speaking, this was their first time traveling outside, and they were following Yang Kai, so they were naturally in high spirits, finding everything new and interesting. The group of five, the men were heroic and extraordinary, while the women were graceful and graceful. Each of them had their own merits, and no matter where they went, they would become the focus of attention. Every night, Yang Kai would lead the four girls into the sealed world bead and sleep together. The little senior sister's skin was the thinnest, so how could she endure such shameful things? Su Yan took on the airs of an elder sister and reprimanded Yang Kai several times, but Yang Kai remained unmoved. The more Su Yan reprimanded him, the fiercer he became. Coupled with the dragon lady Xianxia Luo helping him, Su Yan did not dare to speak casually and could only let him do as he pleased. After going around in circles for half a month, the group arrived at a plain. Seeing Yang Kai carefully inspecting the plains as if he was looking for something, Xianxia Luo asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" Yang Kai said, "The entrance to the Four Seasons realm was opened on this plain. I want to see if there are any traces of it." Su Yan understood. "Are you worried about Shao, and Shui? Yang Kai sighed and said, "Although Lu Yan is with them, they are still children after all. If I can see them with my own eyes, I will naturally feel more at ease." Among the four women, besides Xianxia Luo, who had never met Yang Shao before because she had been cultivating in the ancient wild lands, Su Yan, Shuiyu, and Xia Ning Chang had all seen him before and were very fond of him. Coupled with the fact that he was Yang Kai's adopted son, their relationship was naturally even closer. Now that Yang Kai had the heart to look for it, they were naturally happy to help. The five of them immediately spread out and began to search the plains carefully. But in the end, they found nothing. The Four Seasons realm was an independent small world. Although the entrance opened on this plain last time, no one could guarantee that it would open here again next time. What's more, this time, Qiongqi was the one who brought them in. Maybe Qiongqi had other ways to enter the Four Seasons realm. Without any results, they could only leave. Later, Yang Kai took the four women to Azure Sun Temple and stayed on his spirit sword peak for a few days before setting off for Maplewood City. This was the first city Yang Kai entered after coming to the star boundary, which was of great significance to him. It was in this place that he met Imo Shaoqi, met Lan Sun for the first time, obtained the Myriad Sword, and met the first great emperors. Outside Maplewood City, the Spirit Lake Palace stood tall, and countless cultivators still came in and out every day. Xia Sheng was no longer here, and Yang Kai had no intention of visiting. On the other hand, his old friend Kong Si Ran had been promoted to a branch president of the Chamber of Commerce in Maplewood City because of his business dealings with the High Heaven Palace over the years. It could be said that he had a high position and power. In the past, this would have been unimaginable for Kong Si Ran. When Yang Kai arrived, Kong Si Ran naturally welcomed him warmly. They went to the best restaurant in Maplewood City and enjoyed each other's company. The next day, Yang Kai left and led the 4 women to the old site of the Blue Feather sect. The Blue Feather sect was now completely abandoned, and the old site of the sect was full of ruins. Thinking back to when he first entered the star boundary and was captured by Lu Xianyun and brought to the Blue Feather sect, it felt like a lifetime ago. At that time, a Dao Source Realm cultivator was simply invincible to him, but now, he could even fight against a false Emperor Master. In the blink of an eye, several decades of flowing time Great Emperor had passed, making him feel sad and frustrated. Walking the old road again, it was as if he had been reborn, and Yang Kai felt a lot of emotions. After the Southern Territory, it was the Eastern Territory, and then the Northern Territory. It was not until 3 months later that Yang Kai led Su Yan and the others back home. They still hurried on their journey without using the space array. 3 months of sightseeing without caring about worldly affairs made Su Yan and the others reluctant to part. They felt that it would be best if they could stay like this for the rest of their lives. That night, after an extremely wanton and unbridled sexual activity, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly rose up from the bed with the graceful limbs lying horizontally on it. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Su Yan and said in surprise, "Senior sister, you." Su Yan suddenly sat up and took a deep breath, "I'm about to break through." Shan Qing Luo also sat up in surprise, "So fast?" Su Yan was now in the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, and if she broke through again, she would be in the Emperor Realm. It had only been a few years since Yang Kai brought them to the star boundary. Although they had the support of unlimited resources from High Heaven Palace, the speed of their progress was too astonishing. One had to know that when Su Yan first entered the star boundary, she was only in the 2nd Order Dao Source Realm. In just a few years, she had crossed a chasm that most cultivators could not cross in their lifetime. The remaining 3 women were now in the 1st Order Dao Source Realm. Xia Ningchang, because of his special physique and his years of alchemy, had barely touched the threshold of the 2nd Order Dao Source Realm. Shuiyu pursed her lips and smiled tenderly, "Don't you know that Big Sister and husband have a dual cultivation secret art? Every night these days, Big Sister has been fed by husband." She was right. Yin and Yang in harmony, Dragon and Phoenix in harmony. Dual cultivation had indeed brought great benefits to Su Yan. Even without Yang Kai, her cultivation progress was not slow. Now that she had dual cultivation with Yang Kai every night for 3 months, it was natural for her to break through. The World Energy Baptism was about to arrive, so it naturally could not be delayed. Su Yan glanced at Yang Kai and immediately put on her clothes. The others also hurriedly tidied themselves up. After a short while, they exited the small sealed world. Yang Kai urged his space principles and wrapped Su Yan in a sparsely populated place. He put her down and quickly said, "Be careful." Su Yan nodded, sat down cross-legged, and closed her eyes to concentrate. Yang Kai's figure flickered and he appeared a few dozen kilometers away. With a wave of his hand, he released Shuiyu, Shan Qing Luo, and Xia Ningchang. The 4 of them all looked over. Shan Qing Luo and the others would definitely benefit from watching Su Yan break through to the Emperor Realm. When they broke through one day, they would have more experience in dealing with it and wouldn't be completely clueless. Under their nervous gazes, the wind blew and clouds surged, and the faint sound of thunder could be heard. A jade hand held Yang Kai's big hand and Shuiyu said softly, "Husband, don't worry. Big sister is so powerful. She will definitely be fine." Yang Kai also felt that with Su Yan's ability, there wouldn't be any major problems, but he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This was probably what they meant by worrying too much. Shanqing Luo said, "Husband, although we don't know why you're taking us out on a sightseeing tour at this time and for such a long time, we all know that you must have something important to do. If there's anything you need to do, just do it. With us at home, an eldest sister about to break through to the Emperor realm, you don't need to worry about anything outside." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her, then at Shuiyu and Xia Ningchang. The two women nodded slightly at him. Obviously, these women had also noticed something these days. After all, they were his wives. Although Yang Kai didn't say it directly, how could he hide it from their observation? Yang Kai nodded and said, "Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. I'm going to the demon territory." Shuiyu's jade hand obviously trembled, while Shanqing Luo and Xia Ningchang also looked stunned and worried. Although they knew that Yang Kai must have something to do, they never expected that he would actually go to the demon territory. "Also, I will be going to the demon territory in a different way. No matter what you hear at that time, don't worry." Yang Kai let out a long breath. "I don't know when I will come back, but I can promise you that I will definitely come back in one piece." Shanqing Luo leaned over and rested her head on his shoulder, saying softly, "You are our heaven. Nothing must happen to you." Xia Ningchang's eyes were red as she said, "Be careful when you get there." Yang Kai opened his arms and hugged the three women, laughing, "Don't worry, I'm not good at other things, but I'm the best at running away." Shanqing Luo pinched his waist and gritted her teeth, "There's a succubus demon in the demon territory, don't be seduced." Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "It's not certain who will be seduced." At this moment, a loud bang rang out and a light flashed a few dozen kilometers away as a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, falling straight towards Su Yan's head. The few of them immediately fell silent, their gazes fixed in that direction without blinking. Amidst the dancing lightning, the world energy gathered and submerged Su Yan in an instant. After a while, Su Yan's figure reappeared, but the world energy had been completely absorbed. Hong long long, bolts of lightning fell one after another, weaving into a large net that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Shanqing Luo and the others turned pale as they wondered if they could handle such a situation if they were faced with it. However, they were only in the first-order Dao source realm, so it was inevitable for them to feel that this scene was terrifying. When they reached Su Yan's cultivation, perhaps they would feel differently. The world energy baptism after breaking through a great realm was extremely shocking. Furthermore, Su Yan was breaking through the Emperor realm this time, so the commotion caused naturally spread far and wide. There seemed to be a city nearby, and many people were attracted over. In the beginning, these people were quite obedient and watched from afar, not daring to get too close. However, as time passed, some people actually flew over, as if they wanted to see more clearly. How could Yang Kai tolerate this? He opened his mouth and spat out the word, "scram," which resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. It seemed to be even more powerful than the world energy baptism, causing those people to flee in embarrassment. Chapter 34-25. Every great realm was a threshold for a cultivator, and once they crossed it, they would enter a whole new world. This was especially true in the Emperor realm. Streaks of ferocious power of heaven and earth descended from the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The power was terrifying. A clear and melodious phoenix cry rang out, piercing through the sky as an icy blue phantom vaguely appeared where Su Yan was. This ice phoenix was enormous, and as it let out a loud cry, the unique aura of a divine spirit suddenly spread out, freezing everything within 1,000 kilometers. The crowd watching from afar couldn't help but show shocked expressions. Inside Yang Kai's body, the golden divine dragon source began to stir, as if it was about to resonate with Su Yan's ice phoenix source. If he had not been suppressing it, his dragon body would have been manifested in an instant. This surprised him a little. He hadn't expected that when Su Yan broke through to the Emperor realm, he would have such a strange feeling. He didn't know if it was because he cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art. Time passed little by little, and the world energy grew stronger and stronger, but the ice phoenix phantom continued to condense and its aura grew stronger and stronger, competing with the world energy. Finally, at this moment, a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out with a bang, and it swept out in all directions. The giant ice phoenix phantom disappeared, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the light once again. Peace was restored to the world. After a long time, the onlooking cultivator finally dared to go forward to investigate, but there was no trace of the person who had broken through. They didn't even know when they had left. However, such a scene was far beyond the usual breakthroughs in the Emperor realm, and it was a hot topic for the cultivator in the nearby cities for quite some time. Su Yan had already broken through to the Emperor realm, so she more or less had the ability to protect herself, so Yang Kai was slightly relieved. Another 5 days later, the group of 5 finally returned to the High Heaven Palace. They said their goodbyes at the space array. The beauties shed a lot of tears, which made Yang Kai feel bad. After sending off Su Yan and the others and settling down his little senior sister, Yang Kai was the last to step on the space array, but he did not teleport to Roaring Tiger City. Instead, he went to Orthodoxy Temple in the Southern Territory. Since the last conspiracy of Orthodoxy Temple was crushed, Orthodoxy Temple had become a branch of High Heaven Palace in the Southern Territory. There were 50,000 disciples here. Although a group of people had been conscripted to fight the demon race in the Western Territory, that was only the minority. 90% of the disciples were still here to train and become stronger. Without alerting anyone, Yang Kai went straight to the forbidden area of the Orthodoxy Temple, where the astral winds were. The last time he came here, he discovered that the astral winds were unfathomable, and there seemed to be some kind of treasure hidden at the end of the canyon. It was this unknown treasure that produced the astral winds, allowing people to temper their bodies in this canyon. Since he was going to the demon territory, he should make more preparations. Since there was a treasure in his own branch, Yang Kai naturally had to try to collect it. Perhaps it would be of some help to him in the demon territory. Even if he failed, he would not lose anything. Walking into the canyon, Yang Kai found that many disciples were at the forefront of the canyon to receive the baptism of the astral winds, using them to temper their bodies. However, these disciples' cultivations were not high, so they could only stay at the outermost periphery. Yang Kai flashed past without anyone noticing him. As Yang Kai ventured deeper into the canyon, the surrounding cliffs gradually began to fill with holes for him to shelter from the astral wind. The power of the astral wind also grew stronger and stronger, but Yang Kai was not afraid. With his half-dragon body, his physique was tyrannical, so this level of astral wind could not harm him. It was not until after the time it would take to burn a stick of incense that Yang Kai felt pain on his skin. The invisible astral winds were like sharp blades cutting through his skin. Only then did Yang Kai circulate his emperor chi to protect himself, but his pace did not slow down in the slightest. A moment later, the emperor chi protecting Yang Kai's body was also cut into pieces, unable to provide any protection. The omnipresent astral wind sliced through his body, causing golden blood to seep out from all over his body, dyeing his clothes a golden hue. However, Yang Kai had no intention of stopping, continuing to move forward unhurriedly. The sound of rustling rang out incessantly. The depths of the canyon were like a forbidden zone for life. Even someone as strong as Shilei could only cultivate at the outskirts, not daring to go too deep. Yang Kai's physique was much stronger than Shilei's, but whether he could reach the deepest part of the canyon, he did not know. He had done his best and left the rest to fate. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the astral winds became. Gradually, countless wounds appeared on Yang Kai's body. Even with his extraordinary restorative ability, these wounds could not heal quickly. Golden blood flowed from his wounds, and wherever he walked, 2 golden footprints would appear. Yang Kai's entire body was drenched in his own blood. The astral winds were extremely strange. Not only did they cut through his body, but they also seemed to affect his internal organs, bones, and meridians. In the end, with every step Yang Kai took, his bones creaked, and his internal organs were in unbearable pain. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only transform into his half-dragon form and continue to push forward. His 300-meter-long half-dragon body had grown slightly, becoming 32 meters long. Yang Kai guessed that because he had been dual cultivating with Su Yen these past few months, his golden divine dragon source had become more integrated with his body. Hong Hong Hong, Yang Kai descended step by step, causing the canyon to tremble. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai felt like he was about to collapse when he suddenly saw a slender void crack appear in front of him, causing his expression to shake. The last time he came to investigate, he had noticed this void crack. The endless astral winds from the outer sky were gushing out from this void crack and blowing outwards along the canyon. At that time, Yang Kai had guessed that if there were any treasures in this canyon, they must be hidden in this void crack. It was precisely because the power of the treasures in this canyon was too strong that the void crack could never be closed, causing astral winds to constantly appear. Now that this void crack was right in front of him, Yang Kai's eyes naturally lit up. Ignoring his own injuries, Yang Kai stepped forward against the astral winds and arrived in front of the void crack in just a few steps. Shio, with a loud sound, an astral wind shot out from the void crack, like a sword or saber, directly cutting through Yang Kai's half-dragon body. Yang Kai looked down and saw a huge wound on his waist, almost cutting him in half. When he looked down, he could clearly see his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, but soon golden blood gushed out and covered the wound. Yang Kai grimaced in pain, but at the same time, he was looking forward to the treasures hidden in this void crack even more. His half-dragon body had almost been cut in half, so the power of this void crack far exceeded his imagination. If there really was such a treasure and he could collect it, it would definitely be of great help to him on this trip to the demon territory. Dispersing his half-dragon body and using his space principles, Yang Kai rushed into the void crack in a flash. Inside the void crack, the astral wind that had been bothering him disappeared in an instant, which made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. Covering the wound on his abdomen with his hand, Yang Kai looked around in this void crack, his eyes soon attracted by something. It was a long vine that had taken root in the void crack. Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little surprised. He had entered and exited the void crack countless times, but in this strange place, there was only endless void turbulence, nothingness, and chaos. He had never thought that a long vine would appear in such a place. However, at this moment, the long vine had withered, its whole body showing a gray color, without the slightest vitality. At the top of the long vine was a palm-sized gourd. This small gourd was blue in color and had complex patterns on its surface, as if it contained the great Tao of heaven and earth, exuding an extremely mysterious aura. Wisps of astral wind emerged from this gourd and blew out through the void crack. The source of the astral wind was actually a blue gourd. Yang Kai looked at it in amazement, but soon realized that this blue gourd was definitely a supreme treasure, not inferior to his soul-warming lotus. "I've found a treasure." Yang Kai was overjoyed and pushed his Emperor Qi, carefully reaching out towards the blue gourd and grabbing it. To his surprise, he did not suffer the slightest injury. The astral wind that was strong enough to cut him in half did not seem to be a threat here, allowing him to easily grasp the blue gourd in his hand. With a gentle pluck, he plucked the blue gourd from the long vine. Before Yang Kai could take a closer look at the blue gourd in his hand, the long vine, which should have withered for tens of thousands of years, shrank back with a whoosh and plunged into the endless void crack, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before slapping his thigh in annoyance. If he had known that this long vine was so strange, he would have collected it first. Being able to produce a treasure like the blue gourd, this long vine was obviously extremely extraordinary. If he could transplant it into his sealed world bead, he might be able to produce another gourd. But just as this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai quickly rejected it. Because this kind of treasure that was born with the world's destiny was the only one in the world, and there would never be a second one. Thinking so, Yang Kai felt a lot better. It was important to be content with what one had. Being able to obtain the blue gourd today was a great opportunity, but it was a bit insatiable. Sorting out his mood, Yang Kai carefully played with the blue gourd in his hand. After plucking it from the long vine, the patterns on the surface of the blue gourd disappeared, and the mysterious aura no longer existed, as if it had become an extremely ordinary gourd. But under the perception of Yang Kai's divine sense, he was unable to investigate the situation inside the gourd, so he immediately knew that this so-called ordinary gourd was just a facade. If he wanted to exert the power of this blue gourd, he would have to carefully refine it. Putting away the blue gourd, Yang Kai leapt out of the void crack. The source of the outer heavenly astral wind in the canyon had been collected by Yang Kai, so the orthodoxy temple branch naturally lost its ability to temper one's physique. Even the void crack quickly closed under the influence of the star boundaries world principles and disappeared. Doing so would certainly cause some losses to the disciples of High Heaven Palace, but Yang Kai couldn't care less right now. At worst, he could just wait until he returned from the demon territory and put the blue gourd back. At that time, this canyon could be used again. Chapter 34-26. In the Roaring Tiger City, in the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table and listened to Li Jiao's report on the battle situation in the past few months, nodding from time to time. The situation was better than he had thought. He had previously announced that he was going into seclusion, and the 200,000 troops of the Roaring Tiger City were temporarily under the command of Li Jiao. Li Jiao did not disappoint him. Relying on the power of his previous victories, he had recently led the Roaring Tiger City's army out to support the major cities. He was invincible and invincible. It was not that Li Jiao was very capable, but the main reason was that there were too many people from the Emperor realm among the 200,000 troops of Roaring Tiger City. The demon race was no match for an army of the same size. Even if the enemy was 2 or 3 times more, Roaring Tiger City could still deal with it. In this way, Yang Kai was completely relieved. Even if Roaring Tiger City lost him, as long as the 200,000 troops were united, they would be an unyielding flag. "Brother Yang, are you out of seclusion this time?" Li Jiao asked after reporting the situation. He had not been having an easy time these days. Although he was quite strong and was the palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, the lives of 200,000 people were tied to him, which still made him feel quite pressured. The battlefield was constantly changing. Although the army of Roaring Tiger City had been successful recently, one mistake could cause the army to lose their lives. At that time, he would not be able to bear such a responsibility. Naturally, he eagerly hoped that Yang Kai could take over the command of the army again. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I just came out to take a look. I have to go back into seclusion again." Li Jiao immediately looked disappointed. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Brother Li, don't feel pressured. You've been doing very well recently. Just keep it up. If you really lose one day, it's not your fault." Li Jiao smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid," just as they were talking, Yu Rumeng rushed in. She was wrapped in an icy aura, and her face was gloomy. Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked up at the same time. Li Jiao immediately coughed dryly. "Brother Yang, I'll take my leave first." After that, he left quickly without waiting for Yang Kai's agreement. After he left, Yu Rumeng rushed to Yang Kai and grabbed Yang Kai's collar. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're willing to come back?" Yang Kai pretended to look at her calmly. "What are you talking about?" Yu Rumeng snorted. "Damn it, how did this woman know that I wasn't in Roaring Tiger City? Could it be that the heart imprint secret technique was able to sense him?" With that thought in mind, he pulled her hand away with a calm expression and said with a dignified expression, if you want to talk, just talk. Why are you being so touchy? How improper. Yu Rumeng cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "Why didn't you say this when you ran away for more than 3 months without saying a word?" Yang Kai angrily slammed the table. "Who ran away for more than 3 months? Stop talking nonsense. I have been in retreat in the city lord's mansion all this time." Yu Rumeng sneered. "Who are you trying to fool? Do you think I can't sense your aura? You're not in Roaring Tiger City at all. Tell me honestly, where did you go?" Yang Kai got up and said, "I can't talk to you. I'm going to continue my closed-door cultivation. Don't be noisy, or I'll beat you." Then, he got up and walked to the back hall with his hands behind his back. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yu Rumeng was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She chased Yang Kai into the secret room and pestered him for a while. In the end, Yang Kai couldn't bear it anymore. He spanked her until she was in tears. Then, he threw her out. When the secret room was closed, Yang Kai could hear Yu Rumeng cursing outside the door. She was like a shrew. But this time, Yu Rumeng learned her lesson. She stayed at the door of the secret room and didn't leave. Obviously, she didn't want to give Yang Kai any chance to sneak away again. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai really started his closed-door cultivation in the secret room and didn't go out for more than 10 days. Yang Kai had just got the green gourd, so he naturally seized the time to refine it. He knew that Yu Rumeng was waiting outside the door, but he didn't want to pay attention to her. Anyway, he had told her what he should do and done what he should do. He didn't plan to go out again. More than 10 days passed peacefully. One day, when Yang Kai was refining the green gourd, he suddenly felt the world tremble. A great pressure fell from the sky. At the same time, a man's angry shout resounded through the world. "Yang Kai, come out and see me." In the secret room, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, which were shining with divine light. Finally, it came. He took a deep breath and put away the green gourd. He got up and tidied his clothes. Then, he opened the door of the secret room and strode out. Outside the door, Yu Rumeng looked at him with confusion. "How did you provoke Iron Blood? What is he doing here?" She obviously recognized that the voice just now was the voice of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, and judging from his words and tone, the Iron Blood Great Emperor seemed to have some bad intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a posture. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You ask me? Who should I ask?" Yu Rumeng said, "Don't you have a good relationship with the Iron Blood's disciple? Why is he hostile to you?" Yang Kai asked curiously, "Hostile? Is there?" Yu Rumeng said angrily, "Can't you feel whether there is hostility or not?" She frowned and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. "Don't go out first. Let me ask about the situation first." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He patted her hand and said, "It doesn't matter. The Iron Blood Master is one of the 10 great emperors. Even if I accidentally offend him, he won't care about it. I'll go and ask about it. If there is any misunderstanding, I'll explain it." Yu Rumeng thought about it carefully and agreed. The Iron Blood was such a person. Even if there was a misunderstanding between him and Yang Kai, he wouldn't attack him. What's more, the war between the two worlds was in full swing now. Yang Kai was the flag of Roaring Tiger City and had the support of 200,000 troops. It was impossible for him to attack Yang Kai at this sensitive time. Above Roaring Tiger City, a burly figure stood proudly in the void. Everyone looked up, but the figure was surrounded by a haze. Few people could see the person's face clearly. However, the name of the Iron Blood Master soon spread throughout the city. Many people knew that the person was one of the 10 great emperors. They were immediately in awe and reverence. A figure flew out of the city and greeted the Iron Blood. It was Li Jiao. Li Jiao stopped more than 10 feet away. He cupped his hands and said, Li Jiao of the Fire Dragon Palace in the Northern Territory greets the Iron Blood Master. Zhang Wuhen glanced at him coldly and nodded slightly. Although it was just a glance, it was majestic and unpredictable. Li Jiao broke out in a cold sweat. He asked carefully, May I know why the Iron Blood Master has come to Roaring Tiger City? Zhang Wuhen said indifferently, Tell Yang Kai to come out and see me. Li Jiao said, I'll let you know, Master. Palace Master Yang has been in closed-door cultivation a few days ago and hasn't come out yet. Roaring Tiger City has been handed over to me. If it's related to the war between the two realms, please tell me. Roaring Tiger City will do our best. Zhang Wuhen said, I'm not here for the war between the two realms. It's just a personal grudge. You can't help me with anything. You may leave. As soon as he said that, Li Jiao's heart skipped a beat. The Iron Blood Great Emperor's words revealed a lot of information. Personal grudge? What personal grudge does Yang Kai have with the Great Emperors? He actually made the Great Emperors deign to come here. Is it a blessing, not a curse? If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Before Li Jiao could ask for an explanation, Zhang Wuhen waved his hand, and Li Jiao involuntarily fell to the ground. He stumbled back a few steps, but a large hand caught him from behind, and he finally came to a stop. Li Jiao turned around and showed a surprised expression. Brother Yang. Yang Kai nodded at him. Li Jiao hurriedly said, Brother Yang, be careful with your words. He didn't know why Zhang Wuhen came to Yang Kai. His tone and attitude were so impolite, but he couldn't help much in the current situation. Even if he wanted to, how could he be an enemy of the Great Emperors? He could only tell Yang Kai to be polite and not really irritate Zhang Wuhen. Yang Kai smiled and took a few steps forward. He looked up and cupped his fists. Yang Kai greets Master. I didn't know that Master was coming. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Zhang Wuhen looked down coldly and said after a while, You are indeed guilty. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole city was in an uproar. Although they had long known that the Iron Blood Great Emperor came with ill intentions, Zhang Wuhen had undoubtedly killed Yang Kai by saying such words in front of 200,000 soldiers and hundreds of thousands of residents of Roaring Tiger City. This made many people in the army of Roaring Tiger City angry. So what if he was the Great Emperors? Could the Great Emperors just randomly assign crimes to people? Everyone had seen what Yang Kai had done these days. If it weren't for him, Roaring Tiger City would have been long gone. If it weren't for him, the army of Roaring Tiger City would have been scattered. Now, 200,000 soldiers were loyal and had killed countless people in the demon race. It could be said that Yang Kai had made great contributions. Although Zhang Wuhen was the Great Emperor's and was admired by millions of cultivators in the astral world, his words still made many people unhappy. Gao Shueting immediately stepped forward and said with a cold face, Master, may I ask what crime junior brother Yang has committed? Yang Kai smiled and raised his hand to signal her to calm down. He looked at the figure in the sky and said, Master, I don't agree with your words. Please enlighten me, Master. Zhang Wuhen said, I will let you understand. Let me ask you, do you have a Holy Spirit stone fire with you? Almost everyone in Roaring Tiger City knew about the existence of the Dharmakaya. After all, the Dharmakaya had made great contributions in the previous few battles. It was undeniable that it had displayed its power in front of everyone. Yang Kai immediately nodded and said, Yes, I do. Zhang Wuhen said in a low voice, Let me ask you again, what kind of martial arts and secret skills does the Holy Spirit stone fire practice? Yang Kai replied, The Holy Spirit has its own bloodline inheritance. Naturally, it practices the martial arts and secret skills of the Stone Fire clan. Nonsense! Zhang Wuhen roared. His majestic aura fluctuated, as if it could shatter the heaven and earth. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, Master, why are you so arbitrary? What I said is true. Zhang Wuhen shook his head and said, Yang Kai, I don't want to make things difficult for you because you have done a good job in defending the city. But if you are so stubborn, don't blame me for not giving you face. I will ask you again. Answer me honestly, what kind of martial arts does the Holy Spirit Stone Fire practice? Chapter 34:27. The Iron Blood Great Emperor had come here in such a threatening manner just to interrogate the Holy Spirit Stone Fire about his cultivation technique. This left everyone scratching their heads. They didn't know what Zhang Wuhen was trying to do. What did the Holy Spirit Stone Fire's cultivation technique have to do with him? Could it be that the Holy Spirit Stone Fire had secretly learned his cultivation technique? Zhang Wuhen's overbearing attitude made Yang Kai's expression turn ugly. He said in a deep voice, Master, this junior has already said that the Holy Spirit Stone Fire has its own inheritance. Why does the master keep on pressuring me? Zhang Wuhen stared deeply at him. His gaze was so sharp that it seemed to be able to see into the depths of his soul. All the secrets were exposed. Fool! Since you don't want to tell me the truth, then I won't beat around the bush with you. That Holy Spirit Stone Fire is cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. Am I wrong? The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique? Many people were at a loss. They vaguely felt that they had heard this name before, but they couldn't remember where. However, the expressions of Gao Shueting, Li Jiao, and the others changed. They looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was famous. This was a technique created by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Great Emperors. It was one of the best evil techniques in the world. That Holy Spirit Stone Fire actually cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique? Gao Shueting and Li Jiao's first reaction was that it was impossible. After all, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Great Emperors had already fallen countless years ago. The battle technique had also been lost. How could the Holy Spirit Stone Fire by Yang Kai's side cultivate it? However, after thinking about it carefully, the Iron Blood Great Emperor would not speak without thinking. Recalling the majestic appearance of the Dharmakaya, it did seem to resemble the battle tactics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Gao Shueting's heart sank. If that was really the case, then it was no wonder that Zhang Wuhen would be so aggressive. After all, this matter involved the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. There was no room for carelessness. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai shook his head and said, Master, I don't know where you heard this news, but this is pure nonsense. Someone is definitely framing me. Please investigate thoroughly, Master. Zhang Wuhen said calmly, whether or not it's a trap, we'll know with one look. Tell Shihua to come out and see me. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, Master, please forgive this junior for not being able to agree to this request. Shihua is currently in seclusion and it is inconvenient to disturb him. What a good seclusion. Zhang Wuhen laughed angrily. Just now Li Jiao said that you were in seclusion, and now Shihua is also in seclusion. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? It really is such a coincidence. Yang Kai and Zhang Wuhen looked at each other without flinching. Zhang Wuhen nodded slightly and said with a long sigh, Yang Kai, among the younger generation, I think very highly of you. Not only me, but others also think highly of you and think that your future is limitless. Perhaps you will have a chance to reach our heights. If these words were said by ordinary people, they would not carry much weight. However, it was said by great emperors, so the meaning was different. This meant that if Yang Kai was recognized by heaven and earth, he might become one of the great emperors. The 200,000 soldiers of Roaring Tiger City were honored. However, the situation at this moment was worrying. Yang Kai grinned and said, I acknowledge the master's favor. I'll work harder and won't let you down. Zhang Wuhen said, it's hard to predict the future. Any wrong choice or decision is enough to consign you to eternal damnation. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, and the laws of the great path circulated in his palm. He looked ahead solemnly and fixed his gaze on Yang Kai. You've embarked on the evil path. It's not too late to turn back now. Quickly turn back, lest you make a mistake. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Master, you're being too presumptuous. I really don't know, how dare you quibble? Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Zhan Wuhen had already struck out with his palm. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and the world shook. The entire roaring tiger city seemed to groan. The space where Yang Kai was standing was shattered, and he let out a muffled groan. Blood spurted out of his body, and he was slammed into the ground. Only his head was exposed, and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. After Zhan Wuhen's strike, he stepped in the air and walked toward Yang Kai in an awe-inspiring manner. Gao Shueting stood in front of him. Her face was pale, and she cupped her hands and said, Master, please don't be angry. Go away. Zhan Wuhen moved his finger casually, and Gao Shueting couldn't help but move a few 100 meters away. She was fixed on the spot and couldn't move. A loud dragon roar was heard, and Fu Ling had turned into a giant purple dragon that was more than 30 meters long. She swooped down from the sky and roared, How dare you hit my brother-in-law? Die! As she opened her mouth, a purple light beam enveloped Zhan Wuhen. In the next moment, Fu Ling's expression changed. Her secret technique didn't have any effect on Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen was able to withstand the power of her secret technique, and walked forward step by step. Even the 2 great elders of the dragon race can't be so presumptuous in front of me, let alone a little dragon like you. Zhan Wuhen glanced at her coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed her. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered to form a giant hand of elemental energy, and grabbed Fu Ling's dragon body. Fu Ling screamed and struggled, but how could she break free? Zhan Wuhen had already thrown her away, and she disappeared into the distance. The 200,000 soldiers were completely stunned. They knew that the great emperors were the representatives of the most powerful forces in the world, but not many of them had seen the great emperors in action. It was only at this moment that their knowledge was broadened. Whether it was Yang Kai or Fu Ling, they were invincible in the battle against the demon race. However, in front of Zhan Wuhen, they were as weak as 3-year-old children. In a trance, Zhan Wuhen had already walked in front of Yang Kai. He looked down at him coldly and said, Do you know your mistake now? Yang Kai's face was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Junior doesn't know where he was wrong. As he shouted, he soared into the sky, kicking up a large amount of dirt and stones. While hiding himself in the chaos, he activated all his strength and threw a punch at Zhan Wuhen. This punch was earth-shattering, and its might was unfathomable. Zhan Wuhen snorted and also punched back. With a loud bang, Zhan Wuhen didn't move, but Yang Kai was sent flying like an arrow released from a bow. Blood sprayed everywhere as he was sent flying, his entire body smashed into a building. This was not the end. Zhan Wuhen only stretched out his hand, and Yang Kai's body involuntarily flew back. In mid-air, the laws of space fluctuated. Yang Kai was about to teleport away. Zhan Wuhen would not let him do as he wished. He activated the power of the great emperors, and the void suddenly shattered. He punched out again. Before Yang Kai could fly back, he was sent flying again. Master, please show mercy. Li Jiao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. His eyes were red as he shouted. Although Yang Kai was powerful, how could he be a match for the great emperors? This was one of the 10 most powerful people in the world. If this continued, Yang Kai would most likely be beaten to death here today. He wanted to help, but in the face of the great emperors, he also knew that his strength was not enough. Thus, he could only plead for mercy. Zhan Wuhen turned a deaf ear to his pleas. It was as if he was toying with Yang Kai. He continuously pulled him back, and then sent him flying with a punch. Everyone who saw this scene had expressions of pity and resentment. They felt that Zhang Wuhen had let down the name of the great emperors. He was actually bullying the weak like this. After 7 or 8 times, Yang Kai's aura had become extremely weak. It was as if he could die at any moment. Li Jiao hurriedly shouted in the direction of Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, admit your mistake." Lowering his head in front of the great emperors was not a shameful thing. If he did not lower his head, he might even lose his life. In the ruins of a building, Yang Kai was covered in blood. He stood up shakily and continuously coughed up blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. He clutched his chest and said, "I didn't do anything wrong. How can I admit it? Stubborn." Zhang Wuhen seemed to be angry. He stretched out his hand again, and a huge suction force was released, wanting to pull Yang Kai over. At this moment, Yang Kai raised his hand, and a stone man with barbs and evil flames all over his body suddenly appeared. Under the suction force, he quickly flew towards Zhang Wuhen. His figure quickly grew, and in an instant, he became a stone giant that was 20 feet tall. "You finally came out?" Zhang Wuhen looked coldly at the embodiment. He tapped his foot and lightly flew towards the embodiment. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures, one big and one small, met in midair and immediately fought fiercely. Although the scene was lively and fierce, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the embodiment was no match for Zhang Wuhen. The Iron-Blood Great Emperor seemed to be forcing the embodiment step by step, slowly increasing his strength. He had no intention of using his full strength. A few thousand feet away, Yu Rumeng suddenly flashed to Gao Shueting's side, made a few hand seals, and tapped a few points on her body, releasing Gao Shueting's seal. She then said, "Go find the Iron Blood's disciple." Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. She nodded heavily and quickly left. In this situation, no one could help. Only Lin Yun could intercede. Perhaps she could make the Iron Blood Great Emperor hesitate. Fu Ling, who had transformed into the purple dragon, finally rushed back. At first glance, she saw that Yang Kai had been beaten so miserably. She immediately flew into a rage and roared, "What are you all looking at? Attack together and beat this shameless guy to death." As a member of the dragon race, she did not have much respect for the great emperors. She only knew that Yang Kai had been bullied, so she naturally wanted to take revenge. But when she finished speaking, she found that no one moved. Even Li Jiao was smiling bitterly at the side. It was not that they did not want to help, but, the great emperors were there. Even if they went up, what could they do? It would only make the situation worse. Without the orders of Yang Kai and Li Jiao, how could the 200,000 troops act rashly? Fu Ling became even angrier and said angrily, "A bunch of trash." As she spoke, she rushed over alone without any fear of death. The result was self-evident. Before she could get close, she was swept by an inexplicable force and was directly sent flying. She fell heavily on the ground, revealing her human form, and fainted on the spot. Zhang Wuhen. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, "That's enough." As if feeling his urgency, the embodiment also went all out. As soon as he made his move, he immediately revealed some clues. Zhang Wuhen coldly snorted and said, "You really have cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique." Yang Kai said coldly, "The quality of the battle technique depends on the person's heart. So what if you have cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique?" Chapter 34-28. So, you admit to it? Zhang Wuhen poked the practicing body's forehead with his finger. The 200 feet tall practicing body instantly froze in place, unable to move. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and looked at Zhang Wuhen, saying in a deep voice, "It did practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's fighting technique, but it never used this cultivation technique to commit crimes. The people it killed were all people who deserved to be killed, and it didn't have a single vengeful soul under its hands." "Senior, why are you talking about its cultivation technique?" Zhang Wuhen said, if it were other cultivation techniques, it would be fine, but the heaven-devouring great emperor's fighting technique. He slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, Yang Kai, do you remember that I once told you that I had a close friend named Green Lotus who died at the hands of Wukong in the Shattered Star Sea? Yang Kai nodded and said, of course I remember. Zhan Wuhen said again, then you should remember that I also said that in this life, I and Wukong are irreconcilable enemies. We can't live under the same sky. Yang Kai said, this matter has happened for tens of thousands of years. Why are you still so upset? It's not that I'm upset, but you don't understand the evil of this cultivation technique at all. Wukong was also a talented person. I admit that I'm not as good as him, but because of this cultivation technique, my character was distorted. Although I became one of the great emperors, I was notorious for thousands of years. You didn't experience the horror of the heaven-devouring great emperor's name in the Star World, nor did you see the tragedy of the great emperor's fighting technique in the Shattered Star Sea. Naturally, you underestimate the power of this heaven-devouring great emperor's fighting technique. Since I know this, I can't sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, it will be too late. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, Senior, what do you want? Zhan Wuhen narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the practicing body, and said lightly, break its cultivation technique and destroy its cultivation. Do we have to do that? Yang Kai lowered his eyes and spoke in a low voice. The hair on his forehead cast a thick shadow, blocking the light in front of him. It must be done. Zhan Wuhen turned his head and looked at him. If you want to blame me, I have nothing to say. However, the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics cannot be allowed to exist in this world. As he spoke, a milky white halo suddenly bloomed from his fingertip. The halo touched the embodiment's forehead like a dazzling lamp, dispelling all the darkness in the world. The dragon's roar shook the sky as Yang Kai's body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a 32-feet-long half-dragon body. The dragon's might filled the air, causing the 200,000 soldiers of Roaring Tiger City to tremble. The dragon claw reached out and tore through the void, heading straight for Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen, who had been indifferent all this time, finally changed his expression slightly. He raised his other palm to meet the dragon claw. With a loud bang, the dragon claw shattered, and Zhan Wuhen's body also swayed. However, at this moment, a dragon tail rolled out and swept toward Zhan Wuhen with a destructive force. Wherever the dragon tail swept, a dark crack appeared in the void. Zhan Wuhen snorted coldly and reached out to hit the dragon tail. However, he seemed to have underestimated the power of the dragon tail and was forced to retreat more than 30 feet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai took back his embodiment. The two huge figures stood between heaven and earth, looking down at all living beings with cold expressions. Yang Kai, don't make a mistake. Zhan Wuhen looked at him indifferently. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Senior, please leave. There is still room for reconciliation. Zhan Wuhen looked at him with a pained expression. What I said just now, was it like playing the lute to a cow? Yang Kai said with a determined face, Senior, please let it go. Zhan Wuhen sighed. Why bother? You are no match for me, and you know this. If you go against me, you will only be at a disadvantage. Yang Kai said, it doesn't matter if I'm your opponent or not. What matters is how you choose. He turned to glance at the avatar and continued, Senior, it's not tolerated by the heavens and the earth because it cultivated the Heaven Devourer battle law. However, it's the best companion of mine to me, and no one can destroy it. Zhan Wuhen nodded slightly. It looks like you and I will have to fight it out. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, Senior, please don't force me. Zhan Wuhen laughed. You have to bear the consequences of your choice. Let me test your strength. After he finished speaking, he rushed toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He didn't even need to communicate with his embodiment as he spread out, one on the left and one on the right, one on the right, one on the dragon race's secret technique while the other on the heaven-devouring domain. Boom! 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 Without any movement from Zhan Wuhen, Yang Kai and the embodiment both felt an irresistible force coming toward them. The two huge figures were sent flying, crashing into countless houses along the way. Zhan Wuhen took advantage of this opportunity to turn around and pounce on the embodiment. From the looks of it, he was determined to break the embodiment's cultivation method first and cripple his cultivation. How could Yang Kai allow this? As he retreated, he raised his hand and activated the mountains and rivers bell. The ancient bell spun and expanded in the wind, covering Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen did not even look at it. He turned around in the air and kicked the mountains and rivers bell. With a loud bang, the entire roaring tiger city trembled. Hundreds of thousands of people held their heads in pain. The mountains and rivers bell was kicked away, but Zhan Wuhen used the rebound force to quickly approach the embodiment. The embodiment roared, and the evil fire on his body burned fiercely. It gathered into a raging flame and enveloped Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen did not dodge. The Emperor's qi on the surface of his body surged, and he was unscathed. He rushed in front of the embodiment in the blink of an eye, forcing the embodiment to retreat. Seeing that Zhan Wuhen's palm was pressing down, the embodiment had nowhere to retreat. He could only punch forward with both fists. At the critical moment, Yang Kai appeared in a flash. His body, which was taller than the embodiment's, stood beside him and threw a punch. Hong, two huge figures flew out. Even with the combined strength of the two, they could not resist the power of Zhan Wuhen's palm. The strength of the great emperors was evident. Zhan Wuhen did not use his full strength because the battlefield was in Roaring Tiger City. Otherwise, Yang Kai and the embodiment would have been even more vulnerable. As he retreated, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly shrank. Zhan Wuhen was chasing after him without any hesitation. It was the first time that Yang Kai faced a great emperor's head-on. He did not hold back, but the gap in strength and realm was like a natural chasm. He could not see any hope of victory. Zhan Wuhen's attack was also very simple. There were no fancy secret techniques, but his fists, palms, and elbows were all the most powerful weapons in the world. Every casual blow contained great power. Hundreds of thousands of people in the city watched without blinking. They were amazed by the terror of the great emperors, but they were also worried about Yang Kai. The rumbling sound was endless. Countless houses in the city collapsed, and broken walls could be seen everywhere. The battle was one-sided from the beginning. Yang Kai and the embodiment were not Zhan Wuhen's opponents at all. The two huge figures were beaten back and forth like sandbags. They did not even have the strength to fight back. Several times, the embodiment was almost destroyed by Zhan Wuhen. Fortunately, Yang Kai came at the critical moment and saved him. However, in such a situation, it was only a matter of time before Yang Kai and the embodiment were defeated. The mountains and rivers bell, the secret technique of the dragon race, the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal, and the divine technique of space. Yang Kai had almost used all his skills. However, these divine techniques that had always been successful in the past were all useless in front of Zhan Wuhen. He could break them with a raise of his hand. Yang Kai was in a frenzy. He wantonly used his power and did not care whether it would destroy the Roaring Tiger City. With another loud bang, Yang Kai and the embodiment were sent flying again. However, this time, Zhan Wuhen did not give Yang Kai a chance to save him. He reached out and a big hand of primordial qi appeared and grabbed the embodiment's huge body. Under the restraint of primordial qi, the evil fire on the embodiment's body became dim. The more than 200 feet tall body struggled hard, but it was useless. Lines visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out from the big hand of primordial qi and gradually wrapped the entire body of the embodiment. It looked like a seal or a kind of secret technique. Zhan Wuhen's voice resounded through heaven and earth, "Yang Kai, I hope you will learn from this and not go down the wrong path." Yang Kai's eyes were red. He clenched his fists and got up from the ruins. He roared in grief and indignation, "I don't accept this." Zhang Wuhen slowly shook his head. Under the stimulation of his emperor's qi, the lines on the embodiment's body became denser and denser, gradually wrapping its entire body. Although no one knew what these lines were, they knew that Zhang Wuhen must have destroyed its cultivation. It was a pity that such a powerful existence was destroyed by a heaven-devouring great emperor just because it cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics. However, this matter was related to the great emperor's and the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics. No one could say for sure whether Zhang Wuhen's actions were right or wrong. At this moment, Zhang Wuhen suddenly frowned and turned to look at Yang Kai. He immediately showed a shocked expression and shouted, "Yang Kai, you've been corroded by demonic qi?" As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed greatly and they all looked at Yang Kai. They saw that Yang Kai's half-dragon body was emitting traces of black qi, full of evil and ruthlessness. Naturally, no one was unfamiliar with this black qi. After fighting with the demon race for so long, everyone had a thorough understanding of demonic qi. At this moment, the qi that was being emitted from Yang Kai's body was shockingly demonic qi. Moreover, it was extremely pure demonic qi. No one had ever felt such pure and rich demonic qi from the demon kings on the battlefield. Li Jiao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He really couldn't understand when Yang Kai had been corroded by demonic qi. Wasn't he a great wizard? He also had the bloodline of the dragon race. How could he be so easily corroded by demonic qi? There were no signs at all before this. The 200,000 soldiers also couldn't believe it. Only Yu Rumeng's beautiful eyes were shining as she looked at Yang Kai. She even stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips as if she had seen some delicious food. Corroded by demonic qi? Yang Kai coldly looked at Zhang Wuhen and sneered, "That's nothing." Zhang Wuhen frowned and shouted, "There's a demon in your heart." Yang Kai grinned and laughed wildly, but no sound came out. He said with a happy expression, "Then it's all thanks to Senior." Zhang Wuhen angrily shouted, "Restrain your mind and protect your mind. Otherwise, disaster will befall you." Chapter 34-29. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "No need. Senior is bullying the weak because you are stronger than me. If I were stronger, I could teach Senior how to behave properly. You're going to become the demon race." Zhang Wuhen's face turned extremely solemn. "Is that so?" Yang Kai's lips curled into a strange smile, "Then, let's become the demon race." Raising his right hand slightly, he pressed it against his right eye and said in a low voice, "Black pupil purgatory, infinite darkness." Wang, the world trembled and was suddenly shrouded in darkness. There was no light at all. A huge eye appeared in the sky, emitting an extremely demonic light that seemed to be able to steal one's soul. The hundreds of thousands of people in Roaring Tiger City all looked pained and averted their gazes, not daring to look at it. In this dark world, it was quiet. It was as if time had stopped. Most people couldn't sense what had happened next. They only knew that the entire world had become dense with demonic qi, causing people to shudder. Only those second-order or third-order Emperor Realm Masters could detect some fierce energy fluctuations from time to time. In this dark world, Yang Kai's embodiment and the great emperors were still fighting a bloody battle. After an unknown amount of time, the huge eye in the sky suddenly cracked open a crack. The crack spread out in all directions and became as dense as a spider web. With a bang, the huge eye collapsed. Light reappeared in the world, and the darkness receded quickly like a tide. The oppressive atmosphere also disappeared. Everyone turned their heads to look around, wondering how the final battle was going. Zhang Wuhen's angry roar suddenly sounded, "Yang Kai, do you know what you are doing?" Yang Kai's voice sounded immediately, but it was full of weakness and haggardness. "Senior has forced me again and again. This junior has no choice but to do this in order to protect himself. Following the voice, the hundreds of thousands of people in Roaring Tiger City were dumbfounded. He saw Kai Yang standing in midair, his entire body dripping with blood, his appearance battered and exhausted. His huge half-dragon body had already dissipated, but one of his arms and one of his legs were twisted at an abnormal angle. It was obvious that they had been broken. Li Jiao's eyes narrowed when he saw this. This was the first time he had seen Yang Kai in such a miserable state. Back then, when he had wreaked havoc on Dragon Island, he had not been in such a miserable state. It could be seen that this time, Zhan Wuhen had not held back much. After all, those who went against the great emperors would not have a good ending. However, this wasn't what shocked him the most. What shocked him the most was that there was actually a woman in front of Kai Yang. He didn't know how she had appeared, but at this moment, Kai Yang was holding her by the neck and holding her hostage. Li Jiao also recognized this woman. She was Zhan Wuhen's disciple, the girl named Lin Yun. She seemed to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. However, at this moment, Yang Kai was actually willing to take her hostage. His hand was clasped around her neck like a claw, and he looked like he was going to kill Lin Yun, if there was any disagreement. Yang Kai had really misfired and become the demon race. Li Jiao's head buzzed, and he was so confused that he could not think. If he had not misfired and become the demon race, Yang Kai would not have done such a crazy thing. The outbreak of the demonic thoughts in his heart had made him unable to act normally. Li Jiao was heartbroken. Gao Shueting also looked at Yang Kai with a painful expression. She was the one who found Lin Yun. Originally, she wanted Lin Yun to persuade the Iron Blood Great Emperor not to make things too difficult for Yang Kai. However, who would have thought that when she and Lin Yun returned from another city, Roaring Tiger City would be in darkness. When the light reappeared, the situation had become like this. She did not even notice when Yang Kai had captured Lin Yun. After being stunned for a moment, she hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother Yang, let go. It's not too late to turn back." Yang Kai's face was covered by the demonic qi, so his expression could not be seen clearly. However, Gao Shueting clearly felt that he looked in her direction and then did not say anything else. He had actually ignored her. Gao Shueting's heart sank. This situation showed that Yang Kai had become the demon race. She was afraid that he could not even recognize who she was. "Uncle Yang." Lin Yun lowered her head and looked at Yang Kai's broken arms and legs. Her eyes immediately turned red, and tears flowed down her cheeks. "Does it hurt?" As soon as she said this, the demonic qi covering Yang Kai's face trembled violently. However, her concern did not get any response from Yang Kai. He only shouted fiercely, "Shut up." Lin Yun cried even harder. It was unknown whether it was because she was worried about Yang Kai's injuries or because she was sad after being shouted at by Yang Kai. However, no one was able to accept such a scene. The man who had turned the tide with his own strength, saved Roaring Tiger City from disaster several times, took the lead in every battle, and led an army of 200,000 to kill countless enemies. He was almost invincible. How could he become like this? In order to protect himself, he did not hesitate to hold a girl in his hand as a hostage. When others cared about him, he even spoke ill of them. It was really unacceptable. However, this was the fact in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Hundreds of thousands of people were silent. They looked at Yang Kai, who was surrounded by the demonic qi, with a complicated look, as if they were looking at a stranger. Strictly speaking, once a person's cultivation went berserk, they would be considered a completely different person. "Stop it, Yang Kai." Zhan Wuhen took a step forward. "Considering your efforts during this time, I will not kill you. I will only destroy your cultivation and that of Shihua." Yang Kai exerted force in his hand. Lin Yun immediately groaned, and a bloody mark appeared on her white and slender neck. A cold voice came from Yang Kai's side. If you dare to take another step forward, she will become a corpse. How dare you? Zhan Wuhen was furious. It was not easy to find a disciple who could inherit his mantle. He cherished Lin Yun more than his own life. How could he allow Yang Kai to kill his disciple? Yang Kai said coldly, "Senior, you are one of the great emperors. I admit that I am no match for you, and I am afraid that I can't escape from you. However, do you believe that I can make her die with me before you kill me?" Zhan Wuhen's face was as cold as water. He looked at Yang Kai with majestic eyes and said lightly, "Tell me your conditions. What do you want to let Yun go?" Yang Kai said, "I will take her first. When we reach a suitable place, I will set her free. However, if you dare to follow me, don't blame me for not caring about our old friendship." "That's all? That's all? How can I believe that?" Yang Kai said, "Senior, I'm afraid you don't have a choice. Either you let me go, or I will go to hell with Yun. Gao Shueting stepped forward and said, "Yang Kai, let her go. I will be your hostage." Yang Kai glanced at her and said sarcastically, "You don't have the qualifications to do so." Gao Shueting's face turned pale. She felt as if her heart had been ruthlessly cut by a knife. A feeling of sadness instantly enveloped her. Zhan Wuhen said, "Even if I promise you, you can escape for a while, but can you escape for a lifetime? As far as I know, you still have 4 wives. You have become the demon race. In the future, you will be hated by everyone. Have you thought about your 4 wives? How can they face the world in the future?" Yang Kai laughed, "I can't even protect myself now. Who cares about their lives?" Zhan Wuhen shook his head slowly, "Yang Kai, you have disappointed me. Don't be long-winded." Yang Kai shouted. The demonic qi that shrouded his face was rolling, showing that his emotions were fluctuating. "Senior, you can consider my conditions carefully. I am afraid that Yun won't be able to hold on for that long." Lin Yun was fine with being held by Yang Kai by the neck. However, the demonic qi on Yang Kai's body was like a living creature. It kept spreading toward Lin Yun, wanting to corrode her body. If this continued, Lin Yun might really become the demon race. Zhan Wuhen also knew that indecisiveness would only lead to trouble. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Okay, I promise you. However, I will say this first. If you dare to hurt even a strand of Yun's hair, I will find you even if you have to go to the ends of the earth. I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." Yang Kai laughed, "Thank you, Senior. I will take my leave now. Please rest assured that Yun will definitely return safely." As he spoke, he waved his hand to the side. The embodiment immediately rushed out from the ruins. Compared to Yang Kai, the embodiment was even more miserable. The demonic fire on its body had been extinguished, and the barbs on its body had been smoothed out. It was obvious that it had suffered a great loss in the battle just now. No one knew how long it would take to recover. Yang Kai put the embodiment into the sealed world bead. His figure flickered, and under the fluctuation of the law of space, he disappeared. The whole city was silent. Only Zhan Wuhen looked thoughtfully in a certain direction. Gao Shueting and Li Jiao looked at each other. They couldn't believe that such a thing would happen today. Until now, the two of them still felt like they were in a dream. They secretly prayed that this was indeed a dream. When they woke up, everything would return to normal. "You are the one who forced my brother-in-law to such a state. I will kill you." Fu Ling screamed. She rushed in front of Zhan Wuhen and threw a punch. Boom, star. This punch landed squarely on Zhan Wuhen's chest. Fu Ling was stunned. The hundreds of thousands of people were also stunned. The Iron Blood Great Emperor was hit? Moreover, he was hit by a dragon race. Why didn't you dodge? Fu Ling looked at Zhan Wuhen in astonishment. Although she didn't have much respect for the Iron Blood Great Emperor, he was still one of the great emperors. After punching him like this, she felt a little anxious. She was afraid that Zhang Wuhen would fly into a rage. Zhang Wuhen just looked at her quietly. After a while, he said, "He has a demon in his heart. I didn't force him." Fu Ling gritted her teeth and said, "Who doesn't have a demon in their heart? Who dares to say that they have a clear conscience? If you didn't force him again and again, how could brother-in-law, how could he become like this?" Zhang Wuhen slowly shook his head. "It's too late to say this now. Give my brother-in-law back." Fu Ling cursed as she smashed her fist on Zhang Wuhen's chest. The dragon race's strength was very strong. Even Zhang Wuhen's body was swaying left and right. However, he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging or blocking. He just silently endured. Chapter 34:30. It could be seen that what happened today had a great impact on him. He had only come to condemn Yang Kai for practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor tactics, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai would completely fall into the demon path and turn a meritorious official of the astral world into a rat on the street. If not, how could Fu Ling get close to him with the power of the great emperors? After today, Yang Kai would have no place in the astral world. After venting his anger for a while, Fu Ling finally stopped and rubbed his eyes that had turned red. He turned his head to look at the surroundings and smiled sadly. "It's not fun outside at all." As he spoke, his figure soared into the sky. Li Jiao shouted, "Miss Ling, where are you going?" Fu Ling didn't respond to him. After a while, a sorrowful dragon roar came from above the clouds. Vaguely, a purple light cut through the sky and disappeared. Yang Kai's fall to become the demon race seemed to have made Fu Ling disheartened. She went back home and didn't even care about the hundreds of thousands of people in Half-Dragon City. A sad atmosphere shrouded the entire Roaring Tiger City. Everyone's heart was blocked by inexplicable emotions and couldn't vent. Zhang Wuhen stood in midair and didn't move, as if he was waiting for something. Li Jiao, Gao Shueting and the others didn't dare or want to disturb him. The law of space fluctuated and his figure flickered. Yang Kai ran all the way like a fugitive. He didn't stop until he reached the southern swamp. After putting Lin Yun down, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "You can go." Lin Yun rubbed her eyes and suddenly walked around Yang Kai with her hands behind her back. She smiled and said, "Uncle Yang, how was my cooperation?" Demonic chi rolled on Yang Kai's face. He said in a low voice, "What cooperation? Don't talk nonsense. If you don't go, I'll kill you." Lin Yun pouted and said, "Master has already told me, are you still going to lie to me?" Yang Kai stared at her and said, "Iron Blood Master told you? What did he tell you?" Lin Yun giggled and said, "Master told me to go to Roaring Tiger City when it's about time, and then let you hold me hostage so that you can get away easily." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "How come I didn't know about this?" Lin Yun shrugged. "I don't know. Didn't senior sister Gao find you?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Lin Yun said, "That's right. I'm afraid it's just a coincidence. I was just about to go to Roaring Tiger City when that sister Gao came to me. She said that Master was making things difficult for you in Roaring Tiger City and wanted me to go and persuade Master. Then, when I went with her, you caught me. Did Master ask you to catch me?" Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I just thought that it was more reasonable to take you hostage and escape, so." "Well, it seems that the Iron Blood Master also had the same thought, but he didn't tell me." Lin Yun nodded and said, "Yes, yes. Uncle Yang, what are you doing? Why can't I understand?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Don't think about it if you don't understand. Don't tell anyone about our conversation just now. Just pretend that it didn't happen. When you go back, if someone asks what happened to you after you were taken hostage by me, just say that I was eroded by demonic thoughts and my mind was in chaos." You took the opportunity to escape. Yes, yes, I remember. Lin Yun nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. Suddenly, she stretched out a slender finger and poked at the demonic qi on Yang Kai's face. But Uncle Yang, your misfire become the demon race so real. Is this a real demonic qi? Don't touch it. Yang Kai stepped back and looked around. Let's go back. I should go too. Tell the Iron Blood Master that I will do my best to do what they ask. Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared. Lin Yun stood and watched for a while. She didn't know where Yang Kai went, so she could only go back the same way she came. The next day, in Roaring Tiger City, a stream of light came from afar. Zhan Wuhen, who had been standing in mid-air, was shocked and looked up. The stream of light landed in front of him, revealing Lin Yun's figure. Lin Yun's eyes were red and swollen. It seemed that she had been crying. At this moment, she was still sobbing and couldn't stop at all. Zhan Wuhen hurriedly asked, "Are you hurt?" Lin Yun shook her head and said in a choked voice, "No, it's just that Uncle Yang." Zhan Wuhen asked, "Where did he go?" Lin Yun said, "I don't know." Halfway there, his mind was suddenly in chaos. I took the opportunity to run back. I don't know where he went. Zhan Wuhen patted her head. It's good that you're okay. Go back and rest. Lin Yun responded and walked toward the space array in a daze. Below, Gao Shueting, Li Jiao, and the others looked at Zhan Wuhen, waiting for him to give an explanation. Zhan Wuhen didn't let them wait for long. Soon, a low voice resounded in Roaring Tiger City. The Palace Master of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, has become the demon race. He has fallen and become the demon race. He's beyond redemption. This person is powerful and has a profound cultivation. If you meet him in the future, if you have the chance, kill him to get rid of evil for the people. His words shook Roaring Tiger City. In just 2 days, the flag of Roaring Tiger City and the leader of the army had become a demon that everyone wanted to kill. No one could adapt to such a change. It wasn't over yet. Zhan Wuhen's voice sounded again. In view of Yang Kai's evil deeds, all his disciples are to return to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory immediately. Seal the mountain gate, and don't open it without my order. Those who violate this order will be killed without mercy. There were 5,000 disciples of the High Heaven Palace in Roaring Tiger City. At this moment, they were all furious. Zhan Wuhen ordered the High Heaven Palace to seal the mountain gate with just one sentence. This was a great humiliation to the High Heaven Palace. However, Yang Kai's previous actions were indeed criticized. Even if they were angry, the 5,000 disciples of the High Heaven Palace couldn't say anything. Moreover, who would dare to disobey the orders of the great emperors? Under the personal supervision of Zhan Wuhen, the 5,000 disciples of the High Heaven Palace were separated and teleported back to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory through the space array. Yang Kai has become the demon race. In a city, Bing Yun gathered Su Yan and the others and said with a solemn expression, after the battle with the Iron Blood Master, he became the demon race. He kidnapped the Iron Blood disciple Lin Yun and fled Roaring Tiger City. Now, no one knows where he is. Jia walked in with a cup of tea. When she heard this, her hand trembled. With a crash, the cup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. She was silent for a moment and bent down to pick up the pieces. However, her delicate body was trembling. Her head was buzzing because of Bing Yun's words. She couldn't think straight at all. Su Yan and the others also looked at Bing Yun in shock. Impossible. Shan Qing Luo was the first to express her disbelief. She frowned and said, "Senior, where did you get this news?" Bing Yun sighed. This queen also thinks that it's a bit impossible, but this news was sent by the Iron Blood Great Emperor himself. It happened just a day ago. The blood drained from the faces of Su Yan and the others. Ji Yao, who was picking up the pieces, even shrank her hand. Her fingertips were cut by a sharp piece of porcelain, and dark red blood flowed out. She was now a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, but her finger was cut by an ordinary piece of porcelain. It was clear that her state of mind was in chaos. Ji Yao slowly stood up and said, "Honored Master, has it been confirmed?" Bing Yun glanced at her and sighed, "This queen has sent a message to Li Jiao." Li Jiao was right. It seems that there is no doubt about it. I don't believe it. Shan Qing Luo looked angry. It must be that old fool Li Jiao's nonsense. I'll go find him now. After saying this, she was about to leave, but Su Yan grabbed her arm. Big sister. Shan Qing Luo turned to look at Su Yan. Su Yan slowly shook her head and quietly sent her a message, "Aren't you forgetting something?" Shan Qing Luo was startled and suddenly remembered what Yang Kai said a while ago. He said that he was going to the demon territory and would use a different method to go to the demon territory. Could this be the prelude? That's right, if he wanted to go to the demon territory, what could be better than this situation? Going off and becoming the demon race was indeed a good way to get accepted by the demon race. With Su Yan's reminder, Shan Qing Luo had a thoughtful look on her face. Ji Yao observed her expression and suddenly seemed to realize something. No matter what you hear or see, don't believe it. A sentence that Yang Kai said a few months ago appeared in her mind. Ji Yao turned her head and looked outside. Is this the situation you're talking about? There was a stifling silence in the hall. Bing Yun sighed, Yang Kai's whereabouts are unknown. The Iron Blood Master has ordered everyone in the High Heaven Palace to immediately return to the Northern Territory and seal the entrance. Those who leave without permission will be killed without mercy. Shan Qing Luo angrily said, "We have to return to the High Heaven Palace? Is he going to put us under house arrest? What right does he have?" Bing Yun said, "Don't worry too much. The Iron Blood Master is not targeting the High Heaven Palace, but is a kind of protection in disguise. It seems that the Iron Blood Master cares about Yang Kai's previous efforts, so he's letting you return." Shan Qing Luo coldly laughed, "Then should I go and thank him?" Whether it was true or not that Yang Kai had accidentally become the demon race, Yang Kai's reputation was tarnished this time. In the end, it was because of the battle with the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Shan Qing Luo naturally had some opinions about Jianghu Hen. Su Yan said, "Ah Luo, don't say too much. Master is right. The Iron Blood Master's actions are indeed a kind of protection for the High Heaven Palace disciples. After such a thing happened to Yang Kai, if the High Heaven Palace disciples were still wandering outside, they would definitely be targeted. When that time comes, a small conflict would become a big conflict. If there was any internal strife, it would only make the High Heaven Palace's current awkward situation worse. Letting them return to the High Heaven Palace was the best way to deal with it." Since Su Yan had spoken, even though Shan Qing Luo was angry, she didn't dare to say anything more. She just had a look of displeasure on her face. Bing Yun said, "I will help you investigate Yang Kai's situation. Even if he really did become the demon race, there must be a reason for it. There may be a chance to set things right. You know his abilities the best, so don't worry too much. Gather your High Heaven Palace disciples and prepare to go back." "Yes." Su Yan responded and led Shuiyu and Shan Qing Luo away. "Yao Er." Bing Yun called. "Disciple is here," Ji Yao responded. "Go to the Roaring Tiger City in person and ask Li Jiao what happened yesterday," Bing Yun ordered. "Yes, disciple will leave now." Ji Yao originally wanted to go to the Roaring Tiger City to ask clearly. Now that she had received Bing Yun's order, she naturally didn't want to delay for a moment. She hurriedly teleported to the Roaring Tiger City through the space array. Chapter 34-31. Yang Kai has become the demon race. Wen Zishan took out a jade slip and checked the information in it with his divine sense. His face was filled with disbelief. The jade slip was sent by Gao Shueting, and it was branded with Gao Shueting's divine sense brand, so it was obviously not fake. Moreover, Gao Shueting also explained in detail what happened that day, so it was hard for Wen Zishan not to believe it. After being absent-minded for a long time, he summoned Chen Qian and asked her to go to Roaring Tiger City to ask Gao Shueting face to face. In another city, Yang Yen was also holding a jade slip in her hand. She frowned and muttered softly, "What is that brat doing? Why did he suddenly go against the Iron Blood Master and become the demon race?" A group of people from the Emperor realm who came to ask for support saw her expression change and did not dare to disturb her. After a while, Yang Yen summoned an expert from the Emperor realm and asked him to go to Roaring Tiger City to inquire about the situation. "Yang Kai has become the demon race. What do you think?" In the hall, Wan Feng looked at Fan Hua and Song Go and asked in a deep voice. "When did this happen?" Song Go's eyes widened in surprise. "I just received the news." Wan Feng looked serious. Fan Hua said, "I also received the news. It seems to have happened yesterday. That brat really became the demon race?" Song Go could hardly believe his ears. Fan Hua said, "The news came from the Iron Blood Great Emperor, so it should be true." Song Go was absent-minded and murmured, "That brat will also become the demon race? That's impossible. Did you make a mistake?" Wan Feng and Fan Hua both shook their heads slowly. The former said, "This is a matter of great importance. It can't be wrong." Hearing this, Song Dog sighed, "That's a pity." Although that little brat Yang Kai often went to the ancient wildlands to make things difficult for them, Song Dog still admired him. It was rare to see such a talented junior. Now that he had fallen into the demon path, he would have no future to speak of. The Wan Feng said, "Regardless of whether he has become the demon race or not, he is still related to the descendants of Tian Xing. Ever since the descendants of Tian Xing entered the blood door, there has been no news of them. It has been more than 10 years. Maybe they will come out soon. You all know how important Yang Kai is to them. If Yang Kai is in a bad situation, I don't know what kind of attitude they will have." Fan Hua nodded solemnly, "Madame Feng is right. Then, in Madame Feng's opinion, how should we deal with this matter?" The Wan Feng said, "Find his whereabouts as soon as possible and send him to the savage desolate ancient ground. At that time, even if the descendants of Tian Xing come out, they won't blame us." Fan Hua nodded, "That's a good idea. Let's do that." The Wan Feng said, "Then I will send Fei to Roaring Tiger City to inquire about the situation. I want to see where Yang Kai went. There's no time to lose. Let's go now." For a time, people came from all directions to Roaring Tiger City to inquire about what happened a day ago. Roaring Tiger City suddenly became very lively. At the same time, the news that Yang Kai had become the demon race and had become the demon race spread like wildfire. In just a few days, the news spread to all the major cities in the Western Territory and also to the Eastern, Southern, and Northern Territories. When those who knew Yang Kai heard this news, their first reaction was that it was nonsense and a pure rumor. However, this rumor seemed to be true. It even said that Yang Kai was defeated by the Iron Blood Great Emperor and finally shamelessly kidnapped Lin Yun, to escape. When this rumor was confirmed, the whole star world was in an uproar. No one had expected that such a rising star would really become the demon race and practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics in advance. There were always errors in the transmission of information. As the news spread, the news that a Dharmakaya had practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics gradually became Yang Kai's business. Whether it was falling to become the demon race or practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics, it was intolerable. This time, Yang Kai's reputation was completely ruined. Coupled with the Iron Blood Great Emperor's previous words, many people were even eager to find Yang Kai and kill him to enforce justice on behalf of heaven and get rid of evil for the people. Although Yang Kai did not know what was going on in the outside world, he could more or less guess what was going on and was mentally prepared. In the small sealed world, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in the medicine garden with a solemn look on his face. Next to him was the Tsang tree. The two wood spirits were suspended in mid-air, hiding a few dozen meters away, looking at Yang Kai worriedly. However, at this moment, there was nothing they could do to help, so they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The gold and silver sealing power on the Tsang tree was slowly poured into Yang Kai's body under his guidance. He guided it into the dantian to seal the ancient demon qi. Previously, using this ancient demon qi, Yang Kai cooperated with the Iron Blood Great Emperor and perfectly acted out the drama of become the demon race and become the demon race. But now, he found that things had become a little troublesome. Ever since he absorbed the demonic qi outside Maplewood City, Yang Kai had no good way to deal with it. He could only rely on the Tsang tree's power to seal it. But after several unseals, the ancient demon qi became purer, and more difficult to control. The demonic qi sealed in the dantian was like a living creature. Every time it was unsealed, it would grow violently. This made it more difficult for Yang Kai to seal it again, and it required more sealing power. Yang Kai had discovered this a long time ago, until this time. This time, the situation was much more serious. Whether or not he could seal it, Yang Kai was not sure. It couldn't be real, could it? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it really become the demon race, it would be a big loss. Guarding his mind and eliminating distracting thoughts, Yang Kai controlled the Tsang tree's sealing power and poured it into his body. He suppressed the demonic qi in his body and sealed it back into the dantian. Time slowly passed, and the gold and silver light of the Tsang tree became dimmer and dimmer. It wouldn't be long before it was completely exhausted, but the demonic qi in Yang Kai's body still showed no signs of diminishing. It was still tumbling and growing. This was a little fucking awkward. Yang Kai was a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Not far away, Mu Zhu and Mu Na obviously sensed that the situation was not good. After glancing at each other, they seemed to have made up their minds and flew towards where Yang Kai was. Sensing the movement, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at them. He shouted, "Don't come over." Mu Zhu and Mu Na turned a deaf ear to him. Their small bodies stood on the branches of the firmament tree, and the two of them rapidly formed complicated hand seals. As the hand seals changed, the two wood spirits seemed to form a strange resonance with the firmament tree. The Tsang tree, whose light had gradually dimmed, suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance. The gold and silver light shone brightly, and the sealing power also surged out like a fierce tide. Yang Kai was startled, but he didn't waste any time. He hurriedly guided the sealing power into his body. The tumbling demonic qi on the surface of his body was suppressed bit by bit, and the evil and violent aura also gradually disappeared. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yang Kai no longer had any demonic qi on the surface of his body. All of the demonic qi had been suppressed into the dantian, and his body returned to its original state. He felt a sense of comfort that he had never felt before. Mu Zhu and Mu Na were both sweating profusely and panting slightly. It was obvious that using the secret technique of the wood spirit race just now had taken a toll on them. "Are you alright?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and asked. The two wood spirits shook their heads together. Mu Zhu glanced to the side and said, "We're fine. It's just that the Tsang tree." Yang Kai followed her gaze and discovered that the Tsang tree was already on the verge of death. Its branches drooped down, as if it didn't have long to live. The gold and silver light that should have been there was now gone, and the branches and leaves were all withered and yellow. Mu Na said, "We've stimulated its vitality, so it's very harmful to it." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "It won't die, right?" Mu Zhu shook her head and said, "That won't happen. The Tsang tree's vitality is very strong, and this place has the immortal tree's vitality, so it won't die so easily. It's just that if it wants to completely recover, who knows how long it will take." Master, in the future, don't release the demonic chi seal so easily. Without the Tsang tree's power, if you release it, there will be no turning back. Yang Kai nodded with a dignified expression. I'll remember that. The price of his plan this time was really high. Not only did he ruin his reputation, but he also couldn't use one of his most powerful trump cards. However, since things had already come to this point, he could only look forward to the future. After instructing the two wood spirits to rest, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing for a while and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him before leaving the small sealed world, identifying his location, and flying off in a certain direction. Up in the void, a figure flashed by at an extremely fast speed, stopping from time to sense its surroundings before setting off again. Tracking down this way, it was actually following the trail Yang Kai had left. Yang Kai didn't know how this person had discovered Yang Kai's whereabouts. One had to know that after escaping into the southern swamp, Yang Kai had been adjusting his breathing for a few days, and then repeatedly using the space divine technique. Even the great emperors would find it difficult to track his movements. However, this person was able to track him down almost exactly. The figure stopped again. Under the hazy moonlight, a graceful, curvaceous figure with long hair fluttering in the wind could be seen. Impressively, it was a beautiful woman. Yu Ru Meng. After Yang Kai escaped from Roaring Tiger City, she had also disappeared from the city. Gao Shueting and the others had been looking for her for a few days, but to no avail. Who would have thought that she would appear here? At this moment, Yu Ru Meng's beautiful eyes were blooming with a strange brilliance, like a cheetah that had found its prey. She was full of excitement, sticking out her scarlet tongue from time to lick her red lips, giving off a wild temptation. She stood in the void, her hair fluttering in the night wind. Turning around, she stared in a certain direction and giggled, whispering in a low voice, "Husband, she's coming for you. You can't escape." As soon as her last word fell, she turned into a stream of light and swept across the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the wilderness, all was quiet. Even the insects hiding in the soil seemed to have been frightened by something. It was silent all night. Chapter 34-32. Anha City was a small city located at the border of the Southern Territory and bordering the Western Territory. The population in the city was no more than 100,000, and there were no decent powerhouses in the city. Even the city lord's cultivation was only at the first-order Dao source realm. Such a city could be said to be insignificant in the entire star boundary. The population in the city was small to begin with, and now that the War of the Two Realms had broken out and Anha City was located at the border of the Southern Territory and bordering the Western Territory, most of the residents in the city had fled to the depths of the Southern Territory. They were afraid that the demon race would really come one day and wipe out the entire city. Now, the population had plummeted by more than half. However, whether it was in troubled times or prosperous times, there was one business that would never die out, and that was the sex trade. Anha City was not big, but there were several brothels. The largest one was the Spring Breeze Drizzle building. Perhaps it was because of the troubled times, the situation of indulging in luxury had become increasingly serious, so even though Anha City's population had decreased by more than half, the business of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building was better than usual. The old pimp at the entrance constantly welcomed and sent off customers, and the girls wearing rouge and face powder were beaming with smiles as they warmly solicited customers. The interior of the building was luxuriously decorated, and the lifelike murals filled the entire Spring Breeze Drizzle building with an aura. In the hall, tables of guests were toasting and drinking with the coquettishly dressed girls. From time to time, they would move their hands up and down, causing the girls to giggle. In the tightly closed rooms, there were bursts of breathtaking moans that would make one's face turn red. With a loud bang, a person suddenly flew out from a room on the second floor and landed heavily on the ground. After rolling a few times, he stopped moving. The noisy hall fell into a strange silence at this moment, and everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of the source of the commotion. He saw a young man lying on the ground. His face was covered in stubble, his body was dirty, and he reeked of alcohol. He was lying there motionless, and it was unknown whether he was dead or not. Fights were common in the brothel, so the guests were not surprised by this scene. They did not have much of a reaction, but they all looked at the young man lying on the ground with disgust. In such a situation, it was either that they had an argument with someone and were beaten up, or that they had no money to pay after having fun in the brothel. Neither of them deserved sympathy. The guests were calm, but Mama Song, who was at the door, was furious. She yelled at a man in a black suit on the second floor, "Someone is going to die. Are you going to pay for the broken tables and chairs?" Madame Su was the procuress of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building. Her cultivation was not high, and she was quite beautiful when she was young. However, now that she was old, her figure was somewhat out of shape. Although she still had her charm, she could no longer be a receptionist. She could only stand at the door and send people off. Seeing Mama Song getting angry, the man who knocked the young man down from the second floor smiled apologetically and said, "Mama, don't be angry. It's this kid who is too outrageous." "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Mama Song swayed her waist as she walked to the young man's side. She lifted her leg and kicked him, but there was no reaction. She was shocked and said, "Is he dead?" The man in the black suit said, "It can't be. He seems to have some cultivation. I didn't use much strength, so how could he die?" At this moment, a young woman wearing a thin veil walked out from the side room. The veil was translucent, and when it covered her body, it made all the wonderful things on her body faintly discernible, causing the men below to take a few more glances. The woman looked down and pouted, "He deserves to be beaten to death." She then said to Mama Song, "Mama, you have to make a decision for your daughter. This guy has been drinking here for several days, and he has no money to pay." "No money?" Mama Song frowned, and her face was burning with anger. "He dares to come to the brothel without money. Where did this bastard come from?" "That's right." The woman on the second floor also had a look of disdain. "I thought he was a rich young master when I saw his handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament. Who would have thought that he was a poor kid? Your daughter has suffered a great loss." Mama Song coldly snorted and waved her hand, "Search him. See if he has anything valuable on him." As soon as she finished speaking, two men dressed like pimps immediately walked over and searched the young man. After a while, the two men looked up and shook their heads at Mama Song. "There's nothing." "Damn it." Mama Song gritted her teeth, "Drag him down and chop him up to raise flowers." The two pimps didn't hesitate at all. They grabbed the young man's arms and dragged him up. A guest next to them laughed, "Mama Song, you are too cruel. It's just a few days of drinking money, and you want to chop him up to raise flowers?" Mama Song coldly said, "Do you want to pay for him? If you are willing to pay for him, Mama will spare his life." The guest smiled, "Forget it, forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything." Mama Song glared at him, then looked at the young man. However, she revealed a shocked expression and raised her hand, "Wait." The two pimps immediately stopped and turned to look at her. They didn't know what she was going to do. Mama Su took a few steps forward and fanned the tip of his nose as if she couldn't stand the strong smell of alcohol. She frowned and said, "Is this kid still breathing?" The two pimps looked at each other. One of them touched the young man's chest, and the other reached out to test the young man's nose. Then, they nodded in unison, "He's not dead yet." Mama Song nodded and walked around the young man. Then, she took out a silk handkerchief and placed it on his chin. She pinched his face and looked at it carefully. Her eyes lit up and she smiled, "Take him down and wash him. Then, send him to my room." The two pimps were dumbfounded when they heard this. "Go." Mama Song glared at them. The two pimps didn't dare to hesitate and immediately followed the order. The guest who spoke earlier laughed, "Mama, don't tell me you like that kid?" Mama Song said, "So what if I like him? I like that kind of guy." Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect that to be the case. For a moment, they were amazed. Some guests even teased Mama Song for being so greedy that she even liked that stinky kid. Mama Song was obviously used to this kind of scene. It didn't take much effort for her to deal with it. She flirted with a group of men and livened up the atmosphere. However, she was looking forward to it. She had worked in the brothel for hundreds of years. Every day, she welcomed and sent off guests. Naturally, her eyes were extraordinary. Although the young man was a little messy, she could see that as long as he dressed up a little, he would definitely be a handsome and extraordinary guy. When she was young, she didn't have the right to choose her guests. No matter how old or ugly they were, they had to serve them wholeheartedly. Now that she was a mother, she naturally could do whatever she wanted. Tonight, she was lucky. After entertaining a few more guests, Mama Song swayed her waist and walked to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was the highest floor of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building. There were only a few rooms, and one of them was hers. She pushed open the door and closed it behind her. Mama Song had an expectant smile on her face. Her peach blossom eyes were overflowing with love. She bit her red lips and walked to the bed step by step. She looked down and saw that the young man was sleeping soundly on the bed. Mama Song took a closer look under the soft light and immediately smiled. Her eyesight was indeed not bad. This young man really had a different kind of elegant demeanor after dressing up a little, causing her index finger to twitch. She stretched out a hand and gently stroked the young man's chest. As soon as she touched him, she felt a majestic and powerful heartbeat, causing her hands to tremble and her legs to twist. She covered her mouth and smiled. She got up and went to the table. She mixed a bowl of hangover medicine and returned to the bed. She helped the young man up and let him lean on her body. Then, she poured the medicine down his throat. She put down the bowl and sat on the bed, waiting quietly. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. Mama Song frowned. This shouldn't be the case. Her hangover medicine was extraordinary and should have taken effect long ago. Why wasn't this guy waking up yet? Could it be that he drank too much in the past few days? With this thought, she mixed another bowl of hangover medicine and poured it down the young man's throat. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Mama Song's face sank. Her good mood was ruined. In a fit of anger, she poured the rest of the hangover medicine into the kettle and poured it all down the young man's throat. Another hour passed and there was still no movement. The young man on the bed was sleeping like a dead pig. His snoring was like thunder. Mama Song gritted her teeth and turned around. She got on the bed. I don't care. A dead pig is a dead pig. It's not like I haven't touched it before. She reached out and took off her clothes, revealing her fair body. Although she was a little old and her figure was a little out of shape, it was obvious that Mama Song had the ability to be proud when she was young. Her skin was snow white, her breasts were tall, her legs were long and slender, and her buttocks were perky. Only her lower abdomen was slightly bulging. After taking off all her clothes, she began to take off the young man's clothes. There were only a few pieces, but it was surprisingly troublesome to take them off. It was because the young man did not cooperate, but from time to time, he would move his legs and arms, messing up her rhythm. It took her a long time to take off his outer clothes. Mama Song gritted her teeth and went all out with the young man. Little did she know that Yang Kai, who was lying on the bed, wanted to cry but had no tears. He never thought that he would be forced by a woman one day. Moreover, it was in a brothel, and by such a woman. If he had known, he wouldn't have come to a brothel. However, in this situation, it wasn't convenient for him to suddenly wake up. He could only play it by ear. After a fierce struggle, Yang Kai was finally taken off by Mama Song. "Io, sweetheart. I was so anxious." Mama Song was sweating all over. Seeing that she was about to succeed, she finally let out a sigh of relief. She flipped over and sat on Yang Kai. She raised her body slightly and slowly sat down. Her face was full of anticipation. However, at this moment, a cold little hand reached out from behind and grabbed her by the neck. Mama Song's beautiful face turned pale. She angrily shouted, "Who is it?" Chapter 34-33. In the end, Mama Song didn't know who was standing behind her. With a little force from that cold little hand, her neck tilted and she fell softly, instantly losing her life. Yu Rumeng stood by the bed, took out a silk handkerchief and wiped her hands. She looked at the body on the ground with disgust. "How dare you touch my man?" Throwing away the silk handkerchief, Yu Rumeng walked to the bed and looked down at Yang Kai lying on the bed. A touch of anger appeared on her face. Fortunately, she came in time. If she was a little later, wouldn't this adulterous man and woman have already cooked the rice? She knew that Kai Yang had several wives, but those women had existed before she met Kai Yang, so she was powerless to do anything about them. But what about this brothel's madam? What was she to do? If she was a girl with a clean background, it would be fine. However, she had already formed a heart seal with Yang Kai, and they couldn't be separated for the rest of their lives. Naturally, she wouldn't allow Yang Kai to be sullied by such a dirty woman. Thinking of this, she became angry and glared at Yang Kai, shouting, "Get up." Under the surge of divine thought, her voice even carried the power of impact on the divine soul. Yang Kai frowned, his eyelashes trembled, and his eyelids slowly opened. For eyes met, and Yu Rumeng's anger disappeared without a trace. It was because the state of the man in front of her was very wrong. His gray eyes were shrouded with a feeling of despair, as if all the light in the world had been blocked. She and Kai Yang had not known each other for long, but these days, when had this man not been in high spirits and in high spirits? No matter where he was the center of the world. However, at this time, he was like a bird that had been knocked down from the clouds and fell into the mud. His face was full of fatigue and haggard. The fact was indeed so. From the brightest star in the star boundary to the notorious devil that everyone wanted to kill, even the great emperors had issued orders to kill him. Wasn't he falling from the clouds into the mud? Yu Rumeng sighed and said, "Why bother?" Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and looked at her with empty eyes without any light. Yu Rumeng squatted down and sat on the edge of the bed with her plump buttocks. She stretched out her hand and stroked Yang Kai's cheek. She said softly, "Even if everyone abandons you, you still have me." Yang Kai's empty eyes seemed to flash with a trace of light, and his drowsy eyes opened a little. Yu Rumeng showed a gentle smile at the right time. She wanted this smile to be imprinted in the deepest part of Yang Kai's heart. She wanted this smile to become the motivation for Yang Kai to persevere. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly launched an attack. He pulled her over, turned around, and pressed her under his body. He covered her towering chest with one hand and ruthlessly kneaded it. He did not have the slightest intention of having tender feelings for the fairer sex. His other hand reached for her belt and directly tore it apart. His mouth, which was full of the smell of alcohol, unscrupulously kissed Yu Rumeng's lips. Oh! Yu Rumeng moaned and struggled, but how could she resist Yang Kai's strength? Her whole body was firmly pressed under his body and she could not move at all. Feeling that her clothes were rapidly being removed, Yu Rumeng suddenly panicked. She turned her head and said, "Stop, you're hurting me." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and seemed to have gone crazy. His nostrils were blowing hot air, and the expression on his face became ferocious and terrifying. It was as if the one being pressed under his body was not Yu Rumeng, but the biggest enemy in his life. He could not wait to gnaw his bones, drink his blood, and eat his flesh. How could Yu Rumeng allow him to continue? If they were in love with each other, it would be normal for a man and a woman to love each other. But in this situation, how could Yu Rumeng be willing to give up her body? Unable to break free, Yu Meng raised her hand and slapped Yang Kai's face. With a crisp slap, Yang Kai's head tilted to one side. His violent and rough movements seemed to have stopped because of this slap. Yu Meng gasped and looked at Yang Kai coldly. "You forced me to do this." Yang Kai was motionless, as if he was under a spell. Yu Meng frowned and reached out to touch Yang Kai's cheek. She said as gently as possible, "I don't want to hit you, but wake up. Do you know what you're doing?" Yang Kai seemed to have no interest in answering, or was too lazy to answer. He simply ignored her and slowly climbed down from her body. He pulled a blanket and wrapped his body. Then, he sat at the table, picked up a pot of wine on the table, raised his head, and poured it into his mouth. Behind him, Yu Meng put on her clothes. When she finished, she came over and saw that Yang Kai had already drunk several pots of wine. Yu Meng sat down, looked at him quietly, and whispered, "Don't drink anymore." As expected, Yang Kai still had no intention of responding. After several times, Yu Meng snatched the wine pot from Yang Kai's hand and gritted her teeth. "I told you to stop drinking. Give it to me." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her with a cold face. There was a clear murderous intention in his eyes. Yu Meng raised her smooth chin. "What? You want to kill me? If you are willing to do so, then do it." With that, she took the initiative to stretch out her neck, as if she would not resist and let him punish her. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a look of struggle, but in the end, he did not do it. He just held his head in pain and said bitterly, "I just want to get drunk. Why are you stopping me? I know you can't bear to." Yu Meng smiled. He did not know what she was happy about, but she felt a little complacent. "Go away. Don't stay by my side. I don't know when I will become the demon race." Yang Kai waved his hand. Yu Meng didn't leave and instead stuck closer to him, snuggling up to him, her towering breasts pressing against Yang Kai's elbow. "I won't leave, you're mine, wherever you go, I'll go." Yang Kai pushed her away and said bitterly, "You have seen what happened in Roaring Tiger City. Really, don't stay by my side. Live well in the future. If you meet a good man, find someone to marry." Yu Meng poked her head over and said with a smile, "What kind of man do you want me to marry?" Kai Yang laughed at himself. "In any case, I'm not like this." Yu Meng tilted her head and said, "But I like you. What should I do?" Yang Kai looked at her. "You may be blind." Yu Meng was stunned for a moment, then she covered her mouth and laughed for a while. Suddenly, she got up, grabbed Yang Kai's hand, and pulled him up. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai responded weakly, like a walking corpse. "Don't you want to drink?" "I'll accompany you," Yu Meng said, and with her emperor chi, she rushed out with Yang Kai wrapped around her. The hall on the first floor was still noisy and lively. When their figures flashed, Yu Meng and Yang Kai had already appeared in the center of the hall. Yu Meng looked around and walked straight to the largest table in the center, came to the table, and said, "Get lost." There were 7 or 8 guests at this table, 7 or 8 girls drinking and having fun. Suddenly hearing this, all of them were stunned. However, when they looked up, the eyes of the 7 or 8 guests suddenly widened, and their greedy eyes lingered on Yu Meng. And his city was just a small city, and even if the Spring Breeze Drizzle building was the largest brothel, the quality and beauty of the girls were very limited. How could they compare with a femme fatale like Yu Meng? Whether it was figure, face, or temperament, in the entire star boundary, there were only a handful of girls who could compare with Yu Meng. In comparison, the guests only felt that the girls in their arms were like country bumpkins, and the woman in front of them was a goddess. If they could get close to her, even death would be worth it. A pot-bellied man looked at Yu Meng lecherously and laughed. "You have such a beautiful girl here? How come I didn't know?" Saying so, he got up and grabbed Yu Meng. Looking at his posture, he wanted to change to another girl to accompany him. However, his hand had only stretched halfway when his whole arm suddenly burst into a bloody mist. The man was still a little confused, but soon he felt pain and screamed. His scream came to an abrupt end, and his whole body exploded. The faces of the other people at the table changed greatly, and they all sobered up. They all got up and glared at Yu Rumeng, and the girls screamed again and again. They were so scared that their beautiful faces turned pale. "Lowly servant, you dare to kill people?" A man shouted angrily. Although he did not see how his companion died, it was obviously the work of this beautiful woman. While speaking, he raised his hand and summoned a long sword, preparing to stab her. Yu Rumeng stared at him coldly, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. The man was immediately stunned. In the next moment, the long sword in his hand stabbed straight into his chest. With a poochie sound, blood splattered everywhere. The man fell down softly, but before he died, a satisfied smile still hung on his face. Such an unimaginable scene really shocked everyone. The whole hall suddenly fell silent, and the remaining men all swallowed their saliva. Only now did they realize that the cultivation of this woman in front of them was ridiculously high, otherwise, she would not have been able to kill people without them noticing. "Get lost." Yu Rumeng's red lips slightly opened, and she coldly spat out a word. Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned from a dream, and they all turned and fled. Not only the people at this table fled, but everyone in the hall also fled, and for a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. Yu Rumeng said again, "Bring all the wine in your restaurant." After speaking, she waved her hand to clear the table and sat down with Yang Kai. After a short while, the Spring Breeze Drizzle building was empty, and only Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng were left sitting opposite each other. The big table was full of wine jars, and the pimps of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building were very obedient, and they obediently emptied the wine cellar. Yang Kai grabbed the wine jars and kept pouring wine into his mouth. His stomach was like a bottomless hole, and no matter how much wine he drank, he could hold it all. Yu Rumeng sat opposite him and quietly watched him. After drinking one jar, she handed him another without saying a word. 10 jars, 50 jars, 100 jars, 200 jars. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly let out a long howl and threw the wine jar in his hand. The howl rolled like thunder, causing the whole Anha city to tremble. After a long time, the howl gradually stopped. Yang Kai looked at Yu Rumeng with red eyes, and his mouth squirmed a few times, and he said with a face full of pain, "I can't get drunk." Chapter 34-34. Then drink some more. We'll stop when we're drunk. Yu Rumeng threw another jar of wine at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't catch it and let it fall to the floor and smash into pieces. Yu Rumeng pondered for a moment and said, "Wait here." While speaking, she turned around and flew out. No one knew what she was going to do. But soon, there was a commotion in the city. It was obvious that it was caused by Yu Rumeng. Half an hour later, Yu Rumeng returned to the hall and smiled at Yang Kai. Then, she turned around and clapped her hands at the entrance of the hall, "Come in." Yang Kai raised his eyes to look and was immediately dumbfounded. He saw a group of women slowly walking in from outside the door. They were thin and round and round and round, and they were like orioles and swallows. However, this group of women were different from those girls in the Spring Breeze Drizzle building who had put on makeup. At first glance, one could see that they were all women of good families. Every woman's face was full of fear and uneasiness. Some of them even had tears on their faces, but under Yu Rumeng's abuse, they had no choice but to walk in obediently. Of the 30 to 40 women, the youngest looked to be only 13 or 14 years old while the oldest looked to be only 25 or 26 years old. Under Yu Rumeng's instructions, all of them stood in a line in front of Yang Kai timidly. Some of them occasionally looked up at Yang Kai but quickly lowered their heads. What the hell? Yang Kai was puzzled, but he didn't show the slightest abnormality on his face. He still looked sad, as if he wanted to die early. Yu Rumeng smiled at Yang Kai and explained, "These are the most beautiful women in this city. Don't worry, all of them are pure and flawless. Take a look and see what you like. Kai Yang sat motionless, like a wooden sculpture. Yu Meng walked to a teenage girl and led her in front of Yang Kai. How about this one? She is a budding beauty at such a young age. Men should like her very much. If I were a man, I would be tempted. If we spend a night together, we should have a good night. The girl was frightened because she was caught by Yu Meng. At this moment, hearing Yu Meng's words, she was even more frightened and almost cried. Seeing that Yang Kai still didn't respond, Yu Meng waved her hand at the girl and quickly ran back. Then, Yu Meng called a 17 or 18-year-old girl over and tried her best to promote her in front of Yang Kai. After changing several people, Yang Kai still didn't respond. Yu Meng pulled another person. 24 or 25 years old. Her appearance was among the best, but she was still a virgin, I said. Enough. Yu Meng sighed. You want to get drunk to vent the anger in your heart. But how can you get drunk with these ordinary drinks? In your current situation, wine and women are the same. Since you can't get drunk, you can find a way to get drunk with women. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He grabbed a wine jar on the table, got up and walked out. His steps were unsteady. Yu Meng turned and stared at his back. After a while, she quickly followed. In the hall, the dozens of women waited in fear for a long time. After confirming that the strange man and woman would not return, they hurriedly fled. After surviving a calamity, the young women could no longer hold back and began to wail. This night was a nightmare for them. Fortunately, the man didn't mean to harm them. Otherwise, all of them would have lost their chastity. Why are you following me? In the wilderness, Yang Kai looked at Yu Meng with an indifferent face. Following me won't do you any good. Yu Meng smiled gently. I said, you are mine. Wherever you go, I will go. Don't think you can get rid of me. Do you know what kind of situation I am in now? Yu Meng said, in the Battle of Roaring Tiger City, you became the demon race and became the demon race. I'm afraid the news has spread all over the world. So now you should be like a rat crossing the street, hated by everyone. Since you know, why are you still so stubborn? Release the heart seal secret technique. Go. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. You don't want to be implicated by me. Yang Kai waved his hand. I won't go. Yu Meng stepped forward and held Yang Kai's arm. Why bother? Yang Kai shook his head. Yu Meng said, even if there is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of you, I will go with you. Yang Kai's cold eyes suddenly became soft, as if his mind had been greatly shocked. He looked at her affectionately and touched her cheek with one hand. You won't regret it? Yu Meng shook her head firmly. No turning back. Yang Kai licked his dry lips and hugged Yu Meng into his arms. He used so much strength that it seemed he wanted to rub Yu Meng into his body and never be separated again. He sighed. I have no regrets in this life. Yu Meng raised her head slightly, the corners of her eyes curved into crescents. Her beautiful eyes shone with a proud light. She knew it was easy to break a person's heart at this time. She was right. Although the heart seal secret technique made it impossible for her and Yang Kai to be separated, it was only a secret technique after all. How could it compare to Yang Kai's true feelings? She wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck and whispered in his ear, I said, even if the whole world abandons you, you still have me. Yang Kai suddenly released her and put his hands on her shoulders. His eyes bloomed with a different kind of light as he said excitedly, Ru Meng, let's go live in seclusion. The change of topic was a little too big, making the corner of Yu Meng's eyes twitch. She said calmly, live in seclusion? Yang Kai nodded heavily. Live in seclusion in the mountains and never ask about the world. Just the two of us, the man plows and the woman weaves. We can have a few children and live a carefree life. What bullshit astral demon territory has nothing to do with me. Have a few children? Ru Meng was dumbfounded. She wailed in her heart. She didn't expect that although her tenderness and sweetness moved Yang Kai, he would have such thoughts. If he really did that, then what was the point of playing? Thinking about it, Ru Meng said, "Then what about your wives?" Yang Kai looked gloomy and said in a low voice, "I only know that at this time, you are by my side, not them." He didn't even care about his wives. It seemed that what happened in Roaring Tiger City was too big a blow to him, causing a huge change in his mentality. Maybe it was also because of the become the demon race, which made his thoughts become paranoid. While she was deep in thought, Kai Yang had already vividly described the beautiful life they would have after living in seclusion. He had even described the appearance of their residence. Not only that, he had even thought of the names of their children. Aren't you thinking too much? Ru Meng wanted to spit in his face, but she also knew that if she refuted Yang Kai at this time, it would definitely make the situation worse, and all the previous efforts would be in vain. In the end, Yang Kai squeezed her shoulder and said excitedly, "So, let's go to live in seclusion." Ru Meng had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Okay, let's go to live in seclusion." After the discussion, Yang Kai didn't want to stop for a moment. As if the motivation to live had been reignited, he hugged Ru Meng and began to look for a suitable place. Within a few days, the two of them had settled down in the depths of the mountain range. A brand new wooden house had been erected on the flat ground at the top of the mountain. Outside the house, Kai Yang had opened up a few plots of farmland. She didn't know where Kai Yang had found some seeds to plant, but he was in high spirits as he waved his hoe around. Ru Meng stood at the door of the wooden house, wearing coarse clothes and a silk scarf on her head. She was dressed like a farmer's wife. This style didn't reduce Ru Meng's beauty, but added a different kind of temptation to her. But this appearance made Ru Meng not want to look in the mirror for several days, for fear that she would be disgusted by herself. During the work, Yang Kai looked up from time to time, and Ru Meng had to squeeze out a smile to respond. Occasionally, she would send some water over and help Yang Kai wipe the sweat on his face. She was a dignified and intelligent little woman, which made Yang Kai sigh in front of her several times. With such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? At night, the two slept in each other's arms, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. Yang Kai expressed his desire several times, but Ru Meng knew that his current state was not normal, so how could she agree to give it to him under such circumstances? For more than 10 days, the days were ordinary, but Yang Kai was enjoying himself, as if he really liked this kind of life and was willing to continue like this for the rest of his life. Ru Meng cooperated wholeheartedly and didn't show the slightest abnormality, but in her heart, she was helpless. On this day, Yang Kai was sitting at the door, weaving a wicker basket with bamboo strips, while Ru Meng accompanied him, talking and laughing with him. Suddenly, Yang Kai's movements paused, and he looked up in a certain direction. Ru Meng asked, "What's wrong?" "Shoo." Yang Kai put a finger to his mouth, showing a vigilant look, and quietly spread out his divine sense. His appearance made Ru Meng's expression brighten. She was worried that there was no way to break this boring day, but unexpectedly, there was a variable. She secretly prayed in her heart that things were really as she thought. After a while, Yang Kai sighed, put down the half-finished wicker basket in his hand, clapped his hands, and stood up. He lowered his eyes and said, "Since you are here, show yourself." Ru Meng was shocked. Someone had come and she didn't even notice it. In this situation, either Yang Kai's perception was wrong, or the person's cultivation was higher than hers, otherwise, she would have noticed it. Yang Kai shouldn't have made a mistake, so the only explanation was that someone had really come. Chapter 34-35. There was a ripple in the void, and a figure slowly emerged. Yang Kai looked up at him, his gaze became a little evasive, as if he was ashamed to face this person, but in the end, he cupped his fists and greeted, "Temple Master 1." The person who appeared in front of him was the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple, Wuxia Xianxia. Wuxia Xianxia had a pained expression on his face as he sighed, "I've heard about what happened to you. Are you feeling better now?" Yang Kai replied, "Thank you for your concern, Temple Master 1. I was lucky enough to recover." Wuxia Xianxia said, "It is a taboo for a cultivator to become the demon race. The Iron Blood Master said that there is a demon in your heart. As long as this demon is not eliminated, it will become a big problem in the future even if it is temporarily fine. So, Temple Master 1 is here to take me back." Yang Kai lowered his eyes, and his voice suddenly became extremely calm, but anyone could feel the hostility growing in him. Wuxia Xianxia said, "Don't be agitated, I don't want to be enemies with you. I just want to talk to you." Yang Kai said lightly, "Disciple is listening." Wuxia Xianxia gently nodded and said, "Although you are not from Azure Sun Temple, you have formed a relationship with the temple since you were in the Dao Source realm. It can be said that this king watched you grow up. If you had agreed back then, you would have become a disciple of Azure Sun Temple. Unfortunately, my temple did not have this blessing and missed a master." Yang Kai laughed self-deprecatingly, "Temple Master 1 is too kind." Wuxia Xianxia continued, "Fortunately, you became an honored elder of my temple in the end. Since you are an elder of my temple, then your matter is this one's matter, and the temple's matter. Yang Kai, think about the High Heaven Palace, think about your family and friends, and think about those who care about you. Come back with me." Yang Kai raised his eyes, "In the end, Temple Master is here to take me back." Wuxia Xianxia frowned, "How can you confuse these two things? If I had come to capture you, I wouldn't have said these things to you. Come back with me. Wen Mao guarantees that I won't let anyone harm you. However, I will need your cooperation to eliminate the demonic thoughts in your heart." Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "Once the demonic will is born, how can it be eliminated?" Wuxia Xianxia said in a deep voice, "The winner is strong, and the winner is strong. Yang Kai, don't go astray again." "I went astray?" Yang Kai laughed, his eyes turning cold, "Temple Master, since you've heard about me, then do you know the whole story?" Wuxia Xianxia hesitated for a moment before sighing, "The Iron Blood Master was in the wrong a few days ago, but you shouldn't have disobeyed him." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became ferocious. "According to the Hall Master's words, if the Iron Blood wants to cripple me, Shihua, I should hand it over with both hands and not resist?" Wuxia Xianxia advised earnestly, "There is always a way to solve this problem." Yang Kai sneered, "Shihua is one of my most important companions. He has made great contributions to my path of growth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is my family. During the battle against the demon race, he killed countless enemies. Just because he cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method, he is not allowed to exist in this world. Does this world belong to me, the 100 million cultivator, or does it belong to the Iron Blood? Just because he slaughtered countless demon race members, the Iron Blood should not make things difficult for him." After a pause, Yang Kai looked sharply at Wuxia Xianxia, "Temple Master probably can't understand what I'm saying, so this junior boldly asks, if the Iron Blood wants to cripple Senior Sister Gao's cultivation, how would the Temple Master choose?" Wuxia Xianxia frowned, "You're confusing the concepts." Yang Kai sneered, "To me, Shihua is equivalent to the status of Senior Sister Gao in the Temple Master's heart." Wuxia Xianxia was silent, speechless. Yang Kai let out a long breath, "Temple Master, I don't know how you found me, but I have decided to live here in seclusion with Qing, and no longer care about the outside world. I ask Temple Master to take into account our past friendship and withdraw for now. From now on, Yang Kai and Li Shiqing will no longer exist in the star boundary." Wuxia Xianxia's expression changed as he looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. "You want to live here in seclusion?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Wuxia Xianxia said, "Then the High Heaven Palace, what does it have to do with me?" Yang Kai interrupted him. Wen Zishan choked for a long time, unable to say a word, and finally smiled bitterly. You really do have a demonic intent in your heart. Is Temple Master determined to make things difficult for me? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a dangerous light. Wen Zishan sighed, you have a demonic intent in your heart, this Temple Master cannot sit idly by. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, what does my own business have to do with you? Why do you keep forcing me? I have sacrificed a lot for the star boundary, can't you let me go because of these sacrifices? Wen Zishan looked at him bitterly, it is precisely because you have contributed so much to the star boundary that I cannot give up on you. Yang Kai laughed loudly, well said. Since Temple Master is so stubborn, don't blame this junior for being impolite. Come out, all of you. What are you doing sneaking around? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai looked around coldly. Following this angry roar, one figure after another suddenly appeared around Yang Kai. All of them were third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, and in an instant, they surrounded Yang Kai so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Yang Kai looked at them one by one and sneered, very good, they are all familiar faces, old acquaintances. The Heavenly Marshal Holy Land Holy Lands Holy Lord, Ma Qing, placed his sword behind his back and stroked his beard with the other hand. Little brat Yang, do you know that you're in a very bad situation right now? If you don't turn back now, it'll be too late. You were only able to recover last time because you were lucky. If you misfire again and become the demon race, there's really no turning back. Yang Kai didn't respond. He just turned his head and looked at Li Jiao. Brotherly, do you also want to teach me a lesson? Li Jiao covered his face with his hands, his old face completely red. This Li was forced to do so. I only came here to join in on the fun. Brother Yang, please forgive me. Yang Kai nodded and turned to the other person, where is Temple Master Zhou? This person was none other than the Eastern Territories Ahan Temple's Temple Master, Zhou Yuang. Zhou Yuang formed a seal with one hand, his figure drifting like a ghost. Obviously, it had something to do with the secret art he cultivated. Hearing this, he smiled and said, what does Temple Master Yang want me to say? Yang Kai said, no one is forcing you to say it if you don't want to. On the other side, Xiao Yang quickly said, Yang Kai, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is at hand. Lei Hong also shouted in a low voice, you are still young. You will have a chance to set things right. Why are you so stubborn? Yang Kai stood in place and lowered his eyes. After waiting for them to finish speaking, he said lightly, is everyone done? If you are, it's my turn. Wen Zishan nodded and said, if you have anything to say, we are also willing to listen. Yang Kai's mouth curled into an evil smile, now that the situation in the star boundary is so bad, this junior is really honored to be able to send masters like you to deal with me. It's just that. I am not looking down on you, but if this junior wants to leave, can you stop him? Wen Zishan clenched his teeth and shouted, Yang Kai, wake up. Yang Kai sneered and said in a cold voice, this junior has already put down his worldly affairs and wanted to live in seclusion in this mountain forest with Qing, but you have followed me here and forced me to leave. Since this is the case, this junior might as well come out and turn the world upside down. Let's see who can't take it in the end. Saying so, his figure flashed and he suddenly appeared beside Yu Rumeng. He grabbed her waist and shouted, let's go. Space principles fluctuated and he was about to teleport away. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, because the space nodes in the surrounding world had been sealed. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and shouted in a certain direction, Li Wu Yi. A figure in snow-white clothes appeared. It was indeed Li Wu Yi. Only he could seal the surrounding space nodes without anyone noticing, cutting off Yang Kai's escape route. Yu Rumeng's expression changed slightly as she felt that today was a bad day. Yang Kai had the space divine technique, so even if he was surrounded by so many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, nothing could happen to him. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could still escape. But now that Li Wuyi had personally come out, the situation was different. In terms of attainments in the space divine technique, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi were at most on par, so without his greatest support, Yang Kai's combat strength would be greatly reduced. What should she do? Just as she was panicking, she suddenly felt a strong force coming from her waist and throwing her away. At the same time, Yang Kai shouted, "You go first, I'll come back for you." Yu Rumeng knew that Yang Kai was going all out and didn't want to implicate her, so she didn't hesitate and flew out of the encirclement. When she looked back, she saw Yang Kai's Emperor Qi violently surging as he raised his hand and slapped towards Xiao Yuyang. Under the fluctuations of space principles, the place where Xiao Yuyang was standing turned into a black hole, as if it was going to swallow the entire world. Li Wuyi's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Stop!" Everyone else also paled in horror and hurriedly rushed over to help. Xiao Yuyang even tried his best to resist, but the black hole was Yang Kai's space divine ability, and he didn't seem to have expected that Yang Kai would try to kill him as soon as he appeared, so he was caught off guard. The black hole opened and closed, and the place where Xiao Yuyang was standing was now empty. Everyone was dumbfounded. In a single exchange, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master was killed just like that. They all knew that Kai Yang's strength couldn't be judged based on his cultivation. His strength was much higher than his cultivation, but after really facing him, they all realized just how terrifying he was. Li Wuyi exuded a cold aura as he stared coldly at Yang Kai and said, "You disappoint me." Yang Kai sneered, "I've long wanted to experience senior space divine technique, but I've never had the chance. Today, I hope senior can enlighten me." "As you wish." Li Wuyi growled. The two of them merged their space principles at the same time, and in an instant, the world collapsed as void cracks appeared one after another. The expressions of the several three-stage Emperor Realm Masters changed as they hurriedly retreated. These void cracks were endless and constantly changing, so no one dared to touch them. Looking around, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi were shuttling back and forth between the void cracks as if they were walking on flat ground, fiercely exchanging blows with each other. Everyone glanced at each other, aware that they were powerless to intervene, so they could only spread out and wait for an opportunity to act. Chapter 34-36. The void collapsed and cracks appeared as Yang Kai and Li Wuyi shuttled through them. At a certain moment, the two of them rushed into one of the spatial rifts and disappeared. Following their disappearance, the countless spatial rifts automatically closed up under the influence of the star boundaries' heaven and earth laws. Wen Zishan and the others looked at each other with solemn expressions. Yang Kai and Li Wuyi had obviously entered the void, so they had no way to intervene. As for Yu Rumeng, who escaped first, they didn't care too much. In any case, with Li Wuyi taking action, Yang Kai definitely couldn't escape. Yu Rumeng's matter would be taken care of by the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire. On the top of the mountain, it was quiet. The newly built wooden houses had collapsed into ruins, and the farmland that Yang Kai cultivated was a mess. Although the fight between Yang Kai and Li Wuyi was short, it had already destroyed the place beyond recognition. In the void, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi appeared together, looked at each other, and said at the same time, "Split up." Saying so, the two went in two different directions, shuttling through the void's turbulent current. Not long after, Yang Kai found Xiao Yuyang, who he had blasted into the void before. At this moment, Xiao Yuyang's situation was not very good. Half of his body had been swallowed by the void's turbulent current. If he had been a little later, he might have really been lost in the void. At that time, even Yang Kai and Li Wuyi wouldn't be able to find him. Yang Kai spent a lot of effort to pull him out of the void's turbulent current. Xiao Yuyang looked at him suspiciously. "What the hell are you doing?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Elder Xiao should go ask Senior Li, he will give you an explanation." Xiao Yuyang frowned. Although he had many questions, he couldn't do anything if Yang Kai didn't say anything, so he could only follow Yang Kai to see Li Wuyi. Not long after, Yang Kai saw Li Wuyi rushing over. When the two met and confirmed that Xiao Yuyang was out of danger, Li Wuyi gently nodded. Yang Kai complained, "Senior, you are too slow. I sent you the message 8 days ago. Why did you only come today?" Hearing this, Xiao Yuyang's eyes widened as he asked, "You revealed your whereabouts yourself?" Previously, he had been wondering how Li Wuyi had found out about Yang Kai's current hiding place and had led them to the exact location. Only now did he realize that it was Yang Kai who had leaked the information. What the hell was he doing? Xiao Yuyang was completely dumbfounded. Li Wuyi replied, "I can't help it. I'm a bit tied up over there. It wasn't easy for me to beat up the demon race, so I took the time to come over. I hope I didn't hold you back." Yang Kai replied, "That's not the case. I'm just afraid that if this goes on for too long, I'll give myself away." Xiao Yuyang said, "Wait a moment, you too. Who can tell me what's going on?" Yang Kai and Li Wuyi looked at each other and laughed. Li Wuyi said, "Don't ask so many questions. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. In short, this is the idea of the great emperors." Since it was related to the great emperors, Xiao Yuyang immediately fell silent. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai and Li Wuyi were doing, he could tell that this seemed to be a show. But what he didn't understand was that since it was a show, there would naturally be people watching the show. Who was the one watching the show? Could it be Zhou Yuang and the others? Li Wuyi's expression turned serious as he asked, "After this, can we succeed?" Yang Kai replied, "Most likely." Li Wuyi sighed, "You have to endure this humiliation. By the way, the Iron Blood Master asked me to tell you that he has ordered the High Heaven Palace to seal off the mountain. All the disciples of the High Heaven Palace have been sent back." Yang Kai nodded, "Thank the Iron Blood Master for his kindness on my behalf." He was not an idiot. Naturally, he could see that although the Iron Blood seemed to be venting their anger on the High Heaven Palace, it was actually a form of protection. After all, after what happened to him, it was really inconvenient for the disciples of the High Heaven Palace to show their faces in public. Also, the dragon girl you brought has left. She probably went back to Dragon Island, Li Wuyi added. Fu Ling went back to Dragon Island? Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. That's not good. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "There will definitely be more people coming from Dragon Island. If Xu Qing comes, send her back to the High Heaven Palace for me and let Su Yan and the others explain it to her. If Great Elder and Second Elder come, let the Great Emperors explain it to them." Li Wuyi nodded, "Rest assured, the Master has his own arrangements. He won't let Dragon Island harbor any resentment." After chatting for a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. "It's about time, I should go." Li Wuyi solemnly exhorted, "Be careful." "I know." Yang Kai grinned, suddenly raised his hand, and slapped his chest a few times. His emperor chi surged as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, dyeing half of his body a golden yellow. Xiao Yuyang watched in horror. This little brat can be so ruthless to himself. Yang Kai turned around and tore space, escaping from the void. As soon as he appeared, several powerful auras locked onto him. It was Wen Zishan and the others who had been guarding him. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai said with a ferocious expression, "Everyone, this junior will remember your kindness today and will repay you generously in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already activated the law of space. With a sway of his body, he disappeared from where he stood. "Where's Master Li?" Zhou Yuang asked with an ugly expression. Yang Kai and Li Wuyi entered the void together, but now Yang Kai came out and Li Wuyi was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Yuang naturally had a bad feeling about this. As soon as he finished speaking, a white figure appeared. Zhou Yuang turned his head to look and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Li Wuyi. However, Li Wuyi did not appear alone. Beside him was a pale-faced Xiao Yuyang. Lei Hong was overjoyed when he saw this. "Old Xiao, are you okay? Xiao Yuyang said with lingering fear, fortunately, Master Li found me in time, otherwise. He shuddered before he could finish speaking. This was not an act. He had been alone in the void and was swallowed by the void's turbulence, leaving a psychological shadow. Ma Qing pointed in a direction and said, that little brat ran that way. Master, what should we do now? Li Wu Yi said with a sullen face, chase after him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Saying so, he took the lead in chasing after him. The others naturally did not dare to neglect and followed closely behind whether they were willing or not. Yang Kai ran for his life. After half a day, a stream of light suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Yu Ru Meng who had left first. With her heart seal secret technique, she could naturally find Yang Kai's location. As soon as she saw Yang Kai covered in blood and his aura weak, Yu Ru Meng's beautiful face turned pale. You're injured. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, not dying is my greatest luck. Let's go, they're coming. Hearing what he said, Yu Ru Meng did not dare to delay and hurriedly supported Yang Kai as they left. A month later, at the top of a mountain, Yang Kai stood at the top of a big tree, facing the morning sun with a blank look in his eyes. What are you thinking about? Yu Ru Meng leaned over from the side, her fragrance wafting out. Yang Kai coughed a few times and said in a weak voice, Ru Meng, this world is so big that there is no place for me to stay. For a month, he and Yu Ru Meng had been on the run. Li Wu Yi and a few other third-layer Emperor Realm Masters had chased after them like maggots. There were several times when Yang Kai was forced to confront them. Each time, he was beaten until he was covered in wounds, but each time, he managed to escape by the skin of his teeth. Judging from the current situation, these words were not an exaggeration. Although the world was big, with Li Wu Yi chasing after them, there was no place for him to stay. Turning around, Yang Kai said, I'm sorry, I originally wanted to take you to live in seclusion, but now it seems that I have to go back on my word. Don't follow me, let's part ways here. Yu Ru Meng asked, are you driving me away again? Yang Kai slowly shook his head, this time is different from the last time. You saw it along the way, Li Wu Yi is determined to kill me. I am not his opponent, and it was only by luck that I was able to hold on until now. Maybe next time, or maybe the time after that will be the end. Yu Ru Meng's beautiful eyes flashed, I heard someone say that if there is no place for you, there will be a place for you. There is more than one star boundary in this world. Yang Kai frowned when he heard this, demon territory? Yu Ru Meng said, how about it? If you are willing to go to demon territory, I will follow you to demon territory. Impossible. Yang Kai shook his head decisively, it is impossible for me to go to demon territory. I have fallen into this situation precisely because I am related to demons, so how could I degrade myself and go to demon territory? Yu Ru Meng said, it is precisely because you are related to demons that you can become the demon race's territory and be accepted by the demon race. Don't say any more, Yang Kai looked like he was too lazy to listen to her. Yu Ru Meng, however, appeared in front of him in a flash and looked at him with burning eyes, her pupils exuding a strange light as she softly said, you have made great contributions to Star Boundary. Most of the space arrays were created by you, Roaring Tiger City was also defended by you, and you killed millions of members of the demon race, but they forced you to kill you, and now they are chasing after you. What is there to be nostalgic about in such a place? Yang Kai frowned when he heard this, but his breathing was slightly heavy. Obviously, these words made him extremely angry. Yu Ru Meng continued to persuade him, her voice like a sleepy whisper, don't you want to take revenge? Don't you want to wash away the injustice you have suffered? Let those who are making things difficult for you know how powerful you are, and let them regret forcing you like this. Don't say any more. Yang Kai roared, the veins on his forehead bulging. Yu Ru Meng turned a deaf ear to him and continued, go to demon territory and seek greater strength. One day, you will be able to return here and let them know what they did was wrong. Let them kneel in front of you and beg for mercy. Go to demon territory? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Yu Rumeng as if he wanted to eat her alive. He was obviously tempted by Yu Rumeng's words. Yu Rumeng nodded slowly. Yes, go to demon territory. Will you come with me? Yang Kai asked again. Yu Rumeng smiled and bowed to Yang Kai. This mistress is willing. This matter is of great importance, let me think about it. Yu Rumeng pursed her lips and said, I can tolerate you, but I don't know how much time Li Wui will give you. Chapter 34-37. The Western Territories desert had already become a demon land, where demonic chi lingered and evil flourished. Tens of millions of demon race troops had gathered here and were constantly marching towards the depths of the star boundary, attacking cities and plundering lands, bringing death and slaughter wherever they went. Under the demon land, even the sky had become gray and dull, as if the world had lost its vitality. Two streams of light swept through the sky one after another, causing countless members of the demon race to raise their heads and grimace, letting out low growls from their throats. In the end, Yang Kai didn't hesitate for too long. After being chased and injured by Li Wui again, he immediately decided to set off for the demon territory in a fit of anger. There was no place for him in the star boundary. If he wanted to become the demon race's territory, he had to pass through the passage between the two worlds in the Western Territories desert, which was the only entrance connecting the two worlds. Along the way, Yang Kai's expression constantly changed, his expression filled with worry. On the other hand, Yu Rumeng was smiling as usual, not showing the slightest fear or worry about the demon territory, and even looking forward to it. The speed of the two was extremely fast, but as they flew over so ostentatiously, they still attracted many devil experts to chase after them. At first, there were only a few devil experts behind them, but in the end, there were hundreds of devil kings behind them. All of them were emitting devil chi that soared into the sky, extremely terrifying. Yang Kai had a bored expression on his face. Fortunately, the entrance to the passage between the two worlds was not far ahead. Yang Kai tightly held Yu Rumeng's hand and whispered, Don't separate from me later. I'll try to rush in directly, and if it doesn't work, we'll think of another way. Yu Rumeng held Yang Kai's hand and smiled at him. Don't worry, leave the rest to me. Leave it to you? Yang Kai frowned and turned to look at her. Yu Rumeng said, Trust me. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Okay, then it's up to you. Yu Rumeng giggled and took the lead. She overtook Yang Kai and pulled him forward. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the passage. The entrance to the passageway between the two realms was of great importance. The demon race naturally had a large number of troops stationed here. Just the number of demon king guarding the entrance was more than a dozen. There were also several half-saint realm experts stationed here to guard against the star boundary, sending powerhouses to destroy the entrance. The demon king and half-saint guarding this place sensed the auras of Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng and raised their heads. Many of them immediately revealed sinister smiles. Yu Rumeng, on the other hand, led Yang Kai down and stood in front of the entrance of the passage, her pair of beautiful watery eyes looking around. Yang Kai stood beside her, his eyes sharp and his emperor's chi fluctuating. He looked like he could start a massacre at any time. The hundreds of devil kings that had been chasing them all the way finally arrived. They landed one after another and surrounded the two of them in an instant. Many of them looked at Yu Rumeng's graceful body greedily, revealing lustful expressions. On the other side, a gigantic demon king carrying a huge axe walked forward. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble. When he stopped 100 feet away, he pointed the axe that was even taller than a human forward and grinned. Human, do you want to die? This demon king's aura was extremely powerful. Although his movements seemed a little clumsy, he was definitely in existence with extraordinary strength. Moreover, he should be one of the strongest demon kings. As soon as he finished speaking, the other demon kings around him let out low chuckles. Since the passage between the two worlds opened and the demon race invaded, no human had come here. Therefore, the arrival of Yang Kai and Yu Ru Meng puzzled the group of demon race masters, wondering if these two were crazy. Yu Ru Meng smiled and waved her hand, shooting a stream of light towards the Demon King in front of her. The Demon King reached out and grabbed it, frowning as he glanced at Yu Ru Meng, then looked at the object in his hand. At first glance, the Demon King's face changed and he looked up at Yu Ru Meng, his mouth wide open as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Yu Ru Meng remained calm and smiled sweetly. The Demon King's attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn, even becoming a little frightened and flattering, nodding and bowing as he said, "Please wait a moment, allow me to consult the half-saint master." Yu Ru Meng gestured for him to do as he pleased. The Demon King hurriedly turned around and walked in a certain direction. It seemed that he was really going to consult the half-saint of demon race masters. This strange scene left all the Demon Kings scratching their heads. They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Yang Kai was also confused, quietly approaching Yu Ru Meng and asked, "Ru Meng, what did you show him? Why did he suddenly become like a dog?" Yu Ru Meng giggled, he was originally a dog. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. If such a powerful Demon King was a dog, then what was he? Yu Ru Meng said, "Okay, don't ask too much, you will know in a while." Yang Kai nodded, tilting his head and said, "I found that you are hiding a big secret." Yu Ru Meng winked at him playfully, "A woman with a secret is beautiful. Do you want to know what that secret is?" Yang Kai replied, "If you are willing to tell me, I will listen." Yu Ru Meng patted Yang Kai's hand and said, "You will know in a while." While the two were talking, the Demon King, who had left before, came back. At this moment, he had a dignified expression on his face. He quickly walked in front of Yu Ru Meng, bowed, and held something with both hands, respectfully handing it to Yu Ru Meng. Yang Kai glanced at it and found that the Demon King was holding a palm-sized token. The token was made of an unknown material. It was dark red in color, as if it was made of blood. There was a distorted ghost-like pattern engraved on the token, as if a tortured soul was howling in pain. At a glance, it seemed to have the power to seize one's soul, and a burst of ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls could be heard in one's mind, shaking one's soul. This should be what Yu Ru Meng had thrown to the Demon King before. It was actually a token. Yu Ru Meng raised her hand and took the token back, asking lightly, "Can we pass through here?" The Demon King nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes." Saying so, he turned sideways and gestured, "Please." Yu Ru Meng didn't even glance sideways as she arrogantly walked past the Demon King. Yang Kai, with a blank look on his face, followed closely behind Yu Ru Meng. Looking at Yu Ru Meng, and then at the Demon King, he had no place to vent his doubts. Meeting the Demon King's gaze, the Demon King looked at him enviously and even gave him a thumbs up. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Not long after, Yang Kai and Yu Ru Meng entered the passage between the two worlds and disappeared. Only at this moment did the huge Demon King let out a long sigh of relief, as if he had just escaped a calamity. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and grimaced for a while. The several hundred Demon Kings who had chased them all the way here were somewhat confused and asked one after another what was going on. The passage between the two worlds was such an important place, so how could two humans be allowed to enter? The Demon King coldly snorted, "This is the order of the half-saint master, do you have any objections?" This one sentence silenced the several hundred Demon Kings. Since it was the order of a half-saint, they naturally did not dare to have any objections, but today's matter was extremely strange and had become an unsolvable mystery. In the void, Yang Kai and Yu Ru Meng held hands and flew forward. In the distance, there seemed to be a light guiding the two of them, but that light seemed to be quite close, but in fact, it was unknown how far it was. After all, they were traveling between the two worlds, so it was likely that they would not be able to complete it in a short period of time. Suddenly, a powerful divine sense swept over Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai's body to tighten and instinctively give birth to a sense of crisis. The strength of this divine sense was definitely not something an ordinary demon king could possess. Even a half-saint did not have the qualifications to possess it. A demon saint? No, it was more like a demon saint, but more like the divine sense of the great emperors. Yang Kai thought for a moment and immediately understood who this divine sense belonged to. The Night Shadow Great Emperors. He had long heard that he was guarding the passage between the two worlds, but he did not expect that he had not withdrawn. Martial Beast had said that the Night Shadow Great Emperors had the bloodline of the demon race, and the passage between the two worlds was opened because of him, causing the people in the astral plane to be plunged into misery and suffering. In addition, he had been assassinated by the Assassin Hall before, so Yang Kai did not have the slightest favorable impression of the Night Shadow Great Emperors. His gaze swept over the deep darkness, but he did not find any trace of the Night Shadow Great Emperors. The other party's divine sense had also been scattered and then withdrawn, leaving no trace behind. Yu Meng had obviously also sensed this divine sense, but she had no intention of paying attention to it, only continuing to fly forward. The light ahead was getting closer and closer, and after an unknown amount of time, a suction force came from ahead. It was the suction force of a great world, and Yang Kai and Yu Meng were involuntarily sucked in. Their vision blurred, and they appeared in another world. Before Yang Kai could adapt, a series of powerful divine senses swept over from all directions. There was a demon king, a half-saint, and even a demon saint. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and his entire body tensed up like a leopard, but when he looked up again, his expression became even more solemn. As far as the eye could see, there were countless black heads. The demon race's army had gathered here, constantly sending combat strength to the astral plane through the entrance of the passage between the two worlds. Further away, there were even more demon race members rushing over. The divine senses that shrouded the two quickly dissipated, and the powerhouses of the demon race did not care about their arrival, as if they had already expected it. Only a few demon saints' divine senses lingered on Yang Kai with interest for a while before immediately withdrawing. "Let's go!" Yu Meng called out, flying into the sky side by side with Yang Kai. It was only at this time that Yang Kai had the time to investigate the situation in the demon territory. This was a great world that was different from the astral plane. The laws of heaven and earth here seemed to be somewhat chaotic. There was a sun hanging in the sky, but the sun seemed to be blocked by something, giving off a hazy and turbid feeling. The land was barren, and there was little vegetation. Huge ravines ran through the ground, like the intricate patterns on a turtle's back. It was a terrible sight. Chapter 34-38. The demon territory was actually such a barren place. Looking at the current situation, this place was even worse than some of the worst places in the Western Territory. How could such a world nurture so many people of the demon race? However, the world energy here was quite good, but that was only relative to the demon race. If a creature from the star boundary came here, it would be impossible for them to use the world energy here to cultivate, because this place was full of evil demon chi. If they really absorbed the world energy here, it would not be long before they turned into a demon. Flying all the way up, Yang Kai looked down again after an hour and couldn't help but be stunned, whispering, "The demon territory is so small?" When he first passed by, he didn't notice it, but now that he was looking down from a high enough altitude, he discovered that it was just an irregular piece of land, and he could see the edge of it at a glance. If the vast expanse of the starry sky was compared to the sea, then the continent below was a lone island in the sea. This isolated island was estimated to be only a few 100,000 kilometers wide, surrounded by the endless void. Strictly speaking, a few 100,000 kilometers was not small, but the demon territory was a large world. Could this be considered a large world? It couldn't be compared to the star boundary at all. But if this was the case, how could there be so many people in the demon race? Even a powerful existence like the demon saint was born? Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Yu Meng said, "This is only a corner of the demon territory. The entire demon territory is like a broken mirror, and what you see now is just a fragment. A broken mirror? Yang Kai looked at her in amazement, but this description was very vivid, allowing Yang Kai to outline a prototype of the demon territory in his mind. Yu Meng nodded and said, fragments like the ones you see in front of you have formed the entire demon area. Some are big, some are small, and there are countless of them. Each fragment is both a continent and a small world. They are independent of each other but are closely connected. Isn't it strange? Yang Kai solemnly said, I've never heard of such a thing. This was really an eye-opener for him. Yu Meng giggled, this is the demon territory. If you don't see it for yourself, you won't be able to understand its wonders. Why is this happening? Yang Kai asked with a frown. No wonder he felt that the laws of heaven and earth here were a little chaotic. The entire world was made up of fragments, and each fragment was equivalent to an independent small world. It would be strange if the laws of heaven and earth were not chaotic. Yu Meng said, I'm afraid he's sick. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. A world can get sick? Yu Meng turned her head and looked at him. A world will also come to an end. The territory of the demons is the end of the road. Yang Kai nodded in agreement and asked, how do we connect these fragments? The army of the demon race was definitely not something that this continent could have. They were definitely drawn from countless small fragments. Since they could come here, it meant that these fragments could communicate with each other. Realm gates. Yu Meng explained and pointed up, look over there, that's the realm gate. Yang Kai looked in the direction she pointed and found that in the void, there was a dark oval passage, like a black hole in the void, leading to the unknown. Every fragment has one or more realm gates that connect to the nearby continents. Through the realm gates, you can communicate with each other. So that's how it is. Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened and said in surprise, so, there are also existences in the demon territory who are proficient in the laws of space? Yu Meng smiled sweetly. No, these realm gates were not opened by humans, they were naturally formed. Superlative craftsmanship. Yang Kai praised and suddenly thought of a question. Won't these realm gates disappear? They will. Yu Meng's eyelashes fluttered, if all the realm gates of a continent disappear, then the fragment where the continent is located will completely lose contact with the demon territory, and the demon territory will lose a small world. Has this happened before? Yang Kai frowned. Yu Meng smiled and said, it has happened many times. While talking, the two had already arrived in front of the realm gate. From a distance, this realm gate was not very big, but upon closer inspection, this realm gate was huge and could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people at a time. Before they could get close, a powerful suction force came from the realm gate, and even someone as strong as Yang Kai felt himself being sucked in involuntarily. Yu Meng shouted, protect yourself, don't get hurt. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately pushed his Emperor Qi, and in the next instant, he and Yu Meng were sucked into the world gate, leaving this fragment and entering another fragment. The surroundings were quiet and the sun was dazzling. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked behind him, showing a look of surprise. Why aren't there any realm gates here? Yu Meng explained, most realm gates are not two-way. After you enter a realm gate, you will be randomly teleported to a place on that fragment, so you naturally can't see the realm gate here. Yang Kai gently nodded and was silent for a while before looking up at Yu Meng and asking, Meng, who are you? Yu Meng pursed her lips and smiled, finally can't hold it in anymore? Yang Kai slowly shook his head, you know so much about the demon territory, so you are obviously not from the star boundary. Even the great emperors don't know much about the demon territory, let alone others. If I'm not wrong, you belong to the demon race, right? Yes. Yu Meng looked at him playfully, you seem to know a lot about the demon race, so please guess again, which race do I belong to? Yang Kai laughed, you are making it difficult for me. Although I know a little about the demon race, I am not a member of the demon race, so how can I guess? After a pause, he said, there are hundreds of races in the demon territory, each with their own divine technique. If I had to guess, I would guess that you belong to the succubus demon race. Yu Rumeng covered her chest and laughed. You really do know a lot about the demon race. Yang Kai looked at her dumbfoundedly. Are you really a succubus demon? In his heart, he thought, I have already guessed it. Only a succubus demon can be so charming. Yu Rumeng took a deep breath and tilted her head to look at him. You have been suspecting me for a long time, haven't you? If not, Yang Kai would not have asked her such sensitive questions before. Yang Kai said calmly, suspicion is just suspicion, after all, there is no proof. But I am curious. Even if you are a succubus demon, how can you disguise yourself as Li Shiqing and not let the great emperor see through you? Because. Yu Rumeng smiled faintly, and her aura suddenly changed greatly at this moment. An extremely terrifying power fluctuated from her graceful body, and the surrounding demonic chi rolled and poured into her body. Her second-order Emperor Realm cultivation suddenly soared. Third-order Emperor Realm, peak third-order, fake Emperor, great Emperors. I am a demon saint. Yu Rumeng's entire body was surrounded by devil chi. At this moment, her face had also become blurry, making it hard for people to see her clearly. However, this kind of haziness had a fatal temptation, making everyone want to get close to her, push aside the fog that was covering her face, and see her beautiful face. The surrounding void seemed like it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai's mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. He was completely shocked. Yu Rumeng was a member of the demon race, this he had long guessed. After all, he had been with Yu Rumeng for such a long time, it was impossible for her to not give herself away. It was precisely because he guessed that Yu Rumeng was a member of the demon race that Yang Kai teamed up with the Iron Blood Great Emperor to put on a good show. He even asked Li Wuyi to track him down, creating a situation where he had no place in the star boundary. Then, Yu Rumeng proposed to bring him into the territory of the demon race to become the demon race. Yu Rumeng had other intentions towards him. She had told him this when they first met. After racking his brains, he finally got his wish and entered the demon race's territory. But Yang Kai never expected that Yu Rumeng was actually a demon saint. This was a demon saint. An existence comparable to the great emperors. Everything made sense now. No wonder half-Saint Baizhuo retreated without a fight in front of Roaring Tiger City. Now that he thought about it, Baizhuo obviously saw Yu Rumeng and recognized her identity, so he retreated, causing hundreds of thousands of demon race soldiers to suffer heavy casualties. No wonder the Demon King's attitude suddenly changed in front of the passage between two worlds when he received the dark red token and let them pass through without any obstruction. A demon saint's token was equivalent to a demon saint's personal arrival, so how could the Demon King dare to disobey? And when a demon saint brought Yang Kai into the territory of the demon race to become the demon race's territory, others naturally wouldn't stop them. Yu Rumeng was a fucking devil saint. Yang Kai almost thought that he was dreaming and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. No matter how much he thought about it, he didn't expect this. Just when he was absent-minded, Yu Rumeng suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Human ant, how dare you not kneel when you see this saint?" The demon saint's pressure filled the air, causing Yang Kai's bones to creak. It was as if several mountains were pressing down on his body, and his knees couldn't help but bend down. Yang Kai suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Yu Rumeng with a burning gaze. A dragon's roar sounded, and his whole body was covered in golden light. He resisted the demon saint's aura with a supreme dragon's might, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Kneel my ass. If you dare to mess around again, I'll beat you up." Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly and quietly looked at him. After a while, that sensational pressure suddenly disappeared without a trace. The huge pressure suddenly disappeared, but Yang Kai's face turned red and he almost spat out blood. He hurriedly cast a spell to regulate his breathing. Yu Rumeng moved her head closer and smiled. Was it fun? Get lost. Yang Kai's face darkened and pushed her face to the side. Damn it, What's wrong with the demon saint? He had touched her, kissed her, and even spanked her buttocks more than once. Yu Meng really didn't have the slightest bit of dignity in front of him, but the aura of the demon saint was real, so if she really pushed her full strength, Yang Kai would not be able to bear it. I was just joking with you. Yu Meng didn't give up and moved her head closer again. Yang Kai said with a cold face, "This joke isn't funny at all." Chapter 34-39. Okay, don't be angry, it's bad for your body. Can't I apologize to you? Yang Kai squinted at her. I don't see any sincerity in your apology. Yu Meng asked, then what kind of sincerity do you want? Yang Kai hooked his finger at her, and Yu Meng put her ear close to him. Yang Kai whispered a few words into her ear. Yu Meng immediately glared at him, but nodded, okay. Once a word is said, even a team of 4 horses can't take it back. You said it yourself. Kai Yang suddenly beamed with joy. I said it, Yu Meng nodded happily, as long as you can win, you can do whatever you want. Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. Win? You're a demon saint, how can I win against you? He immediately shouted angrily, you tricked me. Yu Meng giggled, and with a flash of her delicate body, she turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. She even turned back to provoke him, come chase me, if you can catch me, I can give you some benefits. If you don't beat me up for 3 days, you'll be the one to tear the tiles off the roof. Yang Kai grinned, and with the fluctuation of the space principle, his figure flashed and disappeared, chasing after her. The 2 figures, one in front and one behind, swept through the void at an extremely fast speed. Although Yang Kai tried his best to stimulate the space principle, Yu Meng's strength was unfathomable after her cultivation was fully recovered, and Yang Kai was unable to catch up. He kept following behind her, which made him very depressed. After a full 2 hours, Yu Meng suddenly stopped in the void, slightly raised her head, and opened her arms as if she wanted to embrace the whole world, breathing in large mouthfuls of air. Yang Kai shook his head and rushed over from behind. Finally back, Yu Meng let out a long breath, a satisfied expression on her face. Yang Kai glanced at her, then looked down at the fragment below, and said, you said you would take me to a place, is it the demon territory? Yu Meng nodded, yes. A dignified demon saint did not hesitate to use the heart seal secret technique to deal with me. It seems that my space principle is very attractive to the demon territory, Yang Kai smiled. Yu Meng, the space principle is a very strange power, although there are many people in the territory, in the star boundary, Yu and Li Wui. Li, B. Tte. You. You think I don't want to? Yu Meng said helplessly, it's just that I used a secret technique to change my appearance, so I can only exert the strength of a second-order emperor in the star boundary, so how can I be your opponent? If you don't want to, how can I capture you and bring you to the demon territory? So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood and secretly rejoiced in his heart. His plan and Yu Meng somewhat coincided, otherwise, it would not have been so easy to enter the territory of the demon race. After pondering for a moment, he said, then what do you want me to do? Help you arrange a space array and mobilize the demon race's army? Can you do this? Yu Meng looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, I can't. My space array can only work in one world. The situation in the demon territory is special. Even if I arrange a space array in the fragment worlds, they can't be connected to each other. So, if you brought me here for this matter, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Unless my attainments in space principles are deeper and I can break through the barriers of the small world's world force. Yu Meng smiled, I already expected this, so rest assured, we don't need you to arrange a space array. With the existence of the World Gate, it's quite convenient to mobilize the army in the demon territory. At worst, it'll just take a little more time. Then what do you want me to do? Yang Kai frowned. I'll tell you when the time comes. Seeing Yang Kai's unhappy expression, Yu Rumeng quickly changed the topic. Do you want to see my true face? She had disguised herself as Li Shiqing, so naturally, she would appear as Li Shiqing. Although she had recovered after returning to the demon territory, her face was always shrouded by a strange power. It was hazy, making it difficult for people to see clearly. Unless they were stronger than her, they could use their divine sense to break through the seal of that power. However, she had told Yang Kai before that her true face was not inferior to Li Shiqing's. Then again, she was a succubus demon and a demon saint level powerhouse, so her appearance was naturally not bad. No. To Yu Rumeng's surprise, Yang Kai actually raised his hand and refused. Yu Rumeng was stunned for a moment. Why, are you afraid that I'm too ugly? Yang Kai said casually, even if you're as ugly as a pig, you're still a treasure in my heart, so your appearance doesn't mean anything to me. Your mouth is smeared with honey, no wonder you can deceive so many women. Yu Rumeng snorted and reached out to pinch Yang Kai's chin. Just like how Yang Kai dealt with her in the star boundary, she turned his face around. If you don't want to look, then I'll make you look. While speaking, the haze on her face slowly faded away, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. She was as pure and beautiful as a snow fairy, with an incomparably elegant appearance. She was as youthful as a mountain spring, without the slightest impurity, with a hint of holiness and purity. Yang Kai was originally a little annoyed by her means, but at this moment, he was somewhat stunned. Was this still a succubus demon? On the battlefield, he had seen many succubus demons, and even killed some, but which one of those succubus demons wasn't charming and seductive? Their eyes were full of lust, as if they could be in heat at any time, and their clothes were as revealing as possible, as if they couldn't wait to go to the battlefield naked to charm people. But Yu Rumeng completely overturned the impression of the succubus demon in Yang Kai's heart. What was with this pure feeling that he couldn't bear to destroy? Thinking of all the things he had done to Yu Rumeng before, Yang Kai inexplicably felt a sense of guilt. His heart trembled, and he quickly guarded his mind. Oh my God, this woman's bewitching technique had probably been cultivated to the extreme. Without doing anything, just her face was enough to shake his mind, making him feel that she was the most beautiful existence in the world. Any blasphemy to her was unforgivable. The corners of Yu Rumeng's eyes curved like crescent moons. She was very satisfied with Yang Kai's reaction and asked softly, "Do I look good?" Yang Kai nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. He reached out and hugged Yu Rumeng's soft waist, and without any explanation, put his mouth on hers. A slender jade finger suddenly blocked Yang Kai's mouth. Yu Rumeng looked at him playfully. It's not so easy to take advantage of me in the demon territory. In the past, she was bullied badly by Yang Kai in the star boundary. To think that she, a dignified demon saint, was forced to perish together with Yang Kai at the slightest provocation. She was even put on his lap and spanked without any resistance. Now that they were in her territory, how could she not torment Yang Kai? Yang Kai opened his mouth and sucked her finger in his mouth. He tried his best to tease her and said vaguely, "Rumeng, I think it's time for us to consummate our marriage. You know my feelings, and I have already come to the demon territory with you. There is no turning back. Can you bear to see me suffer like this?" Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly. "I said, as long as you can beat me, you can do whatever you want. How long will that take?" Yang Kai said with a bitter face, "What's the point of seeing it but not eating it? Then I don't care. Let go." Yu Rumeng slowly shook her head. Yang Kai curled her finger with his tongue and shook his head. "I won't let go." Yu Rumeng was both angry and amused. "Are you going to let go or not? If you don't, I won't be polite to you. How are you going to be rude?" Yang Kai smiled mischievously. Yu Rumeng looked helpless. She stretched out her other hand, curled her middle finger, and flicked Yang Kai's forehead as fast as lightning. With a bang, Yang Kai was directly bounced thousands of feet away before he could barely stabilize his body. He felt dizzy and almost fainted. After recovering with great difficulty, Yang Kai roared at Yu Rumeng, "Are you trying to kill me?" Yu Rumeng said with a smile, "I'll teach you a lesson. If you continue to pester me, I'll deal with you like this again." Yang Kai's eyes widened and his face was full of resentment. It was really 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Every dog had its day. If he had known earlier, he would have raped her directly in the star boundary. Now there wouldn't be so much trouble. But now, he couldn't beat her. He had to endure it. His heart was sullen, and the expression on his face was ugly. Yu Rumeng stretched out her hand and a great force came over. Yang Kai involuntarily flew to her side, unable to control his body at all. Yu Rumeng stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's collar, pulled him over, stood on tiptoe, and gently kissed Yang Kai on the forehead. Yang Kai wiped his forehead and snorted with disgust. "What do you mean by giving me a date for every blow? Are you trying to coax a child? If you say so, then so be it. Alright, stop fooling around. I'll take you to a place first." Saying so, she urged her demonic chi to wrap Yang Kai and rushed towards a nearby world gate. Yang Kai remained silent, as if he was sulking. Yu Rumeng didn't care about him. As her cultivation recovered, this woman seemed to have become more confident. She no longer tried to kill Yang Kai like she did in the star boundary, which made Yang Kai feel a little lost. The two flew all the way, passing through one world gate after another, passing through one world gate after another. Just as Yu Rumeng had said before, these world fragments were very different. Some were so big that one couldn't see the end of it at a glance, with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. There were also small world fragments like the one where the passage between the two worlds was located. As long as one flew a little higher, one could clearly see the shape of the entire continent. Moreover, the environment of these world fragments was also different. Some world fragments were rich in world energy and full of vitality, while some world fragments were dead silent and lacking in world energy. Along the way, Yang Kai clicked his tongue in amazement. However, without exception, these world fragments were full of rich demonic chi. Creatures that were not in demon territory could not survive at all. Chapter 34-40. After half a day passed like this, Yang Kai could no longer hold it in. He came to the demon territory this time for another purpose. Yu Rumeng only thought that he was desperate in the astral boundary, so she turned to the demon race in anger. She did not know his true purpose, nor did she know that he had already transferred the Heart Seal secret technique to the soul-warming lotus. Yu Rumeng did not hesitate to sacrifice herself to plant the secret technique, but it did not bind Yang Kai much. Instead, it bound herself tightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he naturally had to inquire about some information. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't bother to get angry with Yu Rumeng and started chatting with her casually. The atmosphere gradually became lively, and Yang Kai felt that the time was about right, so he asked casually, "By the way, Rumeng, how many demon saint are there in the demon territory?" This was definitely information that even the great emperors could not figure out. If he could find out, it would be of great help to the future situation. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles. There are a total of 12 demon saint in the demon territory. Yu Rumeng did not suspect anything. What's more, this was not a secret. Since Yang Kai came to the demon territory, he could find someone to inquire about this. Every demon saint has a different number of half-saint subordinates, and they are in charge of a different number of fragments. 12. Yang Kai whistled. Compared to the astral boundary, there are 2 more. Yu Rumeng smiled slightly. Now there are 13, but there are only 9 in the astral boundary. That's true. Yang Kai nodded. The Night Shadow Great Emperors had defected to the enemy. Compared to the demon territory, the number of great emperors on the astral boundary side was now 4 less than the number of great emperors in the demon territory. This number did not include the great emperors of the Bright Moon Empire who were currently in prison. If the Bright Moon Empire, whose fate was unknown, were included, the number of high-end combatants on the astral boundary side would be even lower. The term "bottle of heaven and earth" should also be used in the demon territory. The reason why there were more demon saints in the demon territory than the great emperors in the astral world was probably because the bottle in the demon territory had a larger capacity than the bottle in the astral world. Therefore, there were 12 demon saint existences. The situation in the astral boundary was not optimistic. Yang Kai was faintly worried in his heart. These 12 demon saint alone were not easy to deal with. If they really rushed into the astral boundary, who knew how much damage they would cause? Perhaps, the entire astral boundary would be destroyed. Is the demon saint the most powerful existence in the demon territory? Yang Kai asked again, I seem to have heard that there is a great demon god in the demon territory. With a swoosh, Yu Rumeng's figure suddenly stopped. Yang Kai did not react and rushed far away before turning around and flying back. He asked curiously, what's wrong? Yu Rumeng looked at Yang Kai with a dignified face and said, where did you hear this news? Yang Kai shrugged, I forgot. I don't know who casually mentioned it to me or what ancient book I read. Yu Rumeng's expression made him feel that something was wrong. She was actually a little nervous and uneasy. After pondering for a moment, Yu Rumeng said, don't mention those words in the future. She did not say which words she was referring to, but Yang Kai was not stupid. How could he not know what she was referring to? Why? Yang Kai frowned. Be obedient. Yu Rumeng sternly said, absolutely, absolutely do not mention it again. Otherwise, if something happens to you, even I can't protect you. So serious? Yang Kai was shocked. Yu Rumeng was already a demon saint, but even she could not protect him. So, it seemed that the great demon god really existed? Moreover, he was an existence above the demon saint. Originally, when he had been training in the dream world thousand illusions for dozens of years, in the final battle, the evergreen divine tree sacrificed itself and used its essence to seal the passage between the two worlds. From the other side of the passage, a giant hand covered the sky. Even though it was separated by the power of the world, the power that the giant hand displayed was unimaginable, almost causing Yang Kai to fail. That was a power that surpassed the demon saint. In the demon territory, people called it the great demon god. The things in the dream world thousand illusions were based on what had happened in the real world. In other words, in the long river of history, the great demon god had indeed appeared. But now, Yu Rumeng actually warned Yang Kai not to mention it with a serious face, which made Yang Kai a little confused. He did not know what the 3 words, great demon god, meant in the demon territory, but he could faintly feel the weight of these 3 words in this big world. I know. Yang Kai nodded seriously, I will definitely not mention it in the future. Yu Rumeng was obviously relieved, that's good. Yang Kai said again, what about the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent? I heard that he seems to have fallen somewhere in the demon territory. How is the situation now? Why are you asking this? Yu Rumeng frowned slightly. Yang Kai sneered, the people of the star boundary have gone too far. Now, I am powerless to take revenge. If I can kill one of their great emperors, it can be considered as collecting some interest. Yu Rumeng laughed and said, revenge is not urgent. You still have a lot of room for growth. It won't be too late to make plans after you have really grown up one day. Besides, the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent are not people you can kill just because you want to. Yang Kai winked at her and said, I am not their opponent, but don't I still have you? Yu Rumeng shook her head, a great emperor's is like a cornered beast, I don't want to get involved in this trouble. What's more, I am not responsible for this matter. I have been staying in the star boundary all this time, so I don't know where the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent are trapped. Yang Kai also thought so. Yu Rumeng had been staying in the star boundary all this time, so how could she know what happened in the demon territory? It was a bit presumptuous of her to inquire about the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent from him, so he immediately closed his mouth to avoid making a mistake. It seemed that after settling down, he would have to make some inquiries. At the very least, he had to figure out the current location of the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent and whether they were dead or alive. Yu Meng led Yang Kai through one realm gate after another with ease. Half a day later, after passing through a star gate, the two suddenly came to a colorful world. Yu Meng turned her head and smiled at Yang Kai. "We're home. This is your continent?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, only to see that the entire continent was filled with brilliant and dazzling colors. Upon closer inspection, these bright and beautiful colors were actually emitted by large tracts of flowers. Almost half of the entire continent was wrapped in these colorful flowers, and under the dazzling sunlight, the entire world seemed like a beautiful picture scroll. The continent was undoubtedly not small. Yang Kai couldn't see the end of it at all. For a time, Yang Kai was amazed. Before this, he never thought that there would be such a strange world. One of them. Yu Meng smiled slightly. Yang Kai understood. Yu Meng had said before that there were 12 demon saints in the demon territory. Each demon saint had a different number of half-saint subordinates, and they were in charge of a different number of fragments. The one in front of him was obviously one of the fragments she was in charge of. Seemingly because she had returned home, Yu Meng's mood became more and more cheerful. She led Yang Kai forward for a while and a huge palace suddenly appeared in their field of vision. The palace was built in the middle of hundreds of millions of flowers. Even the air seemed to be filled with the fragrance of those flowers, which was extremely charming. Before the two of them could get close, a stream of light shot out from the front of the palace. The stream of light was dark red and was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of them. With a flash of light, a handsome young man with an extraordinary appearance appeared. The young man wore a blood-red cloak that draped over his back, giving him an awe-inspiring appearance. He was clad in shining armor and had an extraordinary temperament. As soon as he appeared, he cupped his hands and said, "Master." Blood demon. Yang Kai saw this person and guessed his race. This was because this person had a faint smell of blood. Moreover, this guy was a half-saint blood demon. It seemed that this guy was one of Yu Meng's capable subordinates. Otherwise, he wouldn't be working in Yu Meng's palace. Yu Meng nodded noncommittally and said, "Nothing happened recently, right?" The blood demon half-saint replied, "Nothing happened. I was just ordered to transfer a lot of people from Master's territory." As he spoke, he looked at Yu Meng with a scorching gaze. His eyes flashed with undisguised possessiveness. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, thinking that this blood demon half-saint was quite bold. He actually showed such an expression in front of Yu Meng. Wasn't he afraid that Yu Meng would be angry? Glancing at Yu Meng, Yang Kai suddenly became unhappy because Yu Meng was calm and collected, as if she was used to this. This cheap slave. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Although he had used the power of the soul-warming lotus to transfer the heart seal secret technique to Yu Meng, which had greatly reduced the influence on him, over the past few days, he and Yu Meng had done everything they could except for the last line of defense. Naturally, he treated her as his own woman. Now that his woman was being stared at by another man, but she still acted as if nothing had happened, Yang Kai was naturally in a bad mood. On the other side, Yu Meng nodded and said, "I understand." In the war between the two worlds, not only did the star boundary need to transfer people from its territory, but the demon territory also needed to do the same. Every fragment was mobilized, and the fragments under Yu Meng's control were naturally no exception. While speaking, the blood demon half-saint suddenly turned his head to look at Yang Kai and asked suspiciously, "Master, what's the situation with this human?" Humans and demons could not coexist, and Yu Meng had suddenly returned with a human. It did not look like a captive because this human was actually standing next to Yu Meng, which made him a little annoyed. Even when he was standing next to Yu Meng, he was still a few steps behind her. How could this human be so bold? Thinking of this, killing intent rose and the pressure of the half-saint filled the air. Yang Kai grinned at the half-saint and took a step to the side, getting closer to Yu Rumeng. He even reached out and hugged Yu Rumeng's waist and said lightly, "I am Rumeng's husband." Husband? The blood demon half-saint's eyes widened as he looked at Yu Rumeng. When he saw Yu Rumeng's indifferent expression, his heart suddenly jumped. This can't be real, right? Otherwise, why would the master not have the slightest intention to resist being hugged by someone? As a dignified demon saint, if he really wanted to resist, he could easily crush this human into powder. Chapter 34-41. While his mind was racing, the half-saint of demon race suddenly shouted, "You dare to be rude to master? You're courting death." Raising his hand, he sent out a burst of blood demon chi towards Yang Kai. This blood demon chi looked insignificant, but in fact, it was extremely fast and contained infinite power. After all, it was the attack of a half-saint in anger, so how could it be underestimated? Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he didn't dodge. Just as the blood evil chi was about to reach him, a jade hand suddenly stretched out of thin air and accurately grabbed the blood evil chi, crushing it with a light squeeze. Yu Rumeng shouted in a low voice, "Yu Sang, don't be rude." The half-saint of demon race called Yu Sang suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Master." If he had only been suspicious before, then Yu Rumeng's attitude was enough to confirm what the human in front of him had just said. Did Master really have an extraordinary relationship with this lowly human? How was this possible? What did this human do to gain the favor of a devil saint? Yu Sang was furious and wanted to tear Yang Kai into pieces, but with Yu Rumeng's protection, he didn't have the chance. Yu Rumeng was too lazy to talk to him, and she didn't even have the intention to explain. She just raised her chin slightly and shouted in a dignified voice, "Stand down." Yu Sang's face was slightly ferocious as he stared fiercely at Yang Kai for a while, then lowered his head, cupped his hands, and left. Staring at his back, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. "Damn, I met a love rival as soon as I arrived. This isn't a good sign. If it was an ordinary demon king, then it would be fine, but a half-saint is still a bit difficult for me to deal with. It seems that I have to be careful of this guy in the future." Yu Rumeng turned to Yang Kai and said, "The demon territory is different from the star boundary. The people of the demon race are straightforward. They don't beat around the bush like you humans. Don't meet him alone when I'm not with you." "He dares to kill me?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Didn't you see it just now?" Yang Kai was even more confused. "Why? Isn't he afraid you'll punish him? Isn't he your subordinate?" Yu Rumeng smiled faintly, the devil territory advocate's strength. "If you are strong, everything you do is right. If you are weak, everything you do is wrong. If he killed you, I am not in a position to punish him. At most, I can only secretly avenge you." Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "What if I kill him?" "As long as you have the ability, you can kill whoever you want." Yang Kai nodded slightly, his eyes shining as he said, "Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest." The demon territory is indeed a good place. A ferocious environment bred a ferocious race. Yang Kai somewhat understood how the demon race developed their fearlessness towards death. "Let's go. I'll settle you down first." After saying that, she led Yang Kai to the palace. The palace was very large, and the interior decoration was also luxurious and grand. Along the way, there were guards and maids constantly bowing and saluting, but they also cast curious glances at Yang Kai. In the devil territory, a human suddenly appeared in the palace of a demon saint. Naturally, the demon race was very surprised, but at least there was no unpleasant scene like before. Yang Kai followed beside Yu Rumeng, deliberately walking side by side with her with an arrogant look. After walking around, they came to a garden. Yu Rumeng turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "What do you think of this place?" Yang Kai walked in with his hands behind his back. He looked around and found that the environment was good and the area was quite large. Naturally, he had no objections. He turned to Yu Rumeng and asked, "Do you live here too?" Yu Rumeng smiled slightly, "Do you want me to live here?" Yang Kai stepped forward and held her hand. He said shyly, "If you are not by my side, what should I do if that Yu Sang comes to trouble me again? I am not his opponent." Yu Rumeng glanced at him and said with a smile, "Don't worry, he doesn't have the guts to do anything in the palace. It's better to be safe than sorry." Yang Kai winked at her. Yu Rumeng poked his head in annoyance and pulled her hand back. She turned and said, "You can stay here and wait for me to settle down. I will come to see you again. Don't go." Yang Kai shouted at her graceful back, "Why are you leaving when you haven't finished talking?" After shouting a few words, Yu Rumeng disappeared. Yang Kai touched his chin and smacked his lips. He muttered in his heart that it was better that she left. If he stayed with Yu Rumeng, it would be really inconvenient to do things. He turned around and walked into a large hall with a refreshed expression. He grabbed a maid and asked her about the situation. Then, he found a side room and went in. Since he had become the demon race's territory, he had discovered that the world principles in the demon territory were slightly different from those in the star boundary. However, since they were both large worlds, there was no suppression of strength. However, if he wanted to exert his full strength, he needed to first familiarize himself with the world principles in the demon territory. Otherwise, if he really wanted to fight with someone, he was afraid that his hands and feet would be tied. For the next few days, Yang Kai stayed in his room and did not come out. He worked hard to make his cultivation compatible with the world principles in the demon territory. These few days were peaceful. Yu Rumeng was nowhere to be seen. He did not know what she was doing. Yu Sang also did not come to trouble him. Perhaps, as Yu Rumeng said, he did not have the guts to do anything in the palace. A few days later, Yang Kai walked out of his room. After several days of hard work, he had eliminated the world principles in the demon territory. Now, it was time to act. He did not come to the demon territory for sightseeing. He was not free and unfettered. Several great emperors had asked him to come and rescue the great emperors of the bright moon. That old man Heaven's revelations also said that he had a calamity to face in the demon territory. If he could survive it, he would soar to the sky. If other people said this, it would be nonsense. However, Heaven's revelation said it was different. Yang Kai did not know what kind of calamity he would face, but at present, he could only take one step at a time. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai decided to start with the geographical distribution of the demon territory. The demon territory was like a broken mirror, composed of countless fragments of continents. He felt that he had to at least figure out what those fragments were and which continents were connected to each other. Otherwise, even if he found the place where the great emperors of the bright moon were trapped, he would not be able to go there. After making up his mind, Yang Kai came to the main hall and sat on a huge chair that could accommodate a person's reclining position. The chair seemed to be made of bones, and there were a few ferocious skulls on the back as decorations. It looked wild and ferocious. He sat there in an imposing manner and extended his hand to pat the armrest beside him. It was pretty cool, and he wondered whether he should get something like that when he returned to Towering Palace in the future. That way, he could unknowingly increase his awe-inspiring presence. Coughing lightly, Yang Kai opened his mouth and shouted, "Servants." There was a rustling sound outside the door, and 4 or 5 maidservants came in. All of them lowered their heads and waited until they were a few feet away before kneeling on the ground. "Stand up and talk." Yang Kai raised his hand in a somewhat tired manner. He didn't like this in the High Heaven Palace, let alone in the demon territory. The maidservants hesitated for a while, and then stood up tremblingly, but they all lowered their heads and didn't dare to raise their heads. Yang Kai laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? I don't eat people. Raise your heads." The maidservants below him stuttered for a while and dilly-dallied to death. Yang Kai patted the armrest and said, "Are you all deaf?" Seeing that he was about to get angry, the maidservants carefully raised their heads. Glancing around, Yang Kai trembled and almost slid down from the chair. He stared blankly in front of him, and his stomach churned. It wasn't because he was scared, but because he was disgusted. Not to mention that none of the maidservants were good-looking, their faces were all grotesquely shaped. Some of them had their mouths split open to the roots of their ears, revealing a mouthful of saw-like fangs, some had bulging eyes as if they would fall out at any time, and some had small holes on their faces, like a beehive. The only one who was slightly normal had a face full of scars, like a hideous earthworm. What a strange group of maidservants. Yang Kai knew that there were hundreds of races in the demon territory, and each race had its own characteristics, but he never thought that there would be such ugly maidservants of the demon race in this world. Seeming to have noticed that Yang Kai's expression wasn't right, the maidservants quickly lowered their heads. Yang Kai dryly coughed, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "Which one of you is in charge?" The maidservant with the hideous scars on her face stepped forward and said in a low voice, replying to Master, "This servant is in charge." Fortunately, this one was still normal. If it were any other woman, Yang Kai wouldn't even be in the mood to talk. He wasn't someone who judged people by their appearance, but the main reason was that these witches were too strange, and no one had the courage to talk to them. After pondering for a moment, he said, "When I came over a few days ago, I didn't seem to see you. A few days ago, when Ru Meng brought them over, he also saw several maidservants. All of them were as beautiful as flowers and had enchanting figures. How come they had changed so much today?" The maidservant said, "This servant isn't sure, this servant was only transferred here a few days ago." Yang Kai frowned, "They were also transferred here a few days ago?" "Yes." "Damn, it was all Ru Meng's doing." Yang Kai finally understood that these maidservants were probably specially transferred by that lowly maidservant to serve Yang Kai. Those maidservants with good figures and pretty faces must have been transferred away. What kind of person do you think I am? Yang Kai was burning with anger. Ru Meng was obviously preventing him from stealing, so she deliberately transferred a few strange-looking women over. Such women, no one would have any appetite. But then again, he had always been impatient and lecherous in front of Ru Meng, and Ru Meng had never let him have his way, so it was inevitable that she would be so defensive. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't have such thoughts, so he was only angry for a while, and then he calmed down. He took a deep breath and said, "What's your name?" The maidservant said, "This servant is called Xiao Wu." "What's the matter with the scar on your face?" Yang Kai asked again. Xiao Wu whispered, "I made a mistake, so I was punished." She was actually punished? Yang Kai thought that it was caused by a fight with someone. It could be seen that Xiao Wu's appearance should be very good when she was intact, but with so many scars on her face, she was completely disfigured. This was undoubtedly a very cruel punishment for a woman. Chapter 34-42. Yang Kai did not ask her what she had done wrong since it had nothing to do with him anyway. After a few casual words, he changed the topic. "It's like this king is new here and is not familiar with the situation in the demon domain. I would like to ask if there is a map I can take a look at." "Map?" Xiao Wu thought for a while and said, "Master, if you want a map, you can ask the Holy Sage." I think the Holy Sage should have one. The Holy Sage that she was talking about was probably Ru Meng. Although the Holy Spirits in the savage wilderness ancient land also called themselves the Holy Sage, they were not comparable to the demon saint in terms of ability and cultivation. The so-called Holy Sages were not on the same level. Yang Kai twitched the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. "It is such a small matter. There is no need to trouble the Holy Sage." He did not want Ru Meng to know what he was doing, so that she would not be suspicious. Although the possibility was very small, it was better to guard against it. Xiao Wu thought for a while and said, "Master, you can go to the sacred city and look for it. I think it is sold there. Oh. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. It is sold outside? Xiao Wu said, you can find everything in the sacred city. Yang Kai grinned, very good, then I'll have to trouble you to take me out for a walk. Master, you want to go out? Xiao Wu looked up at Yang Kai in surprise and quickly lowered her head. Yang Kai said, why? I can't go out. Did the holy sage tell you not to go out? No. Xiao Wu hesitated and said, but master, if you want to go out, please allow me to ask the holy sage. Ask for what? Yang Kai got down from the chair and strode out, even if the sky falls, I will hold it up. Follow me. On the other side, Xiao Wu could not help but feel a little anxious when she saw Yang Kai acting so decisively, but it was too late to stop him. She could only order the other maidservants to inform the holy master of Yang Kai's movements while she hurriedly followed Yang Kai's pace. The two of them, one in front and one behind, shuttled back and forth in the palace. Although Yang Kai wasn't familiar with this place, he still remembered the route when he had come here with Yu Rumeng last time. So, he quickly left the palace. As expected, the maids and guards he met on the way looked at him in surprise. When he was far away, they whispered to each other. He didn't know what they were talking about, but he didn't encounter any obstruction. Outside the palace, there was a large road that could accommodate more than a dozen carriages side by side that led directly to a bustling city more than a dozen kilometers away. Looking at the city from afar, it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the large cities in the star boundary. In fact, it even surpassed them. The city had 8 gates, 2 each in the north, south, east, and west. The city gates were majestic, and the city walls towered high. With Yang Kai in the front and the maidservant Xiao Wu behind him, it didn't take long for them to reach the city gate. Yang Kai was a little worried that he, a human, would encounter any trouble when he entered the city. After all, this was the demon race's territory. The demon race wasn't so hospitable. Although he was brought here by Yu Rumeng, not every demon race knew this. But when he arrived at the city gate, he realized that he was thinking too much. Although he was a human, he didn't have any characteristics of the demon race. But as long as he didn't use his power, most of the demon race wouldn't find any clues. They had never seen a human before. Who knew what a human looked like? The demon race that had seen a human was now in the star boundary. The reason why the demon race in the palace were surprised by him wasn't because he was a human, but because he was a man brought back by the Holy Senior. At the city gate, there were several fierce and powerful demon race guarding the city gate. All the passing demon race had to hand over something called a magic crystal in order to pass through the city gate. The magic crystal's function in the demon territory was the same as the source crystal's function in the star boundary. They were both hard currencies. Of course, Yang Kai didn't have a magic crystal, but he didn't need to pay. When a few demon race approached, Xiao Wu took out a token and waved it in front of them. The demon race respectfully retreated. After all, he was a person who walked out of the Holy Senior's palace, so he didn't need to pay. Entering peacefully like this, the bustling atmosphere suddenly filled Yang Kai's face, causing him to click his tongue in wonder. The demon race was bloodthirsty and warlike. He thought that the life in the demon race was very primitive, but now he knew that what was in the star boundary, it was also in the demon territory. For example, in the Holy City, there were straight and wide roads running from the north to the south. There were all kinds of shops on both sides of the streets, and there was an endless stream of people on the streets, shouting, bargaining, and so on. If it weren't for the obvious and strange demon race on the streets, Yang Kai would have thought that he was back in the star boundary. Master. Seeing that he was standing still, Xiao Wu called out softly from behind. Yes. Kai Yang nodded casually and immediately started walking forward. As he walked, he looked around with great interest. However, after a few steps, he heard Xiao Wu's low cry from behind him. He turned around and saw Xiao Wu sitting on the ground, holding her shoulder with a painful expression. Not far behind him, a burly demon race was walking as if he was flying. He swayed left and right as he walked, and the people in front of him all avoided him. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but immediately realized what was going on. He moved his feet and came behind the burly demon race, slapping him on the shoulder. The demon race was slapped so hard that he immediately became angry. He turned around, but there was no one behind him. Here. Kai Yang's face darkened as he lifted his head to look at him. Fuck, this guy was too tall. The demon race master looked down and saw Yang Kai, who was 2 heads shorter than him. Slowly turning around, the demon race master snorted and glared down at Yang Kai. What are you doing? Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up and pointed behind him. You knocked down my companion. The demon race looked up and saw Xiao Wu, who was slowly getting up from the ground. He grinned. So what? Apologize. Yang Kai smiled back. The demon race was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter rolled like thunder, and his huge body shook violently, as if he had heard the best joke in the world. Xiao Wu hurried over and said with a frightened face, Master, I'm fine. She didn't know how strong Yang Kai was, but she knew that the demon race in front of her was not to be trifled with. If Yang Kai got hurt because of a conflict, she would definitely be punished. Naturally, she wanted to make a big deal out of a small one. It's not about whether you're fine or not. You should apologize just because you bumped into someone. Yang Kai waved at her, indicating that she should stay aside. Xiao Wu pursed her lips and was a little speechless. Her eyes were full of anxiety. Hearing Yang Kai's words, the burly demon race snorted. What if I don't apologize? Yang Kai nodded. If you can't reason with him, then you can only use your fists. The demon race opened his eyes wide and said in surprise, You want to hit me? If you don't apologize, the demon race laughed again. This time, not only did he laugh, but he also said to the group of demon race passing by, This brat wants to hit me. When the demon race passing by heard this, they all stopped to watch the show. Some demon race even shouted, Beat him up. Break his bones and pull out his intestines. This guy's skin is so soft and tender. His blood must be delicious. The group of people kept shouting. The burly demon race's smile disappeared and he looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. You want to hit me? I'll hit you. When he finished speaking, he raised his fists high and punched at Yang Kai's head with the force of a thunderbolt. With such a tall and sturdy body and a condescending attacking posture, this punch was like a thunderbolt. It actually made a sound that broke through the air. When he made his move, the demon race surrounding him became excited. It was as if they had seen something fun and they couldn't take their eyes off him. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, exclaimed, Master, be careful. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although this demon race looked burly and strong, he was actually just a demon commander, equivalent to a Dao Source Realm cultivator in the human race. At most, he was just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. But now, he actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. However, since he was already attacking, Yang Kai naturally couldn't let him. Gently raising his hand, Yang Kai stopped the 2 fists that were smashing down. His body didn't move, but the ground under his feet shattered. Then, with a slight force, he kicked out and hit the demon race's ankle. Before the burly demon race could react, his tall and sturdy body fell to the ground involuntarily. With a bang, the ground was covered in dust. While he was still in a daze, Yang Kai slowly squatted in front of him, grabbed his collar with one hand and punched with the other. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk in the blink of an eye, the burly demon race was beaten black and blue, his eyes seeing stars. Behind him, Xiao Wu covered her red lips with her small hands and looked at Yang Kai in shock. The onlookers of the demon race were also stunned. The original shouting stopped abruptly, but soon, more excited shouts rang out, Kill him! Kill him! Smash his head and make his brains spill out. Dig out his demon heart. It will be delicious. Yang Kai looked around with a strange expression. He suddenly remembered what Yu Meng had said before. In the demon territory, the strong were always right, and the weak were always wrong. The experience at this moment was the best portrayal and interpretation of this sentence. If they were in the star boundary, this kind of thing shouldn't have happened. Even if there were conflicts, there would be people watching the show, but they would never shout such bloody words and show such excited expressions. The burly demon race had already stopped moving. Yang Kai had punched him dozens of times, and even if he didn't use his full strength, it still took away half of his life. Getting up, Yang Kai sent the demon race flying with a kick and called out to Xiao Wu, "Let's go." When their eyes met, the corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He found that Xiao Wu was looking at him with a look of worship. Not only her, the onlookers of the demon race were also looking at him with reverence. Many of the demon race even showed kind smiles at him. This was the demon territory. Chapter 34-43. Along the way, Yang Kai observed the unique customs of the demon territory and saw many strange things. However, although some things were good, they were useless to the cultivator in the star boundary. They were only effective to the creatures in the demon territory, which made him give up on buying them. Moreover, he didn't have any demon crystals on hand. After strolling for half a day, he arrived in front of a shop. According to Xiao Wu, there should be maps for sale here. There weren't any servants outside the door to welcome customers. Many demon race members were coming in and out, so the business was quite prosperous. After entering the shop, Yang Kai's gaze was immediately attracted by the exquisite and small things on the counters on both sides. Those things looked like chariots, but each one was only the size of a palm. A demon race member seemed to be very interested in those things and was looking at them. The shop's clerk accompanied him and enthusiastically introduced the functions of those little things, praising the things in the shop as if they were unparalleled in the world. After listening for a while, Yang Kai discovered that those things were really chariots. The demon race member took a fancy to one of the chariots. The clerk immediately took it out and held it with one hand. He poured his demon chi into it and threw it forward. With a whoosh, the chariot expanded in the wind and turned into something more than 6 meters long. Its shape was sinister and angular. At the top of the chariot was a lifelike tiger head with a bloody mouth. It was extremely terrifying. The demon race member walked around the chariot a few times and touched it here and there. He even sat on it and tried it himself. He revealed a satisfied expression and haggled with the clerk. In the end, both sides were sold. After sending off a customer, the clerk turned to look at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Master, what do you want to buy?" Yang Kai pointed to the door and said, "Give me the thing that guy was looking at." He was interested in the chariot. It wasn't something that could be seen in the star boundary. However, he often came across it in the star territory. The shop assistant immediately took out a vehicle of the same model and enthusiastically introduced it, "Customer, you have good taste. This Tigerhead War Chariot is a new model that was released by our store this year. Its performance is much better than the old model, and its speed is also much faster. You can go wherever you want with it." These words were no different from what he had just said to the demon race, so Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. He snatched the tiger-headed war chariot from the shop assistant's hand, poured his emperor chi into it, and threw it forward like the shop assistant. The war chariot immediately enlarged and appeared in front of him. Yang Kai was startled. He had just casually tested it and did not expect his emperor's chi to work on this thing. It seemed that this thing could be used by both the human race and the demon race. Yang Kai withdrew his emperor chi and the shop assistant's cultivation was not high, so he naturally did not see anything wrong with it. He still enthusiastically said, "Customer, you may try it. If you are not satisfied with it, you can always try something else." Yang Kai had the same idea and immediately sat on it. He found that the interior design of this war chariot was quite user-friendly, and it was very comfortable to sit inside. The only downside was that the space was a little small. At most, it could only accommodate 2 or 3 people. If one was a little bigger, it would be enough for one person to sit inside. After feeling it for a while, Yang Kai got up and climbed out, nodding. "How is the defense of this thing?" The shop assistant smiled and said, "Customer, rest assured, this thing is made of 12th order demon iron. Its defensive power is enough to pass through a realm gate and even withstand a full-force blow from a demon king." Yang Kai did not know what 12th order demon iron was, but since it could withstand a full-force blow from a demon king, its defensive power should not be weak. He then asked, "What about its offensive power? How come I don't see any place that can be attacked? Could it be that there is some kind of special spirit array engraved on it?" As soon as this was said, the shop assistant's expression suddenly became strange as he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Behind him, Xiaowu awkwardly walked up and whispered into Yang Kai's ear, "Master, this thing is not used for fighting, it is used for traveling. There are countless fragments within the demon race territory, and not every demon race knows the route to each of these fragments. This war chariot is engraved with the location of the realm gates and the route to each of these fragments, so as long as you set it in advance, you can arrive at your destination smoothly, saving you a lot of trouble. So it's a flight-type artifact." Yang Kai suddenly realized, no wonder the shop assistant was looking at him strangely. Reaching out, he patted the shop assistant's shoulder and said seriously, "I was just joking." "Huh." The shop assistant's smile stiffened. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before lightly coughing. "Do you sell maps in this shop?" "Maps?" The shop assistant frowned. "What kind of maps does master want to buy?" "What kind of maps do you have?" Yang Kai asked in return. The shop assistant said, "We have maps of every Saint Venerable's territory, a total of 12 copies. Which Saint Venerable's territory does this customer want a map of?" There were 12 demon saints' territory in the demon race territory, so why was the map also divided into 12 copies? Yang Kai said, "Do you not have a map that includes all of the fragments?" "We do, but the price?" The shop assistant smiled at Yang Kai. After what happened just now, he had a lot of doubts about this customer's purchasing power. He didn't even know what the war chariot was used for, and yet he came in. Clearly he didn't want to buy anything. "The price is not a problem," Yang Kai said calmly. The shop assistant hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Then please wait a moment, I will bring it to you." After saying that, he turned around and walked into the inner hall. After he left, Xiaowu came over and carefully said, "Master, this servant forgot to ask you, how many magic crystals do you have?" "I don't have any." Yang Kai glanced at her. Xiaowu was stunned when she heard this, but she quickly took off the ring on her finger and said, "I have some magic crystals here, but I don't know if it will be enough." "Master, take it first." Yang Kai smiled and pushed the ring back. "I have my ways." Since he dared to come, he naturally had his own plans. Seeing him like this, Xiaowu didn't say anything else. She could only secretly pray that nothing bad would happen today, otherwise she wouldn't be able to escape punishment. Not long after, the shop assistant came back with a round black ball in his hand and a stand under it. Walking over, the shop assistant said, "Customer, this is the store's best map, please take a look and see if you are satisfied with it." Yang Kai reached out to take the black ball and observed it for a moment. This thing was about the size of a human head and was quite heavy. He didn't know what material it was made of, but although this was the first time he had come into contact with this thing, it was similar to the mountain ripple diagram in the star boundary, so he immediately poured his divine sense into it. With a whoosh, the plate of a continent appeared in his divine sense, and a small black dot stood at a certain place on this continent, completely unremarkable. Yang Kai guessed that this small black dot represented his current location, and the continent that appeared in his knowledge sea should be the land under his feet. Phantom Continent. The name of each continent was also marked on this map. Only then did Yang Kai know that the continent under his feet was actually called the Phantom Continent, presumably because of Yu Meng's name and the succubus demon's race. In the sky around the continent, there were 7 or 8 red dots. Yang Kai knew at a glance that these red dots represented the location of the realm gate, and each red dot had a thin white line connecting it to the distance. Yang Kai immersed himself in his divine sense and followed the thin white line, quickly finding another red dot and seeing another continent. After several attempts, Yang Kai figured out how to use this thing. This was a good thing, and it was exactly what he needed urgently. With this map, he would be able to grasp how to enter and exit the various fragments of the demon domain. Otherwise, if he wanted to go from one fragment to another, it would be like a blind man groping for an elephant. The shop assistant on the side said, "Customer, you can try to use your divine sense to call out the names of the 2 continents." Yang Kai looked up at him and decisively gave it a try, calling out the Phantom Continent and the Black Earth Continent in his heart. This Black Earth Continent was what he saw when he was groping around. It was very far from the Phantom Continent, separated by several fragments of the continent. But at this moment, starting from a certain red dot on the Phantom Continent, the connected white threads suddenly blossomed with a bright light. Like a burning flame, they spread all the way to another red dot, entered the neighboring continent, and then extended from another realm gate on this continent. In the blink of an eye, the closest route from the Phantom Continent to the Black Earth Continent was clear at a glance. If Yang Kai really wanted to go to the Black Earth Continent, he only needed to follow this route and pass through a few realm gates. Good, good, good. Yang Kai was full of praise. To be able to refine this thing, it was definitely a genius. To a human like him who had just arrived, this thing was more useful than anything else. How many magic crystals is this thing? Yang Kai held the black ball and didn't want to let go, so he turned to ask the shop assistant. He really wants to buy it? The shop assistant was a little surprised. He thought that Yang Kai didn't have much purchasing power, but who would have thought that he was such a big customer? He immediately smiled and said, 5 million high-rank magic crystals. Magic crystals were also divided into high, medium, and low rank, and they had the same conversion ratio as source crystals, 1 to 10. However, Yang Kai didn't have much of an idea of the so-called 5 million high-rank magic crystals, nor did he know what kind of wealth it was. He estimated that it was not much different from 5 million high-rank source crystals. 5 million high-rank source crystals was not a big deal to him, so he nodded and asked, "How about this tiger head chariot?" The shop assistant smiled even more happily. "This one only costs 1 million high-rank magic crystals. A total of 6 million high-rank source crystals." Yang Kai nodded, but Xiao Wu's face paled when she heard this. "That's too expensive." The shop assistant said, "Good things naturally have different prices. You can ask around in the holy city if there is a better chariot than this shop, or if there is a better map than this shop. If there is, these 2 things will be given to you as a gift." Chapter 34-44. "I'll take it." Yang Kai was too lazy to haggle. Since the item was useful to him, he naturally had to buy it. The clerk heard this and immediately beamed with joy. "But I don't have any magic crystals," Yang Kai said again. The clerk's smile froze on his face as he looked at Yang Kai with a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" Yang Kai reached out and took out a mace that was half the height of a person. The mace emitted a dense demonic chi, scaring the clerk. He thought he was being robbed, but then he heard Yang Kai say, "Does your store accept this? I can use this as collateral." The clerk finally understood Yang Kai's intention. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said awkwardly, "Our store doesn't accept this kind of thing, but this demonic artifact seems to be of good quality. I can ask the shopkeeper for you." Yang Kai nodded. The clerk turned around and walked towards the counter. There was no one at the counter. The clerk walked over and stayed for a while before quickly returning. He looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "The shopkeeper invites you over for a chat." Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously and followed him to the counter. The clerk pointed below and introduced, "This is our shopkeeper." Yang Kai looked down and saw a short man under the counter. He was only half the height of a person and was completely blocked by the tall counter. No wonder he didn't see him before. He didn't know which race this short man was from. He had a strangely large head and short stature. He looked quite comical, but his eyes were full of shrewdness. He stared at Yang Kai and said, "I heard that this customer wants to use a demonic artifact as collateral in exchange for a map and a chariot?" Yang Kai casually placed the mace on the counter and nodded, "That's right. How much is this worth?" The short man reached out and touched the mace. He released his divine sense and immediately raised his eyebrows, "A king-grade demonic artifact." The so-called king-grade demonic artifact was probably a demonic artifact that could only be used by demon kings. Yang Kai had a lot of them, which were the spoils of war he collected from the demon kings he killed a few days ago. The items from the demon race could not be used by the cultivator in the astral plane. Roaring Tiger City collected a lot of them after every battle, so naturally Yang Kai also collected some. Now that he thought about it, he should have collected a lot of demonic crystals, but those things had a dense demonic chi and were of no use to him, so he didn't keep them. If he had known that this would happen, he would have prepared more magical crystals before coming here and saved himself the trouble of having to deal with the current situation. The short man carefully confirmed the quality and grade of the mace and gently nodded, "My humble store doesn't accept these things, but since it's a king-grade demonic artifact, I can make an exception. However, this thing is only worth 1 million high-grade demonic crystals, which is far from enough. Do you have anything else you can use as collateral?" If it weren't for this king-grade demonic artifact, he wouldn't have bothered with Yang Kai. If he could take out this thing as collateral, he must have other good things on him. If he bought it and sold it, he would definitely make more money. 1 million? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Xiao Wu. He really didn't know much about the market in the demonic territory, so the only person he could ask for advice was this maidservant he brought with him. Xiao Wu secretly transmitted her voice, "It's a little lower. Master, you can raise the price a little." If it was a little lower, then it was acceptable. Yang Kai raised his hand again, and with a few clangs, 4 or 5 demonic artifacts of different shapes appeared in front of him. He looked down at the short man and said, "Is this enough?" The shopkeeper and the shop assistant beside him were all stunned. All of the demonic treasures that had suddenly appeared were filled with dense demonic chi. They were not inferior to the spiked club from before. In fact, they were even superior. In other words, these were all king-grade demonic artifacts. Only a demon king could use a king-grade demonic artifact. This guy in front of them took out so many at once, so they obviously didn't belong to him. He must have killed other demon kings and snatched them. Each demonic artifact represented a demon king. In an instant, the short man and the shop assistant looked at Yang Kai with a different expression. They felt a bloody aura coming from him. The short man didn't dare to be negligent and quickly said, "Master, please wait a moment. Let me take a look first." After appraising them, they were all king-grade demonic artifacts without a doubt. Each of them was worth at least 1 million high-grade demonic crystals. Perhaps knowing that Yang Kai wasn't someone to be trifled with, the short man even took the initiative to raise the price of 3 of the demonic artifacts. The 6 demonic artifacts came to a total of 6.9 million high-grade demonic crystals. It was enough to pawn the map and the tiger-headed war chariot. After a short while, Yang Kai brought Xiao Wu out of the shop. The map and the tiger-headed war chariot had already been stored in the space ring. He was holding another space ring in his hand, which contained the extra 900,000 high-grade demonic crystals. This trip was mainly for the map. Now that he had achieved his goal, Yang Kai didn't have anything else to buy. While strolling around with Xiao Wu, Yang Kai held the map in his hand and used his divine sense to familiarize himself with the situation in the demon territory. His divine sense shuttled through the map, and the names of the continents flashed before his eyes. Yang Kai silently memorized them, thinking that it was time to inquire about the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. Since Heaven's revelations and the others wanted him to rescue the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent, he first had to figure out where they were now. Only then would it be easier for him to carry out his plan. Just as he was thinking about this, a wave of cheers suddenly rang out in his ears. The sound was so loud that Yang Kai couldn't help but be attracted to it. Looking up, he saw a huge semicircular building not far away. It stood on the ground of the holy city, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. There were several demon race guards at the entrance, and the cheers from before had come from this building. It was very lively. "What is that place?" Yang Kai pointed at the semicircular building and asked. The buildings he had seen before weren't big, but this building occupied such a vast area. It obviously had a big background. Blood Arena. Xiao Wu pursed her lips and glanced over there. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes. She seemed to be afraid of that place. "What is it?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Xiao Wu explained, "It's a place where many powerful existences compete for supremacy. The winner can win the prize provided by the blood fighting arena, and the loser can lose their life." "There are prizes to be won?" Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. Xiao Wu nodded, "Yes, and most of the time, the prizes are very generous." "Oh right, you can also bet in there. Some people get rich overnight, and some people go bankrupt." "You can also bet." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. Just now, he had spent 6 million high-grade magic crystals to buy the map and the tiger head chariot, and 6,900,000 high-grade magic crystals to pawn off several magic treasures. Now, he only had 900,000 high-grade magic crystals left. He would certainly stay in the demon territory for a long time, and it would be difficult to do things without magic crystals. He was just thinking about how to get more magic crystals, but he didn't expect that there would be a ready-made method. "Let's go in and take a look." Yang Kai immediately became interested and led Xiao Wu to the blood arena. At the entrance, the guard blocked the way. If one wanted to enter the blood arena, they naturally had to pay an entrance fee. The fights inside were fierce, day and night, and it was impossible to let people watch for free. The entrance fee was one of the income of the blood arena. 10,000 high-grade magic crystals per person. It was really not a place that ordinary people could enter. Fortunately, Yang Kai just got some magic crystals, otherwise, he would have to rely on Xiao Wu's soft rice. After paying the entrance fee, he received 2 number plates and went straight inside. It was the first time for Xiao Wu to enter such a place, so she couldn't help but be a little nervous, and followed Yang Kai closely. After passing through a long corridor, the two suddenly entered a huge inner space. It was a circular field that covered an area of dozens of acres, and snowflakes fluttered in the air. What surprised Yang Kai was that there were several towering peaks in the field, and the peaks were rugged. The spectator seats were arranged in a trapezoidal shape, and went up step by step. Roughly speaking, this place could accommodate at least 40,000 to 50,000 people to watch the fight at the same time. At this moment, although the spectator seats couldn't be said to be overcrowded, 70 to 80% of the seats were occupied. Each person had to pay an entrance fee of 10,000 high-grade magic crystals, so 70 to 80% of the people here would earn several hundred million. Before this, Yang Kai was still wondering what kind of prizes this blood-fighting arena would provide, and how he could make a profit, but now he knew that this was absolutely a sure way to make a profit. If it was just this, it would have been fine, but what surprised Yang Kai even more was that the space inside the blood-fighting arena was obviously different, because the scene inside was actually 10 times smaller than normal. In other words, the blood-fighting arena that he saw before him might actually be a few hundred acres, or even 1,000 acres. It was only because of some special reasons that it was reduced in size. Space folding? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Didn't you Rumming say that there was no demon race in the demon territory that was proficient in the law of space? Then who compressed the space of the blood-fighting arena into this place? He turned his head and asked Xiao Wu, and then he found out that it wasn't as he thought. The space in the blood-fighting arena was originally a small fragment of a continent. Yu Rumeng had used the great divine technique to move it here, and then used a formation master to set up a formation to create such an effect. Damn it, I knew this blood-fighting arena had a great background. It turned out that it was Yu Rumeng who set it up. She is the most powerful person in the Phantom Continent, so it's not surprising that she set up such a thing. Xiao Wu continued. It's the first time I've come here as well. But I heard that there are a few tens of different environments and terrains in the blood-fighting arena to choose from. So long as the formation is activated, it can be changed. Oh? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Did this mean that the snowy scenery before him wasn't unchanging? It could even be changed to other environments and venues? If this was the case, then the variables in the blood-fighting arena would be great. If the strength of the two parties was equal, and a certain environment or terrain was advantageous to one party, then that party would undoubtedly have a great advantage. Just as the two of them were talking, a tsunami of cheers came from the spectator seats again. The outcome of the battle in the blood-fighting arena had been decided. Chapter 34-45. Most of the time, the victory or defeat in the blood-fighting arena would end with the death of one side. At this moment, the winner of the demon race was holding a bloody head and a beating demon heart in his hand. He stood on a mountain peak and spun in circles, letting the spectators admire his heroic appearance. This bloody and cruel scene seemed to be very popular with the demon race, and their cheers grew louder and louder. After a long time, the winner of the demon race stuffed the beating demon heart into his mouth and took a big bite, as if he was eating delicious food. His expression was happy, and the corners of his mouth were full of blood. The center of the arena suddenly turned dark, and nothing could be seen. At this time, the cheers gradually subsided, but no one was surprised. Yang Kai also did as the Romans did, and quietly observed the changes. He and Xiao Wu found their seats and sat down. While waiting, some women wearing revealing clothes and holding trays shuttled back and forth among the spectators. The trays were full of cups filled with a dark red liquid. It was unknown what it was, but Yang Kai saw that many of the demon race called these women, so he took out magic crystals to buy it and drank happily. Out of curiosity, he also bought a cup, spending 1,000 high-grade magic crystals. After tasting it, there was a bloody taste, so he turned his head and asked Xiao Wu, "What is this?" Xiao Wu said with a pale face, "Some women will be locked up and fed some special things when they make a mistake. After a few years, their blood will become different from the others. After releasing the blood and refining it, it will be done." She didn't dare to continue, but Yang Kai knew what she was going to say. He nodded slightly. It was an eye-opener. Saying so, he drank the thing in his hand in one gulp, and showed an expression of wanting more. Xiao Wu was dumbfounded. Wasn't this person in front of her a human? How could he be as bloodthirsty as the demon race? After waiting quietly for a moment, the central arena below suddenly lit up again. However, it wasn't an environment of ice and snow this time. Instead, it was an arena covered in yellow sand. Sure enough, it was as Xiao Wu had said before. The blood-fighting arena was set up with a miraculous formation. So long as the formation was activated, it could be changed freely. A demon king flew high up in the sky. With an excited expression, he cast a spell and shouted, "The next battle is between Poison Wasp and Wild Python. If Poison Wasp wins this battle, he will have won 10 consecutive victories in the blood-fighting arena. He will also win the generous rewards provided by the blood-fighting arena. Poison Bee is very experienced, and his attacks are very cunning. Although Wild Python has only fought 3 battles in the blood-fighting arena, he can't be underestimated. He crushed his opponents in all 3 battles. Let's wait and see who is stronger in this battle." As soon as he finished speaking, a demon race walked up from both sides of the blood-fighting arena. The two demon race were both demon king level existences. Demonic chi surged from their bodies. There was little difference in their cultivations. One was thin and small while the other was tall and sturdy, forming an extremely sharp contrast. The desert environment was unobstructed at a glance. The two demon kings looked at each other across the arena. Their eyes were filled with cold light and clear killing intent. However, neither of them showed any intention of attacking. Instead, they were quietly waiting for something. In the audience, many people were busy. They all took out their number plates and activated them with their divine senses. Yang Kai was curious. Xiao Wu explained, they should be betting. If Master wants to bet, you only need to pour your divine sense into the number plate. After the bet is done, the battle over there should begin. So that's how it is. Yang Kai immediately immersed his divine sense into the number plate. Sure enough, he found that the information inside the number plate had changed. There was now an option to bet. However, judging from the odds, the blood-fighting arena was obviously more optimistic about Poisonous Bee, who had almost won 10 matches in a row, because the odds were only 2-1. On the contrary, Wild Python's odds were 1-1. In addition, there was also Yang Kai's personal betting information, but it was all 0 at the moment. Yang Kai only had 900,000 demon crystals on hand. As a newcomer, he didn't know which of the two was stronger. Naturally, he wasn't prepared to bet and planned to watch for a while. At the very least, he had to understand the rules here. After a short while, the audience should have finished betting on the demon race. Those who didn't bet didn't have any intention of doing so, so there was no need to wait. 2 gong sounds rang out. The battle was about to begin. When the sound fell, the two demon kings had already rushed towards the central area of the sand demons. After a dozen breaths of time, they were already engaged in battle. Just as the host of the demon race had said before, Poisonous Bee was very experienced in battle. His attacks were extremely crafty, and coupled with his nimble figure, he was able to suppress the burly wild python. However, this wild python should be a stone demon. He had copper skin and iron bones, and his defense was outstanding. He only defended and didn't attack. Poisonous Bee's scattered attacks had no effect on him at all. For a time, the two were locked in a fierce battle. The battle between the two demon kings was extremely intense. Demonic chi surged and vibrated, causing the sand and stones in the central area to fly. However, after watching for a while, Yang Kai understood. Although the wild python's defense was good, his opponent's figure was too agile. He couldn't hit him at all. On the contrary, his opponent was constantly wearing down his strength and demonic chi. If he didn't have a trump card, the result would be worrying. This battle lasted for half an hour. Seeing that the wild python was about to collapse, Poisonous Bee rashly rushed forward, flipping the dagger in his hand, preparing to kill. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the wild python's body bloomed with a golden light, instantly enveloping an area of 1,000 feet. Poison Bee's body stiffened abruptly, revealing a slight flaw. The wild python grinned and strode forward, the thick demonic artifact in his hand smashing down on Poisonous Bee's head, looking as if the outcome was already decided. Poisonous Bee was also smiling. Just as the demonic artifact was about to hit him, his figure suddenly flickered and split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, surrounding the wild python. The 8 figures simultaneously flashed to the center and once again merged into one. The scene seemed to be frozen at this moment. Poisonous Bee's figure reappeared on the side, his back facing the wild python, slowly swinging the dagger in his hand. The wild python was still in an attacking posture, but its body had already stiffened in place. The smile on its face didn't have time to disappear, and its eyes were full of disbelief. With a rumble, its burly body fell to the sand, sending sand flying everywhere. There was no injury, but there was no sign of life. There was an uproar in the audience. The devils who bet on the right bet were naturally beaming with joy. After all, they won the magic crystals, while the devils who lost the magic crystals had ugly expressions. They cursed loudly. If it wasn't for the fact that the python was already dead, they would have rushed up and torn it into pieces to vent the hatred in their hearts. The central field darkened again, and a new round of battle began. The strength of the two sides in each battle was about the same, at least in the same realm. After all, if the strength gap was too big, there was nothing to see. Every round, there were countless demon race bets, but with the blood fighting arena adjusting the odds, the biggest winner could only be the blood fighting arena. This place was really a money tree. Yang Kai secretly admired Yu Meng. He didn't know how rich this woman was. After watching several rounds like this, Yang Kai was also familiar with the rules here, so he didn't wait any longer. In the next few battles, he also placed a few bets. He thought that his eyesight was good, but he didn't expect that he would suffer a big loss this time. He was counting on the hundreds of thousands of demonic crystals on him to make a lot of money, but who knew that he would lose it all after a few rounds. He was so angry that he almost cursed. If he could properly perceive the situation of the two sides in the battle, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't have lost so miserably. The main reason was that he couldn't check the level of the two people in the battle because of the isolation of the array. He could only observe with his naked eyes. After making one or two mistakes, there was nothing to be gained. The plan to earn demonic crystals had failed, so Yang Kai didn't want to stay in this place any longer. He called Xiao Wu and prepared to leave. Xiao Wu didn't seem to like this place, so when she saw that he was leaving, she was naturally happy to follow him. Although the bets had been placed before, no one came to collect the demonic crystals. This was because when a guest left the blood fighting arena, their number plate would be taken back. The number plate recorded all the information of the bets. The winner and loser could be seen at a glance. If they lost, they just had to pay the demonic crystals to the blood fighting arena before leaving. If they won, it was the same. No one dared to go back on their words in the blood fighting arena, unless they didn't want to live. Yang Kai now had less than 880,000 demonic crystals left. The deficit in his number plate was also this amount, so it was just enough to settle the debt. However, the two had only taken a few steps when the central field lit up again. At this time, a burst of surprise suddenly came from the surrounding audience, as if they had seen something incredible. Yang Kai casually turned his head and glanced in that direction. His eyes suddenly widened, and his footsteps stopped. He stared at the central field without blinking. Xiao Wu, who was behind him, didn't pay attention and directly bumped into his back. She immediately apologized in fear. Yang Kai waved his hand at her, indicating that it was okay. Then, he carefully looked at the figure in the central field. Yes, Yu Meng was there. No, that wasn't Yu Meng, that was Li Shiqing. Yu Meng had been using Li Shiqing's appearance in the star boundary, so Yang Kai was naturally not unfamiliar with this appearance. At this time, when he suddenly saw this face in the central field, he was in a daze for a moment and thought that it was Yu Meng. Only after he reacted did he realize that it was Li Shiqing. Yang Kai had asked Yu Meng about Li Shiqing's whereabouts before, but Yu Meng didn't tell him. Now, he understood that this woman was actually in the demon territory. Moreover, she was in the blood-fighting arena of the Phantom Continent. He had never come in contact with the real Li Shiqing. They didn't know each other, but this woman was the disciple of the great emperors of the Flower Shadow. Since he had encountered her in the demon territory, he naturally couldn't just ignore her. But what was this scene in front of him? Could it be that the demon race wanted Li Shiqing to participate in the blood-fighting arena? Chapter 34-46. Yu Meng disguised herself as Li Shiqing as a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so the real Li Shiqing was naturally at this level as well. Otherwise, how could she have deceived the great emperors like the Flower Shadow Realm? Her cultivation wasn't bad, but this was the demon territory after all. Li Shiqing didn't have the ability to ignore the demonic chi's corrosion like Yang Kai, so how could she be a match for the other demon kings in the blood-fighting arena? At this moment, Li Shiqing was standing quietly beside the demon king. It seemed that her cultivation wasn't restricted, nor was there any seal placed on her, but she didn't move at all. Her eyes were closed, and Emperor Qi flickered on the surface of her body. Obviously, she was resisting the corrosion of the demonic Qi. If she didn't do so, it was very likely that she would become a demon in a very short time. No one knew how long she had been resisting like this, but she looked a little tired. At the center of the arena, the demon king who brought Li Shiqing up smiled and said, "I believe that many of you have already noticed that this woman is different from the rest. Yes, this woman is indeed different, because this woman is a human from the star boundary." As soon as this statement came out, the entire arena went into an uproar. Because Li Shiqing had been constantly urging her Emperor Qi to resist the demonic Qi, many demon king level masters had already noticed some clues, but they didn't dare to be too sure. At this moment, after hearing the demon king's words, they realized that this woman was really a human. This was a rare species. Because the demon territory was filled with world principles and demonic Qi, even if a human really came here, it was impossible for them to come out unscathed. The biggest possibility was that they would become the demon race and become a demon. But looking at Li Shiqing's appearance, although she looked tired, it was obvious that she hadn't lost her mind. In addition, Li Shiqing's appearance and figure were excellent, so she was naturally very attractive to many members of the demon race. It is said that this woman has a second-order Emperor realm cultivation in the star boundary, which is equivalent to a mid-rank demon king here. The demon king paused for a moment before suddenly raising his voice, "The prize for the next blood battle will be this woman. If anyone can win in the next blood battle, this king can take this woman away." This king has never tasted a human master before. Li Shiqing's eyelashes trembled as a look of sadness appeared on her face. To think that she was now a prize in the demon race's blood arena. Such treatment was something she didn't even dare to imagine in the past. She secretly decided that if things got out of hand, she would immediately sever her own heart vein. She would rather die than bring shame her master. She die was blood. Li. A die, Li. Just as the demon king had said, none of the members of the demon race had tasted a human master before. Li Shiqing's appearance and figure were good, and her cultivation was high. If they could really win, it would be a great glory. In an instant, the crowd of demons was excited, and the ghosts in the audience were crying and howling. The demon king continued, "There are no rules in this blood battle. It will be a battle of chaos. Anyone who signed up can participate, as long as they can survive until the end. I will give everyone an incense stick worth of time to prepare. There will be no more waiting after that." After saying this, he grabbed Li Shiqing's arm and dragged her away, disappearing from sight. As soon as he left, many members of the demon race got up from the audience and rushed in a certain direction. Those members of the demon race were all demon king level powerhouses. If one's cultivation wasn't at the level of a demon king, they wouldn't have the qualifications to participate in this blood battle. This blood battle was different from the previous blood battles. In the previous blood battles, the blood arena would arrange opponents with similar cultivation levels. This time, Li Shiqing was the prize. If one's cultivation was lower, they would only be slaughtered. However, since it was a battle of chaos this time, they could take advantage of the situation. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Xiao Wu and asked, "Where do we sign up?" Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment, then pointed in a direction and said, "It should be over there." Yang Kai followed her finger and found that the group of demon kings was gathered in that direction. Without hesitation, he hurriedly rushed over. He had just been thinking about how to rescue Li Shiqing if he ran into her here, but he hadn't expected that the blood arena would take the initiative to provide him with such an opportunity. As long as he won, he would be able to obtain this beauty. This was a ready-made method. The registration area was filled with a sea of people, and there was no order to speak of. The demon kings with higher cultivations tried their best to rush in, while those with weaker cultivations could only temporarily avoid them. Fortunately, private fights were not allowed in the blood arena, otherwise, this place would likely have become a chaotic mess. Yang Kai expended a great deal of effort to squeeze to the front, then reached out and slapped the table at the registration area. "I'll sign up." The demon king in charge of the registration glanced up at him, a strange light flashing across his eyes as he nodded. 100,000 demon crystals. Yang Kai bared his teeth and took out 100,000 demon crystals as a registration fee from his space ring. This registration fee wasn't for him alone. All the demon kings who had signed up before had paid up, and Yang Kai had also noticed this, so he was naturally prepared. It was just that he had bet all the demon crystals he had on him before, so if he lost 100,000 demon crystals, he definitely wouldn't be able to settle the bill. He didn't know if he would be able to place a bet later, but if he could, he would be able to place a bet on himself and find a way to get some demon crystals back. The demon race accepted the demon crystals and recorded Yang Kai's number plate and cultivation before calling it a day. After he left, the demon race in charge of the registration glanced up at his back again before taking out an object and pinching it in his hand. In the depths of the blood fighting arena, in a side room, a demon race was sitting on a chair with narrowed eyes and a deep aura. Beside him was a woman from the demon race, who was serving him wholeheartedly. On the other side, a high-rank demon king listened carefully before turning around and saying, "Master, that guy signed up." The demon race on the chair gently nodded and didn't say anything else. The high-rank demon king hesitated for a moment before asking, "Why does Master pay so much attention to that guy? Is there something special about him?" Originally, the blood-fighting arena didn't have this chaotic battle today, nor did the human woman serve as a prize. However, the master had suddenly rushed over and brought the human woman with him, instructing him to hold this event and then telling him to pay attention to that strange-looking guy. Now that he thought about it, the master had deliberately used the human woman as bait to attract that guy to sign up and participate in the chaotic battle. However, how could the master be so sure that that guy would definitely participate? The demon race on the chair looked up at him, causing the high-rank demon king's heart to tremble. He thought that he had asked the wrong question and hurriedly lowered his head. Just as he was in fear and trepidation, the demon race on the chair suddenly stood up and walked out with large strides. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared and a cold voice was heard, "Think of a way to kill him." The demon king was stunned for a moment before he respectfully said, "Yes. Master, do you know that woman?" Xiao Wu looked at Yang Kai and asked. If they didn't know each other, why would Yang Kai suddenly sign up for this chaotic battle? They were both humans, so the possibility of them knowing each other was very high. "You can say that." Yang Kai didn't explain further. "Master, you shouldn't have signed up." Xiao Wu was a bit anxious. Those demon kings are very savage. What if something happened to you? Yang Kai smiled at her. "Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. But for them, it's better if they don't be too surprised." Xiao Wu said, "How about we leave now? Otherwise, if the saint finds out and blames us, this servant will definitely die without a burial place." Yang Kai shook his head. "We can't leave. I just paid 100,000 magic crystals to sign up. If we can't settle this debt, the two of us can't leave the blood arena." When Xiao Wu heard this, her face turned green. Although she had some magic crystals on her, she didn't have 100,000 magic crystals. Even if she took out all of them, she still wouldn't be able to settle this debt. Yang Kai said again, "We should be able to place a bet later." "Help me place a bet." Xiao Wu was shocked. "Place a bet? But we don't have any magic crystals." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and knocked her head. "You are stupid. In any case, this is the account before leaving. Who knows if you have any magic crystals on you? As long as we win, we can just collect the magic crystals. Who will ask us for magic crystals?" Xiao Wu wanted to say that it wasn't that the demon race hadn't done this before, but if they lost, they would usually end up in a miserable state. But now that things had come to this, there was no other way. She could only break the pot and place all of her hopes on the next bet. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Do you want to bet on the master himself?" Yang Kai said confidently, "Of course. Otherwise, who else can I bet on?" "How much?" 1,000. No, I bet 100 million magic crystals." 100 million? Xiao Wu's mouth was slightly open as she stood there dumbfounded. At this time, the center of the arena lit up and the demon race appeared again. He cast a spell and shouted, "The time has come. All applicants will come to the arena immediately. Those who haven't come to the arena before the array is activated will be considered as having forfeited." As soon as he finished speaking, figures shot out from the audience and landed in the center of the arena. Yang Kai reminded Xiao Wu, "Remember to place your bet." He leaped into the air and rushed into a layer of light screen in the blink of an eye. Then, he landed on a spacious field. After entering the light screen, he discovered that the space inside was vast and he couldn't see the outside at all. He was currently in a hilly area with rocks and weeds all around him. Before he could carefully inspect the terrain, he saw 4 or 5 figures suddenly appear and land not far from him. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that these 4 or 5 demon race people seemed to be harboring ill intentions towards him. The places where they landed also seemed like they were going to surround him. Looking around, some of them avoided his gaze, some of them sneered, and some of them directly made a throat-slitting gesture. Did they think he was a pushover? Yang Kai chuckled and slowly gave them a thumbs up. Then, he turned his wrist and pointed to the ground. The demon race people around him were all angry and their gazes towards him became more and more unfriendly. In the audience, Xiao Wu covered her eyes with her hands. She didn't dare to continue watching. She really didn't understand what this master was doing. Originally, this chaotic battle was extremely dangerous and there were no rules to speak of. As soon as he entered the arena, he attracted so much hatred. Was he tired of living? Chapter 34-47. Although she was worried, Xiao Wu still remembered Yang Kai's previous instructions. She took out her number plate and used her divine sense to check it. Sure enough, she saw that there was information about the bets for this battle. The bets this time were quite different from the previous bets. Before, there were only 2 choices, but this time, there were as many as 70 to 80 choices. In other words, there were 70 demon race powerhouses in the blood-fighting arena at this moment, and they were basically all existences at the level of a demon king. Row after row, every participant of the demon race had their own number, followed by a simple introduction of their cultivation base. Those who were famous even had their own nicknames. For example, Poison Bee, who had won the blood-fighting arena earlier, was in the list. Yang Kai naturally didn't have any nicknames. Xiao Wu browsed through the list and quickly found the location of Yang Kai's number plate. She glanced at the odds behind it and couldn't help but be startled, thinking that her eyes were playing tricks on her. After taking a closer look, she found that she wasn't mistaken. Yang Kai's odds were shockingly as high as 1 to 10. She couldn't help but feel that this was a little strange, because the odds were really a little too high. It seemed very abnormal. Looking at the odds of the other demon race, they were all within the normal range. There were a few that had odds of 1 to 10, but those few demon race powerhouses were all at the demon commander level. In such a chaotic battle, it was obviously impossible for them to survive until the end. As for the demon king level, the odds were basically in the range of 1 to 1, with the highest being 1 to 2. However, the information behind Yang Kai's number plate was that of a mid-rank demon king. What was going on? Such unreasonable odds were as if the blood-fighting arena was certain that Yang Kai would die without a doubt, and deliberately raised the odds to attract people to place their bets. Xiao Wu couldn't understand it for a moment, but this wasn't the time for her to think too much. If she delayed any longer, the betting time would be over. Gritting her teeth and closing her eyes, she followed Yang Kai's instructions and placed a bet of 100 million behind his number plate. After doing all this, Xiao Wu was completely exhausted, as if all her strength had left her body. She had never been so stimulated in her entire life. Inside the blood arena, Yang Kai stood there calmly, his gaze sweeping over the several demon kings gathered around him. With a sweep of his divine perception, he was able to clearly see through their backgrounds. 4 low-grade demon kings, 1 mid-grade demon king. In terms of the human race's cultivation division, there were 4 first-order Emperor Realm Masters and 1 second-order Emperor Realm Master. He really didn't know where they got the confidence to surround him. Yang Kai crossed his arms and pressed them down on his abdomen. He stretched his neck and moved his shoulders. He looked like he was ready for a big fight. The Demon King looked at him with a sinister smile, as if they were looking at a dead man. A low-grade Demon King on the left immediately rushed towards Yang Kai. It seemed that he was angered by Yang Kai's provocation and wanted to let Yang Kai know the price of his arrogance. He didn't want to waste any time and grinned maliciously. Demonic chi erupted from his body and he arrived in front of Yang Kai in a few steps. He punched out, the wind from his fist whistling as a pitch-black ball condensed in front of his fist and headed straight for Yang Kai's chest. A destructive aura spread out as the Demon King laughed complacently. Yang Kai also punched out, but there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of power, as if he was just casually throwing a punch. Kong, the smile on the Demon King's face stiffened in an instant, and an inconceivable look appeared in his eyes. An unimaginable sense of crisis enveloped his whole body, and his perception was magnified to the limit in an instant. Inexplicably, he felt that everything around him had become incomparably slow. He could even clearly see that his fist had been smashed to pieces by the guy in front of him. Pieces of flesh and broken bones flew everywhere, and the violent power did not stop, crushing his arm like dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. His entire arm was crushed inch by inch and smashed into his chest with a loud bang. A bloody mist exploded, and the Demon King was nowhere to be seen. In a single exchange, this low-grade Demon King had been smashed to pieces by Yang Kai. No one was able to react in time. The other 4 Demon Kings were still standing to the side, preparing to observe Yang Kai's strength before making any plans. However, Yang Kai had already rushed out from the bloody mist, and his body was wrapped in a bone-chilling killing intent. In a flash, he arrived in front of another low-grade Demon King. The same punch was thrown out, and without even looking, he turned around and rushed to the side, throwing another punch at the 3rd low-grade Demon King. Only when this punch hit the Demon King did the 2nd Demon King's body suddenly burst apart. The remaining 2 Demon Kings were overwhelmed with shock, almost not daring to believe their eyes. Just as they were hesitating, the 3rd Demon King that had been hit by Yang Kai had already followed in the footsteps of his 2 companions. Retreat, retreat quickly. The remaining 2 Demon Kings instinctively wanted to increase the distance between them and Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly turned around, grinning maliciously at the 2 of them, causing their hairs to stand on end. His hands formed into claws, and he grabbed towards the 2 of them. Under the fluctuations of the law of space, the 2 retreating figures were immediately fixed in place, as if there were invisible shackles binding them, making it impossible for them to move. Not only that, the 2 Demon Kings were pulled towards Yang Kai by a powerful force. For a moment, they looked around blankly, struggling with all their might. However, what made them feel incomparably desperate was that they were unable to break free, and could only watch as they got closer and closer to that death god. Yang Kai's body leaned back slightly, and his arms swung back. His entire body was like a drawn bow, and his hands formed into fists as he punched forward. Twin dragons emerged from the sea. With 2 booming sounds, almost at the same time, the 2 fists smashed into the bodies of the 2 remaining Demon Kings. At this moment, there was no difference between a mid-rank Demon King and a low-rank Demon King. Their bodies instantly exploded, and a rain of blood and bits of flesh fell to the ground. The ground beneath their feet became a complete mess. In the audience stands, many demon race members saw this shocking scene, and at this moment, they let out thunderous cheers, and their expressions became incomparably excited. Their abnormalities attracted the attention of others, and more demon race members began to pay attention to the situation on Yang Kai's side. Although these demon race members didn't see the scene of Yang Kai wantonly crushing and slaughtering 5 demon kings by himself, the remnants of the battlefield showed that a bloody battle had erupted here a moment ago. Moreover, it was definitely not a one-on-one fight, because the traces on the scene were definitely not left behind by a single person. The one who was still alive was undoubtedly the only survivor, and this made the demon race members extremely surprised. After all, the chaotic battle had only started for less than 3 breaths of time, so how could so many demon kings have died all of a sudden? After a little investigation, they found out about the previous situation, and immediately became extremely shocked. They placed more of their attention on Yang Kai's side, wanting to see if this guy really had 3 heads and 6 arms, and how he could kill 5 demon kings by himself. There were even some demon race members who began to check their own number plates, and found Yang Kai's information. After discovering the frightening odds of 1 to 10, they were extremely vexed. If they knew this guy was so strong, they would have bet on him without any hesitation. Who knows, they might have become rich overnight. In the corner of the audience stands, Xiao Wu covered her eyes with both hands, trembling. She didn't dare to look at the scene in the blood arena. If Yang Kai died here today, then her end would definitely not be good. Being directly executed would be the best result, and the most likely result would be that even her soul would be extracted and tortured day and night, living a life worse than death. Even when cheers came from all around, she still didn't dare to let go of her hands, afraid that she would see the scene she was worried about. A hand lightly patted her shoulder. It was a demon race member sitting behind her who kindly reminded her, "Hey, your master isn't dead." "Not dead?" Xiao Wu was startled for a moment, and slowly opened her hands. She narrowed her eyes and fearfully looked into the blood arena. Sure enough, she saw Yang Kai standing there, safe and sound. However, the few demon kings who had gathered around him previously had disappeared without a trace. Where were those demon kings? Before the chaotic battle started, there were clearly a few demon kings in the vicinity. Xiao Wu couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. As if seeing her doubts, the demon race member sitting behind her said, "Those guys were all killed by your master." Xiao Wu was even more surprised. Those were 5 demon kings, and they were all killed by the master so quickly? She turned her head and looked at the demon race member sitting behind her with a look of disbelief. She really couldn't believe it, and didn't dare to believe it. The demon race member sitting behind her should only be a demon commander. When he saw the sinister scar on Xiao Wu's face, he was also startled, but he quickly smiled and said, "What is the background of your master? He seems to be quite powerful." Xiao Wu slowly shook her head. She naturally wouldn't answer this question. The demon race member seemed to be very familiar with her, and he opened his mouth again. "Do you think he will win in the end?" "I don't know. I hope he can last until the end." The demon commander's eyes lit up. He stared at Yang Kai without blinking and said with an excited expression, "If he can live until the end, I will be rich." Xiao Wu frowned and said, "What does that have to do with you?" The demon commander chuckled, "Because I bet 2 million demon crystals on him." So that was the case. Xiao Wu was speechless for a moment. No wonder this guy was so concerned about the master. It turned out that he had bet on him. Thinking about it carefully, it was possible that he had overheard the conversation between Yang Kai and her. Otherwise, which demon commander would be willing to bet so many demon crystals on such a fishy betting rate? If he won, he would have 20 million demon crystals, which would be enough to buy many king-grade demon artifacts. For a demon commander, this was tantamount to a huge fortune. In fact, This demon commander had indeed overheard the conversation between Yang Kai and Xiao Wu, which was why he had bet on him. In his opinion, since Yang Kai dared to bet 100 million demon crystals on him, it meant that he had a lot of confidence. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and bet all the demon crystals he could afford. Originally, he was a little worried about the gains and losses, wondering if he had been too impulsive. A 1-to-10 ratio had never appeared in the blood fighting arena before. Since the blood fighting arena dared to set such odds, it meant that they were confident that Yang Kai wouldn't survive until the end. But when he saw Yang Kai's terrifying strength at the beginning of the match, the demon commander smiled like a blooming flower. With such strength, an ordinary demon king wouldn't be a match for him. Chapter 34-48. Inside the blood arena, Yang Kai whistled and looked down at his feet. At some point, a withered hand had appeared at his ankle. Demon Qi was surging in the palm as it tried to grab him, but the withered hand's owner seemed to have noticed that something was wrong and froze at Yang Kai's feet, not moving in the slightest. When Yang Kai looked over, the hand immediately retracted back into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as he lifted his foot and stomped the ground. Kacha, where his foot landed, a huge crack suddenly appeared and spread forward like a snake coming out of a hole, twisting and turning at an extremely fast speed. A muffled groan came from below, followed by a thin figure at the very front of the crack. Sand and dust swirled around his body, making it impossible to see his face clearly. This was a sand demon. At some point in time, he had been hiding under Yang Kai's feet, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Yang Kai. But the 5 demon kings had died too quickly, giving him no opportunity to strike. Now that he had been forced to reveal himself, his greatest advantage was gone. As soon as the sand demon appeared, he madly rushed in a certain direction, the sand and dust swirling around his body shaking violently. Wrapped in rolling demon Qi, the sand and gravel that blotted out the sky flew towards Yang Kai. Every grain of sand was the result of countless years of tempering with his own demon Qi, so their lethality was not inferior to the all-out attack of a peak demon commander. With so many grains of sand attacking together, even a demon king would have to retreat. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly. The sand demon glanced back and immediately frowned. Because there was no one behind him, his desperate counterattack had hit nothing but air. Just as he was puzzled, a dense aura suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. The sand demon turned pale with fright and turned back to look, only to see Yang Kai, who should have been behind him, standing in front of him, looking at him with a playful expression. He was only 10 meters away from him. When, before he could even think about it, he had already reacted instinctively. His entire body shook as he came to a halt, and with a quick sweep, he was about to escape from Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai reached out his hand and gently grabbed in his direction, as if he was pinching a fly. In the next moment, the sand demon felt his neck being choked by a large hand. He couldn't breathe properly, and his whole body was involuntarily lifted in front of Yang Kai. His feet left the ground, and he was suspended high in the air. He struggled with all his might, but as the violent Emperor Qi poured into his body, he instantly lost the strength to resist. Only at this moment did the Sand Devil realize that Yang Kai's power was somewhat different. What poured into his body was not demon Qi, but more like the legendary Emperor Qi of the human race. The Sand Devil's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Could it be that this guy was a human? Before he could finish his thought, the power that had surged into his body began to boil, destroying his internal organs and destroying his flesh and bones. An extremely painful expression appeared on the sand demon's face, and after a few breaths, he exploded with a loud bang. In just a few moments, as many as 6 demon kings had died at the hands of Yang Kai. Faintly sensing something, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look into the distance. On a mountain peak in the distance, a graceful figure stood quietly on the mountain peak, looking in their direction. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. What the hell? The final prize of this chaotic battle was Li Shiqing, so how could a female demon king participate? Could it be that this female demon king had some special hobbies? This was not impossible. After all, the forest was large enough that any bird could fly. Looking at each other from a distance, Yang Kai quickly recognized that this female demon king should be a feather demon because of the pair of delicate wings on her back. Grinning at her, the female demon king, on the other hand, turned around and left, a look of deep fear appearing in her eyes. She had obviously seen Kai Yang's previous display of invincible might and had set him as a strong enemy. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to retreat so quickly. In the audience, Xiaowu covered her red lips with both hands as she stared blankly at Yang Kai's figure. She hadn't seen the scene of Yang Kai killing those 5 demon kings, but she had clearly seen the majestic scene of him killing a sand demon. That sand demon was clearly a demon king, but in front of Yang Kai, it was as weak as a 3-year-old child. This made her have more confidence in Yang Kai, and she felt that it was not impossible for him to survive until the end. She immediately paid attention to the movements on Yang Kai's side, and the demon commander behind her laughed mischievously. "Did you see that? Your master is really strong. I didn't make a mistake this time." Seemingly in order to adapt to this large-scale chaotic battle, the space of the blood-fighting field, which was not small to begin with, became a lot more vast. After Yang Kai killed those 6 demon kings, he strolled around the blood-fighting field. For him, his ultimate goal was to win Li Shiqing, so all the members of the demon race in the blood-fighting field were enemies, and they were all people who could be killed. Perhaps it was because he looked a little harmless, unlike the other demon kings who were tall and sturdy, but he easily attracted the attention of others. However, without exception, all the members of the demon race who came to provoke him died a horrible death. Yang Kai slaughtered his way, and in addition to the first 6 demon kings, in the following 2 hours, he actually killed 7 or 8 demon kings. In other words, the number of demon kings who died at his hands in the entire blood-fighting field was more than 10. This was an extremely terrifying ratio. It must be known that the total number of people who participated in this chaotic battle was only 70 to 80. His actions attracted the attention of countless members of the demon race in the audience. They all tried to find out where this guy came from, and why they hadn't seen him before. Many members of the demon race revealed excited and expectant expressions. They couldn't wait for Yang Kai to kill as many as possible. It would be best if he could survive until the end. These were naturally the people who bet on Yang Kai. It wasn't only the demon commander behind Xiao Wu who bet on Yang Kai. There were many members of the demon race who wanted to get rich overnight. In the previous betting information, only Yang Kai and a few reckless demon commanders had odds of 1 to 10. They definitely couldn't bet on those demon commanders, so their only choice was Yang Kai. There were several tens of thousands of spectators in the blood-fighting field, and at least 1,000 of them had bet on Yang Kai. These 1,000 people could be said to be staring at Yang Kai without blinking, fearing that he would fall in the blood-fighting field. After 2 hours, the chaos in the blood-fighting field had more or less subsided. Of the 70 to 80 participants, only less than half were still alive. The rest were basically dead. However, those who were able to survive until now basically all had their own life-saving skills or were people with formidable strength. What are those guys doing? The demon commander behind Xiao Wu suddenly seemed to have discovered something and looked at a certain place in surprise. Hearing this, Xiao Wu searched the blood-fighting arena for a while and quickly found something amiss. Previously, she had been paying attention to Yang Kai and didn't pay attention to the movements of the others. Now that she was reminded by the demon commander, she suddenly realized that many demon kings had gathered together and were discussing something with solemn expressions. What was the meaning of this? She could actually see such a scene in the blood-fighting field? Xiao Wu was very surprised. However, it was her first time in the blood-fighting field, so she didn't understand the knack of it. She could only turn around and ask the demon commander, "Are they joining forces? Is this allowed in a chaotic battle?" Hearing this, the demon commander smiled. The so-called chaotic battle means that there are no rules. As long as you can survive until the end, there is nothing that is not allowed. It's just that, just what? There are too many of them, the demon commander frowned. It wasn't like there was no such precedent in the past. In a chaotic battle, some people would temporarily form an alliance and advance and retreat together, waiting for the final moment to decide the victor. However, that was only when 2 or 3 people joined forces. 3 or 4 was already considered a lot. After all, when there were too many people, there would be too many variables. No one could guarantee that the others didn't have ulterior motives. What if they were tricked? However, at this moment, there were more than 3 or 4 demon race gathered together. There were 7 or 8 of them. There are still people approaching that way. Xiaowu pointed at a certain place. The demon commander looked over and found that it was indeed the case. There was a demon king rapidly rushing towards the place where those people were gathered. After a short while, he arrived and directly joined them. The original demon kings only glanced at him and accepted his existence. What were they doing? The demon commander was also confused. If they were joining forces to fight the enemy, there was no need to gather so many people, right? Moreover, who could gather all of them in one place and make them seek common ground while shelving their differences? Faintly, he felt that there was a bit of a conspiracy. Frowning, he glanced at Yang Kai. No matter who these people were going to deal with in the end, it was still a difficult situation for Yang Kai. If he wanted to live until the end, he had to break the alliance of these people. Although Yang Kai's previous performance was incomparably stunning, killing more than 10 demon kings in a row, the demon commander wasn't sure whether he could pass this hurdle. At this moment, the group of demon kings seemed to have finished their discussion. Their figures leaped and rushed in a certain direction. After a short while, they arrived at a mountain peak. Each of them used the divine technique and hid themselves in various places on the mountain peak, leaving only a single demon king standing in the void. Another ambush? The demon commander opened his eyes wide, his face absent-minded. With so many demon kings gathered together, it could be said that they were invincible existences, yet they still wanted to set up an ambush. Just who was it that was worthy of their attention? After everyone had concealed themselves, the figure of the remaining demon king suddenly swayed and flew into the distance. Ah! The demon commander behind Xiaowu suddenly shouted, his face ashen. With a long face, he said, "It's over, it's completely over." Xiaowu was startled by his nervousness. She couldn't help but turn around and glare at him. The demon commander smacked his lips and looked at Xiaowu sympathetically. "My condolences." "What condolences?" Xiaowu was furious. She was worried about Yang Kai, but behind her, this guy actually spoke rudely. He was cursing the master. Chapter 34-49. You still can't see it? That demon commander scowled miserably, his facial muscles twitching as if someone had cut off a few kilograms of his flesh. He had a pained expression on his face. See what? Xiaowu's frown deepened. That demon commander face-bombed. How could she not see such a clear situation? This woman is really stupid. He immediately explained, "Those guys' target is your family's master." What? Xiaowu was greatly alarmed upon hearing this. She fixed her gaze and indeed found some clues. The demon king that had flown out from the mountain peak was actually heading straight for Yang Kai's location. It wouldn't be long before they met. She had also seen the deployment of this group of demon kings. A group of fellows with ill intentions sneaking around and setting up an ambush at the peak of the mountain. Only a single demon king had rushed out. It was clearly a bait to lure someone into the trap. Now that the demon commander behind her had reminded her, she finally reacted. Yang Kai was their prey. Perhaps it was an unintentional coincidence, but it could also be intentional. If it was just a coincidence, then it could be said that Yang Kai's luck was bad. However, if it was intentional, then it meant that Yang Kai's previous battle record of killing more than 10 demon kings had attracted the fear of those demon kings, which was why so many demon kings had joined hands. But no matter what, her master was in danger this time. Xiao Wu couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. She screamed in her heart, hoping that Yang Kai would change his direction or see through the enemy's scheme. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. Yang Kai simply couldn't discover the trap in front of him. That demon king that had rushed out came face to face with Yang Kai after a dozen breaths of time. Xiao Wu saw that demon king didn't say a word and took the initiative to launch a round of attacks. After being easily blocked by Yang Kai, it immediately turned around and fled, turning into a streak of bloody light. Its speed was incomparably fast. It had no intention of fighting to the death with Yang Kai. It clearly wanted to lure him into the encirclement. This was a mid-rank demon king, and a blood demon at that. Inside the blood arena, Yang Kai grinned maliciously as he chased after it. He didn't want to reveal his trump card until the final moment, so he didn't use the power of the space laws. Even so, his speed was much faster than the blood demons, and it wouldn't take long for him to catch up and kill him. But at this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came, and a stream of light suddenly shot out from the side. Yang! With a thud, an arrow appeared beside his feet. The arrow was 10 meters long and as thick as a child's arm. It was like an indestructible spear. The tail of the arrow trembled slightly and penetrated 3 feet into the ground. Demonic chi lingered on the arrow, emitting a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. It was obvious that the strength of the person who shot the arrow was extraordinary. Yang Kai turned his head with a cold expression and saw a graceful figure standing a few kilometers away. This figure wore black clothes and held a bow in his hand, the bowstring gently vibrating. Because of this unforeseen event, the fleeing blood demon also stopped and turned his head, frowning. His goal this time was to lure Yang Kai into the trap he had prepared, but who would have thought that a variable would appear midway, causing his originally smooth plan to suffer a setback. Naturally, he wasn't in a good mood. Looking at the feather demon who had shot the arrow, the blood demon seemed to recognize him and felt a headache coming on. Continuing to stay in place wasn't a solution. After all, he was playing the role of being chased by Yang Kai. If he stopped and watched for too long, he would only expose himself, so he only hesitated for a moment before turning around and flying away. He had missed a good opportunity this time, but there would be a next time. However, if Yang Kai became suspicious, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. The blood demon retreated decisively, so Yang Kai didn't continue to pursue. In any case, it didn't matter who he killed. Everyone in the blood fighting stage had to die. It was only a matter of time. At this moment, he recognized that the person who had shot the arrow at him was the feather demon he had seen when he first came in. A female demon king and a feather demon. Who else could it be but her? Reaching out, Yang Kai grabbed the tail of the arrow at his feet and pulled it out. He weighed it in his hand a few times to test its weight. Then, Yang Kai raised his head and smiled at the feather demon a few kilometers away. In the next moment, he raised his arm and threw the arrow in his hand in that direction. With a whoosh, a sharp light appeared at the tip of the 10-meter-long arrow. It seemed to be able to break through all obstacles in the world. Carrying a world-destroying momentum, it flew towards the feather demon. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the feather demon. Unexpectedly, the feather demon's expression didn't change. With a calm expression, she stretched the bow in her hand forward, brushing against the incoming arrow. With a twist of her fingers, the bowstring was pulled back in an instant. Then, her body suddenly turned. By the time she stabilized, the arrow Yang Kai had shot was already knocked on her bowstring. At this very moment, Yang Kai was only 100 meters away from the feather demon. At the same time he threw the arrow, his entire body rushed forward. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He secretly praised his good skill. The magic fluctuations emitted by the feather demon showed that she was only a mid-ranked demon king. However, this reaction speed and ability to adapt to the situation were definitely not something a mid-ranked demon king could possess. The force of his throw was enormous, but the other party had only used a slight twist of his body to dissipate most of the force. Such a skilled and daring person was also a rare talent, a fierce general that was hard to come by. He felt that he had somewhat underestimated this demoness. Knocking the arrow on the bowstring again, the arrow in the feather demon's hand shot out again. Yang Kai's momentum didn't decrease. His head tilted slightly, avoiding the disturbance of the arrow by a hair's breadth. His figure quickly closed in on the feather demon. As an outstanding archer, the feather demon naturally knew where her greatest advantage was. She didn't give Yang Kai a chance to close in at all. She didn't seem to move at all, but her figure floated backwards. With a twist of her slender fingers, one arrow after another appeared in her hand. She continuously pulled the bowstring. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen arrows broke through the barrier of space as if they were chasing the stars and the moon. They exploded in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai first avoided the first few arrows, but he was powerless to continue. The feather demon's archery was a level higher than he had imagined. Helpless, he stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. As the law of space fluctuated, a pitch-black black hole appeared in front of him. Although he had used the law of space when he killed the demon race before, his methods were very hidden and he wasn't afraid of being seen through. At this moment, with the appearance of this black hole, he was afraid that some of his trump cards would be exposed. But it wasn't a big deal. He had many means, so even if some of them were exposed, it wouldn't be a big deal. The black hole swallowed everything, and the last few arrows plunged into it and disappeared without a trace. After Yang Kai finished dealing with this, he looked up and saw that the feather demon had a stunned expression. Obviously, she didn't expect Yang Kai to resolve her killing move so easily. However, she was also a person with a calm temperament. The surprise only lasted for a moment before she pulled the bowstring again. This time, it was very different from before. She actually stored up power for 3 breaths. When the sharp arrow whistled over, the arrow shone brightly and bloomed with dazzling light. Yang Kai dealt with all changes by sticking to the status quo. He stretched out his hand again and a black hole formed in front of him. However, just as the black hole was about to devour the arrow, a slight cracking sound suddenly rang out. The 10-meter-long arrow suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of arrows that blotted out the sky and covered a large area. This caught the feather demon off guard and she plunged into the black hole with a stunned expression. Asterisk ding ding dang dang, asterisk countless crisp sounds rang out as the arrows shattered. Although there were many of them, their power was greatly reduced. Yang Kai pushed his vigorous emperor chi to block them all. When the sound gradually disappeared, he had already broken out of the arrow rain with cold air wrapped around his body. He grimaced for a while and disappeared from the place with a flash. The feather demon was still smiling and admiring her masterpiece when she suddenly saw such a strange scene. Her expression changed slightly and without thinking, she turned the bow in her hand and aimed it behind her. It was at this moment that Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared behind her and punched with all his strength, but it hit the other party's bowstring. The bowstring groaned with difficulty and was severely bent, but most of the force was removed. The feather demon flipped a few times in the air and slithered to Yang Kai's side like a snake. Placing the bowstring in front of Yang Kai's neck, she placed the bow behind his head and pulled the bowstring back. Yang Kai's eyes widened and he reached out to block his throat. With a creak, a tingling sensation came from his palm. It was the result of the bowstring cutting into his skin. Although he knew that his life would not be in danger even if he was cut, Yang Kai still broke out in a cold sweat. This female demon king's reaction was unusually fast. He originally thought that she was a feather demon and would die in close combat. Who knew that her close combat ability was also so outstanding? He almost suffered a loss by borrowing the force of her attack. Exerting force in his palm, he flicked the bowstring away and lowered his head slightly to escape the grip of the strong bow. Yang Kai's arm shook and his fist smashed behind him. His fist smashed into empty air. It was the demoness who did a split and leaned back at the same time, narrowly avoiding the fist. Yang Kai glanced sideways and saw that the female devil's chest was high and his fist had brushed past the tip of her nose. From this angle, he could clearly see the snow-white ravine on her chest. Not in the mood to appreciate it, Yang Kai lifted his foot and kicked out. The female demon king slid and circled around Yang Kai half a circle. Her body suddenly bounced back and she twisted her 5 fingers. Another arrow appeared, but this arrow was only 3 feet long. It was clearly specially made for close combat. Moreover, the arrowhead was dark green. It was clear that it was poisoned. The bowstring was pulled back and the arrow was pointed at Yang Kai's temple, ready to shoot. The female devil looked at Yang Kai provocatively and jokingly said, "You're dead. Your mother's fart." Yang Kai faced her from the side. His expression was also playful as he laughed sinisterly, "You can try and see who dies first." Chapter 34:50. As soon as these words came out, the female demon king frowned and looked down at her chest, only to see Yang Kai's 5 fingers forming a claw and grabbing her left chest. His fingertips flickered with a dangerous aura. Tisk. The female demon king curled her lips in displeasure. She was careless and let this guy get back at her. However, feeling Yang Kai's power fluctuations at such a close distance, she finally saw some clues. Slightly frowning, she looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked, "Are you the human that the Holy Senior brought back from Star Boundary?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "You know me?" The female demon king chuckled. "It is rumored that a human race master was treated unfairly and walked into the fire demon fall to become the demon race. There was no place for him in Star Boundary and he was forced to follow the Holy Senior to Phantom Continent. It seems that it is you." This news spread really fast. Yang Kai had an unhappy expression, as if something shameful about him had been exposed. His eyes flashed with killing intent. The female demon king saw through his thoughts, but she was not afraid and said indifferently, "It is useless for you to kill me. Many people in Holy City already know. After all, you were brought back by the Holy Senior." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "What's more, if you really want to kill me, it is not certain who will die first." Yang Kai's eyes flickered for a while, as if he was hesitating and struggling. His face was fierce, but in fact, he was thinking about who spread the news. He had only been in demon territory for a few days, and Yu Ru Meng herself could not have wantonly spread such a thing, so it could only be done by someone else. But what was the purpose? Just as Yang Kai was pondering, the female demon king raised her smooth chin and shouted at Yang Kai, "Hey, you should let go." Hearing this, Yang Kai coldly snorted and straightforwardly withdrew his hand. No matter what, for a grown man to put his hand on a woman's chest in front of so many people, it was somewhat unsightly. Seeing this, the other party's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but he also withdrew the arrow. This strange scene confused the tens of thousands of spectators in the blood-fighting arena. Just a moment ago, these two fellows were like fire and water, ready to fight to the death. How could they coexist peacefully in the blink of an eye? On the contrary, Xiao Wu and the demon commander behind her both let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Seeing Yang Kai being stabbed in the temple by a highly toxic arrow, the two of them almost forgot to breathe, afraid that they would see a scene that they did not want to see in the next instant. Only at this time did the stone in their hearts fall down, and they both went limp in their seats. Just now, it was truly thrilling. Inside the blood arena, Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at the female demon king, his expression uncertain. The reason why he had stopped so quickly wasn't because he had tender feelings for the fairer sex. It was because although the opponent's previous series of attacks were dazzling and ferocious, in fact, there was no killing intent. It was more of a probing factor. He also wanted to know what this female demon king wanted to do. Why didn't you stay in the saint's palace? Why did you come to the blood-fighting arena? The female demon king looked at him for a while, then suddenly asked. After that, she showed a look of realization. Oh, I understand. You came for that prize, right? She looked very excited and came closer. How did you know that there would be such a prize in the blood-fighting arena? Do you have any inside information? Can you tell me a little? Inside information, my ass. Yang Kai cursed in his heart and said impatiently, if you have something to say it quickly. Such a rude attitude obviously made the other party a little unhappy. She couldn't help but snort. Playing with the bow in her hand, she looked up and said indifferently, you owe me a life. Shouldn't you say thank you first? Yang Kai looked at her from head to toe, and a touch of pity appeared in his eyes. His mouth squirmed, and he said, crazy woman. He turned around and walked away. The female demon king was stunned. After she reacted, she flashed and blocked Yang Kai's way. She looked at Yang Kai fiercely and said, are you scolding me? Get out of my way. Yang Kai stretched out his huge fist at her, and looked terrible. I don't like to hit women, but it doesn't mean that I can't hit women. If you dare to talk endlessly, I will take your life immediately. He didn't have any psychological burden to kill a female demon king that he didn't know. Killing a demon king here meant that there would be one less enemy in the astral world. The female demon king looked like she was choked. Her big eyes were wide open, and she was so angry that she laughed and said, do you think I am joking with you? Do you know that if I didn't stop you just now, you would be a dead man now? Oh. Yang Kai's voice was surprised, but his expression was calm. He looked at her indifferently and said, may I ask how I died? The female demon king said in a deep voice, you were lured into a trap. More than 10 demon kings surrounded you, and 3 of them were high-rank demon kings. Do you still have your life? Yang Kai wrinkled his brows. He thoughtfully looked in the direction that the blood demon had fled, and then looked at the feather demon. How do you know? More than 10 demon kings, and 3 of them were high-rank demon kings. If he was really surrounded by this group of people, it would be troublesome. At that time, even if he could kill his way out of the encirclement, he would definitely expose most of his trump cards. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, Yang Kai really didn't want such a situation to happen. He came to the demon territory for another purpose. Although Yu Rumeng knew about his ability, others didn't. Yu Rumeng also couldn't spread it everywhere. Hiding his claws would make it easier for him to act in the future. The feather demon sneered, are you afraid? Afraid? Yang Kai smiled arrogantly. This king betrayed the astral boundary and escaped from the hands of the great emperors. I was lucky enough to survive being chased by the astral boundary's fake emperors. I don't know how to write the word afraid. These words stunned the feather demon. Although she was from the demon race, she also knew what the great emperors and the fake emperors were. They were equivalent to the existence of the holy sage and half-saint in the demon territory. This guy in front of her dared to betray the astral boundary and go against the great emperors and the fake emperors. She was afraid that he was really bold. At that moment, she was too lazy to argue with him. She curled her lips and said, you don't need to know how I know. Anyway, in the current situation, there are people who don't want you to win the final victory. They have already started to join forces to deal with you. Yang Kai stroked the stubble on his chin and nodded slightly. If things are really as you said, then this king will owe you a favor. If you encounter any trouble in the future, come to the holy sage's palace to look for me. If I can help, I will not refuse. He did not doubt what the other party said because it was meaningless to lie to him in this kind of place. What's more, the feather demon was good at shooting and had excellent eyesight. The powerful feather demon could even cultivate a magical eye technique that allowed her to see many things that others could not. Of course, the premise of all this was that she could survive this chaotic battle. Yang Kai did not kill her now, but it did not mean that he would not kill her at the last moment. If it really came to that point, who would care about favors? If you are dead, what's the use of your favor? The feather demon sneered. Then what do you want? Yang Kai glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. The other party saw something and deliberately came to stop him from falling into the trap. It was definitely not out of kindness, but something else. Let's join forces. Although the feather demon was a woman, she was also very straightforward and directly stated her purpose. You, join forces with me? Yang Kai blinked. He pointed at her and then pointed at himself. The corner of his mouth slowly rose and his smile gradually widened. The feather demon's face was gloomy as she flew into a rage. Bastard, you dare to look down on me? Saying this, she pulled the bow in her hand and an arrow was placed on the string. She looked like she was going to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Sorry. Yang Kai raised his hand and gestured for her not to be impulsive. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? The feather demon gritted her teeth. The smile of this bastard in front of her clearly had a taste of contempt. She definitely did not see wrong. I am from the human race and you are from the demon race. Joining forces like this. I feel that it is very strange. Yang Kai casually found an excuse, but thinking about it carefully, with such a helper, it would save him a lot of effort. Perhaps he would not need to expose himself too much. Really? The feather demon looked at Yang Kai from the side. Her bright eyes were filled with distrust. Yang Kai raised 3 fingers to the sky and said with a serious expression, really? The feather demon put away the arrow and snorted, you better not lie to me, otherwise you won't have a good ending. After pausing for a bit, she said, what does it matter if you are from the human demon race? In any case, you have already become the demon race out of the star boundary. Although you are not a pure demon race member, you already have a demonic nature. Sooner or later, you will become a member of my demon race. Besides, so what if you are from the human race? This old lady will join forces with you. I will beat anyone who refuses to obey. Good. Yang Kai gave her a thumbs up. He rubbed his head and said, I still have a question. Speak. If you and I really join forces to break through the enemy, what will happen in the end? The feather demon pursed her lips into a smile. Her smile was filled with cruelty and coldness. Of course it will be whoever lives in the end who wins the prize. Oh. Yang Kai had a look of realization. He snapped his fingers and said, in other words, you and I will have to fight in the end. The feather demon looked at him playfully, you can kill yourself. In any case, you are not my match. Yang Kai laughed, keep that confidence. You are the strongest. The feather demon looked unhappy. Yang Kai suddenly extended his hand to her and said with a serious expression, Yang Kai. The feather demon frowned. After a while, she realized what was going on. She also extended her hand and said indifferently, Boya. Boya's hand was suddenly scratched. She immediately cursed at Yang Kai, damn, you are taking advantage of me? Saying this, she quickly pulled her hand out of Yang Kai's hand. While shivering, she kept wiping her hand on her clothes with a disgusted look on her face. Yang Kai looked at Boya with a dumbfounded expression, you really like women? When Yang Kai first saw this woman, he wondered why a female demon king would sign up for this battle. Could it be that she had some kind of special hobby? Now that he casually probed her, he realized that things were really as he thought. This female demon king with a voluptuous figure and good looks really did have a unique hobby. Chapter 34:51. It's none of your business who I like. Boya scolded angrily. She didn't show the slightest bit of shame even though Yang Kai had exposed her private matters. Did this she-devil grow up eating shit? Yang Kai couldn't help cursing in his heart, but he was too lazy to care about her bad attitude. Turning his head, he glanced in the direction the blood demon had fled and said, since you've seen through those guys' plot and deployment, you must have a way to deal with them. right? Let's hear it. How should we work together? The corner of Boya's lips curled up. She looked at Yang Kai playfully and said, "Of course you'll charge at the front and attract their firepower. I'll ambush them from behind and shoot them down one by one." This was the simplest and most direct plan. It didn't guarantee Yang Kai's safety at all. After all, no one could guarantee that Boya wasn't in cahoots with those people, and there was no guarantee that she wouldn't shoot an arrow at Yang Kai when he wasn't paying attention. After saying this, she thought Yang Kai would refuse and discuss a better plan with her. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would only ponder for a moment before nodding and saying, "Good idea. Let's do it." A hint of astonishment flashed through Boya's eyes. This guy's reaction was a little different from what she had imagined. Was he that confident in himself? The next moment, Boya felt someone pat her shoulder. She was shocked to see Yang Kai looking at her solemnly. "Let's work together and cause a ruckus." A layer of cold sweat appeared on Boya's back. She had been hit before she could even react. In other words, if this man wanted to kill her, she might have already died. Was this a warning? Boya's brows furrowed, but she suddenly smiled. The stronger Yang Kai appeared, the higher the chances of them working together. She was really afraid that Yang Kai wasn't strong enough. On the mountain peak, a bloody streak of light appeared, revealing the figure of the blood demon who had left earlier. His face was full of helplessness. Upon seeing this, the demon kings hiding in the surroundings all revealed themselves and gathered around, whispering to one another. Several demon kings immediately revealed furious expressions. No one knew what they were talking about, but the demon race in the audience could almost guess the content of their conversation. It was nothing more than a failed attempt to lure the enemy and another plan. At this moment, a commotion broke out among the audience. Everyone turned to look at Yang Kai and Boya in a daze. The man and woman seemed to have finished their discussion and were planning to join forces. They were chasing after the blood demon. It wouldn't take long for them to reach the previous encirclement. Xiaowu covered her red lips with her hand, a look of disbelief on her face. The demon commander behind her reached out and grabbed his hair, grimacing as he wailed, "What is he doing? Wasn't this walking right into a trap? Crazy, crazy, completely crazy. My demon crystal." When he saw a winged demon suddenly appear and stop Yang Kai at the crucial moment, he naively thought that Yang Kai was lucky enough to avoid such a trap. Who would have thought that the winged demon was also an idiot and actually followed Yang Kai into the trap? Did these two fellows think that their lives were too long? The demon commander couldn't bear to watch any longer. He was afraid that he would have a nervous breakdown. In the blood arena, Yang Kai's path was unimpeded. Boya was no longer by his side. This woman had already concealed her aura and was following Yang Kai unhurriedly for 5 kilometers. She couldn't easily expose herself unless it was time for her to take action. A few dozen kilometers were covered in less than a moment. At the foot of the mountain, Yang Kai meandered his way. Looking up, he saw the lush forest and the trees swaying in the wind, giving him a sense of danger. Using his divine sense, he found that there were indeed more than 10 Demon King-level auras hidden inside. 3 of them were extremely powerful, reaching the level of a high-rank Demon King. All of this was consistent with the information provided by Boya. He calmly stood in place and looked around for a while. Xiaowu, who was in the spectator stands, was so stifled that she almost couldn't breathe. She kept wailing in her heart, don't go in, it's a trap." The demon commander behind her also held his breath, staring at Yang Kai's figure without blinking, praying that he would discover some clues and leave this place. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, Kai Yang raised his hand to his mouth and called out loudly, "Is there anyone?" The sound waves converged and formed into a thunderous boom, causing the row of trees in front of him to sway left and right, the leaves rustling. The demon commander directly collapsed on his chair, looking weak and powerless, as if he was about to die. 5 kilometers away, Boya, who was slowly approaching with her body concealed, also had a dark expression. She couldn't help but slap her forehead. This guy, what the hell is he doing? With his shout, wouldn't the enemies lying in ambush all know that he's here? How could there be any surprise effect? Boya suddenly realized that cooperating with Yang Kai was probably a wrong decision. This made her have the urge to turn around and leave. In any case, Yang Kai's life and death had nothing to do with her. On the mountain peak, the 10 or so demon kings were still gathered together, seemingly having some kind of dispute. They were discussing left and right, but at this moment, they all turned their heads to look at the foot of the mountain, each of them revealing a look of pleasant surprise. They originally thought that after failing to lure the enemy, they would have to put in more effort to deploy. Who would have thought that the prey would actually take the initiative to deliver itself to their doorstep? This was truly a case of unstoppable luck. The 10 or so pairs of eyes quickly met, and in the next moment, one of the demon kings soared into the sky, heading straight for the foot of the mountain. The others quickly concealed themselves and restrained their auras. The demon king dispatched this time wasn't the blood demon from before. After all, that blood demon had already been repelled by Yang Kai once. If he were to appear again, it might arouse Yang Kai's suspicions. Therefore, another demon king took over the important task of luring the enemy. This was a malevolent-looking bone demon. There wasn't a trace of flesh on its body, and its bones were pitch black. Only 2 dim lights flickered in its eye sockets. Like the blood demon, this bone demon was also a mid-rank demon king. After all, according to the information obtained by these demon kings, Yang Kai had already killed many demon kings in the blood arena. If their strength was too low, they would only be courting death. If their strength was too high, they were afraid of scaring Yang Kai. A mid-rank demon king was their only choice. Diving down from the mountain peak, the bone demon arrived at the foot of the mountain in a few breaths of time. The bone demon's flickering eyes locked onto Yang Kai. It raised its hand and pointed downwards. A sharp bone spear wrapped in pitch-black demon chi shot out. As soon as the bone spear appeared, it was already in front of Yang Kai, seemingly ignoring the obstruction of space. With a swish, Yang Kai lowered his head and stiffened in place. He didn't move, but the bone spear had disappeared without a trace. Hit? The bone demon was also somewhat surprised. Wasn't this guy supposed to be very powerful? I've already killed so many demon kings along the way, so why is he so weak? He couldn't help but want to laugh. If Yang Kai really died at his hands, it would be a huge contribution. Thinking so, he didn't care about luring the enemy. If he could really kill Yang Kai here, why would he need to go through so much trouble to lure him up? Taking all the credit for himself was much more tempting than sharing it with more than a dozen people. His figure flashed and he pounced downwards. At the same time, he reached out and pulled out a pitch-black bone from his waist. The bone looked like a sword that had been polished to incomparable sharpness. It flickered with a dim light. Surprisingly, it was a high-quality demon artifact. Moreover, it was a demon artifact refined from the bone demon's own bone. Bone demons like to do this. They would choose the hardest bone in their body and refine it day and night into a demon artifact. When facing an enemy, it would often increase their strength. With the bone sword in hand, the bone demon's killing intent soared. Clearly, he wanted to get rid of Yang Kai in one fell swoop. At that moment, Yang Kai, who had been lowering his head, suddenly raised it slowly and grinned at the bone demon that was swooping down. This smile almost scared the bone demon out of his wits. Because the bone spear he thought he had hit Yang Kai was actually bitten by this guy's teeth. It didn't have any effect at all. This is a fucking trap. The bone demon immediately reacted, but he was greedy for merit. At this moment, he was only 300 feet away from Yang Kai. It was too late for him to withdraw, so he ruthlessly swung the bone sword in his hand. Yang Kai grabbed the bone spear in his mouth and swung it diagonally. With a clang, the bone spear and the bone sword collided, producing the sound of metal clashing. It was incomparably ear-piercing, and a shower of sparks scattered like a mini meteor shower. Yang Kai's figure didn't move, but the bone demon felt an incomparably huge force coming at him head-on. It almost knocked the bone sword out of his hand, and his entire skeleton body flipped several times in the air due to this great force. As his vision returned to normal, he saw Yang Kai holding the bone spear and rushing towards him like a bolt of lightning. An indescribable sense of oppression rose from his heart as a sensational sense of crisis enveloped him. The bone demon's eyes flashed wildly as an inconceivable thought flashed through his mind: if he really gets close, I'll definitely die. In any case, he was still a mid-rank demon king. Although he had accidentally fallen into a disadvantageous position, he wouldn't just resign himself to death. Suddenly raising his hand, the 5 fingers on his withered hand flew out and expanded in the wind, turning into 5 bone demons several meters tall. They formed an arrow-shaped formation and rushed towards Yang Kai, each holding a sword, shield, axe, and hammer, giving off a demonic chi. These 5 bone demons formed by his 5 fingers all exuded the energy fluctuations of a low-rank demon king. Moreover, they cooperated with each other seamlessly. The shield-wielding skeletal demon rushed to the front. Its huge shield almost covered its body, providing the most powerful protection for the other skeletal demons. The other 4 skeletal demons flanked it from the left and right. As they opened and closed their teeth, they made a crunching sound. Yang Kai completely ignored them, as if he didn't see the 5 bone demons. With a loud bang, he met them head-on, directly crashing into the huge shield held by the bone demon in the middle. A violent force swept out, and the shield-wielding skeletal demon was unable to maintain its footing. Its body, which was tens of feet tall, was knocked back like a shooting star. The other 4 skeletal demons slashed down with their weapons, but only hit a string of afterimages. Chapter 34-52. In the blink of an eye, the bone demon had lost sight of Yang Kai. The 2 dim lights in its eye sockets suddenly became much brighter as it spread out its divine sense like a tide, trying to find Yang Kai's figure. There was no one to its left or right, and there was no sound behind it. The bone devil stared at the shield-wielding skeleton demon that was charging at it. Its gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the skeleton demon and look behind it. The bone devil made a gesture with one hand, and the shield-wielding skeleton demon exploded into a rain of bones that flew backward like an umbrella, covering all directions without any blind spots. However, there was no one behind the shield-wielding skeletal demon as he had expected. The bone demon's heart sank as it suddenly looked up. The next moment, a dim light flashed in its eyes as it finally found the trace of its enemy. High up in the sky, Yang Kai dived down headfirst, spreading out his big hand to cover the ground below in the blink of an eye. A violent surge of Emperor Qi pressed down like a mountain, causing the bone demon's well-honed bones to creak. It desperately urged its demonic chi to escape, but the terrifying pressure made it unable to move at all. This guy is really so powerful. Although it had long known that Yang Kai had killed many demon kings along the way, many of whom were mid-rank existences, the bone demon did not realize just how powerful this person was until it actually faced him. This was not a power that could be possessed by someone of his cultivation. The bone demon was powerless to resist. There was a loud bang, a shockwave burst out, causing the earth to shake. Even with a powerful spirit array isolating the outside from the outside, the tens of thousands of demon race in the audience could still feel the terrifying power of this palm strike. All of them showed looks of shock as the same thought emerged in their minds: where did this guy come from? How come I've never heard of him before? After a short while, everything calmed down. Yang Kai stood in the air, less than a meter above the ground, looking down indifferently. Not far in front of Yang Kai, the bone devil had been smashed into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. The dim light in his eye sockets flickered. Obviously, he was stunned by Yang Kai's attack. His soul was not steady enough. Even the few skeleton devils under his control were dancing unsteadily as if they were drunk. When he finally managed to recover, he felt the light above his head being obscured by a shadow. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai squatting in front of him, reaching out and patting his head, as if he was stroking an exquisite piece of art. In fact, Yang Kai's Emperor Qi had already broken through the bone demon's defenses and surged into his body, sealing his cultivation and making him unable to resist. As their eyes met, Bone saw the playful look in Yang Kai's eyes. The light in his eyes couldn't help but jump, and a feeling of doom swept through his body. If you tell me who ordered you to deal with this king will give you a quick death. Yang Kai lowered his voice and whispered in front of him. In this blood arena, more than a dozen demon king had gathered to deal with him. This was a big deal. Yang Kai did not believe that this was a coincidence. There must be someone behind this. Moreover, he had only been in the demon territory for a few days, and he had not offended anyone yet. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility: Bone Devil remained silent. Knowing that Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he naturally would not let Yang Kai get what he wanted. At this time, silence was golden. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Even if you don't say it, I can guess. You sang, right?" Only this guy had shown such obvious hostility and killing intent during their first meeting. Moreover, Yu Sang was a half-saint, so he had the ability to do something in the blood arena. Bone Devil did not need to respond. When Yang Kai said that name, he clearly felt Bone Devil's soul shake. This made him even more certain of his guess. "Let me ask you another question." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "There is a female demon king called Boya. Is she with you?" Although there was nothing suspicious about Boya's behavior before, Yang Kai couldn't really trust her. It would be best if he could learn something from this bone demon, but even if he didn't gain anything, it didn't matter. He was just casually asking, so it wouldn't be a big deal. "If you want to kill me, then kill me." Bone Devil's teeth opened and closed, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. "Why talk so much nonsense? Do you think this king will tell you?" He didn't know why Kai Yang was inquiring about this matter, but since things had already gotten to this point, there was no point in saying anything. He could only blame himself for underestimating the enemy and recklessly rushing forward. He hoped that these dozen or so people would be able to learn a lesson and avenge him. Yang Kai nodded and poured his Emperor Qi into Bone Devil's body. With a series of cracking sounds, all the bones in Bone Devil's body were shattered. The two dim lights in his eye sockets quickly dimmed, and he died silently. After dealing with this bone demon, Yang Kai raised his head abruptly and without any hesitation, shot towards the mountain peak like a bolt of lightning. Halfway up the mountain, a series of fierce attacks suddenly came from the top of the mountain. Fireballs the size of wash basins burned fiercely, lightning bolts as thick as a child's arm crisscrossed into a net, and icicles and wind blades shot out, cutting the towering trees into pieces. Yang Kai seemed to be dancing on the Grim Reaper's scythe, his figure flickering left and right, always managing to avoid the fatal attacks at the critical moment. He climbed all the way to the top of the mountain without suffering any injuries. Without warning, Yang Kai punched out towards a certain spot in the void. A ghostly voice staggered out, its body like a phantom. It was a shadow demon. The shadow demon's figure flickered, but its eyes showed a look of disbelief, as if it did not expect its concealment to be seen through. Laughing heartily, Kai Yang shouted, "Come and die." As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai rushed in front of the shadow demon and reached out to grab it. Space principles fluctuated and a pitch-black hole immediately appeared behind the shadow demon. The shadow demon's reaction was also extremely fast, its figure flickering and turning into thousands of black crows, flapping their wings and frantically fleeing in all directions. The black hole swallowed many of the black crows into the void, but it did not completely devour them, allowing some of the black crows to escape. The fleeing black crows gathered not far away, once again revealing the shadow demon's figure, but at this moment, the shadow demon seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, its aura fluctuating. Although it had escaped with its secret technique, many of its black crows had been swallowed up, so it had naturally lost Yuan Qi. For a time, it looked at Yang Kai with fear, no longer daring to rashly approach. But at this moment, a thick blood-red light attacked from the side, its killing intent soaring to the sky. It was the Blood Demon King, taking advantage of Yang Kai's unpreparedness to attack. It was unknown whether this Blood Demon was the one who had tried to lure Yang Kai into a trap before. The Blood Demon had chosen the perfect time to attack, just as Yang Kai and the Shadow Demon were crossing paths. Sure enough, it was able to create a miraculous effect, the thick blood-red light directly wrapping Yang Kai in the middle. In the next moment, the blood-red light's killing intent increased again, and a sizzling sound came from within. It was obvious that it had an extremely strong corrosive power, and it wanted to refine Yang Kai in this blood-red light. As far as the eye could see, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen, completely wrapped in a blood-red sphere, floating in the air. A human face appeared on the surface of the blood-red sphere, which should be the face of the Blood Demon. At this moment, it was smiling sinisterly, full of killing intent. The surrounding demon kings appeared one after another, all of them staring at the blood-red sphere with indifferent expressions, quietly waiting for the moment when Yang Kai was completely refined and turned into a pool of blood. But soon, the expressions of these demon kings became uncertain, because the face on the surface of the blood-red sphere suddenly showed a stunned expression. Immediately after, the rolling blood-red sphere expanded in all directions, bulging one after another. Although these bulges quickly recovered under the suppression of the Blood Demon, it showed that the person inside was struggling with all his might. The bulges grew faster and faster, and the extent of the bulges also grew bigger and bigger. The expression of the face on the surface of the blood-red sphere also became more and more shocked. A powerful aura spread out from the blood-red sphere, as if a sleeping dragon had awoken. The surrounding demon kings all had solemn expressions. That face suddenly opened and shouted, "I can't hold on anymore." At this point, the blood-red sphere exploded, and a figure shot out like lightning. It was the furious Yang Kai, who seemed to be in a bad mood after being trapped for so long. His entire expression was sinister and terrifying to the extreme. The moment he escaped, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air, grabbing a ball of squirming blood. After the blood-red sphere was broken, the condensed blood naturally flew in all directions, but the ball that Yang Kai grabbed seemed to be the key. The scattered blood gathered in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into the Blood Demon's figure. The Blood Demon felt like crying. He also didn't know how Yang Kai could find his vital point so accurately. Now that he was grabbed by the neck, he couldn't move at all. Heh. Yang Kai grinned sinisterly. He raised the Blood Demon in his hand and looked at him at close range. Then, he opened his mouth and suddenly spat out a ball of raging flames. Fire Dragon's Breath. He had a deep understanding of the dragon race's secret techniques, and with the support of his golden divine dragon source, he could now use the majority of the dragon race's secret techniques. Apart from a few forbidden techniques that he couldn't use, in terms of the number of dragon race secret techniques he had mastered, even Great Elder Zhu Yan and Second Elder Fu Xiu couldn't compare with him. After all, his source wasn't restricted, but Great Elder and Second Elder could only lean towards a certain attribute, so there was no comparison between them. A mournful scream rang out, as if he was enduring the most terrifying torture in the world. The Blood Demon in Yang Kai's hand struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. Under the continuous burning of the dragon fire, his vitality was rapidly evaporating. In less than 3 breaths of time, the Blood Demon had become a charred corpse. Yang Kai casually threw the charred corpse to the side, turned around, and stared at the Shadow Demon that he had previously injured. It was better to break 1 finger than injure 10. The Shadow Demon was good at concealment and assassination. If he didn't get rid of it in one go, it would definitely cause a lot of interference. Chapter 34-53. Seeing Yang Kai's gaze sweep over him, the Shadow Demon knew that the situation was far from good. He had just been heavily injured by Yang Kai when he was at his peak, and now that he was injured, he was even less likely to be a match for him. As such, as soon as he sensed Yang Kai's killing intent, he wanted to retreat. But when their eyes met, he was shocked to discover that there was a golden vertical line in Kai Yang's left eye. This vertical line was filled with majesty and terror, capable of shaking one's mind and soul. Demon Eye of Annihilation. In that brief moment of hesitation, he had missed the best opportunity to escape. A saber light suddenly slashed out from Yang Kai's left eye, silently tearing through the Shadow Demon's Knowledge Sea defenses and slashing into his Knowledge Sea. The Demon Eye of Annihilation combined with the soul-severing saber or the Blossoming Lotus secret technique was simply unstoppable. Before Yang Kai had reached this level of strength, he had used this combination countless times to deal with powerful enemies, each time achieving miraculous results. Now that he was facing a heavily injured shadow demon, it was naturally easy for him to use this combination. The soul-severing saber light, which had been activated with the heaven-severing saber secret technique, contained boundless power. The shadow demon felt a tearing pain in his Knowledge Sea, causing him to howl miserably and stop the escape technique he was about to use. Forcefully enduring the heart-wrenching pain and stabilizing his soul, he finally had a chance to catch his breath, but before he could do so, a shout entered his ears, "Be careful! Quickly retreat!" Looking up, he saw that Yang Kai had already arrived in front of him, the myriad sword in his hand slashing out in a cross-shaped slash. The shadow demon froze in place, his entire body frozen in place. With a crash, the shadow demon's body shattered like a falling building block, his vitality quickly dissipating. In the blink of an eye, 2 mid-rank demon kings had fallen. On the mountain peak, all the demon kings who were still alive felt their blood run cold. They had never seen such a valiant person before, truly terrifying. Yang Kai held the myriad sword at an angle, his playful gaze sweeping over the demon kings one after another, filled with aggression. The corner of his mouth curled up, seemingly excited as he said, "Killing makes one happy. I hope you can give this king even more pleasure." Dang 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 dang, several low-rank demon kings couldn't help but take a few steps back, their expressions changing. This guy was a complete madman. A flame demon took a step forward, his body blazing. He said coldly, "A group of trash, what are you afraid of him for? He's all alone." This was one of the 3 high-rank demon kings. He believed that if he went all out, he could do what Yang Kai had just done, so naturally, he wasn't afraid. With so many demon kings working together, how could they not take down a mere person? The other party was just bluffing. Another high-rank demon king also took a step forward, his body brimming with blood energy. He was also a blood demon. He said indifferently, "Let's do it." Just as he finished speaking, a cloud of sand suddenly rose from the ground, forming a terrifying sandstorm in an extremely short period of time. Looking at its posture, it seemed that it wanted to completely trap and kill Yang Kai. The last high-rank demon king had already made his move. The sandstorm whistled over, every grain of sand filled with abundant demonic yuan, possessing extremely powerful killing power. Yang Kai could have dodged, but he didn't move at all, allowing the sandstorm to wrap around him. A faint smile appeared on his face, as if he was waiting for something. A streak of light suddenly shot over from 10 li away. It was as fast as lightning, and when everyone was caught off guard, it pierced through the sandstorm. Not only that, this streak of light accurately shot into the head of a low-rank demon king, the berserk energy directly blasting that low-rank demon king's head to pieces. She finally made her move. Yang Kai turned his head to look in the direction of the streak of light, his heart greatly calming down. At this time, if Boya still didn't make her move, it would mean that this woman was in cahoots with these people in front of him. Then, he would have many things to guard against. Being targeted by a mid-rank demon king from such a distance was definitely not a fun thing to do. Fortunately, Boya didn't disappoint him. And the reason why this woman had waited until now to make her move and hadn't made a sound before was probably because she wanted to see his ability. If he couldn't even last 1 or 2 rounds, then she would definitely have immediately fled and wouldn't have shown herself. Killing 2 mid-rank demon kings with lightning speed made Boya believe that Yang Kai had the qualifications to cooperate with her. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. Being targeted by a mid-rank demon king from such a distance was definitely not a good thing, but if this feather demon was a companion, then it would be a lot easier. At this time, a furious roar suddenly came from within the sandstorm, as if a wounded beast was howling in grief. This high-rank demon king Sand Demon wanted to trap and kill Yang Kai with a sandstorm, but he was sneak attacked by Boya. Even if his life wasn't in danger, he definitely wouldn't have a good time. Just by looking at that sandstorm, one could feel his anger and pain. The sudden death of that low-rank demon king also shocked everyone, and they all turned to look at the source of the light. Only then did they realize that Yang Kai wasn't fighting alone. He actually had an ally. And it was a feather demon that gave them a headache. How could he have an ally? Wasn't he the human that the sage had brought in from the outside? He had only been in the holy city for a few days, so where did he find such a helper? It should be that bitch Boya. Someone suddenly realized, immediately understanding the identity of that feather demon in the distance. Even if they didn't see Boya's shadow, feather demons were already rare, and mid-rank demon king feather demons were even rarer. Only Boya could have participated in this chaotic battle. Damn it! I think she's tired of living. She actually dared to appear in the holy city and participate in this blood battle? What are the people of the blood fighting arena doing? A group of demon kings clamored at the same time. They clearly knew Boya very well and knew her famous name. Those low-rank and mid-rank demon kings couldn't help but move closer to each other, as if they wanted to find some sense of security. Even the 2 high-rank demon kings revealed deep fear. Although Boya was only a mid-rank demon king, as long as she put some distance between them, she was enough to threaten the life of a high-rank demon king. In an environment like the blood-fighting arena, she was naturally an incomparable headache. Just as the group of demon kings were in a state of panic, another streak of light shot over like a meteor chasing after the moon. Once again, it pierced through the sandstorm, causing the sand devil to roar furiously. With the previous example, all the demon kings were on guard. Sure enough, after that streak of light pierced through the sandstorm, it didn't slow down and attacked a low-rank demon king. Fortunately, this low-rank demon king was already prepared and promptly dodged. Otherwise, he would definitely follow in the footsteps of that low-rank demon king. However, although he dodged, that streak of light strangely changed its angle and attacked another low-rank demon king the instant everyone relaxed. With a snort, the streak of light shot through the low-rank demon king's head, directly shattering it. However, that headless corpse didn't immediately collapse. The flesh around the wound squirmed, as if another head was about to grow out. As long as the demon heart wasn't extinguished, the demon race wouldn't die. This low-rank demon king's vital point wasn't his head. However, it would take some time and a large amount of yuan qi to grow a new head. Even if Boya's arrow didn't kill him, it was enough to make him lose the qualifications to fight. Bitch! That high-rank demon king blood demon looked in Boya's direction with incomparable resentment. With a flicker of his body, he rushed out, clearly preparing to find trouble with Boya. As long as he could find Boya's whereabouts and either restrain or kill her, there would be no need to worry about the power of hidden arrows. Where do you think you're going? Yang Kai grinned sinisterly. While the sand demon Yuan Qi was heavily injured by Boya's 2 arrows, he punched out, breaking through the sandstorm and blocking the blood demon's path. The blood demon didn't even look at him. It turned into a streak of light, wanting to rush past him. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let it do as it wished. However, before he could stop it, the flame demon had already pounced on him. A pair of flaming wings spread out on its back, and raging flames wrapped around its fists as if it wanted to incinerate the void. It fiercely punched down and roared, "Where do you think you're going now?" Yang Kai frowned. He raised Myriad's sword diagonally and met the flame demon's attack head-on. With a boom, both sides retreated a dozen or so steps. However, the blood demon had already rushed out during this short period of time. It was too late to stop it. Yang Kai pursed his lips and glanced back. He hoped that Boya could deal with it. If she really couldn't, then he could only say sorry. In any case, they weren't that familiar with each other. While these thoughts were running through his mind, Boya wasn't idle. 3 streaks of light pierced through the void in a triangular formation. At this moment, the sand demon, who had been pierced through by 2 of Boya's arrows, finally couldn't take it anymore. It retracted its divine technique and revealed itself. These 3 arrows came at just the right moment, as if they had been predicted. They arrived right in front of the sand demon the moment it revealed itself. The sand demon's eyes widened. Without much time to think, it shook its body and exploded into a cloud of loose sand. It wanted to use this technique to avoid Boya's attack. Unexpectedly, the 3 arrows also exploded at the same time. Each arrow contained countless tiny iron shavings that mixed with the sand. The sand demon reformed its body once more, and even the iron shavings were absorbed into its body. Its entire body suddenly froze. It glared into the distance and roared, "Bitch!" Yang Kai was amused. Although he didn't know what kind of trick Boya's 3 arrows contained, he knew that the woman must have used some underhanded trick to make this high-rank demon king sand demon suffer such a huge loss. And that was indeed the case. After reforming its body, the sand demon didn't even have the intention to stay in place. It turned around and flew into the distance. Its body swayed as if it had been poisoned, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. It had to find a place to expel the foreign object that had entered its body, or its life would be in danger. A high-rank demon king was taken away by Boya just like that. Although it wasn't killed, such a method was enough to show how terrifying that woman was. Yang Kai wanted to keep the sand demon here, but the flame demon kept pestering him, making it impossible for him to free himself. He could only sigh and let the sand demon leave. Chapter 34-54. Loud booms rang out incessantly as the energy in the blood-fighting arena became chaotic. Sand and pebbles were sent flying from the mountain peak, and after each strike, the mountain peak would shrink by several dozen meters. The high-rank demon king flame demon wielded a fire Sakura spear. Raging flames soared to the sky, and the spear's momentum was so great that it seemed as if it would burn the entire world. Yang Kai wielded myriad sword to parry, fighting fiercely. He looked incomparably fierce, but in reality, he was at a disadvantage in a very short time. He had no choice but to do so, not wanting to reveal too many of his trump cards. The 2 were engaged in a fierce battle, but the other demon kings couldn't interfere at all. Or rather, they didn't dare to interfere. In the distance, Boya was still eyeing them covetously. How could they let their guard down? They could only wait for the blood demon to find Boya's tracks and eliminate this threat before making any further plans. After a short while, an earth-shattering boom rang out in the distance. Looking over, they saw a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The demon kings were overjoyed. They recognized that it was where Boya's arrow had come from. Such a commotion meant that the blood demon had already found Boya and was fighting with her, perhaps even killing her. The flame demon fighting against Yang Kai also relaxed. He grinned maliciously. "You will die without a burial ground." Previously, with Boya lurking nearby, he didn't dare to use his full strength. Now that the greatest threat had been eliminated, he no longer had any worries. Flames suddenly erupted from his body, and an awe-inspiring demonic chi swept out, burning fiercely toward Yang Kai. But at this moment, from the opposite direction, the sound of something breaking through the air came quickly. Along with that sound, an imposing aura locked onto him. A stream of light that emitted 5 colors broke through the barrier of space and instantly blasted in front of him. The flame devil revealed a stunned expression. He never would have imagined that there would be an arrow coming from this direction. The energy fluctuations and method of this arrow clearly belonged to Boya, but what was the commotion coming from that location? Was Boya not there? In the blink of an eye, he didn't have time to think and instinctively dodged. Even though he was a high-rank demon king, he didn't dare to take Boya's arrow head-on. How could Yang Kai let him do as he wished? When this arrow came, not only was the flame demon surprised, but he was also stunned for a moment. But he quickly understood that this was probably Boya's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Although he didn't know what method Boya had used to go from one place to another, he didn't have to be too worried since she had the ability. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, the flame demon was locked in place, and the expression on the flame demon's face instantly became one of shock. With a hiss, the five-colored flowing light pierced through the flame demon's chest with incomparable precision and exited from its back, bringing with it a large amount of boiling blood that resembled magma. The flame demon roared in pain, the flames burning on its body becoming even more violent, revealing the fury in its heart. The surrounding demon kings, who originally thought that Boya was doomed and were about to step forward to help, all sucked in a cold breath. They all stopped in their tracks, feeling a chill run down their spines as they inwardly rejoiced. Boom boom. Another 3 arrows flew over. 2 of the spectating demon kings had their heads blown off without a sound. The remaining arrow was still aimed at the flame demon Yang Kai was fighting. After suffering a great loss, the Balrog was already prepared. He could clearly see the trajectory of the arrow, and even though he was injured, it was not difficult for him to dodge it. Just as he was about to dodge, he saw Yang Kai smile at him and growl, "Bind." That feeling of having the space around him locked, as if he had fallen into a swamp, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. The flame demon king's eyes widened as he desperately urged his demonic yuan to break free of this invisible seal. But before he could do as he wished, Boya's second arrow had already arrived. This arrow pierced through his abdomen, once again bringing out a large amount of blood that burned the ground. Both arrows hit the flame demon king's vital points. The tens of thousands of members of the demon race in the spectator stands cried out in alarm. They didn't know exactly what had happened in the blood arena. They only knew that the hidden arrows were incomparably accurate and terrifyingly powerful. Even someone as powerful as this high-rank demon king couldn't dodge them and was heavily injured. If there were a few more arrows, the flame demon king's life would be in danger. Before he could finish his thoughts, the third arrow had already arrived. That streak of light pierced through the heavens and the earth, its sharp aura aimed straight for the flame demon's head. Boya could clearly see that with Yang Kai's help, she didn't have to worry about her arrows being dodged. All she had to do was unleash her firepower from afar. Seeing that streak of light getting closer and closer to him while he couldn't move at all, the flame demon finally panicked. Although the previous 2 arrows had injured him quite badly, they weren't life-threatening. If he couldn't dodge this arrow, he would really be finished. His pupils constricted to the size of needles as the scorching flames all over his body converged in front of him, forming a wall of fire. The arrow light poured into the sea of flames and pierced the flame demon's head with a thud. However, it only pierced 5 inches into his flesh and didn't shatter his brain. The flames condensed from the flame demon's entire body weakened the arrow's power by more than half. The berserk power caused the flame demon's head to tilt back. Without waiting for him to straighten his body, Yang Kai had already raised his sword and slashed down. The myriad sword cut through the demon king's protective demonic aura and cut into his neck. The head glared angrily as it flew into the air. Scorching hot blood spurted out like magma from the severed neck. The headless corpse swayed for a moment before quickly retreating. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he chased after the flame demon. The myriad sword transformed into a net of swords that enveloped the flame demon's body. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly. By the time Yang Kai withdrew his sword, the flame demon's body had already turned into fine powder that scattered all over the sky. Thud. Only at this moment did the severed head fall from the sky, facing Yang Kai's direction. His mouth squirmed a few times as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't. His eyes were wide open as his vitality dissipated. He died with a grievance. In the spectator stands, the tens of thousands of demon race members were deathly silent. Everyone's mind was in chaos as they stared at the blood-fighting arena in disbelief. Yang Kai and Boya were both only mid-rank demon kings, but when the two of them joined hands, they were like a hot knife through butter, crushing the combined forces of more than a dozen demon kings. The battle had only lasted for an incense stick's worth of time, but 2 mid-rank demon kings had already died, 4 low-rank demon kings had died, and 1 high-rank demon king had retreated. 1 high-rank demon king had retreated, and another had died in battle. Such an unimaginable battle record had never appeared in the long history of the blood-fighting arena. In the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, 80% of the credit should go to Boya. It was her hidden arrows that had killed and repelled those demon kings. Apart from displaying his invincible might at the beginning, Yang Kai's remaining role was to attract attention and act as a target. But only Boya herself knew that if it weren't for Yang Kai, she definitely wouldn't have been able to hit that flame demon so easily. That sand demon from before had courted death, giving her an opportunity to take advantage of. Of the 3 high-rank demon kings, 1 had retreated, 1 had died, and the last blood demon had been lured elsewhere. How could the remaining mid-rank and low-rank demon kings still have the will to fight? When that flame demon was crushed, they already knew that the situation was far from good. After exchanging glances, they fled in all directions without saying anything. Streams of light appeared once again, flowing endlessly. This time, even without Yang Kai's help, the mid-rank and low-rank demon kings couldn't avoid Boya's hidden arrows. Their bodies collapsed one after another, exploding into bloody mists without leaving behind any corpses. Only 2 low-rank demon kings suddenly turned into streaks of white light, disappearing from their original positions. It was unknown what method they had used to escape, but Yang Kai's divine sense couldn't detect them. He couldn't help but frown. In the distance, a bloody light flashed. It was the blood demon who had left earlier. He originally wanted to look for traces of that bitch Boya, but who would have thought that he would only find a doppelganger? He immediately knew that he had fallen into a trap. After hurrying back, he was shocked to find that the dust of the battle had already settled. The dozen or so demon kings were nowhere to be seen, and the ground was littered with broken corpses. The blood demon's pupils shrank, almost suspecting that he was dreaming. He hadn't been gone for long, so what exactly had happened here? How could such an outcome have occurred? Below, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the blood demon with a playful gaze. The blood demon's expression was incomparably solemn, and a sense of crisis welled up in his heart. His expression changed slightly as he suddenly turned to a certain direction and shouted, "Boya, you dare ruin our plans? You will die without a burial." The response he received was a sharp arrow. Yang Kai immediately urged his space principles to envelop the blood demon. But to his surprise, the blood demon didn't struggle or evade. He simply glanced at him coldly before clenching his hand. Yang Kai didn't know what he was holding, but he turned into a streak of white light and disappeared. Yang Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes. Just now, the 2 fleeing low-rank demon kings had also disappeared like this. He had thought that those 2 had grasped some kind of mysterious escape technique, but now it seemed that things weren't as he had imagined. They had definitely used some other method to disappear. Yang Kai couldn't help but reveal a contemplative look. There should be some kind of information here that he didn't know. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly felt an aura lock onto him from afar. Was she going to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Yang Kai grinned. Boya was quite decisive. However, what was to come would come. Between him and Boya, one of them had to die. He slowly turned around and faced where Boya was hiding. His gaze was deep, as if it could pierce through the void. That aura, however, didn't erupt. It only grew stronger when Yang Kai was facing that direction. Yang Kai stood there casually, not a single opening on his body. Xiao Wu, who was watching from the spectator seats, turned pale. She had seen Boya's archery before. Yang Kai was simply courting death. Unexpectedly, even after waiting for a long time, Boya still didn't shoot an arrow. Xiao Wu's nerves were tense to the extreme. Inside the blood arena, Yang Kai could only feel Boya's aura gradually rising. Soon, it reached its peak. That invisible energy actually caused his blood to boil. He immediately realized that he had underestimated this woman. Even though he had the space divine technique, he wasn't confident that he could completely dodge that arrow. As long as Boya shot an arrow, there was a high chance that he would be injured. Chapter 34-55. Feather demons were indeed worthy of their reputation for being proficient in archery. Boya was a mid-rank demon king. As long as she put enough distance between them, the power she could display was even more terrifying than a high-rank demon king. The mountain range was quiet. A gentle breeze blew, causing the trees to sway and rustle. At a certain moment, the sharp aura that had locked onto Yang Kai from afar suddenly dissipated. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of surprise, but he didn't relax his vigilance. Who knew if this was one of Boya's schemes? A moment later, Boya's figure flew over at a leisurely pace. Only then did Yang Kai reveal a meaningful smile. Boya stopped about 300 meters in front of Yang Kai. This was the safe distance she believed to be enough for her to deal with Yang Kai's sudden attack. She tilted her head and sized up Yang Kai. "You are a bit strange." "What's strange about me?" Yang Kai chuckled. Boya slowly shook her head and remained silent. The reason she didn't shoot that arrow just now wasn't because the two of them were working together. Since this was a chaotic battle, everyone was an enemy to her. Choosing to join forces with Yang Kai was only to make it easier for her to eliminate the biggest threat. It turned out that she had made the right choice. She had thought that it would be a bitter battle, but who would have thought that with Yang Kai's cooperation, the dozen or so demon kings would collapse at the first blow? She withdrew her arrow because her instincts told her that even if that arrow could really injure Yang Kai, it definitely wouldn't be able to deal with his violent counterattack. If things went wrong, she might even die here. This guy was definitely hiding his strength. Boya was even more certain of this when she recalled his previous performance. Thus, she decisively withdrew her arrow to avoid making things difficult for herself. "Let's negotiate." Boya pouted at Yang Kai. "What?" Yang Kai frowned at her. He didn't know what else was there to negotiate at this point. Fighting with real swords and spears was the only way out. "How many magic crystals did you bet on yourself?" Boya suddenly asked an unrelated question. Yang Kai muttered to himself for a moment, but he didn't hide it. 100 million. Boya immediately curled her sexy red lips and whistled. Her expression was as frivolous as it could get. Her eyes lit up as she said, "So many." "It's none of your business." Yang Kai snorted. What was wrong with this woman? Could it be that she was eyeing the magic crystal that he hadn't gotten yet? Boya giggled. "Give me half." "Why?" Yang Kai sneered. 30%. Get lost. Although he didn't care much about those magic crystals, he wouldn't allow others to covet them. What belonged to him was his. 10% should be fine, right? "If you give me 10%, I'll leave right now." "I really don't want to be your enemy, but I don't want to leave just like that. Just take that 10% as my reward for my hard work." Men shouldn't be so stingy. Boya smiled and said, "I really don't want to be your enemy, but I don't want to just leave like that. It's not up to you whether I'm stingy or not." Before Yang Kai could finish, he suddenly realized something and stared at her in a daze. "You can choose to leave here." He recalled the two low-rank demon king and high-rank demon king that had turned into white light and disappeared. "So that's how it is." Boya said, "It seems you really don't know anything. Of course you can leave the blood-fighting arena." She then took out an item. Yang Kai took a closer look and found that it was her number plate. He also had one, but the number was different. Boya waved her number plate at him and said, "Then it's settled. I'll leave first. You give me 10% of the profits." As soon as she finished speaking, Boya turned into a beam of white light and disappeared from where she stood. "Who promised you that?" Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain. "This woman is really good at talking to herself. I didn't have any intention of agreeing and she actually left just like that. But this is also good. Unless it's absolutely necessary, he doesn't want to confront Boya. Her amazing archery skills are really a headache." However, after hearing her reminder, Yang Kai hurriedly checked his number plate and found that there was indeed an option to leave. As long as he touched this option, he would be able to leave the blood-fighting arena. After putting away his number plate, Yang Kai looked around. He had killed quite a few demon kings in this battle. Unfortunately, the space rings of those demon kings had already disappeared. He had encountered such a situation before. Whenever someone died here, their space ring would immediately disappear. Now that he thought about it, the blood-fighting arena had probably taken it away. This was simply a robbery. Yang Kai silently cursed. Every year, countless members of the demon race would die here, and their belongings would all belong to the blood-fighting arena. How could he not make a fortune in this damned place? In the demon territory, Yang Kai was poor. The only thing he could count on now was the 100 million demon crystals he had bet. Otherwise, if he wanted to buy anything in the future, he would probably be unable to do so. There was not much suspense in the rest of the battle. Although there were quite a number of demon kings who had signed up for the battle royale, there were only 5 high-grade demon kings. Among them, he and Boya managed to kill one, force another to retreat, and heavily injure the last one. The heavily injured sand demon had probably already withdrawn from the battle royale. As for the remaining 2 high-rank demon kings, they were nowhere to be seen. It was unknown if they had already been killed. As for those low-rank and mid-rank demon kings, Yang Kai didn't put any of them in his eyes. As long as he encountered one, he easily dealt with them. Those who were quick to react naturally retreated to preserve their lives, while those who were a bit slower could only rest here. Half a day later, when Yang Kai finished off his last opponent, the surrounding space suddenly distorted. The mountain range and trees disappeared in an extremely short time, and the spacious field once again appeared before his eyes. The audience was in an uproar. Xiao Wu stood up excitedly, her face flushed red. He won. He actually won. In such a chaotic battle involving 70 to 80 demon kings, Yang Kai had actually survived to the end. This gave her a rather unreal feeling, and it was only now that she felt her heart settle back into her stomach. The demon commander behind her who had bet on Yang Kai was convulsing with laughter, looking as if he had gone crazy. With a bet of 2 million demon crystals and a 10 times payout, that was 20 million. For a demon commander, this kind of number was tantamount to a huge fortune. It was enough to support his cultivation to the Demon King realm, and then find a good set of equipment to arm himself. In the past, he had heard of examples of people getting rich overnight in the blood-fighting arena, and there were quite a few of them. Only when it was his turn did he feel the wonders of this world. The Demon King in charge of the blood-fighting arena went up on stage once again and said some polite words, while congratulating Yang Kai on his victory. Yang Kai keenly noticed that this Demon King's expression was somewhat gloomy, but it was hidden very well. He couldn't help but coldly snort in his heart. Those dozen Demon Kings had joined hands, and the blood-fighting arena was most likely involved, or perhaps arranged by them. Although he believed that Yu Sang was the mastermind behind the scenes, Yu Sang was still a half-saint. It wasn't convenient for her to personally take action in the blood-fighting arena, so she could only instruct others to do it for her. Now that more than half of the dozen Demon Kings had died, while he was still alive and kicking, it would be strange if this guy was happy. After a short while, Yang Kai was arranged to enter the blood-fighting arena's VIP room, where he was served the highest quality blood wine. Xiao Wu stood beside him, glancing at him from time to time, her face full of worship. After spending a lot of effort to obtain victory, it was naturally time to collect the spoils of war. Thinking about the 100 million high-rank source crystals that would soon be in his hands, and he could also get Li Shiqing to his side, Yang Kai was in a good mood. This time, he could sell a huge favor to the great emperors of Flower Shadow. If he had anything to ask of her in the future, she probably wouldn't refuse. But what made Yang Kai feel helpless was that no one came to greet him after waiting for so long. Would the blood-fighting arena go back on their word? Logically speaking, this place was in the Holy City, right under Yu Meng's nose, so they wouldn't do something that would ruin their reputation. However, since the blood-fighting arena had participated in the operation against Yang Kai, they might not really do as he wished. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. If it really came to this point, he would definitely turn this place upside down. At that time, he would alarm Yu Meng and naturally someone would stand up for him. He just didn't know if those guys could withstand Yu Meng's anger. It would be best to take the opportunity to drag Yu Sang into the water and let Yu Meng deal with him. Thinking of this, he actually hoped that the blood-fighting arena would not keep their word and give him an excuse to take action. After a full hour, the door of the VIP room suddenly opened and the middle-aged Demon King, who had previously hosted the blood-fighting arena, walked in with a smile, cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Brother Yang. Do you know who I am?" Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully. The middle-aged Demon King smiled and said, "I didn't know before, but now I know. Brother Yang, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "No need for pleasantries. I am waiting for my prize." "Where is my prize now? Why can't I see it?" The middle-aged Demon King said, "Brother Yang, wait a moment. That human woman will be brought here soon." He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he actually saw a trace of disappointment in Yang Kai's eyes. He couldn't help but be stunned, wondering what he was disappointed about. After a pause, he said, "Before that, let's deal with another matter first." "What is it?" Yang Kai looked up at him. The middle-aged Demon King glanced at Xiao Wu and said, "Is this woman Brother Yang's maid?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. The middle-aged Demon King smiled faintly, "Then I must congratulate Brother Yang. According to our investigation, before Brother Yang participated in that chaotic battle, this woman bet 100 million demon crystals on Brother Yang. According to the odds offered by the blood-fighting arena, if Brother Yang were to win in the end, the blood-fighting arena would have to pay 1 billion demon crystals." Saying so, he took out a space ring and shook it on his hand, smiling as he said, "I have brought the demon crystals for the compensation." Xiao Wu's gaze was immediately attracted to the space ring, and even her breathing became somewhat rapid. 1 billion demon crystals, this was an unimaginable number. Although she hadn't contributed much this time, seeing Yang Kai win so much at once still made her feel proud. Chapter 3456. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "The blood-fighting arena is really rich. Since you've brought it, this king won't be polite." The middle-aged Demon King's smile didn't falter as he said, "I ask Brother Yang to hand over your space ring so that this king can inspect it." "You want to inspect my space ring?" "Inspect what?" Yang Kai looked at him calmly. What was this guy trying to do? How could a space ring be inspected so casually? Was he trying to pick a fight? The middle-aged Demon King was stunned for a moment before breaking into laughter, looking at Brother Yang's appearance. "I'm afraid you don't know the rules of the blood-fighting arena, right?" "What rules?" Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong and raised his eyes to look at the door. The middle-aged Demon King explained, "It's like this. In order to make it easier for everyone to bet, the blood-fighting arena has always followed the principle of betting first and paying later. Of course, if you win, the blood-fighting arena naturally has to confirm whether you have enough magic crystals. Brother Yang, you might not be familiar with this since you're new here. In the past, there were many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. They clearly didn't have magic crystals, but they still dared to bet recklessly, causing the blood-fighting arena to suffer a great loss. Since then, the lords in charge of the blood-fighting arena set this inspection rule. As long as Brother Yang has the 100 million magic crystals, this king will immediately pay the full amount. As soon as this statement came out, Xiao Wu's face paled. Others might not know about Yang Kai's situation, but how could she not? Not to mention 100 million magic crystals, Yang Kai didn't even have 1,000,000 magic crystals on him right now. If someone wanted to inspect his space ring, how could Yang Kai possibly take it out? Xiao Wu secretly blamed herself. If she had known this would happen, she would have inquired more about the blood-fighting arena. She didn't know much about the rules of the blood-fighting arena. After all, she had never been here before and had only heard about the blood-fighting arena from hearsay. She had mentioned some things about the blood-fighting arena to Yang Kai before, but she never expected that after winning a bet, they would have to inspect his space ring. If he couldn't pass this hurdle, he would naturally break the rules of the blood-fighting arena and wouldn't be able to obtain the 1 billion magic crystals. Is there such a rule? Yang Kai's face twitched as he glanced at Xiao Wu. Judging from her expression, he knew that she probably didn't know either. Either she didn't know, or the blood-fighting arena was targeting him. It's always been the case. The middle-aged demon king gently nodded, looked at Yang Kai with a smile that was not a smile, and said, "Brother Yang, don't tell me you can't take out 100 million magic crystals?" Yang Kai sneered, "What's a mere 100 million magic crystals? However, wouldn't this inspection be a waste of time? Can't your excellency make an exception?" The middle-aged demon king smiled and shook his head. The rules of the blood-fighting arena cannot be broken. This is my duty. Please forgive me, Brother Yang. Yang Kai coldly looked at him, and the other side didn't show any weakness. There was even a trace of aggressiveness in his eyes. Yang Kai immediately understood that it didn't matter whether the blood-fighting arena had such a rule or not. They were just deliberately making things difficult for him. Yang Kai immediately curled his lips and said, "Since that's the case, this king doesn't want the 1 billion magic crystals. Just bring my prize over." The middle-aged demon king rubbed his forehead, seemingly having a headache, and said, "Brother Yang, you are making things difficult for this king. According to the rules, if you can't take out the 100 million magic crystals, then you will break the rules of the blood-fighting arena. If you break the rules of the blood-fighting arena, then everything that happened before will be null and void. I'm afraid that the so-called prize will also." Yang Kai suddenly smiled. He had been wondering why this demon king was bothering him about the magic crystals. It turned out that he was waiting for him here. It seemed that the blood-fighting arena didn't want to hand over Li Shiqing. "Do you insist on this?" Kai Yang looked at him faintly, his eyes filled with eagerness. As long as the other side dared to say yes, he would immediately cause a ruckus. He could give up the 1 billion magic crystals bet, but he had to take Li Shiqing away. He absolutely couldn't back down. That woman had been brought to the demon territory for some time. Her situation wasn't good. Although she had been using a secret method to resist the demonic qi and prevent herself from becoming the demon race, who knew how long she could last? If it was too late, even if she was saved, it would be useless. The middle-aged demon king had a playful smile on his face. Just as he was about to speak, the pale Xiao Wu suddenly took a step forward and said in a trembling voice, The bet was made by this servant. It has nothing to do with master." Shua, Yang Kai, and the middle-aged demon king both looked at her. The former didn't know whether to laugh or cry, while the latter's face was as calm as water. In Xiao Wu's opinion, as long as she took the bet, then Yang Kai didn't break the rules of the blood-fighting arena. Naturally, the blood-fighting arena couldn't seize the prize that belonged to Yang Kai. But if that was the case, she was afraid that she was doomed. A mere servant girl, the blood-fighting arena could do whatever they wanted. Even if she was a servant girl in Yu Rumeng's palace, it would be difficult for her to keep her life. But Yang Kai didn't want to do this. He was still hoping that the other side would give him an excuse to make trouble. Xiao Wu took the bet, so what excuse did he have? Do you know what you are saying? The middle-aged demon king had a fierce aura as he looked at Xiao Wu. Immediately, her pale face became even paler, and the scars on her face became even more sinister. Yang Kai's figure moved and blocked in front of Xiao Wu. His eyes were cold as he said, "Your Excellency is really awe-inspiring." The middle-aged demon king looked at Yang Kai indifferently. He was a little surprised by Yang Kai's reaction. After all, was a mere servant girl worth him standing up for? He sneered, "Brother Yang is also awe-inspiring." Yang Kai didn't bother to pay attention to him. He looked back at Xiao Wu and said, "It's none of your business. Move to the side." But Xiao Wu raised her head and wanted to say something, but when she met Yang Kai's eyes, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Yang Kai stood in front of her and stretched his neck. He glanced at the middle-aged demon king and said coldly, "Since we've reached this point, then let's not hide anything. This king wants the prize that belongs to this king, and this king won't give up that 1 billion magic crystals. I'll give you an incense's worth of time to prepare, otherwise, don't blame this king for being impolite." Since they couldn't get along, it was better to tear off all pretenses and make a big fuss. The middle-aged demon king chuckled, "Brother Yang, where did you get the confidence to act so atrociously in the blood-fighting arena?" Yang Kai suddenly said indifferently, 17, TSK. Your Excellency really thinks highly of me." These words were baffling and Xiao Wu didn't understand at all. However, the expression of the middle-aged demon king slightly changed. This was because the number of demon kings was precisely the number of demon kings lying in ambush outside the door. This time, the blood-fighting arena didn't plan to let Yang Kai do as he wished. They kept forcing him in order to anger Yang Kai. Once he dared to make a move here, the 17 demon kings outside would swarm in. During the chaotic battle, Boya had cooperated with him to kill the enemies. At this moment, he was alone. It was absolutely impossible for him to escape with his life from the hands of so many demon kings. At that time, even if the Holy Master knew about it, he wouldn't be able to blame him. Who told him to dare to cause trouble here? However, this guy's sense of smell was too sharp. The demon kings lying in ambush outside were hidden enough, but he still sensed them all. That middle-aged demon king gently smiled and said, "Brother Yang, what do you mean?" Yang Kai looked at him with disdain and said indifferently, "Time waits for no one. An incense stick's worth of time isn't much. Your Excellency, don't you need to make some preparations?" That middle-aged demon king faintly smiled and said, "This king doesn't need to prepare anything. On the other hand, Brother Yang, please conduct yourself with dignity." As soon as his voice fell, the atmosphere in the VIP lounge suddenly became austere. Xiao Wu nervously watched from the side. She knew that the situation was far from good. She was also confused. She had just brought Yang Kai out for a stroll around the holy city. How did things turn out like this? And just as the atmosphere in the room became more and more tense, suddenly, the patter of footsteps came from outside. At the same time, an aura that made Yang Kai feel uneasy quickly shrouded him. The aura of a half-saint. Moreover, it seemed familiar. This wasn't Na Yuesang's aura. Although Yang Kai had only met Na Yuesang once, he had a deep impression of that person's aura. Who was this half-saint? Where had he seen him before? Inadvertently raising his head to take a look, Yang Kai almost laughed out loud. This was because the middle-aged demon king, who was originally looking at him with hostility, had wrinkled his face like a bitter gourd. He had a miserable appearance, as if he was extremely afraid of the person who had come. "Greetings, Master." An orderly greeting came from outside the door. It seemed that the demon kings lying in ambush outside were saluting. With a creak, the door was pushed open and a tall figure stepped in. The person who had come was wearing white clothes. He had a handsome face and an extraordinary aura. He had a smile on his face and his eyes were bright and full of expression. He gave people a kind of evil and wild feeling. He was very attractive to women. Yang Kai revealed a stunned expression. He pointed at the person who had come and said, "You." That middle-aged demon king hurriedly bowed and saluted, "Greetings, master." The person who had come didn't pay attention to that middle-aged demon king. Instead, he stood 10 meters away from Yang Kai. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said with a smile, "I said that we would meet again." Bai Zhuo. Yang Kai finally remembered this guy's name. No wonder he felt that his aura was somewhat familiar. It turned out to be him. Back then, he had defended Roaring Tiger City with many experts under his command. He had repelled the attacks of the demon race's army one after another and killed countless enemies. The demon race seemed to have realized the terror of Roaring Tiger City and specially invited a half-saint to come out. Who would have thought that this half-saint would just circle around the city walls and then turn around and leave? Before he left, he even told Yang Kai that they would meet again. At that time, when that half-saint introduced himself, he called himself Bai Zhuo. Later, when he learned that Bai Zhuo was one of the demon race's 12 demon saint, Yang Kai understood why Bai Zhuo decisively retreated. Other demon race members couldn't recognize Yu Ru Meng, but he definitely recognized her. That was why he left so decisively. However, Yang Kai didn't expect that he would actually see Bai Zhuo again in the holy city's blood-fighting arena. "Insolent human, how dare you call master by his name?" That middle-aged demon king immediately raised his head and angrily shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at him and said disdainfully, "He didn't even say anything. What are you barking for?" The middle-aged demon king was furious. He raised his head and looked at Bai Zhuo, only to see that he was smiling. He didn't get angry because of Yang Kai's rudeness. His heart skipped a beat as a bad feeling lingered in his heart. Master Bai Zhuo and this human seemed to have a good relationship. Chapter 3457. What are you doing here? Yang Kai looked at Bai Zhuo in astonishment. Wasn't this guy supposed to be in the star boundary? Why was he here? Bai Zhuo turned around and sat down on a rattan chair. The middle-aged demon king immediately walked over and respectfully poured him a glass of blood wine. Bai Zhuo gently shook the transparent glass, and the blood-red wine rippled in the glass, exuding an enchanting aroma. He smiled and said, "I am one of the overseers of the blood-fighting arena. Naturally, I can be here." Yang Kai's mouth opened even wider in surprise. "You are one of Yu Ru Meng's people." Previously, Yu Ru Meng had told him that the entire demon territory was like a broken mirror. There were countless fragmented continents, and each of the 12 demon saint controlled a different number of fragmented continents. They also had a different number of half-saint subordinates. Only now did he know that Bai Zhuo was also one of the half-saint subordinates of Yu Ru Meng. No wonder he recognized Yu Ru Meng at a glance on the city wall that day. On the side, the middle-aged demon king's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he heard this. He thought that this human was really bold. Not only did he call Bai Zhuo by his name, he even dared to call the holy sage by her name. This was going to be a good show. Master Bai Zhuo might not care about what he said before, but this human dared to be rude to the holy sage. Even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. But to his disappointment, Bai Zhuo didn't react at all, as if he didn't hear Yang Kai's blasphemous words to the holy sage. Yes, Bai Zhuo smiled and nodded, "I am one of the many half-saint subordinates of the holy sage." "I see." Yang Kai showed a look of understanding, grinned, and sat down on the chair next to him without hesitation. He looked at him with a smile and said, "You just said that you are one of the overseers of the blood-fighting arena?" Bai Zhuo smiled and nodded. "That makes things easier." Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed at the middle-aged demon king, saying, "This guy owes me 1 billion magic crystals." Not only did he refuse to pay, he even tried to embezzle my prize. Tell me, what should I do? He was now fearless. Perhaps most of the people in the Devil territory did not know about his relationship with Yu Rumeng. They only knew that he was a human brought back from the astral boundary by the Lord, so they were not afraid of him. However, Baizhua came back from the astral boundary, so he more or less knew how much Yu Rumeng valued him. In that case, it was not a problem to use his tiger skin as a flag. Moreover, since Baizhua had appeared at this time, he must have some understanding of what had happened today. There was no need for him to explain too much. Sure enough, Baizhua put down the wine cup in his hand and raised his head to look at the middle-aged demon king. Is that true? The middle-aged demon king immediately said, that is pure nonsense. I beg master to ignore this person's nonsense. Yang Kai slammed the table and stood up. Damn, you dare to lie through your teeth? The middle-aged demon king glanced at Yang Kai and said, this king is just following the rules. He turned to Baizhua and cupped his hands. Master, the matter is like this. Brother Yang participated in a battle and bet 100 million magic crystals on himself. Although he won in the end, according to this subordinate's investigation, this brother Yang did not have the 100 million magic crystals on him. According to the rules of the blood fighting arena, this subordinate does not have to pay the 1 billion magic crystals and the prize does not count. Baizhua nodded and said, that is true. Yang Kai glared at Baizhua, thinking, did this guy just come to watch the fun? The middle-aged demon king was overjoyed when he saw this and cupped his hands again. Master, this person has ulterior motives and intends to break the rules of the blood fighting arena. If we do not punish him severely, I am afraid that the reputation of the blood fighting arena will be destroyed. I beg master to allow this subordinate to punish this person and protect the prestige of the blood fighting arena and the holy senior. Yang Kai was dumbfounded when he heard this. He thought to himself, this guy is really sharp-tongued. He actually raised the stakes of a battle to the level of Yu Rumeng's prestige. It's not that serious. Baizhua laughed and looked at the middle-aged demon king. Have you checked his space ring? Are you sure he didn't bet 100 million magic crystals? The middle-aged demon king said, he didn't, but this person refused to cooperate. He probably doesn't have that many magic crystals. Baizhua nodded when he heard this. It seems that the problem still lies with the 100 million magic crystals. Turning to Yang Kai, he asked, do you have 100 million magic crystals? If you do, just take them out and let him inspect them. Yang Kai wanted to spit in his face, thinking, where would I get 100 million magic crystals? If I did, I would have taken them out long ago. Isn't this asking the obvious? Just as he was feeling indignant, he saw Baizhua wink at him and glance at his hand. Baizhua then slowly picked up his glass and sipped his blood wine, deliberately showing his space ring to Yang Kai. His cultured and refined manner, coupled with his handsome face, made Xiao Wu, who was standing at the side, stare straight at him. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment before suddenly smiling, reaching out to Baizhua and saying, I remember, Brother Bai, you should return the 100 million magic crystals you borrowed from me last time. Baizhua almost spat out the wine in his mouth as he looked at Yang Kai in shock. He really wanted to ask him, when did I borrow 100 million magic crystals from you? His original intention was to ask Yang Kai to borrow 100 million magic crystals from him. In any case, he would be able to return it later. Who would have thought that Yang Kai wouldn't play by the rules and would actually play such a hand? One was borrowing, one was returning, the other was simply not the same concept. The middle-aged demon king's eyes also widened. He looked at Yang Kai, then at Baizhua, thinking, that's not right, right? Huh. Baizhua forced out a smile and put down his wine glass. He coughed dryly and glanced at Yang Kai from the corner of his eyes. He really wanted to get up and leave, no longer caring about Yang Kai's affairs. He had never seen such a shameless person before, but since things had already gotten to this point, he could only follow along and say, it's time to return it. Saying so, he actually took out another space ring and fiddled with it. The middle-aged demon king was speechless upon seeing this. How could he not understand such a clumsy play? However, he couldn't understand why Master Baijuo would cooperate with this human. He wanted to say something to dissuade him, but he didn't have the courage to speak up. If Baijuo really wanted to protect this human, there was nothing he could do. If he spoke up at this time, he would only offend Baijuo. More importantly, Yu Sang had already left, otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting here. After a short while, Baijuo threw the space ring to Yang Kai and glared at him fiercely. Yang Kai pretended not to see it and didn't even check it. He directly threw the space ring to the middle-aged demon king opposite him and said arrogantly, "Check it." The middle-aged demon king pinched the space ring as if it was a hot potato and said with a sad face, "There's no need to check it." This was a space ring that Baijuo had fiddled with. Even if there wasn't a single magic crystal inside, there was still 100 million magic crystals inside. There was no need to check it. Since that's the case, shouldn't you give me my prize and the magic crystals I won? Yang Kai coldly snorted. The middle-aged demon king didn't look at Yang Kai and instead looked at Baijuo with an awkward expression. There's no problem with the compensation of magic crystals, but the prize, as far as he knew, that human woman had only been brought here by Yu Sang to show her face and then taken away by him. She wasn't in the blood-fighting arena at this moment. If Yang Kai wanted a prize at this time, where would he get it? What's wrong with the prize? Yang Kai's expression sank. He had participated in the battle mainly for Li Shiqing. The 1 billion magic crystals were secondary. Now that he saw the demon king stuttering, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Cold sweat seeped out of the middle-aged demon king's forehead as he looked at Baijuo with an awkward expression. Baijuo smiled faintly and reached out to press Yang Kai, "Calm down." Just as he finished speaking, he heard a knock on the door from outside. Then, the door was pushed open and a tall and sturdy demon race walked in with large strides. Judging from the aura of this demon race, he was surprisingly a high-rank demon king. Not only that, but there was also a woman at his side. She was beautiful and tall. Who else could it be but Li Shiqing? When the middle-aged demon king saw this, he turned pale with fright and looked at Li Shiqing in astonishment. Wasn't this woman taken away? How come she was brought back? Looking at the tall and sturdy high-rank demon king, he understood that Baijuo and Yu Sang weren't on good terms. It was well known that this matter was a secret confrontation between the two. Now, it seemed that Baijuo had won by a small margin. For a moment, his back was dripping with cold sweat. He didn't want to get involved in a battle between half-saints. It was better to withdraw as soon as possible. After the tall and sturdy demon race walked in with Li Shiqing, he cupped his hands towards Baijuo and then turned around and walked out without saying a word. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he vaguely understood something. On the other side, after Li Shiqing was brought in, she looked around nervously. For her, ever since she was brought to the demon territory, she knew that she was doomed. Now, she was trying her best to prevent herself from being corroded by the demonic qi. But no matter what, she couldn't change the fact that she would eventually become a demon. Therefore, she didn't have the slightest good impression of the demon race. But as she looked around, her gaze suddenly stopped and she looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Her eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. She didn't know Yang Kai, but she could see that Yang Kai was somewhat different from the other demon race. He seemed more like a human. How could there be a human in the demon territory? Moreover, he wasn't affected by the demonic qi. Was this man also captured? But it didn't seem like it. Just as she was thinking this, she saw Yang Kai walk towards her step by step and stand 3 feet in front of her. You. Li Shiqing opened her mouth, but just as she spat out a word, Yang Kai suddenly slapped her. With a crisp slap, Li Shiqing's entire body flipped a few times in the air and fell to the ground. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Xiao Wu couldn't help but open her mouth wide. That middle-aged demon king was also extremely shocked. Baijua's eyes flashed and he revealed a trace of a smile. He once again raised his wine cup and sipped the blood wine as if there was no one present. Chapter 34:58. Li Shiqing was stunned by the slap. Although she had been captured and brought to the demon territory, she hadn't been mistreated in the past few days. The demon race had only treated her a little harshly, but today, she was slapped by a family she suspected to be from the human race. She immediately saw stars and couldn't come back to her senses. Who is he? Why did he hit me? Before she could think of anything, Li Shiqing felt her chest tighten. Looking up, she saw the man who had slapped her standing in front of her with one foot on her chest. He leaned over slightly and looked down at her with a ferocious look on his face. He sneered, "Do you know who I am?" Li Shiqing shook her head in fear, crystal tears overflowing from her eyes. Seeing this, Kai Yang was surprised. How could this woman be so easily tossed around? She's a second-order Emperor Realm Master, what's the point of crying? He didn't really want to hit Li Shiqing, but his current situation was because he had become the demon race and became the demon race's Dao. He had betrayed the star territory and was hated by many masters in the star boundary. At this time, it was only right for him to show some hostility and anger. Who knew that this slap would end up in such a situation? Not thinking too much about it, Yang Kai maintained his ferocious look and bared his teeth at Li Shiqing. "Look carefully, this king is called Yang Kai." As soon as he said this, Li Shiqing seemed to be greatly shocked and looked at him in disbelief. She had obviously heard of Yang Kai's name before, but the person in front of her was completely different from the one she had heard of. The Yang Kai she knew was the brightest star in the star boundary and would definitely shine brightly in the future, but the person in front of her was like a gambler who had lost his pants. Yang Kai continued to grin, "From now on, you are mine. You will do whatever I tell you to do. If you dare to say no, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Do you understand?" Li Shiqing was in a trance. Only when Yang Kai asked her again and she felt a sharp pain in her chest did she nod hurriedly. Tears as big as beans fell from the corners of her eyes. She looked miserable. Yang Kai curled his lips, revealing a dull expression. He took his foot down, turned around, and stretched out his hand towards the middle-aged demon king. "Where is my magic crystal?" The middle-aged demon king immediately handed over the interspatial ring that he had prepared and looked at him with a complicated expression. He thought to himself, no wonder the Lord brought this person back to the demon territory. His demonic nature is too strong. Yang Kai put away the space ring, swept it with his divine sense, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he grinned at Baizhua and said, "Brother Bai, since this matter is over, I'll be taking my leave first." Baizhua smiled and stood up. "Let's go together. I'm going to visit the Lord as well." Yang Kai naturally had no objections. He asked Xiao Wu to take Li Shiqing and left the room. The two chatted along the way, and Yang Kai soon discovered that Baizhua seemed to be interested in befriending him. His words and demeanor were quite cordial, which made him somewhat unsure whether he was doing this for the sake of Yu Ru Meng. However, Baizhua did not mention the 100 million magic crystals, and Yang Kai did not plan to return it. After all, for a half-saint, 100 million magic crystals should be nothing. After walking for a short while, a person suddenly blocked their path. There was no one within a radius of 1,000 feet from where the person stood. His imposing aura swept out in all directions, making many demon race members retreat. Yu Sang. This person must have received some news from the blood-fighting arena, so he hurriedly rushed over. Yang Kai looked at Baizhua thoughtfully, secretly guessing that he had expected this, so he deliberately accompanied him back to the palace. Otherwise, if he was blocked by Yu Sang here alone, he was afraid that he would not be able to get away with it. At this moment, Yu Sang's eyes were spitting fire, and his whole body was surging with murderous intent. After glancing at Yang Kai and Li Shiqing, he stared at Baizhua indifferently and said in a cold tone, "Why do you want to meddle in my business? Baizhua chuckled. I have nothing to do, so I have to find some fun. Yu Sang coldly snorted, raised his hand and pointed at Yang Kai. 30 million demon pills and give this person to me. Million demon pills? Yang Kai's eyes flashed. What the hell is this? However, according to Yu Sang's words, he obviously wanted to use 30 million demon pills in exchange for Baizhua to stop. In this place, at this time, as long as Baizhua withdrew, Yu Sang could do whatever he wanted. Although this place was right under Yu Rumeng's nose, as long as Yu Sang acted fast enough, he would not leave any trace. He glanced at Baizhua and found that this guy's expression changed. He immediately knew that the million demon pills must be some kind of amazing treasure. However, that was all. Baizhua slowly shook his head and said, I'm afraid I can't let you get what you want, 50 pills. Baizhua reached out to touch his forehead and said with a wry smile, what a tempting bargaining chip, 80 pills. Yu Sang's voice rose, as if he had been cut off a few kilograms of flesh. This is my last bottom line. Baizhua turned his head and looked at Yang Kai, and then looked at Li Shiqing. Yang Kai's heart tightened. Fortunately, Baizhua did not agree. He just said, can you change it? I'll return this woman to you. He pointed at Li Shiqing. Don't even think about it. Yang Kai was furious. He stared at him and said, this is my trophy. Baizhua heard him and shrugged at Yu Sang, then there's no other way. Yu Sang's face was as cold as water. He said coldly, are you sure you won't regret it? You should know that angering me won't do you any good. Baizhua smiled slightly, don't be an alarmist. I know how powerful you are. If I were you, I'd worry about my own situation first. Do you think the Lord will let you go easily this time? Yu Sang could not help but be silent. He could not help but burst out with a fierce aura, which made Yang Kai tense up. Baizhua added fuel to the fire, if you don't do it, we'll leave. As he said this, he actually called for Yang Kai and the others to walk towards him. With him in front, the group of people were not hindered at all. The aura of a half-saint was like a gentle breeze. Not long after, they brushed past Yu Sang. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. He saw that Yu Sang's face was twisted to the extreme. He clenched his fists as if he was trying to suppress his impulse to fight. If he really fought with Baizhua here, he would not be able to bear Yu Rumeng's blame, not to mention whether he had a chance of winning. He could only watch Yang Kai and the others leave. He was very angry. When they were far away from Yu Sang, Yang Kai sighed softly. He looked at Baizhua from the corner of his eyes and said, you didn't really want to use me to make a deal just now, did you? Baizhua laughed, how could I? If I really did that, the Lord would kill me. As he spoke, he glanced at Li Shiqing, whose eyes were red and swollen. But this woman, if she can be exchanged for 80 infinite demons pills, it would be a good deal. What is the infinite demons pill? Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask. Baizhua pretended to be mysterious and said, you will know in the future. It is useless to ask now. He did not want to say, so Yang Kai changed the topic. Not long after, they arrived at the palace. Baizhua wanted to see Yu Rumeng, so he parted ways with Yang Kai. Returning back to his residence, Yang Kai asked Xiao Wu to arrange a room for Li Shiqing. He took the map he bought and hid in the room to study it. In the demon territory, he could not count on anyone, and it was not easy to ask for the whereabouts of the great emperors of the Bright Moon. He could only work hard on his own. After careful research, he discovered that the demon territory was extremely vast. There were no less than 500 to 600 fragment continents. Although they varied in size, if one were to calculate the total area, it was definitely much larger than the star boundary. Wanting to find the traces of the great emperors of the Bright Moon among so many fragments was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. For a while, he did not have the slightest clue, causing him to scratch his head. While he was at his wit's end, he suddenly remembered Li Shiqing. This woman had been in the demon territory for a long time. Although her situation was not good, she might know something. Putting away the map, he opened the door and walked out. Calling Xiao Wu, he asked for Li Shiqing's residence and went straight there. The residence that Xiao Wu arranged for Li Shiqing was not far from Yang Kai's residence. It was only a few turns away. Pushing open the door without any trace of politeness, Yang Kai strode in. Looking around, he saw Li Shiqing curled up in the corner. Her hands were hugging her legs and her chin was resting on her knees. Her eyes were filled with tears and she looked very pitiful. Hearing the movement, Li Shiqing looked up and saw that it was Yang Kai. Her body trembled subconsciously, obviously remembering the violence that Yang Kai had done to her before. She could not help but want to retreat, but there was a wall behind her. Where could she go? Yang Kai grinned maliciously, causing her to become even more terrified. Waving his hand, Yang Kai closed the door and walked towards her. Li Shiqing's whole body collapsed. Her beautiful eyes widened and her breathing stopped. She could only watch as the tall figure covered the light above her head. Yang Kai looked down at her condescendingly, feeling a little strange. After all, for a long time, Yu Rumeng had appeared in front of him with this face. Raising his hand slightly, he pulled a chair over. But as soon as he moved, Li Shiqing suddenly reached out and hugged her head, whispering, "Don't hit me, don't hit me." Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was this woman really the disciple of the Flower Shadow Great Emperors? Why was she so timid? How did she cultivate to the Second-Order Emperor realm? Or was it because the Flower Shadow Great Emperors protected her so well that she developed such a cowardly character? Sitting on the chair, Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on her head, making a soft thump. In the next moment, Li Shiqing rolled and fell to the ground, her eyes closed and motionless. Yang Kai blinked and reached out to check her breathing with a strange expression. Sweeping her with his divine sense, he facepalmed and was speechless. Li Shiqing had actually fainted. What the hell? I didn't even say a word. I wanted to ask her something, but now I can't ask anything. Helpless, Yang Kai could only wait. Chapter 34:59. After a full 2 to 3 hours, Li Shiqing finally woke up. Her eyelashes trembled as she opened her eyes and saw Yang Kai sitting in front of her. She wished she could faint again. Just as she was about to close her eyes and pretend to faint, Yang Kai shouted with a straight face, "Sit properly." Li Shiqing's body trembled. Obviously, she was extremely afraid of him. She bit her red lips and her eyes drifted for a while before she slowly knelt in front of Yang Kai. She lowered her head as if she was a little wife who had been bullied. Yang Kai found it funny and asked calmly, "You're called Li Shiqing?" She nodded slightly. Yang Kai rubbed his temples. "The Flower Shadow Great Emperors are your swordsmen?" He nodded his head ever so slightly. "Are you a mute?" She nodded again and then quickly shook her head. She timidly looked up at Yang Kai and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "No." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Since you're not, then you'll answer whatever this king asks you. If you dare to deceive me, you'll suffer." I know. Li Shiqing held her head as if Yang Kai's voice was very loud. Yang Kai suddenly felt that the Flower Shadow Great Emperors were very pitiful. How could they teach such a disciple? After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "Based on your previous reaction, you must have heard of me, right?" "Yes." "Ha." Yang Kai sneered, "No matter what you heard before, this king wants to tell you now. This king has already left the Star World and is incompatible with the Star World. We can't live under the same sky. Sooner or later, this king will fight back and let those guys know how powerful I am." Yang Kai was wondering if he should confess the truth to Li Shiqing so that she could cooperate with him, but looking at her expression now, it was better not to. He didn't want her to be too careless and reveal the truth. This woman's character really wasn't worth trusting. Li Shiqing looked up and seriously looked at him, blinking her eyes. Yang Kai fiercely said, "Did you hear me clearly?" "Understood." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. "Let me ask you, do you know how you came here?" Li Shiqing shook her head and said, "I'm not sure. I was knocked unconscious. When I woke up, I was already here." That should be Yu Rumeng's handiwork. He reckoned that Baizhua had also put in some effort into it. Changing the topic, Yang Kai asked, "Rumor has it that Ming Yu fell into the territory of the demons. Do you know where he is now?" "You mean Bright Moon Master?" Li Shiqing didn't understand. Who else could it be? Yang Kai's eyes widened. "Bright Moon Master is here?" Li Shiqing was shocked. Yang Kai sighed in his heart and looked disappointed. Looking at her reaction, he was afraid that she didn't know where Ming Yu was. It was useless to ask her, so he immediately lost interest in talking. Since he didn't speak, Li Shiqing didn't dare to speak at will and fell silent for a while. After a long time, Yang Kai said, "I see that you have been resisting the erosion of demonic qi. Are you sure you can hold on?" He didn't know how long she had been like this, but Yang Kai felt that the strength in her body was almost exhausted. When she fainted just now, if it weren't for Yang Kai's protection, she would have been contaminated by the demonic qi. At that time, the demonic qi would have entered her body and would have more or less affected her, possibly even turning her into a demon cultivator. Speaking of this, Li Shiqing's expression was a little bleak as she slowly shook her head and said, 10 days at most. My space ring was taken away. I don't have anything to restore myself with. Yang Kai had already noticed this. Li Shiqing really didn't have a space ring, otherwise, she wouldn't have exhausted her strength. Yang Kai casually flicked a space ring at her and coldly snorted, "Live well. If you become a demon cultivator, you will have no value to this king." Finished speaking, he got up and walked out. Behind him, Li Shiqing picked up the space ring and checked it, immediately revealing a happy expression. Inside it were source crystals and various spirit pills that she needed the most. With these things, she could restore her strength and continue to resist the erosion of the demonic qi. Yang Kai had just walked out of Li Shiqing's room when he saw Yu Rumeng standing by the flower bed outside with a meaningful smile on her face. Yang Kai was startled. He didn't notice any aura at all and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he didn't reveal any flaws when he was chatting with Li Shiqing, otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resolve the situation. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai walked up and unceremoniously put his arm around Yu Rumeng's soft waist. Yu Rumeng looked down at his big hand and smiled, "Did I disturb your good time?" Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "Why ask when you already know the answer? What good time do I have?" Yu Rumeng pouted her lips and said, "You didn't hesitate to make a scene in the blood-fighting arena to bring her back. Don't tell me you don't like her." Yang Kai said angrily, "Speaking of which, I want to ask you, what's wrong with my maids? Why are they all like this? Did you do it on purpose?" Yu Rumeng giggled, "So what? Who knows if you will cheat on me? I can't keep an eye on you all the time, so naturally I have to be on guard." Yang Kai grimaced and said bitterly, "You don't trust me too much." Yu Rumeng glanced at him, "You have to be trustworthy." She turned around and got out of Yang Kai's arms, walked to the flower bed, picked a flower, and turned around to put it on Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai stared at her vigilantly, "What are you doing? Don't move. Don't even think about it." Yang Kaisen thought to himself, "I'm a grown man, what's the point of having a flower on my head? Do you still want to see others?" His figure flickered as he tried to dodge, but who would have thought that Yu Rumeng would follow him like a shadow, gently pushing him away as she retreated. She then tilted her head and looked at Yang Kai, laughing so hard that she was convulsing. Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He raised his hand and pulled the flower off his head, threw it to the ground, and stomped on it. He then said fiercely, "Just you wait. Sooner or later, you'll get it." He turned around and left. But his arm was grabbed by Yu Rumeng. What else do you want? Yang Kai was sullen. In the Star Territory, Yu Rumeng was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. He could do whatever he wanted with her, but here, this cheap maid had recovered her cultivation. With the power of a demon saint, he couldn't compete with her. Yang Kai suspected that she was taking revenge on him. Are you angry? Yu Rumeng moved her head closer. Yang Kai tilted his head and said sarcastically, how would I dare? Okay, let's get down to business. Yu Rumeng looked serious. Seeing that Yang Kai still didn't respond and didn't want to listen, she immediately smiled and grabbed Yang Kai's big hand and put it on her chest. Feeling the amazing elasticity, Kai Yang immediately became radiant with joy. Kneading and playing with it, he nodded his head and said, you tell me, I'm listening. Yu Rumeng glared at him angrily and said, I need you to go to the Cloud Shadow Continent. Cloud Shadow Continent? Yang Kai frowned. After thinking for a while, he understood the location of the Cloud Shadow Continent. Fortunately, he had studied the new map carefully before. Otherwise, he would still be confused. The Cloud Shadow Continent wasn't far from the Phantom Continent, but it wasn't close either. He needed to pass through several world gates. With his current speed and the tiger-headed chariot, he could reach it in half a day. Why are we going there? Yang Kai didn't understand. Naturally, there is a place where I need your help. That's why I brought you to the demon territory. As for what to do, someone will explain it to you when you get there. Yang Kai pondered for a while. He didn't understand why Yu Rumeng didn't hesitate to use the Heart Seal secret technique to get him to the demon territory. However, he was sure that she definitely had a plan. This was a good opportunity to find out her intentions. What's more, he couldn't inquire about the whereabouts of the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent here. If he went somewhere else, he might have a chance. Thinking of this, he made a decision in his heart, but on the surface, he said reluctantly, can I not go? Help me. Yu Rumeng winked at him. Yang Kai couldn't stand it. This woman was not only a demon saint, but also a succubus demon. She was the best at seducing people. A casual wink was enough to make people lose their minds. Is there a benefit? Yang Kai's breath was heavy. Yu Rumeng pursed her lips and smiled. She glared at Yang Kai and looked into the room. The benefit is that you can do whatever you want with the women inside. I won't care about you. What kind of bullshit benefit is that? Yang Kai curled his lips. Then what do you want? Yu Rumeng looked at him mischievously. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and whispered in her ear. Hearing this, Yu Rumeng couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She reached out and pulled his ear. She whispered back and touched her red lips with her finger. Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Looking at those gem-like red lips, he said, great. Yu Rumeng pinched the flesh on his waist fiercely. Yang Kai grimaced and said, speaking of which, it's not a problem for you to let me go to that Cloud Shadow Continent. But what about that guy you sang? I'm afraid that he'll rob me halfway. You know that he's somewhat hostile to me. With my current strength, I'm afraid that I'll be at a disadvantage if I face him. Yu Rumeng said, you don't have to worry about this. This time, he secretly took Li Shiqing out and used her to lure you to participate in the blood battle. He committed a mistake, so I've already punished him. You killed him? Yang Kai was overjoyed. He's a half-saint after all. How can he be killed so easily? Yu Rumeng couldn't help but laugh. If she really killed a half-saint for this kind of thing, it would shake her prestige. It wouldn't be good if the other half-saint subordinates had disloyal thoughts. It just so happens that Baizhua came back from there. I've already sent Yu Sang to the two-realm battlefield. He's not allowed to return without orders, so you don't have to worry about him finding trouble with you. That's good too, Yang Kai sneered, I'll leave him alive for a few days. Once I succeed in my cultivation, I'll definitely take his dog life. Then I'll wait and see, Yu Meng smiled gently. But in the next moment, Yang Kai hugged her waist and lowered his head, saying, I've long heard that the succubus demon is best at charming people and seducing souls. This king didn't believe it. Today, I've come to see for myself. Yu Meng reached out and wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck. She giggled, then you have to be careful. Chapter 3460. The next day, early in the morning. Yang Kai felt refreshed as he walked on the streets of the holy city with a smile on his face, reminiscing about last night's ecstasy. Yu Meng was indeed a succubus. All kinds of bedroom techniques made his half-dragon body almost unable to withstand them. Just that little mouth of hers almost made him beg for mercy. If not for his strong physique, he would have retreated long ago. Compared to her, the dragon lady from Shanqing Luo was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. However, the only flaw was that he could not really take her down. Yu Meng was the last line of defense, and Yang Kai could do nothing about it. According to Yu Meng, it was not that she was unwilling, but as a demon saint, the power of the primordial Yin was enormous. Yang Kai did not have the fortune to enjoy it yet. If they really reached that stage, it might damage Yang Kai's foundation. She only told him to work hard to improve his cultivation. As long as he reached the level of a half-saint, he could really achieve the joy of having sex with her. Yang Kai was looking forward to it. When he reached the city gate, a voice suddenly came from the front. Brother Yang, your glabella is red, and your eyes are full of love. It seems that you are going to be pregnant. Yang Kai looked up and said in surprise, Brother Bai, why are you here? The person in front was Baizhua, whom he had just met yesterday. And looking at him, Yang Kai could not help but wonder, Brother Bai, are you waiting for me here? Baizhua smiled and said, Brother Yang, do you really think that the holy sage will let you go to the cloud shadow mainland alone? Yang Kai showed a look of realization. Brother Bai, you are going with me? Baizhua said, I'm only responsible for sending you over and handing over the information to the demon king over there. You'll have to rely on yourself for the rest. The war situation in the two-realm battlefield is pressing, so I can't stay in the demon territory for too long. Yang Kai really wanted to ask about the current situation in the two-realm battlefield, but he was afraid that he would make a mistake if he spoke too much. So, he only nodded and said, Then I'll have to trouble Brother Bai. Brother Yang, please. Baizhua gestured with his hand. His politeness made Yang Kai suspect that he had some ulterior motives. This guy was a half-saint. Even if he was giving face to Yu Meng, why would he be so polite to him? It seemed to be the same yesterday. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it. After exiting the city gate, Baizhua was about to cast a spell to take him to the Cloud Shadow continent, but Yang Kai reached out and stopped him. He raised his hand and summoned the tiger-headed war chariot he had just bought. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry this time. He didn't even know the purpose of going to the Cloud Shadow continent, so there was no need to rush. He could take advantage of this opportunity to try out this flight-type artifact. After a while, Yang Kai set the route and called out to Baizhua, Li Shiqing, and Xiao Wu to get on the war chariot. The interior of the war chariot wasn't too big, so it was just enough for the four of them. One more person wouldn't be enough. He definitely had to bring Li Shiqing with him so that it would be convenient for him to look after her. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of arousing suspicion, he would have already put Li Shiqing into the sealed world bead, which would save him a lot of trouble. As for Xiao Wu, she had been ordered by Yu Meng to serve Yang Kai closely. Yang Kai suspected that Yu Meng had sent Xiao Wu to keep an eye on him and not to fool around outside. He didn't have any objections to this. After all, she was just a maidservant. Although she looked a little ferocious, after interacting with her for a few days, he and Xiao Wu had become familiar with each other. It was better than looking for a new maidservant. After slightly activating his Emperor's core, the tiger-headed war chariot immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed straight to the nearest realm gate. Soon, Yang Kai discovered the advantage of this thing. It didn't need to be controlled much. The route was set in advance. As long as there was enough power, the tiger-headed war chariot would fly all the way to the destination. Although its speed was not as fast as Baijua's, it was definitely not slow. The power to drive the war chariot could be the Emperor's core and Devil's core, or it could be the demonic crystal. Yang Kai fiddled with the war chariot with great interest for a while before settling down. He turned to look at Baizhua, who was sitting next to him, and asked, "Brother Bai, do you know why the holy sage asked me to go to the Cloud Shadow continent?" Baizhua didn't answer but asked, "Didn't the holy sage tell you?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "She only said that when I arrived there, someone would naturally explain the situation to me." Upon hearing this, Baizhua nodded and said, "Since the holy sage said so, then it must be." He caught a glimpse of Yang Kai rolling his eyes and laughed involuntarily. "Well, then I'll reveal a little. I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "The Cloud Shadow continent is about to disappear." Baizhua sighed and looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. "I'm afraid only you can stop this from happening." "About to disappear?" Yang Kai was extremely surprised. "What's going on? How can a continent disappear inexplicably?" Baizhua explained, "This disappearance is not the kind of disappearance that you understand. Strictly speaking, the Cloud Shadow continent exists no matter what, but the portal of this continent is about to close. Originally, it had 5 portals, leading to 5 different continents, but in the past 1,000 years, 4 portals have disappeared one after another, leaving only the last one, which seems to be extremely unstable now. Once the last portal disappears, the Cloud Shadow continent will completely lose contact with the Devil territory, and the Devil territory will also have one less territory. So, Brother Yang, do you understand?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. Each of the fragmented continents in the infernal domain was equivalent to a small world. However, these small worlds were connected to each other by a realm gate. They could communicate with each other and were not independent. However, if the realm gate of any of the fragmented continents disappeared, it was equivalent to severing the possibility of communication with the outside world. It would be completely isolated. To the infernal domain, this continent was equivalent to disappearing. He said thoughtfully, "The holy sage asked me to come to the Devil territory for the Cloud Shadow continent?" Baizhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's not just for the Cloud Shadow continent. Brother Yang, you may not know, but in the past tens of thousands of years, many continents in the Devil territory have disappeared. The Cloud Shadow continent is not an exception, nor will it be the end." Yang Kai was surprised. "Many continents are like this?" Baizhua said with a serious expression, "In the territories of the holy sages, such things have happened more or less. In the past 10,000 years alone, the entire Devil territory has lost more than 10 continents. If you trace back further, the number will only increase. The space is unstable." Yang Kai's face became serious. When he first came to the Devil territory, although he was amazed by the many magical things in the Devil territory, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Only now did he understand what was wrong. The Devil territory was like a broken mirror. The fragments were originally a whole, so naturally, they could not maintain stability for long after they were broken. The disappearance of the realm gate and the continents was definitely related to this. Baizhua nodded. "Brother Yang is right. Therefore, in order to solve this problem, only those who are proficient in the law of space can do it. This is also why the holy sage values you so much." Yang Kai also nodded. "I understand. In order to protect the Cloud Shadow continent, at the very least, we need to stabilize the last realm gate, right?" "That's right." Baizhua smiled. "Brother Yang, you must know that in the Devil territory, the strength of the holy sage and half-saint like me is closely related to the size of the territory under our control. The larger the territory under our control, the more continents we have, and the stronger our strength. What's the reason for this? Yang Kai was stunned. He had never heard of such a thing. Baizhuo smiled but did not say anything, pretending to be mysterious. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and was too lazy to waste his breath. He just frowned and pondered. Just as Baizhuo said, the strength of a holy sage was closely related to the size of the territory under their control. The Cloud Shadow continent might just be the beginning. Once he could stabilize the only realm gate and protect the Cloud Shadow continent, Yu Rumeng might let him search for the missing continents. This was not nonsense. With his attainments in the law of space, shattering the void was a piece of cake. As long as he could determine the location of the previous realm gate, he might be able to find the missing continents. And once he found the missing continents and rebuilt the realm gate, Yu Rumeng's strength would also increase. Just as he was pondering, Baizhuo suddenly spoke. Yang Kai also raised his head. His emperor qi surged, and the tiger-head chariot came to a sudden stop. With a whoosh, a stream of light shot out in front of them. It turned out that someone had launched a sneak attack, but that person did not have any malicious intent. The previous attack was only meant to stop the tiger-head chariot. Yang Kai looked up and saw a graceful figure standing in the void 1,000 feet away. A pair of white wings spread out behind her back and a bow in her hand waved vigorously in his direction with a smug smile on her face. Boya! Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He was just wondering who had launched a sneak attack on him, but he did not expect it to be this woman. That day in the blood-fighting arena, this woman had left without giving Yang Kai the slightest time to respond, but today she had taken the initiative to block his path. Could it be that she was here for the 10% bet? She was probably going to be disappointed. So it's this girl. Baizhuo obviously recognized Boya and said with a smile, "Brother Yang, if possible, it would be good to subdue her. Once you go to the Cloud Shadow continent, she may be able to help you a little." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Her strength is all right, but her character is beyond praise." Just the fact that she liked women made Yang Kai feel a little uneasy about her. This woman dared to step into the blood-fighting arena and participate in the chaos for Li Shiqing. If she was really by his side, there was no telling what kind of trouble he would face in the future. Hearing him say so, Baizhuo did not say much. While the two were talking, Boya suddenly flew over and greeted them enthusiastically, "Hello." After saying so, she suddenly noticed Baizhuo and was slightly surprised. She hurriedly cupped her hands and said, "Greetings, Master." Baizhuo smiled and said, "Did you get into trouble again?" An unnatural smile appeared on Boya's face as she said bashfully, "Master, when have I ever gotten into trouble?" Without giving Baizhuo a chance to speak, she turned to look at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. She suddenly knelt down on one knee and cupped her hands. "Feather Demon Boya is here to serve under Master. Master, please accept me." Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he stared blankly at Boya, wondering what was wrong with this woman. Chapter 3461. Not to mention that he wasn't very familiar with her. At most, they had only worked together once in the blood arena. Moreover, at that time, he hadn't displayed the spirit and ability to make her bow her head and listen to his orders. Speaking of this woman's character, she wasn't the kind of person who would listen to others easily. Instinctively, Yang Kai thought that she was joking. But soon, his expression changed. He turned to look in a certain direction and sneered. He then turned to look at Boya, only to see an awkward expression on her face. The corners of her mouth twitched as she forced a smile at Yang Kai. Several powerful auras could be sensed several dozen li away. Among them, there was no lack of high-rank Demon King-level existences. From a distance, one could even see the figures of those people glaring at them. Although Yang Kai had only glanced at them, he recognized one of them. It was the middle-aged Demon King from the blood-fighting arena. Those Demon Kings couldn't be here for him, so there was only one explanation: they were here for Boya. This woman's defection was fake, but she was here to seek protection. For some reason, she was actually being hunted down by people from the blood-fighting arena. Thinking up to this point, Yang Kai immediately waved his hand and said, "Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being impolite." Boya said with a mournful expression, "Master, you can't just leave me in the lurch. It's all because of you that I'm in this situation." Yang Kai snorted, "You're the one who offended them. What does it have to do with me?" Boya said, "It's all because of yesterday's blood-fighting arena. They seem to think that I interfered and ruined something good for them, so they've been chasing after me since yesterday. Boya has nowhere else to go, so I sincerely hope that Master can take me in." "Master, you've seen Boya's abilities. She's very powerful and definitely won't disappoint you." Yang Kai sneered, "The demon territory is vast and boundless. You can't go anywhere, but you came looking for me. How laughable." Hearing this, Boya looked like a frosted eggplant. She said dejectedly, "If I could leave, I wouldn't have come looking for you. They've sealed all the realm gates. Where can I go?" Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. "There's a saying in the human race. I don't know if you've heard of it." "What?" Boya looked at him curiously. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up. "Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but the sins we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear." Even though Yang Kai knew that Boya was being hunted down by the blood-fighting pit partly because of him, he really didn't want to have anything to do with this woman. After that, he waved his hand and said, "Make way." Boya threw herself onto the front of the tiger-headed war chariot and said pitifully, "It's fine if Master doesn't want to take me in, but can you give me a ride? I just need to pass through the realm gate." He paused for a moment and said, "Oh right, take the 10% stake as my reward." "I don't want it." "There's no such thing as a 10% bet, stop spouting nonsense," Yang Kai sneered. Baizhua suddenly said, "Brother Yang, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take her in. This girl is even more powerful than the average high-rank demon king. She'll really be of some help to you." Hearing this, Boya quickly nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, yes. Master, please take me in. I already have no home to return to." Yang Kai glared at Baizhua in annoyance. He didn't know why Baizhua was so concerned about this matter. He slowly shook his head and said, "I'm worried." He didn't know much about Boya. How could he easily keep her by his side? Baizhua chuckled. "If that's the case, then I can help you with something." As he said this, he suddenly reached out to grab Boya. Boya was shocked and instinctively wanted to retreat. However, even though she was strong, how could she be Baizhua's opponent? Baizhua's large hand directly pierced into Boya's head, but strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Then, Baizhua suddenly withdrew his hand. Boya's body was thrown back, as if she had suffered a heavy blow. She gasped for breath, and her face was filled with lingering fear. At this moment, Baizhua was holding something that looked like a cloud of smoke in one hand. He was twisting and turning it. With his other hand, he took out something that looked like a doll and held it in front of his chest. He muttered some incantations and cast a spell with one hand. He then threw the doll to Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Now you can use her without worry." On the other side, Boya's beautiful face turned pale. She took a few steps back and looked at the doll in Yang Kai's hand in horror. "Soul puppet." Baizhua looked at her with a smile and said, "Since you recognize this thing, you'll have to take care of yourself in the future." Boya said bitterly, "Master Baizhua, how can you do this to me? What did I do to offend you?" Baizhua said curiously, "Am I not fulfilling your wish? You should at least know how to repay kindness." Boya gritted her teeth, but she didn't dare to say anything despite her anger. Yang Kai held the doll and asked curiously, "What's the use of this thing?" Baizhua smiled. "It can control her life and death. With this thing, you can guarantee that she won't be disloyal to you." "Really?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. It's fake. Boya shouted and tried to snatch the doll away. Give it to me, and I'll leave right now. Yang Kai wouldn't let her do as she wished. He moved sideways and dodged her attempt to snatch the doll away. He flicked the doll's forehead lightly with his finger. In the next moment, there was a dong sound, followed by a scream from Boya. She seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. She flipped a few times in the air before stabilizing herself. After calming down, a wave of dizziness swept over him. He covered his forehead with his hand and looked at Kai Yang with a face full of resentment. A dark red mark had appeared on his forehead, as if he had been punched. She regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She had only wanted to borrow Yang Kai's power to pass through the realm gate and then leave this place, never to return to the Phantom Continent again. Who knew that she would run into Baizhua, who sealed her soul in a soul puppet without a word, and she would never be free again. On the other side, Kai Yang's interest was piqued. He reached out and pinched the doll's arm. Boya, who was in front of him, also couldn't help but raise her arm and poke the doll. Boya stumbled backwards. Everything that happened to the doll would be reflected on Boya's body. In other words, if the doll was destroyed, Boya would die without a grave. Yang Kai grinned. With this thing, he didn't have to worry about anything. He turned to Baizhua and said, "Do you have more of this thing? Give me more." Baizhua laughed and said, "This thing is not easy to refine and requires the assistance of a corresponding secret technique. Even if I gave you a few, you wouldn't know how to use them. What use would you have for them?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Just teach me that secret technique." Baizhua reached out and poked him, saying, "Quit while you're ahead." He obviously didn't want to teach Yang Kai that secret technique. Seeing this, Yang Kai could only give up and put the soul puppet into his space ring. He then turned to look at Boya with interest. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he didn't trust this woman's character, Yang Kai would have thought that she was actually quite capable. After joining forces with her in the battle yesterday, Yang Kai was well aware of her abilities. Now that he had the soul puppet, it wouldn't hurt to keep her by his side, so he said warmly, "Since you become my subordinate, you will obey my orders in the future. You will be rewarded for your merits and punished for your mistakes. If you dare to betray me, you will be executed without mercy." The corner of Boya's mouth twitched and she lowered her head, saying, "Can I go back on my word?" Yang Kai said, "That's up to you. If you don't want to, I'll give you the soul puppet right now and we'll have nothing to do with each other." Boya looked at him in surprise, as if she hadn't expected him to be so agreeable. Even Baizhua was a bit stunned. It had to be known that although Boya's reputation wasn't great, her strength was obvious to all. Many half-saint realm experts wanted to recruit her, but she didn't want to be restricted in the early years and didn't agree. Later on, her reputation became worse and worse, so no one tried to recruit her. Boya didn't expect that she would become a dispensable existence when she came to Yang Kai, so she couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. However, these words made her somewhat tempted. She looked at the guy from the blood-fighting arena more than 10 miles away and hesitated for a moment. She fiercely rubbed her hair and then put on a posture as if she was ready to die. She said resolutely, "It's not impossible to work for you as long as you don't do anything strange to me." Yang Kai's lips curled, "You think too much." Boya tilted her head and cupped her hands, saying, "May I ask where Master wants to go?" "Boya is willing to lead the way." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Cloud Shadow Continent." Boya understood. She turned around and took a deep breath. She twisted her fingers and a sharp arrow appeared at her fingertips. She didn't seem to have done anything, but the bow in her hand was already drawn and the arrow was released in one smooth motion. The arrow turned into a streak of light and shot a dozen kilometers away. Boya laughed maniacally, "A bunch of dogs, eat this old lady's arrow." The demon kings a dozen kilometers away all paled and hurriedly dodged. With a loud boom, the sky changed color. When everything calmed down, the group of demon kings retreated another dozen or so miles. Boya no longer paid attention to those guys and arrogantly led the way. The demon kings in the distance watched her leave with gloomy expressions, but no one dared to stop her. With Baizhua here, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. If they missed today's opportunity, it would be impossible for them to find trouble with Boya in the future. Not long after, a realm gate appeared in the sky in front of them. It was leading to another continent. Just as Boya said, there were experts blocking the realm gate. They were probably people from the blood-fighting arena. However, Boya didn't approach and just watched from afar. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, Baizhua cast a spell to wrap them up and pass through. Those people couldn't do anything about it. From the Phantom Continent to the Cloud Shadow Continent, one had to pass through 5 realm gates and pass through 4 different continents. Along the way, it was quite peaceful. In less than half a day, the group arrived at the Cloud Shadow Continent. After passing through the World Gate, Yang Kai turned his head back and frowned slightly. He found that the realm gate here was indeed as Baizhua had said. It was a little unstable. Ordinary realm gates spanned across the void and didn't change for tens of thousands of years. However, the realm gate on the Cloud Shadow Continent would ripple from time to time, like a bubble that could burst at any time. Chapter 3462. According to Yang Kai's calculations, in less than 100 years, this realm gate would collapse. At that time, the Cloud Shadow mainland would be completely isolated, losing contact with the greater environment of the demon territory. Furthermore, the further one went, the more unsafe this realm gate would become. Who knows, one might accidentally fall into the void when passing through it, drifting in the void crevices and unable to find a way out. Realm gates were also a type of void passageway, and this kind of unstable realm gate would undoubtedly be of great benefit to Yang Kai. He could use it to study the laws of space and comprehend the secrets of space. However, now was obviously not the time. Since he had come to the Cloud Shadow mainland, he still needed to meet with the various experts of this mainland. After all, there might be many things that he would need their cooperation in the future. Looking down from the sky, the Cloud Shadow mainland was not small, and one could not see the end of it. From the map that he had just obtained yesterday, it could be seen that the Cloud Shadow mainland was above average in terms of size within the entire demon territory. It was not inferior to most other mainlands. It was only because of the realm gate that the number of talents here had withered. There were only 10 high-rank demon kings overseeing this mainland, and less than 300 demon kings below high rank. After all, no one knew when the realm gate of this mainland would disappear, and once it did, the Cloud Shadow mainland would be completely cut off from the outside world, and no one would be able to enter or leave. Therefore, those who had the slightest bit of connections or were aware of the dangers had long left this mainland and gone to other places to make a living. Those who stayed behind either had other plans or had no connections. In addition, because of the war with the astral boundary, the Cloud Shadow mainland had also been mobilized by the demon race. Therefore, at this time, there were only 4 high-rank demon kings left, and less than 100 demon kings of other ranks. This information was also unintentionally revealed by Baizhua while they were chatting. In the center of the Cloud Shadow mainland, there was a vast city. Within the city, there were rows upon rows of buildings, arranged in picturesque disorder. Millions of members of the demon race lived in this city. This city was known as the Cloud Shadow City, the most prosperous place in the entire Cloud Shadow mainland. It was also the center of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland. Perhaps they had already received the news. When the tiger-headed chariot passed through the clouds and landed in front of a huge building in the middle of the city, there were already more than 30 demon kings waiting respectfully. 3 of them stood in front, while the rest followed behind. When Baizhua and the others got off the chariot, they all cupped their fists and saluted, "Greetings, Master." Baizhua nodded slightly, glanced at them, and raised his eyebrows. "Why are there only 3 of you? Where's Lai Kuang?" The Cloud Shadow mainland had 4 high-rank demon kings, but here, there were only 3 of them. The last one, Lai Kuang, was nowhere to be seen. A high-rank demon king in the middle immediately said, Lai Kuang sent a message saying that he was delayed by some matters on the way. I'm afraid it will take some time for him to arrive. Baizhua declined to comment. While he was asking, Yang Kai was also observing the 3 high-rank demon kings. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was a shadow demon. Her figure was erratic, and her face was shrouded in a black aura, making it impossible to see her appearance clearly. The high-rank demon king who spoke was a little old, and his vitality was already showing signs of decline. The other one was a middle-aged man with a tall figure and a pale face. He seemed to be malnourished, and his body was a little emaciated. Yang Kai couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. Although Yu Meng had asked him to come to the Cloud Shadow mainland to resolve the matter of the Realm Gate's imminent collapse, during this period, the Cloud Shadow mainland was also his territory. Everything here obeyed his orders. In other words, these demon kings in front of him were also his subordinates. It was still okay, but he didn't know what he could do during this period of time. It would be best if he could stir up chaos in the rear of the demon race. Even if that didn't work, he could at least do something to divert the attention of the demon race and reduce the pressure on the 2-realm battlefield. On the other side, Baizhua had already begun to introduce the 3 high-rank demon kings to Yang Kai, as well as their names and responsibilities. Yang Kai casually noted them down. Of these 3 demon kings, other than the old demon king who was overseeing the Cloud Shadow City, the other 2 had come from afar. They usually sat in their own territories and acted like tyrants. The same was true for Lai Kuang, who had yet to show his face. After getting to know each other, Baizhua waved his hand and said, "Let's talk inside." Everyone naturally agreed. After a while, the group followed Baizhua into the hall. The hall was huge and magnificent. Inside, there were 16 pillars that were as thick as several people hugging each other. The pillars were carved with dragons and phoenixes, giving off an extraordinary atmosphere. More than 30 demon kings were lined up in several rows below. Yang Kai lifted his robe and sat on the main seat in the middle. His gaze swept around indifferently. Boya was standing 3 feet to the left of him, looking valiant and formidable, like a loyal guard. Behind her on both sides, there were little dancers. This scene astonished many demon kings. They all turned their heads to look at Baizhua, and then at Yang Kai. With Baizhua here, how could this guy still be so arrogant? He actually took the main seat without any trace of politeness. But when they saw that Baizhua didn't look angry at all, they became even more puzzled. Baizhua smiled faintly and said, "The sage has decreed that Yang Kai will be conferred the title of prince. He will be in charge of all matters of the Cloud Shadow mainland. All of you must work together and be loyal to your duties. Those who dare to be negligent will be beheaded without mercy." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd of demon kings was in an uproar. Each and every one of them raised their heads to look at Baizhua in disbelief, wanting to confirm if they had heard wrongly. That high-rank demon king female shadow demon's body was shaking violently. Obviously, her heart had been greatly affected. Just now, when Baizhua introduced Yang Kai to them, although his attitude was amiable, letting them know that this strange guy had an extraordinary identity, they never thought that it would be such a scene. There had never been a prince in the demon territory. Many demon kings didn't know what these 2 words meant. But from the sage's decree and Baizhua's attitude, they could tell that Yang Kai's status was at least equivalent to a half-saint, regardless of how strong he was. What did this guy do to make the sage value him so highly and entrust him with full authority of the Cloud Shadow mainland? But since these words were personally conveyed by Baizhua, it shouldn't be wrong. With only a slight hesitation, the 3 high-rank demon kings bowed in unison and saluted, "Your subordinates greet the king." The demon kings behind them also followed suit and shouted. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He inexplicably felt like he was a mountain king who had taken over a mountain. His style suddenly dropped a few notches. He was too lazy to correct the way they addressed him. He raised his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. In the future, this king will have to rely on all of you in this cloud shadow mainland. I hope that all of you can cooperate with me." The old demon king in the middle said, "It must be the king who asked us to do this." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Baizhuo looked at him and said, "This matter is over. I'll take my leave first. If there's anything you need, you can contact the sage directly." Yang Kai stood up and said, "Brother Bai, you must be tired from the long journey. Why don't you rest for a few days before leaving?" Baizhuo smiled and shook his head. No need. To him, half a day's journey was nothing. Now that the two-realm battlefield was in full swing, he didn't have the time to waste here. Although he wouldn't be returning to the Star Realm in the near future, he still had a mission to do these days. He needed to go to various continents to mobilize the demon race's army to support the front lines. When the conversation between the two of them entered into the ears of those devil kings, it caused them to be even more certain of their guesses. This new Grand Prince is really comparable to a half-saint. Otherwise, how could he be brothers with Baizhuo? Their hearts instantly shook, and they thought in their hearts that their days in the future would probably not be so carefree. Then, Brother Bai, I wish you a safe journey. Yang Kai cupped his hands. Baizhuo turned and left. When he reached the gate, he suddenly turned back and said to Yang Kai with a smile, "Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. The Blue Plains continent connected to the Cloud Shadow mainland is Yusang's territory." After he finished speaking, he winked at Yang Kai, then turned into a stream of light and shot straight into the clouds. Yang Kai frowned slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression. Baizhuo's words before he left clearly had a hidden meaning, reminding him to be careful of the Blue Plains continent's movements. However, now that Yusang had been transferred to the two-realm battlefield by Yu Rumeng, he wasn't afraid. If the Blue Plains continent really came looking for trouble, he would definitely make sure that they wouldn't be able to return alive. Yang Kai lightly sneered, then collected his thoughts. However, when he saw that many demon kings below were looking at him, he immediately coughed lightly and said, "This king has come to the Cloud Shadow mainland under the orders of the saint to protect the realm gate and ensure that the Cloud Shadow mainland is not lost. This is a matter of great importance, so there can't be the slightest bit of negligence. Therefore, I hope that everyone will do their best to cooperate with this king in the future." Protect the realm gate? All the demon kings revealed shocked expressions. Only now did they know why the saint had sent Yang Kai here. This was great news. These people didn't have the ability nor the opportunity to leave the Cloud Shadow mainland. Once the last realm gate disappeared, they would definitely be buried with the Cloud Shadow mainland. They had thought that there was no hope for them in this life, but they didn't expect that a light would suddenly shine in the darkness. The old demon king said excitedly, "My king, are you serious?" The other two high-rank demon kings also looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes, looking expectant. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh and said, "How can this be false? There's no benefit in lying to you." The female shadow demon said, "If my king can really protect the last realm gate and not lose it, then the entire continent will be reborn. This subordinate will definitely follow master, even if it means going through water and treading on fire, I won't hesitate." The female demon king's voice was surprisingly pleasant to the ears, making people feel refreshed. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect that his words would cause such a big reaction from her. Thinking about what Baizhuo had said before, he somewhat understood what this woman was thinking. Protecting the Cloud Shadow mainland was equivalent to protecting their lives and future. How could she not take it seriously? The pale-faced middle-aged demon king frowned and said, "My king, it's not that I doubt you, but if you want to protect the realm gate and not lose it, then you must be proficient in the law of space. But as far as I know, no one in our territory has this ability. May I ask where my king's confidence comes from?" Yang Kai smiled and said lightly, "No one in your territory is proficient in the law of space, but it doesn't mean that I can't. I forgot to tell you, I am a human." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and patted the void in front of him. 10 feet away, a pitch-black hole immediately appeared, with an imposing manner that could swallow the entire world. Chapter 3463. The black hole lasted for a full 10 breaths of time before Yang Kai clenched his fist and disappeared. But at this moment, the shock in the hearts of the demon kings was still boiling. Firstly, this new king was really proficient in the law of space. He could shatter the void with a raise of his hand and create a black hole that led to the chaotic void. Obviously, his attainment in the law of space was very deep. Secondly, this king was actually a human. Now that the human race and the demon race were at war, the holy sage actually appointed a human as the king and let him rule over the Cloud Shadow mainland. Observing their expressions, Yang Kai sneered softly, "Although I am a human, I have already turned against the astral plane. There is no place for me in the human race. Moreover, the holy sage personally recruited me to the demon race's territory, so you don't have to worry too much." The reason why he revealed his origin so readily was mainly because he could not hide it. After all, he would be staying here in the future. As long as he used a little bit of his power, his identity as a human would definitely be exposed. Instead of letting these guys be suspicious and on guard in the future, it was better to be open from the beginning. Without giving these guys a chance to speak, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Boya, listen to my order." Boya was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. She took 2 steps forward, turned around, and cupped her fists. "Your subordinate is here." Yang Kai looked at her solemnly and said, "I order you to be the deputy commander of the Cloud Shadow City. Assist Lao Ku in managing the affairs of the Cloud Shadow City. You must cooperate with all your heart." Boya's beautiful eyes flashed, and she said in a deep voice, "Yes." Lao Ku was the old demon king. He was the commander of the Cloud Shadow City before Yang Kai's arrival. This city was the center of the entire continent and was extremely important. However, before this, Lao Ku was the only one in charge. Now, there was an additional deputy commander, Boya. She was not a fool. Yang Kai had appointed her as the deputy commander of the Cloud Shadow City. Obviously, he intended to intervene in the affairs of the Cloud Shadow City. After all, controlling this place was equivalent to controlling everything in the Cloud Shadow mainland. It would be convenient for him to do things in the future. After all, Lao Ku and the others were not on the same side. Even with Yu Ru Meng's order, it was still inconvenient to be separated by a layer. Yang Kai had no other choice. He didn't have anyone he could use, and Boya was his only choice. Fortunately, he had the soul puppet, so Boya wouldn't betray him. If Boya could really gain a foothold in Cloud Shadow City, it would be beneficial to him in the future. As expected, this appointment made the 3 high-rank demon kings frown. Lao Ku was old after all, and had already lost his blood. He only hesitated for a moment before calming down. On the other hand, the female shadow demon and the other high-rank demon king both revealed worried expressions. They were afraid that Yang Kai would also interfere in their territory. If that was really the case, they would definitely not be too happy. Fortunately, Yang Kai had no such intention. He said a few words of encouragement to Lao Ku, telling him to take care of Boya and help her familiarize herself with Cloud Shadow City. Lao Ku responded respectfully. As for what he was thinking, it wasn't clear. As it was his first time here, Yang Kai didn't want to say much. He left Boya behind to let her communicate with Lao Ku, then led Xiao Wu and Li Shiqing into the inner hall. The best room had already been prepared for him. There were also rooms on both sides, which he had arranged for the little dancer. After asking Xiao Wu to find someone to get a detailed map of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland and records of the division of forces of each demon king, Yang Kai hid in the room alone and began to investigate. Since Yu Ru Meng had given him this opportunity, he naturally had to make good use of it. If the realm gate could be maintained, then so be it. If it couldn't, then it didn't matter. However, Yang Kai really wanted to control the Cloud Shadow mainland. When the time came, whether it was to protect himself or to secretly cause trouble for the demon race, he would need the power of this place. After studying for 2 days, Yang Kai had a rough understanding of the Cloud Shadow mainland. Just as he was putting down all the miscellaneous items, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai raised his hand, and when the door opened, Boya walked in. At this moment, this woman was no longer as respectful as before and her demeanor was much more casual. Looking him up and down, she giggled and said, "Should I call you master or king?" "Up to you." Yang Kai glanced at her and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Boya said, "I want to report to you some of the information I've gathered over the past 2 days. Do you want to hear it? If not, I'll be leaving." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and narrowed his eyes at her. "It seems that you don't understand the situation you're in." Saying so, he took out the soul puppet from his space ring and bent his finger, preparing to fire it. Boya couldn't help but take a few steps back, her beautiful face pale as she covered her forehead with both hands and shouted, "Don't be impulsive. Let's talk this out. I'm very calm right now. As for whether I'll be impulsive or not, that'll depend on your performance." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Boya couldn't help but scoff, curling her lips and saying, "Cloud Shadow mainland has 4 high-rank demon kings. The 3 you've seen are fine, but that Lai Kuang, you'll have to be careful." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Boya said, "Didn't you notice that Lai Kuang hasn't come to see you? It's been 2 days. That Carson and Yin's territory isn't here, but they were able to come 2 days ago. However, Lai Kuang hasn't shown himself yet." Carson was the middle-aged demon king with a pale face, while the female shadow demon's name was a little strange. It was a single word. These 3 people, along with Cloud Shadow City's commander Lao Ku, were the only 4 high-rank demon kings left in Cloud Shadow mainland. Yang Kai wouldn't have noticed it if she didn't mention it, but now that she did, Yang Kai felt that there was something wrong with Lai Kuang. The news of him being conferred the title of prince and ruling over Cloud Shadow mainland must have spread, so Lai Kuang should have rushed over to see him. After all, he was going to be Lai Kuang's superior in the future. But in reality, Lai Kuang hadn't shown himself yet. Lao Ku had said that Lai Kuang was delayed on his way to deliver the message, but no matter how much of a delay it was, it couldn't have taken 2 days. What in Cloud Shadow mainland could delay a high-rank demon king for so long? Is this a show of strength? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Boya laughed coldly. "You're not stupid, are you?" Seeing Yang Kai raise the soul puppet again, the corner of her mouth twitched. "I've asked around. Before you came, these 4 high-rank demon kings were all in their own territories, with no one restricting them. Now that you've suddenly become their king, they have to listen to your orders. I'm afraid none of them will be happy. If you were really a half-saint, that would be fine, but you're just a mid-rank demon king. What makes you think you can ride on their heads?" Yang Kai said, "That makes sense. Go on. What else did you find out?" Boya said, "As I said before, Lao Ku is old and frail. Although he's a high-rank demon king, he's nothing to be afraid of. These days, he's been very cooperative with me. I've already taken control of half of Cloud Shadow City's power. Na-in and Carson probably want to test your strength. Although they hope that you can protect the Realm Gate and protect Cloud Shadow, they don't know how strong you are, so they naturally can't trust you too much. However, they won't target you either. You can ignore the 2 of them for the time being, but you have to be careful of Lai Kuang. I've heard that he's one of the strongest among the 4, only a step away from becoming a half-saint. Moreover, he has connections with the Blue Origin continent." Yang Kai thought for a moment. So he's in a favorable position. There was only one realm gate in Cloud Shadow continent, and it was connected to the Blue Origin continent. Since Lai Kuang's territory was on the other side of the realm gate, it was indeed convenient for him to communicate with the Blue Origin continent. Boya revealed a gloating expression. So if you want to protect the realm gate, you have to go to Lai Kuang's territory. If you don't deal with him, how will you get his cooperation? Yang Kai stared at her, making Boya feel very uncomfortable. She frowned and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm warning you, don't even think about doing anything strange to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you." As she said this, she crossed her arms in front of her chest and assumed a defensive posture. Yang Kai smiled. "I just realized that you're quite capable." 2 days ago, when Yang Kai appointed Boya as the vice commander of Cloud Shadow City, his intention was to send a signal to the other demon kings. He was in charge of everything here, and he didn't expect Boya to help him. Who would have thought that in just 2 days, Boya would be able to gather so much information and control half of Cloud Shadow City's power? Hearing this, Boya smiled proudly. Not only are feather demons good at shooting, but they are also good at gathering information. Yang Kai crossed his arms and rested his chin on them. He stared at her with a burning gaze. "If that's the case, then you must know where Lai Kuang is right now, right?" Boya didn't say anything. She just pointed at her feet. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "In the city?" Boya nodded. "He entered the city a day ago, but he's in his mansion right now." "Very good." Yang Kai's lips curled into a cold smile. He pondered for a moment and said, "Go, call Laok and the others over." Boya couldn't help but have a bad feeling. She frowned. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai stood up and looked out the window. "Someone wants to show me who's boss, so I have to make an example out of them. Otherwise, they'll look down on me." Boya stared at him. "Are you crazy? Laok and the others won't help you if you attack Lai Kuang at this time. I'm not counting on them to help me." Boya pointed at herself. "Are you counting on me? This isn't the blood arena. I can't help you much. Lai Kuang isn't alone. He brought a lot of demon kings with him this time. If Lai Kuang was alone, she wouldn't be afraid. As long as Yang Kai could hold him back, her archery skills would be enough to make him suffer." But according to the information she obtained, Lai Kuang had brought almost all of his demon kings with him this time. It was obvious that he had come prepared. It's better to have more people. Yang Kai glanced at her quietly. Boya couldn't help but shudder. Just as she was about to open her mouth to persuade him again, she saw the impatience in Yang Kai's eyes. Knowing that if she tried to persuade him again, she would most likely be punished, so she quickly said, "If you insist, I'll obey, but if something happens, don't blame me for not warning you." Chapter 34-64. More than 40 demon kings were gathered on the drill ground of the city palace. Lao Ku, Carson, and Een stood solemnly, gazing ahead. Behind these demon kings, there were thousands of demon commanders and tens of thousands of demon general. Although there were many people, the drill ground was completely silent, and the atmosphere was solemn. The 3 high-rank demon kings exchanged glances and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. They didn't know why the new prince had called them here at this time, but they all had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Yang Kai stood in front of the demon kings and glanced around indifferently before saying, "This king has only been here for 2 days, yet he has already lost a precious treasure. This king is truly distressed by the poor atmosphere of Cloud Shadow City." Lao Ku's eyes twitched. He was the commander of Cloud Shadow City and was in charge of everything in the city. If Yang Kai really lost something, it definitely had something to do with him. Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it seemed that the thing lost was very valuable. He suddenly felt uneasy. If he didn't handle this matter well, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Your Majesty, may I ask what you lost and when?" This subordinate is willing to personally lead a team to investigate this matter and give Your Majesty an explanation. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "That won't be necessary. The deputy commander has already found out the whereabouts of the thief. However, the thief's strength is not ordinary and he has a lot of people. Today, I called you all here to catch this thief and eliminate our Cloud Shadow City." Hearing this, Lao Ku couldn't help but glance at Boya. He saw that this woman had lowered her head and lowered her head. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He knew that the new deputy commander had been doing everything he could to fight for power with him. However, he didn't have the ambition he had when he was young. In addition, Boya's trip was justified, so he just let it be. However, he only gave half of the power, and the other half was firmly in his hands. Not having ambition didn't mean that he didn't have the desire to protect himself. However, when did this deputy commander inquire about this kind of information? How come he didn't receive any information? Not only was he puzzled, but Boya was also cursing in her heart. She naturally knew what Yang Kai wanted to do. Capturing the thief was a good excuse to lose the treasure. However, although there were many people here and many experts, could they really help? She suddenly felt that Yang Kai was too naive. He was holding a chicken feather as an arrow. She might suffer a big loss tonight. She secretly decided that if the situation turned bad, she wouldn't care about Yang Kai's life. She would find a chance to snatch the soul and escape. On the other side, Yang Kai continued, "This king will personally lead this operation, so you must obey my orders." "Where is the vice commander?" The corner of Boya's mouth twitched. She stepped forward and said, "Your subordinate is here. Keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to disobey, kill them immediately." Yang Kai coldly swept his eyes over the demons in front of him. Boya braced herself and said, "Yes. Very good." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The moment he finished speaking, he was the first to soar into the sky, followed by Boya. The three high-grade devil kings exchanged glances and hurriedly called for their subordinates to follow as well. In an instant, over 10,000 figures soared into the sky above the city. Although it was late, Cloud Shadow City was still bustling with noise and excitement. With the cover of the night, although there were many people, they didn't make a sound. At the front, Yang Kai had an indifferent expression, as if he was at ease. Boya, on the other hand, was restless. Her eyes darted left and right, as if she was looking for a retreat route. Behind the two, the three high-rank demon kings' divine senses were surging. They were obviously communicating. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them even if he noticed. These three were just guessing his intentions, but they would find out soon. In fact, this was indeed the case. After a while, Yin suddenly sent a message, "Our king isn't going to deal with Lai Kuang, is he?" Lao Ku and Kurson were startled. They turned to look at her. Kurson asked, "What did you see?" Yang Kai's so-called missing treasure and capturing the thief was definitely a ruse. They weren't fools. How could they not see through it? Even if there was a treasure, it would be stored in a space ring. How could it be stolen for no reason? Lao Ku and the others thought that Yang Kai was using this to punish them and establish his authority. Later, they realized that wasn't the case. However, he didn't hesitate to mobilize so many people. He definitely had other motives. Yin sneered, "Don't tell me you didn't know that Lai Kuang entered the city yesterday." Lai Kuang didn't conceal himself when he entered the city. He even contacted the three of them after entering the city to inquire about the so-called Grand Prince. How could they not know? Yin pointed forward, "Lai Kuang's mansion is over there." And this direction was exactly where they were heading. Hearing her words, Kurson and Lao Ku's expressions changed. They suddenly realized that this Grand Prince might really be going to deal with Lai Kuang this time. Otherwise, why would he act in such a manner in the middle of the night and even use a clumsy excuse of a missing treasure? Kurson frowned, "If that's the case, what should we do?" Logically speaking, they should listen to Yang Kai's orders. However, they weren't familiar with this Grand Prince and didn't trust him at all. If Yang Kai really asked them to deal with Lai Kuang, they definitely wouldn't be willing. Lai Kuang was a madman, and he was strong. If they really forced him into a corner, at least one of the three of them would have to die with him. Who would be willing to do such a thankless thing? Yin also frowned. She felt that Yang Kai had given them a big problem. At the same time, she was very annoyed. This guy thought that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had the Lord behind him? What a fool. Although the Lord had conferred him the title of Grand Prince and was in charge of the Cloud Shadow mainland, without enough power, who would be willing to listen to his orders? Moreover, the realm gate of the Cloud Shadow mainland was about to disappear. The entire mainland would be completely isolated within 100 years. The few of them who had been staying here were the kind of people who were unloved and unloved. They all had the potential to be fugitives. If they really forced Lai Kuang to a certain extent, only Yang Kai would be at a disadvantage. After pondering for a while, she transmitted her voice, "Let's wait and see." Anyway, no matter what, she couldn't attack Lai Kuang. Although Yang Kai had given her some hope, that hope was too vague and not enough for her to risk her life for him. It would be best for tonight's matter to end peacefully. If it really got to a point where it couldn't be resolved, she wouldn't stand on Yang Kai's side. At worst, she would just betray the Cloud Shadow mainland and seek refuge with another lord. An upper-grade demon king would be accepted wherever he went. However, bearing the name of a traitor would make life difficult for him in the future. Clearly, Carson and Lao Ku had the same thought. They nodded and agreed with her point of view. Just as the three of them were secretly communicating, the group had already arrived above a huge mansion. Yang Kai, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped and looked down at the brightly lit mansion below with a mocking smile. Lao Ku and the other two looked at each other and secretly thought, as expected. This Grand Prince is so daring to attack Lai Kuang. Yang Kai pointed down and said, "The thief who stole this king's treasure is hiding here. I ask the three of you to help this king capture him." His gaze swept to the side. Lao Ku and the other two were quietly looking at him, unmoved. At the side, Boya covered her face with her hands. She was too embarrassed to continue watching. She only felt embarrassed. It was really embarrassing. However, Yang Kai didn't seem to notice. He smiled faintly and waved his hand, shouting, "Surround him." This order caused Lao Ku and the others to frown. It wasn't that this order was difficult, but rather unexpected. They had thought Yang Kai wanted them to attack directly. If it was just to surround them, they could have cooperated. In any case, as long as they didn't directly clash with Lai Kuang's people, they wouldn't really offend him. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Lao Ku nodded to Carson and Yin. Under the three's orders, the 40 demon kings, thousands of demon marshals, and over 10,000 demon general immediately spread out and surrounded the mansion below. At the same time, they secretly passed down orders that without their orders, no one was to attack. At the same time, in the main hall of the mansion below, the lights were brightly lit, and there were signs of singing and dancing. At the head of the table, there was a tall and sturdy demon king with disheveled hair who looked like a madman. He was dressed in black and had two women in his arms. At the table below, there were more than 20 demon kings on both sides. The table was filled with fruits, wine, and delicacies. At the center of the hall, a group of young women were singing and dancing. The sound of wind instruments and woodwinds filled the air. At the head of the table, Lai Kuang was looking down with a face full of smiles. The two women in his arms were very good at flattering him. They served him wholeheartedly, making him even happier. Suddenly, a demon king stood up from the table and cupped his hands, saying, "Master, when shall we go and pay our respects to the Grand Prince?" As soon as he said this, the noise in the surroundings suddenly quieted down. All the demon kings stared blankly at the guy who spoke. Lai Kuang also turned his sharp gaze from the women below. His gaze was bone-chilling, causing the demon king who spoke to break out in cold sweat. He thought to himself, did I say something wrong? Could it be that the master didn't come to Cloud Shadow City to pay a visit to the new Grand Prince? Just as he was in doubt, Lai Kuang suddenly grabbed a wine bottle in front of him and smashed it over. With a bang, the demon king who spoke was smashed on the head. He instinctively tried to dodge, but he didn't dare to. He didn't even dare to use his devil chi to protect his body. Even though his body was strong, this hit still caused his head to bleed. The pain on his head was insignificant. What made him panic was Lai Kuang's reaction. As expected, he said something wrong again. Is this your first day following this king? Lai Kuang looked at him coldly. That demon king was terrified. He hurriedly half-knelt on the ground and lowered his head. Master, please calm down. This subordinate knows his mistake. Lai Kuang coldly snorted, where did you go wrong? Chapter 3465. The demon king's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He knew that Lai Kuang was on the verge of exploding in anger. If he didn't handle it well, he would definitely suffer. But if he knew where he was wrong, he wouldn't have spouted nonsense. At this time, he couldn't think of a reason no matter how hard he tried. Fortunately, someone reminded him and he quickly said, Master, you are so mighty. That guy should be the one paying you a visit. Lai Kuang's face relaxed a little. He glared at the demon king, too lazy to argue with him. If it were someone else, he would definitely punish them. But this subordinate of his had made a mistake in his cultivation in his early years, causing his mind to be damaged. There was no point in arguing with him. Seeing this, the demon king smiled embarrassedly and returned to his seat. But once this topic was raised, the other demon kings couldn't sit still. Someone immediately said, Master, this subordinate heard that the so-called prince doesn't seem to be very strong. Not only is his strength not high, but he's also a human. It wasn't that they didn't have any connections in Cloud Shadow City. After entering the city yesterday, they contacted many people to inquire about him. The news that Yang Kai publicly admitted that he was a human had long been spread, so it wasn't a secret. But someone who heard this for the first time exclaimed, Human? How can he be a human? Can this news be confirmed? He is indeed a human. I heard that guy had some mishap in Star Territory. He accidentally became the demon race and became the demon race. He was chased by the great emperors and false emperors and was forced to come to demon territory. I don't know how he caught the eye of the holy sage and was entrusted with such an important task. The holy sage doesn't know how to recognize people. The Cloud Shadow continent should be ruled by the master. Why did she send a human over? This is ridiculous. It would be fine if he was strong enough, but his cultivation is only equivalent to a mid-tier demon king. Sigh, the holy sage has miscalculated this time. The human race is deceitful and changeable. Who knows what kind of flowery words he would say in front of the holy sage. The holy sage is a woman after all. The group of people all talked at once. They all looked like they were fighting for justice for Lai Kuang and felt that Yu Ru Meng had been blinded. Bastard! Lai Kuang bellowed, immediately silencing the demon king below. He swept his dignified gaze around. The saint has her own reasons for doing things. How can you casually talk about it? If the words of this place were to spread out, you will have to bear the consequences. It was indeed inappropriate to talk about the Lord behind his back. If the Lord knew about it, he, Lai Kuang, would be severely punished. After saying that, he snorted coldly. Lao Ku was forced to stay in the Cloud Shadow City, but Carson and Ian, those two idiots, actually rushed over to pay their respects as soon as they heard the news. What a disgrace to the demon race. But I, Lai Kuang, don't take them seriously. Do they think that they can control the Cloud Shadow mainland just because they have the Saint's edict? Wishful thinking. That's right. Our demon territory doesn't need the human race. We have always respected strength. If he didn't have the ability, how could he sit in that position? Someone immediately agreed loudly. Lai Kuang sneered and said, I'm afraid you all don't know. A few days ago, that brat offended Master Yu Sang in the Holy City. Master Yu Sang sent an order for me to think of a way to deal with this brat. As long as I complete this task, Master Yu Sang can guarantee that I will control the Cloud Shadow mainland. With this power, I may be able to become a half-saint. The demon kings were overjoyed when they heard that. They all raised their heads to look at Lai Kuang and congratulated him. Master Yu Sang thinks so highly of you. If you control the Cloud Shadow mainland, it will only be a matter of time before you become a half-saint. Ha ha ha. Lai Kuang couldn't help but laugh, as if he could already see himself becoming a half-saint. He raised his hand and said, It's still too early to talk about this. What we need to do now is to complete Master Yu Sang as soon as possible. Before he could finish, Lai Kuang suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. He angrily slammed the table and shouted, How dare you! With a single slap, the table was smashed to pieces. Wine splashed everywhere as he soared into the sky. With a loud boom, a hole was smashed through the ceiling of the Great Hall. Only at this moment did the demon kings in the Great Hall realize that something was wrong. There seemed to be many auras outside, and they actually surrounded this place. Without hesitation, more than 20 demon kings flew into the sky and passed through the hole. At this moment, in the sky above the mansion, tens of thousands of demon race experts were scattered in all directions in an orderly manner, surrounding a large area. Lai Kuang flew up with a gloomy face. He swept his gaze around and immediately fixed it on Yang Kai. A trace of obvious killing intent flashed in his eyes. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, star. One figure after another flew over and appeared behind him. They were none other than his subordinates. 4 pairs of eyes met. Yang Kai smiled and sized up the high-rank demon king in front of him. He was indeed extraordinary. His blood energy was extremely dense and impressive. He was undoubtedly stronger than Lao Ku and the others. It seemed that Boya's information was correct. This guy was only a step away from becoming a half-saint. Lai Kuang was obviously stunned. However, after seeing Lao Ku and the others behind Yang Kai, he immediately understood Yang Kai's identity. This was that human prince? They were just talking about him. He didn't expect to meet him so soon, and under such circumstances at that. As if sensing the playfulness in Yang Kai's eyes, he knew that this guy didn't come with good intentions. He simply pretended not to know and pointed his halberd in front of him. He angrily shouted, Who are you? Tell me your name. Yang Kai faintly smiled. This king was conferred the title of prince by the saint, the ruler of Cloud Shadow mainland. Who are you? Prince? Where did this prince come from? Lai Kuang's eyes flashed fiercely. He bared his teeth and grinned. This king has never heard of you. As for me, I am Lai Kuang. Since this guy didn't come with good intentions, today's matter couldn't be settled peacefully. He might as well take this opportunity to take his life. Then, even if the saint investigated, he could say that Yang Kai was rude. Yang Kai tilted his head. Lai Kuang? I remember now. This king has a subordinate called Lai Kuang, but I haven't met him. What evidence do you have? Lai Kuang sneered. What evidence do you want? The group of devil kings behind him also roared with laughter. Their eyes were filled with mockery as they thought to themselves, is there something wrong with this human's brain? He actually wants their lord to take out evidence to prove his identity. Just the cultivation of a high-grade devil king is enough. Or is he trying to find a way out for himself? Yang Kai nodded. Looks like you don't have any evidence. He suddenly shouted, Vice Commander. Boya really didn't want to bother with him. When Lai Kuang appeared, she knew that something was wrong. This guy was stronger than any other demon king she had ever seen. Moreover, he was a stone demon. His defense was naturally strong. Her archery skills might not be enough to deter him. However, she couldn't ignore Yang Kai's shout. Her soul puppet was still in his hands. She braced herself and said, "Here. Look at this person carefully. Is he the one who stole this king's treasure?" Yang Kai pointed. Lai Kuang couldn't help but frown. Stole the treasure? What the hell? Boya didn't even look at Lai Kuang. She followed Yang Kai's words and said, "There are some similarities." She didn't dare to be too sure. She didn't want Lai Kuang to hold a grudge against her. "Then it's you." Yang Kai nodded. As soon as he said the last word, he rushed in front of Lai Kuang like a ghost. Lai Kuang jumped in fright. He didn't even see how Yang Kai moved. He was almost face to face with him. He instinctively circulated his demon yuan, causing his body to glow with a stone luster. He really was a stone demon. He was born with thick skin and flesh. At the same time, he threw a punch forward. Since his opponent had made the first move, he wouldn't be careless. After all, he had to kill this person tonight, so he didn't hold back in this punch. But just as he moved, he saw a golden vertical slit appear in Yang Kai's left eye. This vertical slit exuded a strange power, causing his mind to waver for a moment. However, that was all. He was a peak high-rank demon king. His soul was incomparably powerful. Even the demon eye of annihilation couldn't affect him for long. And Yang Kai wanted this short moment. He had just used the soul-severing blade not long ago. The heaven-piercing strike still needed to be nourished, so it wasn't suitable for him to use it again. However, the blossoming lotus secret technique was activated. In an instant, Lai Kuang's vision was filled with a budding lotus flower. He couldn't see anything else. The lotus flower took root in his mind, madly absorbing the power of his soul. The petals bloomed, and Lai Kuang couldn't help but groan in pain. At the same time, he threw a punch at Yang Kai's left shoulder. Everyone was stunned. Lao Ku, Carson, Ian, and even Boya were all dumbfounded. It was only now that they reacted. They had all thought that Yang Kai had come with an army of 10,000 to borrow their strength to deal with Lai Kuang. They all had their own plans. Who would have thought that Yang Kai had no such intentions? Instead, he directly attacked Lai Kuang without hesitation. Was he seeking death? Although Lai Kuang was a stone demon and wasn't as strong as the power demon, how could a mid-rank demon king withstand a punch from him? Seeing that punch land on Yang Kai's shoulder, everyone was stunned. They all subconsciously thought that Yang Kai would die without a burial. Boya had already stood up, preparing to snatch Yang Kai's space ring as quickly as possible and then leave this place. However, what she saw in the next moment left her mouth wide open. Lai Kuang's punch had indeed landed on Yang Kai, but Yang Kai actually didn't die. His body only tilted slightly to the side, and he took the full brunt of the punch. Immediately after, Yang Kai opened his mouth and unleashed a deafening dragon's roar. A shockwave visible to the naked eye rushed towards Lai Kuang. Lai Kuang was already tormented by the blossoming lotus secret technique to the point where he wished he was dead. Now that he had taken the full brunt of the dragon roar secret technique, he was seeing stars and his divine sense trembled uneasily. The middle and low-rank devil kings behind him were even more aghast as they lost their footing and their formation was instantly broken. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the mountains and rivers bell. As it spun, it rapidly grew in size and enveloped Lai Kuang and himself. Chapter 3466. With a clanging sound, the mountains and rivers bell fell. Yang Kai and Lai Kuang both disappeared, suppressed by the bell. Lao Ku, Carson, and Ian were all dumbfounded. After Lai Kuang's subordinates steadied themselves, they all frowned and stared at the mountains and rivers bell with strange looks on their faces. From the looks of it, that human probably wanted to fight Lai Kuang alone with Master Lai Kuang? Otherwise, why would he use such a treasure right from the start? But, where did that guy get his confidence from? Although Lai Kuang was an upper-rank demon king, he was only one step away from half-saint. It could be said that as long as he had the right opportunity and enough time, he would definitely be able to become a half-saint. Even Lao Ku and the others, who were also upper-rank demon kings, admitted that they were not his match. How could a mere mid-rank demon king be so daring? He must be tired of living. Even if they thought with their toes, all the demon kings could predict what would happen next. It could only be that the human would be killed by Master Lai Kuang on the spot. There was no other possibility. One of the mid-rank demon king glanced at Lao Ku and the others indifferently and waved his hand. More than 20 of Lai Kuang's subordinates immediately swarmed forward and surrounded the mountains and rivers bell. They clearly did not want Lai Kuang to be disturbed before the battle ended. Seeing this, Lao Ku and the others' faces darkened. They were not worried about Yang Kai. If Yang Kai wanted to die, there was nothing they could do. However, this mid-rank demon king's attitude of not putting them in his eyes was infuriating. But that was it. There was nothing more to it. Carson and Ian looked at each other and could not help but sigh. The human prince had only been here for a few days and he was already killed by Lai Kuang. It would be difficult to explain to the saint. Compared to this, they were actually more worried about whether Lai Kuang would find trouble with them later. For a moment, they were deeply worried. They felt that they had been implicated by Yang Kai this time. Inside the mountains and rivers bell, there was only a space of 20 meters. Yang Kai and Lai Kuang stood facing each other, the former shaking his head and stretching his muscles, while the latter glared at Yang Kai angrily. Although his life wasn't in danger, Lai Kuang was like a volcano that was about to erupt. His expression was ferocious. Although he was angry, Yang Kai's mind was still clear. Turning his head to look around and using his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately understood his current situation and could not help sneering, "Human, you're quite bold, daring to act like this." To be honest, what Yang Kai had just done was beyond his expectations. Yang Kai said lightly, "You are quite bold. This king is ordered to take charge of Cloud Shadow. Since you have entered the city, why don't you come to pay your respects? Who do you think you are? You are qualified for me to pay my respects to you." Lai Kuang sneered and raised his arms. He glared and shouted, "You have offended Master Yu Sang. Do you think you still have a way out?" Yang Kai chuckled, "Yu Sang has been sent to the two-realm battlefield by the saint. Don't you know?" This confirmed that Lai Kuang was indeed close to the Lanyuan continent. Baizhua had said before that the Lanyuan continent was Yu Sang's territory. Lai Kuang was stunned when he heard this, his eyes filled with confusion. Yang Kai sneered, "Looks like you really don't know anything." If he knew something, he would not have reacted this way. Lai Kuang waved his hand angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Master Yu Sang is deeply trusted by the saint and is regarded as his right-hand man. How could he be sent to the two-realm battlefield by the saint? As for you, if you are willing to submit to me, I may spare your life today. I'll return your words to you." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, "I have just arrived here, and my foundation is shallow. I want to gather some help. Seeing that your cultivation is not bad, it would be a pity to kill you. If you can open your mind and let me plant my soul brand, I can spare your life today." Lai Kuang laughed, "Ignorant child, shameless boasting." He looked around and said, "You are relying on this treasure?" "Yes, this treasure is indeed extraordinary. Although this king has not tried it, I know that it will not be easy to break it. However, your mistake is that you should not have stayed here with this king. In this space of 20 feet, if this king wanted to kill you, where can you hide?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled mockingly, "I will give you one last chance. Submit, or die." Lai Kuang's face turned cold and he shouted, "I want you dead." As soon as his voice fell, his demonic chi surged as he rushed towards Yang Kai, like a ferocious tiger that had been released from its cage, unstoppable. Yang Kai did not seem to notice, standing in place and looking at him with a smile. Lai Kuang frowned. He did not know what Yang Kai was doing, but he did not show any signs of resistance. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but at this moment, the arrow was already knocked on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. He gathered a bit more strength and punched out with all his strength. In the next moment, he saw Yang Kai suddenly raise his hand, and a large figure strangely appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Before he could see clearly what it was, a fist the size of a door came at him. The fist had not yet arrived, but it gave Lai Kuang a feeling that he could not block it. It was as if what was coming at him was not a fist, but a mountain. In a flash, Lai Kuang hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his chest. At the same time, he hurriedly urged his innate divine technique, causing his body to glow with a golden light, giving off a feeling that he was invulnerable. With a loud bang, under Lai Kuang's disbelieving gaze, he was sent flying by an irresistible force. Golden light flashed wildly from his body as he slammed into the wall of the mountains and river's bell with a loud clanging sound. His internal organs and blood churning, Lai Kuang struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes trembled as he looked up, clearly seeing what had injured him. It was a 10-jong-tall stone giant. Its entire body was burning with evil flames, and its body was covered with stone spikes. An aura that made him feel fear was emitted from the evil flames. A divine spirit. There were divine spirits in the demon territory, and some of them were so strong that even a half-saint would have to retreat. Although Lai Kuang did not recognize the divine spirit in front of him, he knew that it was not something he could fight against. Excruciating pain came from his arms. His opponent's punch had already shattered his arms, and even a few of the bones in his chest had been broken. If he had not been born as a golem and had his innate magical powers, that punch alone would have been enough to shatter his body. What kind of terrifying power was that? Lai Kuang's eyes twitched, and his heart was filled with unease. Compared to the strength displayed by this divine spirit, he was more confused about how it appeared here. Obviously, there was only him and Yang Kai here just now, and this place had been sealed off by some unknown artifact, so how could it have entered? Just as Lai Kuang's mind was in turmoil, the avatar shook its head and said, "I can't use it." Although the mountains and river's bell could change its size, this space was only 20 feet wide, and he felt that his hands and feet were tied. Yang Kai slowly walked out from behind the avatar and said with a smile, "Don't complain, just put up with it." With his current strength, dealing with Lai Kuang was a piece of cake, but if he really fought him alone, it would take some effort. His main purpose here tonight was to intimidate the Cloud Shadow demons, so it was better to finish this battle as soon as possible. If it was delayed for too long, who knew what would happen outside? Hearing this, the avatar did not say anything else and strode towards Lai Kuang. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he followed closely behind. Lai Kuang's heart was filled with danger. He knew that if he did not deal with this properly today, he would really die here. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai grasped the void with one hand and a long spear appeared in his palm. Enduring the pain, Yang Kai roared angrily as he pushed his demonic chi and fiercely thrust the spear behind him. The power of this spear was exerted with all his strength, and it felt like it could shatter heaven and earth. A fist-sized pitch-black ball appeared at the tip of the spear. As long as he could break this treasure, he would be able to receive the help of his subordinates outside, and the situation would be reversed. Even if he could not, he would still be able to escape. This was undoubtedly his only way out. With a rumble, the mountains and river's bell shook, but it was not damaged at all. On the other hand, Lai Kuang was pushed back by the rebounding force. His eyes flashed with disbelief. He had really underestimated the level of this treasure. His full-powered spear attack was actually unable to shake it. This was undoubtedly a saint artifact-level treasure. This human whose strength was only comparable to a mid-rank demon king, how could he possess such a treasure? Even though life and death were on the line, Lai Kuang could not help but feel jealous. But at this moment, the embodiment suddenly raised his hand and pressed downwards. In an instant, an indescribable force enveloped Lai Kuang, making his body feel as heavy as 10,000 caddies, making it difficult for him to move. Not only that, strands of dark red aura uncontrollably escaped from his limbs and pores, gathering in the embodiment's large hand. What kind of damned secret technique is this? Lai Kuang turned pale with fright. He clearly sensed that his strength was being absorbed by the other through space. Although the speed was not too fast, if this dragged on for too long, his foundation would definitely be damaged. At that time, he would not be able to advance any further in his cultivation. It would be good enough if he could maintain his realm as a high-rank demon king. Shocked, he turned his spear, wanting to break through the embodiment's secret technique. But at this moment, Yang Kai attacked from the side. His hands turned into dragon claws, and his entire body was filled with draconic might. This caused Lai Kuang's heart to pound, realizing that he had underestimated this human from the beginning. Looking over, it was as if he could see the figure of a giant dragon curled up behind Yang Kai. In his days, Yang Kai had broken through the defense he was so proud of, leaving a 5-finger mark on his body. Normally, this kind of injury would only be a small one, but under the effects of the embodiment's secret technique, a large amount of blood gushed out from the wound. Even though Lai Kuang reacted quickly and used his demonic qi to quickly seal the wound, his momentum still fell in this short moment.